Welcome back guys, like this video for more parts. Chapter 1. Yufan Tian will officially start at 8 o'clock tonight. Let us all look forward to those lucky people who are qualified to participate and bring good news to everyone. According to expert analysis, Yufan Tian is a mental invasion of Blue Planet by a high-dimensional civilization. Experts urge everyone to remain vigilant and try not to participate or contact it, so as not to bring disaster to Blue Planet. Beep. Zhang Yuhe turned off the TV and said to himself. That's ridiculous. Who can resist the temptation of immortality? Want everyone not to enter the game? How is this possible? It's simply a fantasy. Zhang Yuhe didn't know what other people were thinking, but he was determined to enter the game and give it a try. How do you know if it's true if you don't go in and take a look? As for whether it will bring disaster, have you ever heard the story of the man who worried about the sky falling? Why think so much? Even if there would be a devastating flood tomorrow, he would go into Yufan Tian tonight to see if there really was a place in this world where he could cultivate immortality. A month ago, a game called Yufan Tian suddenly appeared in the public eye. No one knows this game, who developed it, or who is running it behind the scenes. There are only overwhelming advertisement, filling up all advertising platforms. Even on CCOV, S4 Yufan Tian would pop up from time to time. These ads seem to appear out of nowhere. All platforms tried every possible means, but still could not stop the automatic intrusion of Yufan Tian advertisement. It's like there is an omnipotent hand controlling everything behind the scenes. All these things make Yufan Tian shrouded in a veil of mystery, arousing people's endless imagination. The slogan of Yufan Tian is also very exaggerated, even to an outrageous degree. According to Yufan Tian, as long as you enter Yufan Tian, you can obtain the method of cultivating immortals, embark on the path of cultivating immortals, and even have the opportunity to seek immortality, Ascension Immortal World. Moreover, all the abilities and items obtained by players in Yufan Tian can be brought directly into the real world. Cultivating immortality? Immortality? Ascension Immortal World. Can the abilities and items in the game be brought into the real world? This doesn't sound like human language at all. Because this is simply mythical. If the person behind the scenes could not be found, everyone would think that someone was going crazy. It's complete nonsense. However, Yufan Tian seems to be omnipotent, and its advertisements are everywhere. This cannot help but make people have strange thoughts. Maybe it's true. What if it is really possible to cultivate immortality? Who would want to miss such an opportunity? However, not everyone can enter Yufan Tian. According to Yufan Tian, only those who are detected to have the qualifications to cultivate immortals will be allocated props to enter the game. Anyone on Blue Star who is 16 years of age or older can take a remote qualification test through the Yufan Tian website. After passing the test, props for logging into the game will be issued immediately. Zhang Yuhe subconsciously looked at his desk, where an octagonal pagoda about a foot high stood quietly. Can this thing really let me enter the game? This octagonal pagoda is the landing prop issued by Yufan Tian. And it also has a very nice name, called Flying Immortal Platform. After passing the qualification test, this Flying Immortal Platform inexplicably appeared on Zhang Yuhe's desk. The scene really scared him and he thought he saw a ghost. He even checked the surveillance footage at home but couldn't figure out how this thing appeared. In fact, it's not just Zhang Yuhe who is like this. The same thing happened to other people who passed the test. For no apparent reason, an octagonal pagoda appeared next to them. This thing that could not be explained by science caused a huge stir at the time. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Yuhe became more determined to go into Yufan Tian to take a look. See if it is really possible to cultivate immortality and seek longevity. Is the once distant mythical story about to come into the world? For this reason, he quit his job last month and concentrated on waiting for the release of Yufan Tian. The clock slowly ticked by, and there were 5 minutes left before the game started. Zhang Yuhe took a cigarette from the table, lit it silently, and calmed his excitement. At this point, he was indeed very excited. There is both anticipation for cultivating immortals and fear of the unknown. All kinds of indescribable emotions made him unable to calm down for a while. Soon, after finishing a cigarette, Zhang Yuhe quickly dressed himself and picked up a long knife with a sheath from the table. Clang! Drawing out his long sword, Zhang Yuhe muttered to himself. I don't know if the long sword made by Blue Star can be used after entering the game. According to Yufan Tian, players enter the game in their real bodies. When entering Yufan Tian for the first time, the player's clothes, including the items in their hands, will also be reflected in the game world. Of course, this is only the case when you enter the game for the first time. You will not be able to bring anything in after that. To this end, Zhang Yuhe spent a lot of money to customize this long sword in the style of a tang sword on the internet. It cost him a total of 50,000 blue coins. Although he knew that he would probably be charged an IQ tax, he accepted it. Money is something outside of one's body. As long as this long sword can help him a little in the game, he is willing to spend any amount of money. A sentence. Longevity is priceless. Even if it's just a vague possibility. For this possibility, not only Zhang Yuhe, but almost everyone is willing to give it a try. If it weren't for the lack of channels, he would even want to bring firearms into the game. It's a pity that Blue Star's control over firearms is too strict, and he has no channels at all. It's impossible to get it. Zhang Yuhe was wearing sportswear and holding a long knife. He looked at himself in the mirror carefully for a while. Then he jumped a few more times, making sure his clothes and shoes fit properly and there was no discomfort, before he slowly walked to the desk. There is 1 minute left. Everything is ready. The rest depends on God's will. When the time came to 8 o'clock, Zhang Yuhe looked at the flying immortal platform on the desk. Suddenly, the time and space around him changed instantly, and he seemed to have come to another world. Before he had time to check his surroundings, a mechanical and ethereal voice sounded in his ears. Welcome to Yufan Tian, the cultivation talent is being activated, please wait. According to Yufan Tian, everyone's talent is innate and almost impossible to change. On the Blue Stars network, it's just a test to see if everyone has the qualifications to cultivate immortality. The specific talent qualifications can only be activated when you enter the game. When the ethereal voice disappeared, a circle of light that looked a bit like a bagua plate suddenly appeared under Zhang Yuhe's feet. After a while, halos of various colors rose above Zhang Yuhe from time to time along the bagua halo under his feet. Bathed in the colorful light, Zhang Yuhe felt nothing at all. I don't know how long it took, but the ethereal voice sounded again. Talent qualification has been activated, please check it yourself. I wish you a long life and a long life for Immortal Dao. Another time and space shift followed, and Zhang Yuhe found himself in a dilapidated small Taoist temple. Chapter 2. Zhang Yuhe quickly took a look at the surrounding environment, and after confirming that there was no danger, he immediately summoned the game system. He had to first see what the cultivation aptitude he had just activated was like. Although everyone's qualifications are determined at birth, I was just activating my own qualifications, not drawing a lottery. But everyone understands that feeling. It's like holding a lottery ticket in your hand. Whether you win or not is already determined when you hold the ticket. But the anticipation of scratching the lottery is the most exciting moment. I hope it's not a mortal cultivating immortality. Zhang Yuhe prayed silently while summoning the game system. In an instant, a digitized game panel appeared in front of him. In the middle of the panel are personal attributes. Name, Zhang Yuhe. Sect, None. Realm, Mortal. Spirit root, Gold, Tao Pin, Wood, Tao Pin, Water, Tao Pin, Fire, Tao Pin, Earth, Tao Pin, Wind, Tao Pin, Thunder, Tao Pin, Ice, Tao Pin. Special physique, primordial origin Dao body. Luck, good fortune. Comprehension. Gongfa, qi-inducing technique. Divine ability, none. Grass. Zhang Yuhe was completely stunned when he saw his own aptitude for cultivating immortals. Did I save the galaxy in my previous life? The aptitude for cultivating immortals generally refers to the attributes of the cultivator's spirit root. The better the spirit root, the faster the cultivation speed. Not only that, monks with excellent spirit roots will have less difficulty encountering bottlenecks and will find it easier to break through levels and enter the next realm. So, Zhang Yuhe looked at the spirit root attribute at first glance. According to the description in Yufan Tian, spirit root is divided into 1 to 9th grade, and above 9th grade there are earth grade, heavenly grade, saint grade, and Dao-grade spirit root. Once you reach the 3rd grade, which is a low-grade spirit root, you can only barely cultivate into an immortal. It is almost impossible to go too far. After all, not everyone can be as powerful as Han Lao Mo. The 4th to the 6th grade is the middle grade spirit root, which is considered a very good qualification for cultivating immortality. As long as they work hard and have sufficient resources, a cultivator with a middle grade spirit root can go a long way in cultivating the great Dao. 7th to 9th grade is high grade spirit root. Every monk who possesses a high grade spirit root is a leader in the immortal cultivation world. As long as you have a normal mindset and work hard enough, you will definitely have a place in the immortal cultivation world. As for above 9th grade, there is only one spirit root among billions of earth grade spirit roots, and only 1 or 2 will appear in each immortal cultivation world after a period of time. The heavenly grade spirit root is rarely seen in 1,000 years, and once it appears, it will definitely stand at the top of the world. Saint grade spirit root and Dao grade spirit root only exist in legends. The website of Yufan Tian only briefly introduces them, but it is still unclear whether they exist or not. The number of spirit root types is not important. Most monks have multiple spirit roots coexisting, as long as one of them is good enough. Looking at his 8 spirit roots, all of which were Dao grade spirit roots, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but scratch his head excitedly. Apex level talent like him even exceeds the description on the Yufan Tian website. Haha, the path to becoming an immortal is today. With such spirit root qualifications, the speed of cultivation would be as fast as riding a rocket. Take off. He even dreamed that one day he could ascend to the immortal world and live forever. Don't be careless. This is just the beginning and we haven't figured out the situation yet. Maybe this is just a game, or maybe it's just a dream. Zhang Yuhe tried hard to calm his excitement. After all, he had just entered the game, and his knowledge of the place was limited to the introduction on the Yufan Tian website. Whether the truth is as described on the website is still a matter of debate. After a long while, after calming down, Zhang Yuhe looked at other places on the attribute panel. He was only focusing on the spirit root attributes just now, and didn't really pay attention to the other things. Hey, what is this primordial origin Dao body? He carefully recalled the introduction on the website and it seemed that there was no introduction about special physique. Am I special, different from others, and have something more than others? Well, let's just ignore it. Something special shouldn't be a bad thing. Let's look at the others first. Lucky attribute, good fortune. According to the description on the website, good luck should be the highest lucky attribute. However, Zhang Yuhe didn't care much about this. It is better to take metaphysics naturally and not take it too seriously. As long as there are no dark clouds covering your head and your forehead is not black, it's fine. Comprehension? What does this mean? When he saw the item of comprehension, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but scratch his head. Doesn't the website say that the player's savvy range is 1 to 10? What do these 3 question marks mean? Could it be that my comprehension has reached its peak? You can't say that he is a fool with zero understanding. Well, put aside the things you don't understand. Zhang Yuhe didn't hesitate too much, but quickly scanned other parts of the attribute panel. The skills were built in. When he first entered the game, it seemed as if some strange things appeared in his mind, telling him how to practice. This is probably the art of inducing qi. Needless to say, he doesn't have the divine ability since he is still immortal. After a long time, Zhang Yuhe finally moved his gaze away from the attribute panel and looked at other parts of the game system. The game system of Yufan Tian is very simple, with only 4 functions. Personal attribute panel, chat channel, trading market, and an option to log out. He clicked on the trading market and took a look. It was empty, with nothing on it. This is also normal. Everyone has just entered the game and is single. There was nothing to sell and not a penny with which to buy anything. See what everyone is talking about. Zhang Yuhe opened the chat channel. Strings of words flashed past his eyes quickly. FK, is everyone so excited? They're refreshing their chats here. Different from ordinary games, Yufan Tian has only one chat channel. Unlike other games, there are no regional channels, national channels, etc. According to sampling statistics, there are nearly 10 million players on the entire Blue Star who have been tested to have the qualifications to cultivate immortals. With so many people chatting in one channel, as long as there are a few chatterboxes, information will indeed be displayed very quickly. Shit, this isn't a game at all, it's obviously a real world. Indeed, no matter how advanced the technology is, it can't produce such an effect. You are teasing me. You are already cultivating immortality, why are you still talking to me about science? Now that I'm here, why are you talking about useless things? How are everyone's qualifications? I only have a 4th grade fire spirit root, Wuvuwu. 4th grade is fine, I'm 2nd grade spirit root, and I don't want to talk at all. 3rd grade gold spirit root passed by. 5th grade water spirit root. It's okay. 1st grade earth spirit root scum, I want to go back to Blue Star, to the immortal who has his hair trimmed. Don't panic, our generation of monks must go against the will of heaven. FK it, just hang out for now. If it doesn't work out, log off and go to bed early. That's right. Fortunately, there is an offline function, otherwise it would be a bit scary. Haha, I'm the 7th grade fire spirit root, come here if you want to curry favor with me. Little brother from 7th grade spirit root, where are you from? Come and take me flying. Chapter 3. After closing the chat channel, Zhang Yuhe thought for a while. According to his observation, most players' cultivation qualifications are low-grade spirit root. There is also a small number of people who are middle-grade spirit root. As for the high-grade spirit root, he looked in the chat channel for a long time and only found one. Of course, there must be other low-key Laolius, just like him. Just peeked at the screen silently without saying anything. Another thing is that Zhang Yuhe discovered that everyone's birth point when entering Yufan Tian seemed to be similar. Either they were born in a dilapidated temple or Taoist temple, or they were born in an uninhabited village in the wilderness. Anyway, no player has come into contact with the natives of Yufan Tian yet. It's so FG weird. How big is Yufan Tian? Why are there so many shabby places? This made his plan to get more information about Yufan Tian by checking the players' chats fail. Forget it, let's take a look at where this place is first, and then practice quickly. Zhang Yuhe took a closer look at the dilapidated Taoist temple where he was. Rays of sunlight shine through the holes on the roof and onto the ground. The walls of the Taoist temple are mottled and peeling, and the door panels of the main gate have long disappeared. Looking outside through the door. Outside the door, I saw dense forests and rolling mountains, and from time to time I could hear the roars of unknown animals and the calls of birds. He couldn't help but shudder when he heard it. It's a bit scary to stay in this damn place alone. There was no sign of human activity nearby, which made Zhang Yuhe a little panicked. Practice first. Strength is the courage of a hero. Without strength, you will feel insecure in any environment. As long as you practice to be strong enough, you can go anywhere in the world. Zhang Yuhe sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and carefully recalled the qi-inducing technique he had just acquired when he entered Yufan Tian. Yufan Tian is different from other games. According to Zhang Yuhe's understanding, this should be a real world disguised as a game. The so-called players are just collectively transmigrating back and forth. If players want to improve their strength here, they can only do so through continuous practice. There are no experience points from killing monsters, but some items will occasionally drop. As for the explosion rate, no one knows yet. After all, everyone has just come in, and no one has probably killed any monsters yet. As the technique was put into practice, the spirit qi around him began to slowly gather towards him. Spirit qi flows along a specific route through the meridians and slowly flows into the Danshan qi sea. This feeling is magical. After a while, a slightly strong aura rose from his body, then spread around, blowing up the local dust. Is this an upgrade? Zhang Yuhe showed a surprised expression. This speed is a bit too fast. How long has it been? 10 minutes or 20 minutes? Zhang Yuhe felt a breath flowing slowly in his danshan. He threw a punch casually, and the energy in his danshan instantly passed through his fist and gushed forward. Boom! A rotten wooden board not far away was broken into 2 pieces. So strong! Breaking a wooden board with a punch in the air, this scene that can only be seen on TV is now happening to me. It's very exciting just thinking about it. Zhang Yuhe quickly summoned the attribute panel. Name, Zhang Yuhe. Sect, None. Realm, Qi Refining Level 1. Spirit Root, Gold, Tao Pin, Wood, Tao Pin, Water, Tao Pin, Fire, Tao Pin, Earth, Tao Pin, Wind, Tao Pin, Thunder, Tao Pin, Ice, Tao Pin. Special Physique, Primordial Origin Dao Body. Luck, Good Fortune. Comprehension. Gongfa, Qi-inducing technique. Divine Ability, None. Haha, it has indeed been upgraded. Zhang Yuhe was very happy to see that his realm had reached the Qi refining level. He finally escaped from the level of mortals, and from now on he could be considered a true immortal cultivator. What would it be like if this kind of strength could be brought into the real world? Continue practicing. Since cultivation really works, what else is there to say? Of course it's FG liver. About half an hour later, a stronger aura rose from Zhang Yuhe's body. It should have reached the second level of Qi refining. However, this time he did not look at the attribute panel again. Waste of time. He planned to just give it a try and see how far he could go in one go. Time passed slowly, and I didn't know how much time had passed. Zhang Yuhe stood up from the ground. Is it getting dark? Looking outside through the gate, I saw that the sun had already set and a red glow covered half the sky. He remembered that when he first arrived, the sun was right overhead, which meant it was noon, but now the sun has set. Time flies by so fast. Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but sigh that he had no concept of time at all when practicing. Half a day had passed unknowingly. No wonder the book says that time passes without knowing it in the mountains. That's exactly what happened. The speed of time flow in Yufan Tian is completely different from that on Blue Star. According to the introduction on the website, 1 day in reality is equivalent to 100 days in Yufan Tian. To be exact, it was 12 hours, which was equivalent to 100 days for Yufan Tian. Because they can only enter the game between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. After 8 o'clock in the morning, players will be forced to log off, and Yufan Tian's time will stop. It's like pressing the pause button. As to why this happens and what the principle is, no one knows. Just think of it as a game setting, there's no point in getting hung up on it. After all, the matter of cultivating immortals cannot be explained scientifically. He practiced in Yufan Tian for half a day, which might have been just the time it took to smoke a cigarette on Blue Star. Zhang Yuhe took a look at the attribute panel and couldn't help but shake his head. Hey, my cultivation is getting slower and slower. After half a day's practice, I am now at the 4th level of qi refining, but my progress is getting slower and slower. It took him about 10 minutes to go from immortal to the 1st level of qi refining. It took more than half an hour to go from the 1st floor of qi refining to the 2nd floor of qi refining. However, it took him more than 2 hours to refine from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. Although this speed is comparable to upgrading by rocket, Zhang Yuhe is still not satisfied. This is the qi refining stage, it's so slow. There are so many realms behind qi refining. If you want to cultivate to Mahayana Ascension, it will take thousands of years, right? Yes, Zhang Yuhe's goal is to ascend to immortality. With his amazing talent, even if he were a pig, he could become the 2nd senior brother as long as the environment was right. Set your goals high and then be down to earth. Take your time and spend some time getting qi refining great completion first. I'm hungry. I have to find a way to get something to eat. Zhang Yuhe touched his shriveled belly and muttered to himself. Although his realm has reached the 4th level of qi refining, he is a true monk. But he is just a monk, not a god, and he will still feel hungry if he doesn't eat. Before coming in, Zhang Yuhe had never thought about the issue of eating. Of course, there's no point in even thinking about it. It's impossible for him to carry 100 days worth of food in here. Before it gets dark, go and cut some game to fill your stomach. Zhang Yuhe took out his long sword and stepped out of the Taoist temple's gate for the first time. Chapter 4. Holding a long knife, Zhang Yuhe moved carefully through the mountains and forests. Although he had no experience in surviving in the wild, he didn't know how to hunt or how to find prey. But you can't let a living person die from holding his urine. Besides, he is now considered a cultivator at least. Even if you can't defeat a powerful monster, it should be no problem to kill a small monster that can fill your stomach. While thinking, he shuttled through the mountains and forests. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard not far away. Zhang Yuhe's heart trembled, and he quickly hid behind a big tree, sticking his head out and observing quietly forward. After a while, a huge wild boar appeared in his sight. Damn, is Yufan Tian's wild boar this big? When Zhang Yuhe saw the wild boar, he became completely Spartan. The wild boar, which is bigger than a cow, must have become a spirit. At this time, he was a little hesitant about whether to have this wild boar as his dinner. Through observation, he found that although the wild boar was very large, the aura it exuded seemed to be weaker than his. If I sneak up on him and attack him, I should have a chance to kill him. Forget it, wild boar meat doesn't taste good, let's change our target. After some inner struggle, Zhang Yuhe quickly found an excuse for himself and gave up the idea of rushing forward. The main reason was that he only had the 4th level of qi refining, but had not learned any divine ability. The fancy techniques and divine abilities that a cultivator should have, and the ability to move mountains and seas, currently only exist in imagination. Zhang Yuhe now only has brute force, and if he wants to kill monsters he can only rely on the long sword in his hand, or use his fists directly. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in his long sword that cost 50,000 blue coins. Can the ordinary sword made by Blue Star kill Yufan Tian's monster? Zhang Yuhe expressed doubt. The purpose of holding the long knife is to give myself courage. That's all. After bypassing the big wild boar, Zhang Yuhe discovered several monsters one after another. However, he still did not choose to take action, because the aura emitted by these monsters was similar to his own, while some were stronger than his. It made him terrified. Leave them there for now. After a few days when their strength has increased, we can kill them and eat their meat. After comforting himself, Zhang Yuhe continued on his way to find his dinner. Hey, this is good. Yellow sheep meat should be delicious, right? There were quite a lot of monsters in the forest, and Zhang Yuhe quickly found the target. This is a monster that looks like a gazelle. Just think of it as a yellow sheep. The yellow sheep is not big, about the same size as the ones on Blue Star. The key point is that the aura emitted by this yellow sheep is very weak. It was probably about the same as when he just broke through the first level of Qi refining. That's it. The first time Zhang Yuhe took action against Yufan Tian, he felt that he should play it safe. So I found the weakest monster. He quietly approached the yellow sheep. At this time, the yellow sheep did not know that its life was about to come to an end, and it was still leisurely eating leaves. Clang! Zhang Yuhe suddenly jumped up, unsheathed his long sword, and the spirit qi in his dantian quickly flowed to the long sword in his hand. The sharp blade slashed straight down towards the yellow sheep's neck. Due to the difference in strength and the fact that it was a sneak attack, the yellow sheep had no time to react. The knife flashed, and the sheep's head was separated. Only the body of the little yellow sheep and two shining wooden boxes were left on the ground. Haha, something has exploded. What good stuff could it be? Maybe it's a divine weapon for me. The first time he killed a monster in Yufan Tian, 2 items dropped, and Zhang Yuhe was very excited. He quickly opened the first box, and a stone filled with spirit qi appeared in front of him. The stones are not big, only the size of mahjong tiles. This thing should be the spirit stone. Zhang Yuhe quickly picked up the spirit stone. Not bad, getting a spirit stone is a good reward. The spirit stone has a wide range of uses in the immortal cultivation world. It can not only assist in cultivation, but can also be used to set up formations. Of course, the main purpose of spirit stone is currency. It is the universal currency of immortal cultivation world. Walking in Yufan Tian without a spirit stone is like being without money in Blue Star, and you can't take a single step. After putting away the spirit stone, Zhang Yuhe opened the second box, and a burst of meaty aroma filled his face. Is it a plate of barbecue? Looking at the items in the box, Zhang Yuhe was speechless. He thought about a lot of things, such as some secret manuals of martial arts, or law, weapon, law, treasure, etc. He even fantasized about whether a divine weapon would appear. However, inside the box was a plate of delicious barbecue, which he had never expected. Your imagination is still not big enough. That's fine, just ordering dinner is exactly what he needs. Zhang Yuhe took the barbecue out of the box. I have to say that the settings of the game system are still very thoughtful. The barbecue was actually served on a plate for him so he didn't have to eat it with his hands. Go back to eat and practice. Zhang Yuhe held a long knife in his left hand and a plate of barbecue in his right hand, and quickly returned to the Taoist temple. As for the dead gazelle on the ground, he didn't even look at it again. Because Zhang Yuhe suddenly remembered that he didn't bring any seasoning or fire. There is no way to eat a yellow sheep with nothing. You can't eat it raw. He is not Bear Grylls, so he really can't eat it raw. After a while, Zhang Yuhe returned to the Padao temple. He cut the barbecue into small pieces with a long knife and then enjoyed it slowly. After eating a piece of barbecue, I felt relaxed. It smells so good, look at what other people are doing. Zhang Yuhe opened the chat channel while eating barbecue. At this time, the number of people popping up in the chat channel is no longer as many as at the beginning. But the screen is still refreshed, just not as fast as before. I'm so hungry, do you guys have any food? Can you add me as a friend and give me some? Haha, I brought a box of instant noodles before I came in, enough for several days. There are monsters everywhere outside. How can you be hungry? Go out and kill the monsters and eat their meat. What the hell, can you beat him? I should have brought an AK with me. AK is useless. It won't work here. No way, there is such a thing. Yes, I brought a sniper rifle, but I couldn't even start a fire. It was no better than a fire stick. That's true. Not only are firearms useless here, but even lighters are useless. That's it, are we going to starve to death here? What are you afraid of? At worst, I can just go out and fight the monsters. It doesn't matter if I die. I can just go back to sleep and come in again tomorrow as a brave man. Don't think too much. If you really can't bear it, just log off. Today is only the first day. Get to know the situation and come back tomorrow when you are more prepared. That's right. It won't take much time anyway. Cultivating immortals takes hundreds or thousands of years, so 100 days won't make a difference. The brother above is right. I'm going offline first. Bye-bye. Hey, I'll hold it for a while. It's getting dark. I'm so scared. This is a deserted village. There won't be any ghosts at night. It's just right to have ghosts. Just thinking about Ning Kechen makes me feel happy. FK, man, I respect you as a man. Chapter 5. Zhang Yuhe was eating barbecue while watching the players chatting in the chat channel. Seeing the miserable looks of the others, he suddenly felt that the barbecue in his hand smelled even better. To be honest, he was not well prepared. It seemed that apart from mental preparation, I had nothing else. I resigned a month in advance and only prepared a knife. Of course, no matter how much preparation you make, it won't be of much use. After all, this is the first time for everyone to come into contact with Yufan Tian, and the information provided on the website is really limited. For example, those big guys who came in with firearms turned out to be no better than him. If a firearm doesn't make a noise, it's better to use a fire stick. At least his long sword can be used to chop monsters and cut meat. It is simple and practical. Zhang Yuhe felt that this long sword was worth the 50,000 blue coins. Continue practicing. After eating the barbecue, Zhang Yuhe didn't waste any time and sat down cross-legged. As the technique was practiced, the surrounding spirit chi slowly gathered towards him. He only wanted to practice now and didn't want to think about other issues at all. For example, as some players said, will there be ghosts at night? After all, this is the immortal cultivation world, so it seems normal to have ghosts. Especially since they are now in the wilderness, this possibility is indeed not small. Some players are also worried that their pets may be taken away by wild monsters at night. In fact, in Zhang Yuhe's opinion, it is useless to think too much about these problems, and he will deal with them when they arise. The next day, Zhang Yuhe woke up from his practice and the sun was already high in the sky. The night passed peacefully, and he advanced one level, now reaching the 5th level of Qi refining. It's getting slower and slower. I only level up once a night. Zhang Yuhe silently complained about his own training speed. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would definitely rush over and hack him to death. In fact, cultivation is inherently a slow process. Normally, it takes about 10 days for a high-grade spirit root to advance from a mortal to a Qi refining level, but this can vary greatly depending on the level of diligence. It takes at least 1 month for middle-grade spirit root to enter the Qi refining level. As for low-grade spirit root, it depends on fate. If you are lucky, you can enter the Qi refining level in 3 to 5 months. If you are unlucky and not diligent enough in your practice, you may still be immortal after 2 or 3 years. It only took Zhang Yuhe 1 day to cultivate to the 5th level of Qi refining, which definitely broke Yufan Tian's cultivation record. Who made his talent so abnormal? Time passed slowly. Zhang Yuhe stayed in the Taoist temple to practice. When he was hungry, he went out to hunt some game. He found that the probability of food dropping was very high. On average, 1 piece of food would drop for every 2 monsters killed. Basically, there are all kinds of barbecue, and occasionally some dry food. As for the secret manuals of martial arts, or law weapon law treasure, etc. that he was expecting, he had never seen them at all. Fortunately, the drop rate of spirit stone is not low. Through foraging these days, he has picked up more than 10 spirit stones. I don't know if it has something to do with the lucky attribute, but every time Zhang Yuhe kills a monster, a spirit stone will almost always pop up. These days, apart from sleeping, I just practice and kill monsters." A month later, Zhang Yuhe woke up from his practice, and a strong aura spread from his body to the surroundings. Finally, it's time to go out and see the Qi refining great completion. It's not that he doesn't want to continue practicing, but that he can no longer practice. Because he had no skills, the Qi refining technique given by the system could only be practiced to perfection. If you want to continue practicing, you must find a higher level technique. Originally, he was thinking about practicing and fighting monsters at the same time to see if he could get suitable secret skills. However, he was overthinking it, as the martial arts skills were not so easy to reveal. If you want to acquire martial arts skills, the best way is to start from the natives. Either buy or choose to join the indigenous forces. Over the past month, Zhang Yuhe has been paying attention to the information on the chat channel every day. Although, most of the players either died in monster or could not bear the various difficulties and chose to log off. But there is still a small number of players who are still persisting. In addition, some lucky players have walked out of the wilderness and found Yufan Tian's indigenous city. According to the descriptions of those players, the indigenous forces in the city include families and gangs, and most of these indigenous forces will recruit people. Of course, joining the indigenous forces requires signing a contract. As long as one has spirit root qualifications, even if they have not yet reached the Qi refining stage and are not true monks, they will be recruited. Once you join the indigenous forces, you will not only be given the secret manuals of martial arts, but also receive a salary. What kind of skills will be given and how much salary you can get depends on your personal ability and the strength of the indigenous forces. It doesn't matter if you don't want to join the indigenous forces. There are places selling martial arts in the city. As long as you have enough spirit stones, the secret manuals of martial arts, weapon law treasures are not a problem. Zhang Yuhe planned to find the indigenous city first, and then slowly develop the subsequent skills. There is no future in practicing in the wilderness all the time. Zhang Yuhe arrived at the entrance of the Taoist temple and swung the long sword in his hand into the air. As the knife flashed, a big tree 5 meters away fell down. Seeing this effect, he couldn't help but nodded silently. Qi refining great completion's strength is not weak, right? Even if he doesn't know the divine ability, he should be able to gain a foothold in a small place with brute force. Let's go. Zhang Yuhe chose a direction and leaped forward quickly. There was no way, he couldn't fly yet, so he could only jump on the ground to move forward. With his current strength, he could run more than 10 meters with one jump. If he goes to the Olympics, Bolt won't even be able to see his back. Zhang Yuhe rushed recklessly through the mountains and forests, not caring at all whether there were monsters or not. He has explored all the monsters in this forest and found that they are not too strong. As long as he has the strength, he can do whatever he wants. Just run all the way and kill any monster you encounter on the way. He picked up the exploded spirit stone, and as for the barbecue, forget it, he was a little tired of it. Roar! As he was running and jumping, suddenly a deafening roar of a beast came from a distance. There seems to be a big guy, let's go and take a look. Zhang Yuhe quickly turned around and ran towards the direction where the sound came from. Since you have encountered a monster, you naturally have to go over and chop it up. Even if a spirit stone drops, it will be fine. After a while, he saw the monster that had just roared. But there were not one, but two monsters fighting each other. One was a giant tiger, and the other was a blue bull that was bigger than an elephant. Every time the giant tiger roared, rays of light would be emitted, like invisible long swords, constantly slashing towards the blue ox. Although the blue ox looked thick-skinned and tough, it was still cut with huge gashes. The green ox was not weak either. Its horns were flashing yellow light. Every time the light flashed, thorns would emerge from the ground and stab the giant tiger. Both of these monsters can cast spells. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuhe was shocked. He had killed many monsters before, but he had never encountered one that could use magic. Those monsters were just like him and could only rely on brute force. You can tell at first glance that these two monsters are extraordinary. Zhang Yuhe silently felt the breath of the green ox and the giant tiger. They are both rank 1 peak monsters, and they almost broke through to rank 2. Looking at the two monsters in front of him, Zhang Yuhe was a little hesitant. It seems that these two monsters are quite powerful, and he may not be able to defeat them. Chapter 6. Looking at the two monsters in front of him, Zhang Yuhe fell into deep thought. It definitely won't work if you just rush in and do it recklessly. He might not be able to beat even one of them. If he rushed forward, he would probably be beaten by the mixed doubles and would be killed quickly. The best way, of course, is to wait for a bargain. Everyone knows the principle that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is waiting behind. I hope these two monsters don't die together, because only the monsters he kills will drop items. If they both died, he would only be able to pick up 2 monster corpses. He had no interest in monster's corpse. Although the monster corpse must be worth a lot of money, he can't just run away carrying 2 such big things. As for taking the valuable parts? Sorry, he is still illiterate about cultivation and has no knowledge in this area. Just wait and see. It would be best if one person dies and the first layer is injured. Zhang Yuhe made up his mind. It would be alright if he waited, he was not in a hurry anyway. The fight between the two monsters became more and more intense, with wounds all over their bodies and blood flowing. However, Zhang Yuhe could see that the advantage should be on the side of the giant tiger. The blue ox's body was too huge, and facing the giant tiger's invisible sword light, it could only withstand it and could not dodge it at all. However, the giant tiger was able to dodge the blue bull's ground spikes. Although it was often stabbed, it was naturally able to hold out to the end because it was less stabbed. When the agility type competes with the strength type, the agility type will naturally have some advantages. Sure enough, after a while, King Niu gradually became exhausted and his body began to shake. At this moment, the giant tiger suddenly jumped up, and its huge claws knocked the blue cow to the ground, and then it bit it madly. After struggling for a while, the blue ox became motionless. Roar! The victorious giant tiger let out a roar that shook the earth. Right now! Zhang Yuhe no longer hesitated. He flashed out and quickly passed through the woods. Clang! The sword light cut through the sky and went straight towards the giant tiger. The injured giant tiger, upon noticing the incoming knife light, quickly jumped to avoid it. However, the opportunity that Zhang Yuhe had been waiting for so long was not so easy to avoid. The knife flashed and chopped directly on the giant tiger's neck. Zhang Yuhe retracted his sword and quickly stepped back. The giant tiger swung its tail and hit the empty space. After hunting monsters these days, he has accumulated a lot of experience. Retreat as soon as you hit it, no matter whether you kill the monster or not, you have to retreat to the side and observe first. It's because he doesn't know any spells and can only fight in close combat. Monsters' counterattack before death is still very fierce. If you get hit by it, it's basically GG. He's not as strong as monster. The giant tiger whose neck was cut did not fall down immediately, mainly because the knife in Zhang Yuhe's hand was not good enough. Even though he used all of his spirit chi, he still couldn't chop off the giant tiger's head. To be honest, he felt a little surprised that this knife could still be used. 50,000 blue coins is not a loss. The giant tiger hung its head, but its red eyes were fixed on Zhang Yuhe. Zhao, you half-dead thing, do you still want to turn the tables? Although he said so, he did not dare to be careless at all. Roar! The giant tiger let out a deafening roar, then suddenly rushed towards Zhang Yuhe, with rays of light spurting out of its huge mouth. Zhang Yuhe dodged quickly and slashed with the long knife in his hand again. The giant tiger swung its tail, trying to knock the long knife away. But how could Zhang Yuhe let it go as he wished? He turned his wrist, and the knife changed direction and chopped at the same place again. The blow was so fierce that it almost chopped off the huge tiger's head. The giant tiger couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a loud thud. After the giant tiger fell to the ground, 2 boxes appeared in front of him, flashing with light. One was a wooden box like the previous one, but the other glowed with a golden light. Haha, a golden treasure chest, this time I should be able to get something good. I hope you can give me a copy of the foundation building stage technique. Zhang Yuhe was very excited when he saw the golden treasure chest appear. He now particularly needs a set of exercises for the foundation building stage. Without the set of exercises, he cannot practice and will always be in the qi refining stage. Qi refining is followed by foundation building. Although the skills can also be bought in the indigenous cities. But that would cost money, and he didn't know when he would earn enough money to buy the skills. Wouldn't it be better if a martial arts technique was revealed directly? The rhythm cannot be interrupted, otherwise it will be very uncomfortable. Zhang Yuhe opened the golden box with excitement. It's not a secret book. A black token lay quietly in the treasure chest. One could tell at a glance that this thing had nothing to do with the secret book. Zhang Yuhe picked up the token in disappointment, only to see the 3 words Yufan Tian written on the front of the token and the 2 words Dao Shang written on the back. Daos Hung? Could it be related to Daos Hung sect? According to the descriptions of players who have arrived at the city, in the Yufan Tian world, indigenous forces exist in the form of families or gangs. As for the sect, there is only one sect in the entire Yufan Tian world, and that is the Daos Hung sect. Daos Hung sect is Yufan Tian's heaven, an existence that has no other choice but to uphold it. If other forces want to establish a sect, they will be immediately destroyed by the Daos Hung sect. Very domineering. Any item related to Daos Hung sect will not be simple. Zhang Yuhe looked carefully at the token in his hand, but he couldn't figure out what it meant. I don't know what this thing is used for. Could it be an identity token left behind by a disciple of the Daos Hung sect after his death? Or is this an exchange voucher? With the token, I can go to the Daos Hung sect to exchange for items. Zhang Yuhe couldn't help scratching his head while holding the token. It's embarrassing to hold a treasure in your hand but not know how to use it. He tried to input spirit qi into the token. Suddenly a message appeared in his mind. The Daos Hung sect's token. Holding the token, one can join the Daos Hung sect. Oh my god! Zhang Yuhe was completely stunned. This token is actually a token, with which one can join the Daos Hung sect. The huge surprise knocked him out. If they wanted to survive in Yufan Tian for a long time, they had to find a way to join the indigenous forces. After all resources are controlled by the natives, whether it is the spirit vein or the secret manuals. If they want something, they have to find indigenous forces, and some things cannot be bought just by earning spirit stones. After all, not everything can be bought. Joining the indigenous forces is the best choice for players. Since we are going to join the indigenous forces, of course we should find a stronger force. In Yufan Tian's world, is there any force stronger than the Daos Hung sect? The answer is no. This is a transcendent level big thick leg. As long as you hold it firmly, you can practice safely in the future. As for the resources of the skills, there is no need to worry at all. If the Daos Hung sect can't get something, there's no need to waste time looking for it elsewhere. However, Daos Hung sect generally does not recruit disciples publicly, so even if they want to join, they have no way. But now he can join Daos Hung sect directly through the token. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but get very excited. Set off quickly, find a city first, and then ask how to get to Daos Hung sect. Chapter 7. Zhang Yuhe carefully put the token into his trouser pocket and then opened the wooden treasure chest. There is only one spirit stone. How stingy! Such a powerful monster only gave me one spirit stone. But he didn't care. With the token of Daos Hung sect, why would he need a bicycle? Zhang Yuhe put away the spirit stone and continued on his way, leaving behind 2 monster corpses. He didn't know in which direction there would be the indigenous city. He had been active in this forest for a month and hadn't seen a single person. There was no way he could find anyone to ask, he could only roughly determine the direction based on the terrain of the mountain. As for whether you will go the wrong way, only God knows. You should be brave enough to try and make mistakes when doing things. Try running in one direction first. Zhang Yuhe quickly moved through the mountains and forests, avoiding the monsters when he encountered them. He was not interested in monster now, he just wanted to find the indigenous city as soon as possible and then find out how to get to Daosheng Sect. For him, nothing is more important than going to Daosheng Sect. Zhang Yuhe didn't want any accidents to happen. What if he died accidentally and the token fell out? It is hard to say whether the player will drop items when he dies. He didn't want to take any risk. The most urgent task is to run steadily to Daosheng Sect and then join the sect. As long as he can join the Daosheng Sect, with his extraordinary aptitude for cultivating immortals, there is hope for ascension. This is an opportunity, don't miss it. Zhang Yuhe ran all the way, and after about 2 hours, he found that the trees around him did not seem as tall as before. And the mountains began to become flat. Are we about to get out of the forest? According to common sense, this should be a sign of soon coming out of the mountains. I hope I can meet some natives as soon as possible and ask for directions. It's really frustrating to run around aimlessly like this. After running for a while, Zhang Yuhe suddenly stopped. It seems like there is someone there. He listened carefully and heard the roars of beasts and the sounds of fighting in the distance. The distance was a bit far and I almost didn't notice it. Haha, there really is someone there, let's go and take a look. Zhang Yuhe held his breath and quietly moved towards the direction where the sound came from. He didn't just rush over there foolishly, because he had no idea what the fight was like over there. What if you happen to meet a native with a bad temper and think he is here to steal the monster, and you just attack him with a knife? That would be nonsense. After a while, Zhang Yuhe saw the source of the sound. I saw a young boy in white controlling a flying sword and fighting against a huge wild boar monster. Behind the young man in white stood a middle-aged man in green. Looks like a bodyguard role. Zhang Yuhe roughly imagined that this was a young man, and he should be out for training with his guards. He wondered if there were any other companions nearby. Looking at the young man in white, he controlled the flying sword gracefully, his body constantly moving and dodging, and occasionally shooting out small fireballs with his hands. Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel envious. This was the true way of cultivating immortals. Like the way he was chopping monsters with a long sword, there was absolutely no aesthetic appeal at all. Zhang Yuhe sensed the aura of the 2 men from afar. The young man in white was only at the 4th level of qi refining, but he was evenly matched with the wild boar monster. As for the middle-aged man in blue, he was at the 6th level of qi refining. Very good, the strength of these 2 people is not strong, you can contact them without worry. Only when you meet someone who is weaker than you can you deal with him with confidence. If he really encountered a native whose cultivation level was too high to be understood, he would definitely turn around and leave. In this desolate mountain area, if someone gets stabbed, there's no place to seek justice. The main reason was that he was carrying the Daosheng Sect's token and was afraid that it would fall out if he died. Otherwise, there would be no need to be so cautious. Anyway, he is a player, so if he is really hacked to death, it would just mean that he will have to practice less for a period of time. But that's not possible now. Now he has to stay safe and play it safe. Zhang Yuhe did not show up immediately, but hid behind a tree and quietly observed the room, because the battle of the young man in white had reached a critical moment. He doesn't want to cause misunderstanding. Suddenly, the young man in white made a mistake in his steps and the wild boar monster rushed towards him, and it seemed that he could not avoid it. At this time, the green-clothed guard standing behind the young man in white shouted loudly. "Sixth Master, be careful!" The green-clothed guard waved his right hand, and a flying sword turned into a long rainbow, instantly pinning the wild boar monster to the ground. This blue-clad guard was obviously competent and experienced, which was why he was able to rescue the boy in time. Seeing that the other party had ended the fight, Zhang Yuhe was about to show up and say hello. Perhaps because of the accident that almost happened just now, the blue-clothed guards became more cautious. As he walked quickly towards the young man in white, he carefully observed his surroundings to avoid any further danger. At this moment, the blue-clothed guard suddenly discovered Zhang Yuhe hiding behind a tree. He shouted loudly. "Who is hiding there? Come out!" Zhang Yuhe felt very embarrassed when his hiding place was discovered. Obviously, coming out to say hello and being discovered by others are two completely different things. Don't get me wrong, I was just passing by here and came to take a look when I heard the sound of fighting. There is no way out. When others call me a hidden treasure, I can only explain it. Although these two people were just weaklings in his eyes, he still planned to ask them for directions. So, of course, the attitude needs to be better. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. However, the development of things was completely beyond his expectations. The young man in white, for some reason, became furious and shouted when he saw Zhang Yuhe appear from behind the tree. "You lowly person, you actually dared to spy on me practicing magic. You are really courting death." After saying that, the young man in white pointed with his right hand, and a small fireball flew straight towards Zhang Yuhe. "FK, what kind of psychopath is this?" Zhang Yuhe burped at first, then became angry. "I was talking to you nicely, but you just attacked me to death. This must be the wrong medicine. I originally wanted to ask these two people for some information, but now that they have taken action first, I naturally have to put everything aside." Zhang Yuhe quickly dodged the opponent's fireball. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and at the same time, the aura of Qi refining great completion was released wantonly. "Not good, Master, hurry up, the other party is Qi refining great completion." The blue-clad guard immediately noticed something was wrong and hurriedly warned the young man. "It's a pity that it's too late now." Zhang Yuhe was as fast as lightning and rushed in front of the young man in white with 2 jumps. The sword light cut through the sky, and the young man in white was killed by the sword before he even had time to react. With his current strength, it would be no pressure for him to defeat a weakling at the 4th level of Qi refining. Solve the problem in one stroke, without any delay. Seeing the young man die, the young guard was so scared that he immediately released his flying sword and ran away. There was absolutely no intention of fighting with Zhang Yuhe. How could he possibly win with only level 6 Qi refining? But how could Zhang Yuhe let him get away? Now that we have already started, we must kill them all. Killing one is killing, and killing two is also killing. But at this time, the blue-clothed guard had already flown into the air and was speeding away. Zhang Yuhe can't fly, so he can't catch up at all. "Humph, you still want to run away after all this time?" Seeing the other party run away decisively, Zhang Yuhe was not worried. He quickly threw out the long knife in his hand. "I can't fly and can't catch up with you, but my knife can catch up with you." The long sword was as fast as lightning, rushing straight towards the green-clothed guard in the air. When the blue-clothed guard saw the long sword flying towards him, he hurriedly controlled his flying sword to change direction, trying to avoid it. However, before he could make any move, the long knife pierced through his chest and he fell head first. In the face of the gap in strength, everything is in vain. I don't know if it's because I killed too many monsters or for some other reason. Although it was his first time killing someone, Zhang Yuhe did not feel any discomfort. This is a real living person, not an NPC in an ordinary game. Of course, all this is to blame on the young man in white, he is a psychopath. It's really inexplicable. He didn't expect that this would be the result of his first contact with the natives. But now Zhang Yuhe has figured it out. It was probably because of the young man in white who almost got into an accident while fighting the wild boar monster just now. As a result, he happened to see it. For these young masters, making a fool of themselves in front of outsiders is a huge loss of face. Just now, Zhang Yuhe restrained his aura, and people with a lower realm than him could not tell at first. The young man in white thought that he was just an ordinary man, so he became very cruel and killed him directly. All I can say is, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but shake his head. Psychopaths are everywhere, he was just unlucky today and met one. Well, let's touch the corpse first and then run away quickly. If this young man dies, it might cause trouble. He didn't want to guess what the young man in white was thinking since he was already dead. Zhang Yuhe now only hopes that the young man in white has something that interests him. After all, he didn't find the way, so it's reasonable to leave some good things for himself after he dies. Chapter 8. The natives are not like monsters. They will not drop items after being killed by players. But the natives would carry things on their bodies, and the same is true when touching corpses. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. When the blue-clothed guard fell from the sky, Zhang Yuhe did not go over to check. Instead, he began to touch the corpse happily. After some searching, Zhang Yuhe found a ring from the young man in white. This guy actually strung the rings together with a chain and hung it around his neck. If you don't look carefully, you almost miss it. This should be the storage ring. Zhang Yuhe took a look at the ring, then picked up the flying sword on the ground and ran quickly to the place where the green-clothed guard landed. He was not in a hurry to check the items in the ring. Now was not the time. It is obviously inappropriate to stay at the murder scene to inspect the stolen goods. Who knows if there are any accomplices of these two people nearby, he has to run away first. After a while, Zhang Yuhe ran to the place where the blue-clothed guard landed. He's not dead yet. The situation at the scene surprised him quite a bit. The blue-clothed guard did not die on the spot, but was struggling to crawl forward. He was stabbed in the chest by a long knife, but he didn't die. Is the vitality of a cultivator so tenacious? Seeing Zhang Yuhe coming, the blue-clothed guard showed a look of despair, knowing that Zhang Yuhe would never let him go. Everyone knows the principle of killing to silence someone, but they just hate their bad luck for following a psychopathic young master. If the sixth young master had not been impulsive and ignorant, how could they have provoked a master like Zhang Yuhe? This is how it is in the immortal cultivation world. Strength is the only thing that matters. People who are weak but arrogant generally don't live long. However, it's too late now. The blue-clothed guard shouted to Zhang Yuhe unwillingly. You killed the sixth young master. The Wu family of Feiyun City will not let you go. A dying person still talks so much nonsense. Zhang Yuhe was too lazy to waste time with him, so he threw a punch and finished him off completely. He took out a small bag from the blue-clothed guard and ran away quickly. As for the flying sword of the green-clothed guard, he didn't know where it fell, and he didn't have time to look for it now. Let's leave here quickly. Who knows what methods these native immortal cultivators will use? What if the Wu family of Feiyun City sensed the death of the young man in white as soon as he died, wouldn't they track him down immediately? If that were the case, he would be in big trouble. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best. As long as he runs fast enough, trouble can't catch up with him. Zhang Yuhe made up his mind to run away first as a sign of respect. As he ran away, he checked the storage ring in his hand. The storage equipment of immortal cultivators will have special seals that only they can unlock. As for the blue-clothed guard's storage bag, put it aside for now. The young master must be richer than the guard. Under normal circumstances, if you want to unlock other people's storage equipment, you can only spend time and use spiritual sense to slowly grind it. Of course, the belongings of the dead are not included. Once the cultivator dies, the seal on the storage equipment will be greatly weakened, and it will not be difficult to unlock it. He only knew these common sense through peeking at the information on the chat channel. Zhang Yuhe ran wildly all the way, and at the same time, he separated a wisp of spiritual sense and slowly reached into the storage ring in his hand. After about a few minutes, a space of 5 or 6 cubic meters appeared in his field of vision. The first thing that caught my eye was a neatly arranged pile of spirit stones. Haha, you are indeed a rich young man. Zhang Yuhe took a quick look and saw that there were probably more than 3,000 spirit stones. Killing people and setting fires will earn you a golden belt. The ancients were right. If you just rely on killing monsters, how long will it take to earn so much? It's still easier to make money by killing people, it's a lot of money. Seeing the spirit stones piling up in his storage ring, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but look delighted. However, although the spirit stone is dazzling, it is not the focus of his attention. Spirit stone can be earned slowly. Compared to the natives of Yufan Tian, it is easier for players to make money. After all, when they kill a monster, in addition to getting the monster's corpse, there will also be explosive items, which can be considered double profit. The natives do not have this benefit. See if there's anything good. What Zhang Yuhe needs is a divine ability technique or skill. If that is not possible, some books recording common sense of cultivating immortals will also do. The feeling of being illiterate in cultivating immortals is very uncomfortable. In addition to the spirit stone, there were also some other things scattered in the storage ring of the young man in white. There were all kinds of personal belongings, as well as some bottles and jars, wooden boxes with talismans on them, and Zhang Yuhe even saw some women's clothes in the ring. I have to say that this Wu Laoliu is a playful young man. Zhang Yuhe's spiritual sense quickly scanned the ring space and soon found a crystal clear jade slip. Let's see what's recorded in the jade slip. I hope it's a technique. Zhang Yuhe took out the jade slip and looked at it with anticipation. It's actually a sword controlling technique. That's fine. Try to see if you can learn it first. Only a jade slip was found in the white-clothed boy's ring, and no other skills or divine ability were found. The art of flying a sword is a common skill for cultivators and does not simply refer to flying with a sword. It is a general term for the skills of controlling law weapons. If a monk wants to control law weapons to fly and attack, he must first learn the art of controlling swords. This is a very practical skill, and he plans to try to learn it first. As his spiritual sense penetrated, the method of using the sword technique appeared in his mind in full. It doesn't seem that difficult. After a while, Zhang Yuhe finished reading all the contents in the jade slip. Maybe he was overconfident, but he thought this spell was very simple. I feel like I'll learn it at a glance. Just try it and you'll know. Zhang Yuhe took out a flying sword, which was the one that the young man in white had. He took the flying sword in his hand and looked at it carefully. On the hilt of the flying sword are engraved 4 small characters, Fi Yun Wu Lu. When no one is controlling it, the entire flying sword is only about a foot long. This is a low-grade law weapon, which is a bit shabby for Zhang Yuhe's current level of cultivation. But it's good to have law weapon, and he's not picky. He was refining the flying sword while running. After a while, the flying sword was refined. Zhang Yuhe stopped and waved his right hand. A tiny flying sword, emitting flowing light, hovered in front of him. Go! Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and the flying sword flashed like a stream of light and flew away into the distance. Boom! Under his control, the flying sword directly cut off a tree as thick as a bucket in the distance. Times. The flying sword returned to his front in an instant. Haha, it's very simple. As Zhang Yuhe controlled it, the flying sword flew rapidly around him. He originally thought that it would take a lot of time to comprehend a spell, but he didn't expect that it was actually much simpler than he imagined. It took only 2 or 3 minutes for Zhang Yuhe to learn the sword-wielding technique and control the flying sword as easily as using his own arm. How can it be so easy? Is it because my comprehension is off the charts that I can learn spells so quickly? He guessed silently. Normally, learning a new spell shouldn't be so fast. For example, Mr. Wu must have studied for quite some time. But when he was controlling the flying sword to deal with the wild boar monster, he seemed very clumsy. If the blue-clothed guard had not taken action, he would have been killed by the wild boar monster. Am I not only a cultivation genius, but also a magic genius? Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. It's not a bad thing anyway. Zhang Yuhe didn't worry about it. As long as he learned it, that was enough. Why think so much? Try the flying effect. Zhang Yuhe summoned the flying sword again, then took a step forward and stood firmly on the flying sword. Go ahead. The flying sword flashed like a stream of light, carrying him quickly forward. Haha, I can finally fly. Zhang Yuhe stood on the flying sword and laughed wildly. At this time, he was wearing a miraculous ring on his hand and flying on a flying sword, looking like an immortal. Just as Zhang Yuhe was laughing triumphantly, the Wu family in Feiyun City was in chaos. In the Wu family hall, a middle-aged man wearing a silver crown roared angrily. What did you say? Luer's soul lamp went out. Chapter 9. The middle-aged man with the silver crown is the head of the Wu family in Feiyun City, Wu Wei, a monk of the foundation building late stage. The family member who was in charge of guarding the soul lamp just now reported to him that the soul lamp of his sixth son Wu Tianyi suddenly went out. The soul lamp is a special law weapon that can be used to confirm the life or death of a monk. In their Wu family, only the core members have the opportunity to light the soul lamp. After all, the soul lamp law weapon is not cheap. The extinguishing of the soul lamp means death. Wu Tianyi is his youngest son, and he has good talent, possessing a 5th grade fire spirit root. As long as you practice hard, you have a chance to succeed in foundation building. Wu Wei dotes on his youngest son and trains him to be the successor of the Wu family. Hearing that his son was dead, Wu Wei was completely unable to accept this sudden blow. He asked an old man next to him with a gloomy face. Second uncle, do you know who Lao Lu went out with today? The old man's name is Wu Jian. He is older than Wu Wei in the Wu family. However, due to his poor aptitude, he is nearly 70 years old and has only reached the 6th level of qi refining. He had long since given up practicing and focused on taking care of clan affairs. If family members wanted to go out, they would usually say hello to him. Hearing the patriarch's question, Wu Jian quickly replied. In the morning, the young master went out with guard Jie, saying that he was going to Yunmang Mountain for training. Yunmang Mountain. Hearing this, Wu Wei remained silent. Yunmang Mountain is more than 2,000 miles away from Feiyun City. The environment there is complex and monsters are everywhere. Although most of them are rank 1 monsters, Wu Tianyi is only at the 4th level of qi refining, and guard Jie is a little stronger, but only at the 6th level of qi refining. Once you encounter a powerful monster, accidents are likely to happen. In addition, monks from nearby cities often go to Yunmang Mountain to hunt monsters. So it's hard to say how Wu Tianyi died. Uncle, do you think they encountered a monster or were killed by someone? It's hard to say. Wu Jian did not dare to draw conclusions easily. To be honest, all kinds of accidents can happen in Immortal Cultivation World, and no one can guarantee anything. Wu Wei nodded. He also knew that Wu Jian couldn't give any answer to this kind of thing, so he just asked casually. Wu Wei had a gloomy face and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. After a while, Wu Wei spoke. Go and ask Lu Gongfeng to come over. Yes. Wu Jian responded quickly and walked outside. After a while, Wu Jian walked into the lobby with an old man in green clothes and white hair. The old man's name is Lu Yihe, who is in the middle stage of the building stage. He is a priest recruited by the Wu family. He has served the Wu family for many years and has made considerable contributions. Seeing the old man coming, Wu Wei quickly stood up and asked him. Lu Gongfeng, Tianyi is dead. Please help me figure out the cause and see if we can find the murderer. Okay, I'll try. Lu Yihe has been practicing Taoism for many years and has a special ability that allows him to calculate a person's whereabouts through appropriate media. This method is very popular in the immortal cultivation world, and Lu Yihe will not use it easily. If Wu Tianyi had not died this time, and if Wu Wei had not asked for it himself, he would definitely not have agreed so readily. Of course, he couldn't calculate a person's whereabouts out of thin air, he needed the corresponding medium. Lu Yihe said to the person next to him. Go find one of the sixth young master's personal belongings. Soon, a servant came over with a piece of clothing that Wu Tianyi had worn. Lu Yihe took the clothes and then took out a mirror-shaped law weapon. I saw him muttering something, and then spitting out a mouthful of blood towards the mirror. A discontinuous picture slowly appeared on the mirror. In the picture, Zhang Yuhe holds a long knife and jumps up to split Wu Tianyi into two halves. How brave! Seeing the scene in the mirror, Wu Wei was furious. Originally, he thought that Wu Tianyi might have been killed by a monster. After all, in this area of thousands of miles, everyone knew about the Wu family in Feiyun City. Unless he was a desperate criminal, who would dare to attack anyone from his Wu family? However, with the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but believe it. Wu Wei tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart and asked Lu Yihe in a deep voice. Mr. Lu, can you track down the murderer? Lu Yihe thought for a while and said slowly. It's not certain yet. If the murderer left a trace of his scent at the scene, it should be possible. Humph, let's chase him. If we don't extract the murderer's soul and refine his spirit, I will never be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Wu Wei waved his robe sleeves, rushed out of the hall on his flying sword, and quickly flew towards the place where Wu Tianyi died. Lu Yihe also took out his flying sword and followed closely behind. At this time, Zhang Yuhe was flying quickly with a smile on his face. I didn't expect it to be so easy. While flying on the sword, he was not idle, but explored the storage bag of Guard Jia while flying. He found several jade slips in Guard Jia's storage bag. Although there are no divine abilities or techniques, the jade slips do introduce a lot of basic knowledge about cultivating immortals. Among them was a jade slip, which was a map of the surrounding area, with detailed markings of the distribution of surrounding cities and corresponding explanations. According to the description on the jade slip, this area is under the jurisdiction of Yunzong Prefecture. Yunzong Prefecture is vast, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. There are at least hundreds of small cities like Feiyun City. The most important thing is that there is a teleportation array in Yunzong City, which can be used to teleport to Hezhu City. Then teleport from Hezhu City to Zhongzhou City, and you can reach the mountain gate of Daosheng Sect. Because the Daosheng Sect is just 60,000 miles south of Zhongzhou City. Yufan Tian is vast and boundless. If he relies on flying with a sword by himself, he will probably fly until he dies and will never reach Daosheng Sect. But it's different with the teleportation array. As long as you reach Zhongzhou City, the remaining 60,000 miles will be no problem at all. You can get there in a few days. Zhang Yuhe quickly changed direction and flew towards Yunzong City. By comparing the map on the jade slip, Central Cloud City is only about 5,000 miles away from his current location. Not too far. If we fly at full speed, we will probably arrive in less than half a day. Flying means fast. When Zhang Yuhe was flying quickly towards Central Cloud City, Wu Wei and Lu Yihe had already arrived at the place where Wu Tianyi died. The flying speed of the foundation building monks was much faster than Zhang Yuhe's. They could reach a distance of more than 2,000 miles in just half an hour. Seeing his son's body split in half, Wu Wei slowly squatted down, his eyes frighteningly red. He asked Lu Yihe with gritted teeth. Can you find the murderer? Lu Yihe did not answer immediately, he understood Wu Wei's mood at the moment. However, Zhang Yuhe's killing was quick and decisive, and no trace of anything was left at the scene. In this desolate mountain area, finding the murderer is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he knew some tricks of deduction, he had no corresponding medium and the murderer did not leave any trace. It's hard to find people. Lu Yihe flew up and quickly looked around. After a long time, he returned to his original place and shook his head at Wu Wei. Master, the murderer did not leave any trace, and I can't do anything. Hearing this, Wu Wei remained silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Yihe stood quietly by and did not make any noise to disturb them. The scene fell into dead silence. Suddenly, Wu Wei spoke in a deep voice. Fellow Daoist Lu, I know you have other means. Help me find the murderer. I will reward you handsomely. Now it was Lu Yihe's turn to remain silent. He has been practicing Taoism for nearly 200 years. As the saying goes, old people are more experienced, so naturally he still has some tricks up his sleeve. After all, the murderer killed someone here, it is impossible that he really did not leave any clues. The most important thing is that the murderer killed Wu Tianyi, so there is some connection between the two. It is entirely possible to infer the whereabouts of the murderer through Wu Tianyi's clothes. Just doing this would be very costly. Lu Yihe was unwilling. He was just a servant of the Wu family, in other words, a worker. Naturally, it was impossible for him to work himself to death. Usually, I help the Wu family and solve some minor problems. But it is not so easy to get him to use his most powerful tricks. After a long silence, Lu Yihe spoke. The murderer has been on the run for some time. It is not easy to find him, and he may change direction. Lu Yihe did not refuse directly. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to bargain. Empty words are useless. It is not so easy to get rid of him with just a generous reward. He must see real benefits. Lu Yihe also specifically pointed out that the murderer had been on the run for quite some time, so if anyone wanted to make an offer, they should do it quickly. Otherwise, we might not be able to catch up. As for whether this would offend Wu Wei, Lu Yihe didn't care at all. His relationship with the Wu family is at most a cooperative one, so he doesn't have to consider Wu Wei's mood. With his cultivation level at the middle stage of foundation building, he could go anywhere in the world and didn't necessarily have to stay in the Wu family. Chapter 10. Wu Wei clenched his fists and silently looked at the body of his youngest son that was split in half on the ground. He had already heard the hidden meaning in Lu Yihe's words. Wasn't he just trying to take advantage of this opportunity to get some big benefits? Moreover, he already knew what Lu Yihe needed, but he was unwilling to give it. However, now that his youngest son has been murdered, he is willing to pay any price to find the murderer. Thinking of this, Wu Wei spoke. Brother Lu, I heard that you have a grandson who is a 6th grade fire spirit root, and you have always wanted to find a suitable fire-related technique for him. This time, as long as you help me find the murderer who killed Tianyi, I can take the initiative to pass on the Wu family's Red Flame Heart Sutra to your grandson to practice. That's true. Hearing this, Lu Yihe couldn't help but confirm it excitedly. The Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra is a profound rank low-grade fire attribute technique, and is also the Wu family's family technique of Feiyun City. Not to mention an outsider, even an ordinary member of the Wu family is not qualified to practice. Although Lu Yihe was a servant in the Wu family, he was not alone. He also had family members and relatives. One of the grandchildren, who is 6 years old, had earlier detected the 6th grade fire, spirit root. After that, he had been wanting to find a suitable fire-based martial arts technique for his grandson. The Wu family's Red Flame Heart Sutra, as a profound rank technique that directly points to the nascent soul Great Dao, is obviously very suitable. He had asked Wu Wei about this matter indirectly before, but was always evaded. No matter how much he was willing to pay, Wu Wei had no intention of passing on the Red Flame Heart Sutra to others. If Wu Tianyi had not been suddenly killed this time, Wu Wei would definitely not have let go. Of course I take it seriously, but your grandson needs to sign a contract with the Wu family. No problem. It is normal to sign a contract. Lu Yihe does not care about it. As long as his grandson is successful in cultivation, he can't be restricted by a contract. Moreover, he can live for several more decades, so at least he can support his grandson's foundation building to be successful. As long as my grandson's foundation building is successful, the rest of the journey will depend on him. So Lu Yihe agreed readily. After the two continued to discuss some specific details, Wu Wei bowed and said, "Brother Lu, please, you must find the murderer." "Master, please rest assured. I will be able to track down the murderer in 2 hours at most." Lu Yihe was very happy that his wish had been fulfilled, and he even showed more respect to Wu Wei in his words. As for whether the murderer could be found, he was not worried. To be honest, the murderer's action was clean and neat, and there were not many traces left at the scene. But the murderer was obviously a novice. After killing someone, he neither destroyed the body nor did he do any follow-up work. Although Wu Tianyi died, and died unwillingly, the resentment he felt before his death was still lingering around, and the murderer did not dispel this resentment before leaving. By following this resentment and using some special methods, he was confident that he could find the whereabouts of the murderer. If you are doing something for someone else, you should work harder, especially since you haven't gotten any benefits yet. Lu Yihe took out a number of small flags from his storage ring and placed them around. Then he took out a pitch-black formation plate and carefully placed it on the place where Wu Tianyi fell. Wu Wei, who was standing nearby, roughly understood some of it and exclaimed in amazement. "The 10,000-mile soul-chasing technique? Brother Lu is really good. He actually knows this unpopular technique. It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Next, please ask the head of the family to protect me. When I perform the 10,000 miles soul-chasing technique, I must not be disturbed by anyone." After Lu Yihe finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and made some hand gestures. "Brother Lu, please feel free to cast the spell. I will make sure no one disturbs you while I am here." Wu Wei flew into the air, and his spiritual sense spread out in all directions, monitoring every move around him. At this time, Zhang Yuhe was happily flying towards Central Cloud City, unaware that the Wu family would be able to track his movements immediately. This is normal, as Immortal Cultivation World has countless strange methods. Not to mention that he is just a semi-illiterate cultivator, even an old monster who has practiced for thousands of years does not know everything. While flying, Zhang Yuhe took out the map jade slip from time to time for comparison. Time passed slowly, and Central Cloud City was not far away. Lu Yihe sat cross-legged on the ground with a pile of spirit stones beside him. As his fingers kept pinching the magic formula, the spirit stones were quickly consumed and his face became paler and paler. Although the Wan Li soul-chasing technique is very effective in tracking, it also consumes a lot of energy. With his mid-stage foundation building cultivation, it was really difficult for him to forcefully activate this spell. Moreover, activating the 1,000 miles soul-chasing technique would cause enormous damage to him, and he would probably need a long time to recuperate. If it weren't for the Red Flame Heart Sutra, he wouldn't have worked so hard. Suddenly, Lu Yihe spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted loudly. "Return of the soul, hurry!" As soon as the words fell, points of light slowly flashed, and then gradually gathered together, forming a picture of a monk flying with a sword. The person in the picture is Zhang Yuhe. Seeing the murderer's trace appear, Wu Wei fell from the air and asked with a frown. "That's the direction of Central Cloud City." "Yes." Lu Yihe answered helplessly. Central Cloud City is the capital city, and disciples of the Dao Sheng sect are stationed there. Once the murderer enters Central Cloud City, they will be unable to take action. The most crucial thing is that the murderer is very close to Central Cloud City at this time. No matter how fast they are, it is impossible to intercept him before he enters the city. Lu Yihe wanted to back down, but he didn't have the courage to take action under the eyes of the Daosheng sect's disciples. However, he wanted to back out, but Wu Wei didn't. He only wanted to avenge his son. Wu Wei waved and said to Lu Yihe. Let's go to Central Cloud City. Master, do you want to start a fight in Central Cloud City? Hearing that Wu Wei still wanted to chase after him, Lu Yihe couldn't help but asked in surprise. Of course we don't dare to do it in Central Cloud City. As long as we go over there and kill the murderer, we don't believe he won't leave the city. Wu Wei made up his mind that he would stay in Central Cloud City, and he didn't believe that the murderer could stay in the city all the time. Although violence is not allowed inside the city, there are no restrictions outside the city. As long as the murderer leaves the city, he can avenge his son. But he had to get Lu Yihe along. After all, he was not good at tracking people and needed Lu Yihe's help. The Wu family's Red Flame Heart Sutra is not so easy to obtain. How can Lu Yihe not work hard? Okay, then I'll accompany the patriarch. Since Wu Wei insisted, Lu Yihe had no objection. As long as they didn't take action in Central Cloud City, it would be fine to go over and take a look. And Wu Wei was right. The murderer was most likely unaware that he had been targeted, and it was indeed unlikely that he had stayed in the city all this time. The two released their flying swords and quickly flew towards Central Cloud City. At this time, Zhang Yuhe had already flown out of the forest, and a huge city appeared before him. The walls of the huge city are hundreds of meters high, with no end in sight, and no one can see how big the city is. It's really spectacular. It's hard to imagine how such a large city was built. Looking at the huge city before him, he couldn't help but sigh that the immortal civilization was indeed magnificent. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel full of expectations for the future. Let's go into the city first. Zhang Yuhe flew quickly towards the huge city. From time to time, cultivators flew past him on swords and then landed hundreds of meters away from the city. In Yufan Tian's world, all prefecture and state-level cities have no fly magic arrays, and flying is prohibited unless one's strength reaches a certain level. If you want to enter the city, you can only walk there. Chapter 11. Zhang Yuhe landed not far outside the city. Since there are no guards at the city gate and no entry tax is required, it is very open-minded. Passing through the city gate and entering the city, you will see rows of buildings on both sides of the street arranged in an orderly manner. The streets were bustling with people coming and going, and from time to time, monks with powerful auras would quickly pass by him. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuhe was not in the mood to appreciate the customs and practices of these alien worlds at this moment, but instead ran quickly towards the north of the city. Although Zhang Yuhe didn't know that the Wu family was following him, but he understood that there would definitely be trouble after killing Wu Laoliu. But it is hard to say how big the trouble will be and when it will come. Zhang Yuhe felt that when the situation was unclear and his strength was not strong enough, the best way to get out of trouble was to run away. In Yufan Tian's world, what is the best way to run a long distance in a short time? Of course, take the teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, he can reach a place thousands of miles away in an instant. What kind of trouble can chase him so far? Of course, more importantly, he had to go to the Holy Sect through the teleportation array. As long as he could join the Daosheng Sect, he wouldn't even look at the so-called Wu family of Feiyun City. After crossing one street after another, a magnificent building appeared in front of Zhang Yuhe. On the plaque above the main gate of the building, 3 large characters "Teleportation Hall" are written in an elegant style. A monk in golden armor was standing at the entrance of the hall, while outside the door a group of people were quietly queuing. No way, do we have to queue up to take the bus in Immortal Cultivation World? Zhang Yuhe complained silently, then quickly ran to the end of the line and lined up obediently. He was not quite clear about the rules of the teleportation array in Yufan Tian's world. But it doesn't matter. If you don't understand, just follow others and ask when it's your turn. The efficiency of the teleportation hall is much faster than Zhang Yuhe imagined. After a while, he came to the golden armored monk at the door. The golden armored monk asked, "Where are you going?" Zhang Yuhe quickly replied, Go to Hezhu City. 500 spirit stones. Go through the middle passage after entering. Remember to bring this with you. After the golden armored monk finished speaking, he handed over a piece of talisman paper. Zhang Yuhe nodded in thanks, then walked forward along the middle aisle. Soon, a huge magic circle appeared in front of him, with a group of people standing in the middle of the circle. This group of people were obviously passengers traveling the same way as him and taking the teleportation array together. Zhang Yuhe quickly walked onto the teleportation formation. After a while, people started to walk onto the teleportation array one after another. When the number of people reached 100, the teleportation array suddenly lit up with dazzling light, covering all the people on it. The talisman paper in Zhang Yuhe's hand instantly ignited, followed by a dizzying spin, and they disappeared. Shit, it makes me feel even more dizzy than flying on a plane. The feeling of teleporting was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited. Zhang Yuhe discovered that they were now on a larger teleportation array. Others had already started to walk outside, and he followed them. Then they lined up again and were teleported to Zhongzhou City. Awesome! Walking out of the Zhongzhou City teleportation hall and looking at the scenery inside the city, he could only use these two words to describe the magnificence of the city. Zhongzhou City is the largest city in Yufan Tian and is rumored to be tens of thousands miles in radius. There are wide streets in the city and towers that reach into the sky. Of course, there are also countless monks with powerful auras. This is not a city at all, but a continent filled with magnificent buildings. Walking on the streets in the city, Zhang Yuhe felt like an ant walking on the road, feeling very small. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Let's go to Daosheng Sect first. At this time, Zhang Yuhe had no plan to stay in the city. He was eager to reach Daosheng Sect as soon as possible. He spent 5 spirit stones to buy a map of the area around Zhongzhou City on the street, and then headed towards the south of the city. At this time, Wu Wei and Lu Yihe had already arrived outside Central Cloud City. Brother Lu, can you still track down the murderer's location? Lu Yihe shook his head. No, the atmosphere in the city is mixed, and we can no longer determine the exact location of the murderer. Wu Wei was not surprised to hear Lu Yihe's answer. Although the 1,000 miles tracking technique is unpopular, it is just a low-end spell with many limitations in its use. Moreover, Lu Yihe is just a foundation-building monk. It is already very good that he can lead him to track the murderer to Central Cloud City. We can't expect too much. But he didn't care too much. As long as the murderer was still in the city, he would find a way to find him. Wu Wei waved his sleeves and said, "Let's go to Fengzin Tower." Fengzin Tower is located on the southern street of Central Cloud City. It mainly does some nosy business and is quite famous in the whole Yunzhong prefecture. Seeing a guest coming, a woman in a green dress came up to greet him with a smile. "Please come in, distinguished guest." After serving tea and sitting down, the woman in green skirt asked Wu Wei and the others, "I wonder if you two need any help from Fengzin Lu?" Wu Wei didn't waste any words. He just waved his right hand and a portrait of Zhang Yuhe appeared in front of the 3 people. "Looking for someone? This person should have just entered the city. Check where he went." The woman in the green dress took a closer look at the portrait, then nodded and said, "Please wait a moment, both of you." She took out a jade token and pointed at it, as if looking for information. After a while, the woman in green dress put away the jade token and said to Wu Wei, "This person has indeed just entered the city, but we don't have much information." 5,000 spirit stones. When Wu Wei heard the price offered by the woman in green dress, he paid immediately without hesitation. He was eager to find out where Zhang Yuhe was going and then stare at him closely. The woman in the green dress put away the spirit stone and said with a smile, "This person has already left Central Cloud City via the teleportation array." "What?" Hearing this, Wu Wei immediately stood up from his chair, frowned and asked the woman in the green dress, "Do you know where he teleported to?" Sorry, the transmission hall is under the jurisdiction of Dao Sheng Sect, and we don't have any corresponding information. Wu Wei was very angry at what the woman in green skirt said. She had been teleported away and no one knew where she had gone, yet she still dared to take 5,000 spirit stones from him. Even robbing money is not so cruel. More importantly, now he has no idea where the murderer is. How is he going to avenge his son? After a while, Wu Wei asked in a deep voice. Then do you know this person's origin? Since the murderer cannot be found for the time being, it would be good to know his origins. It's impossible for a person to appear out of nowhere, he must have family and relatives. If we can't find the murderer for the time being, then we'll kill his entire family first. However, the woman in the green dress shook her head and said. This person's origins are unknown. We don't have any other information about him. We only know that he just entered the city today and then teleported away. Hearing this, Wu Wei was so angry that he almost trembled, thinking that the woman in the green dress was lying to him. With the strength of Fengzhen Tower, there must be something about Yunzong Mansion that they don't know. The woman in green skirt said this just to extort more money from him. Thinking of this, Wu Wei said while suppressing his anger. Tell me this person's background, and I can add money. Unfortunately, Wu Wei was destined to be disappointed. Zhang Yuhe was a player from Blue Star, and today was the first time he appeared in front of the natives. No matter how great Fengzhen Tower's divine ability is, it is impossible to find out his origins. The woman in the green dress could see that Wu Wei was very anxious, but unfortunately she did not have any more information about Zhang Yuhe. Even if Wu Wei offered more spirit stones, she would be helpless. She couldn't earn this spirit stone and could only shake her head. Snort! Wu Wei had a gloomy face, flicked his sleeves, and walked out of Fengzhen Tower with Lu Yihe. He couldn't afford to offend Fengzhen Tower. The Wu family was considered a powerful force in Feiyun City, but in Yunzong City, there were many forces stronger than the Wu family. As a faction of Central Cloud City, Fengzhen Tower is even more mysterious and powerful, and they cannot afford to offend it. 5,000 spirit stones were wasted, and I had no choice but to accept it. Chapter 12. Zhang Yuhe quickly passed through Zhongzhou City and rushed towards the south of the city. He didn't know that a huge crisis was chasing him, but because he ran too fast, the crisis disappeared. Different choices will lead to different consequences. If he had run a little slower just now, he would have been caught up. Things in the world are so wonderful. Daosheng Sect is located 60,000 miles south of Zhongzhou City, and there is no direct teleportation array. To be precise, there is no external teleportation array. If a cultivator wants to go to Daosheng Sect, he can only fly there by himself. With Zhang Yuhe's current strength, even if he flew at full speed, it would probably take several days. After running out of Zhongzhou City, Zhang Yuhe released his flying sword and stepped on it quickly. Occasionally, a streak of light would pass by him quickly on the road, perhaps it was a disciple of the Daosheng Sect returning from an outing. However, he did not approach to chat, but just kept his head down and flew. 7 days later, a huge fairy mountain appeared before him. The fairy mountains stretch endlessly, with peaks reaching straight into the sky. Some pavilions on the peaks are looming in the clouds, creating a sacred land scene. Is this the Daosheng Sect? Seeing the fairy mountain in front of him, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, with his current chi refining stage strength, flying for 7 consecutive days was really tiring. Following the instructions on the map, Zhang Yuhe quickly arrived at the reception desk. Seeing someone coming, a pretty girl in purple came out from the reception desk, bowed to him politely and asked. I am Zhao Qingqing, an outer sect disciple of the Daosheng Sect. May I ask what business you have with me, Brother Dao? The purple-clothed girl did not show any arrogance or indifference to Zhang Yuhe just because he was weak. There are often outsiders visiting the reception desk, most of whom are visiting friends or relatives who are practicing in the Daosheng sect. The purple-clothed girl didn't know Zhang Yuhe's origins. What if he was the descendant of some old monster in the sect? She has worked at the reception desk for many years and has long since developed a natural and friendly habit. No matter who comes, don't offend them. Zhang Yuhe didn't waste any words. He took out the token and asked Zhao Qingqing politely. I want to join the Daosheng sect. Do you think this will work? After saying that, he handed over the token in his hand. Hearing this, Zhao Qingqing was stunned. The Daosheng sect seldom recruited external disciples. She had only heard of fools like Zhang Yuhe who came directly to the sect and wanted to join it, but this was the first time she had seen him. However, Zhang Yuhe took out an unknown token, which Zhao Qingqing did not recognize, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. What is this? A token. With this token, you can join the Daosheng sect. Seeing Zhao Qingqing's expression, Zhang Yuhe answered with a little uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that the information in the token was a lie? He thought that as long as he brought the token over, he could directly join the Daosheng sect. Now it seems that is not the case. It is obvious that Zhao Qingqing has heard about the token. Zhao Qingqing frowned slightly. She had indeed never heard of the token of trust. However, she has not been a member of the sect for long, so it is possible that there are some secrets that she is not aware of. Zhao Qingqing took the token, input spirit qi and checked it carefully, then a look of surprise appeared on her face. This token does not seem to be fake. It does contain information that allows one to join the Daosheng sect. She was a little hesitant at this moment. She couldn't dare to make decisions on her own about such matters. After thinking for a while, she took out a token and sent it out, then spoke politely to Zhang Yuhe. Brother Dao, please wait a moment. I have sent a message to the sect and someone will be here soon to handle it. After that, he welcomed Zhang Yuhe into the reception hall and served him tea. The two men sat opposite each other. Zhang Yuhe was holding a teacup, feeling a little nervous. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Suddenly, Zhao Qingqing, who was sitting in front of him, stood up quickly and called respectfully to the person behind him. Disciple Zhao Qingqing greets Elder Lu. Zhang Yuhe turned around immediately and saw an old man in a white robe with sword-like eyebrows and kind eyes who appeared behind him at some point. He also quickly stood up and shouted respectfully. Hello, senior. The old man in white robe waved his hand, then took the token and examined it carefully. After a long time, the old man asked Zhang Yuhe. Is this token yours? Yes. Zhang Yuhe quickly replied. Do you know the origin of the token? Zhang Yuhe shook his head blankly. Damn it, this was dropped by him when he killed monsters. God knows where it came from. Can you say it was dropped by a tiger monster? He only hoped that the information in the token was true so that he could join Daosheng sect. But judging from the old man's expression, the token should be real. After all, it was produced by the system, so it was impossible to fool him. Then, the old man spoke slowly. About 100,000 years ago, demons invaded Yufan Tian and set off a catastrophe. In the war against the demons, countless heroes died on the battlefield. In order to take care of the descendants of the heroes and to alert the world to the dangers of demons, the Daosheng sect made this token as a token of trust. Our ancestors left us a legacy. Anyone who holds the token can join the Daosheng sect as an inner disciple and can choose any technique to learn in the sutra building. A total of 100 tokens were made. 100,000 years have passed, and the other tokens have already returned. Yours is the last one. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he can really join the Daosheng sect, the origin of the token is not important to him. Demons and such have nothing to do with him. He is from Blue Star, not a native of Yufan Tian. Even if there is another demon invasion, that's fine. They are players. They can be brave again the next day after death, and they can also log off. For Zhang Yuhe, there is nothing important to do in Yufan Tian except practicing. The purple-dressed girl next to her couldn't help but show envy. There are 100,000 disciples in Daosheng sect, but most of them are just outer disciples. The inner door is not so easy to enter, and there are huge threshold requirements. To her, every inner disciple is a big shot. The Daosheng sect gathers talented people from all over the world, but the number of inner disciples has always been only 3,000. This is generally evident. Zhang Yuhe, a young cultivator at the qi refining stage, could actually enter the inner sect to practice directly, and could also choose any technique in the sutra building. What is the Jingla place? The Daosheng sect's divine ability skills are placed in the library and scripture building respectively. The divine ability skills below earth rank are placed in the library and are open to all disciples. As long as you have enough merits, you can enter the library to exchange them. The sutra building contains divine ability techniques above heavenly grade, which only inner disciples can enter. Even for inner disciples, it is not easy to enter the sutra building to exchange for skills. Some inner disciples may not be able to exchange for a divine ability skill even if they have accumulated merits for hundreds of years. She was a little jealous of this treatment. The old man in white robe standing by took in the expressions of the two men. But he didn't care. It's hard to talk about chance. In his opinion, this token is a great opportunity for Zhang Yuhe. With this token, you can embark on the Great Dao. As for how far you can go, it depends on your luck. In addition to chance, cultivating immortals also depends on talent and personal effort. Chapter 13. Come on, I'll take you to go through the entry formalities. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and disappeared to the reception desk with Zhang Yuhe. Zhao Qingqing at the scene still had an envious expression on her face. Hey, I wonder when I can become an entry-level disciple. It seems that I still need to work harder. As long as I advance to the nascent soul level, I can apply to join the inner section. Zhao Qingqing silently encouraged herself and then sat down cross-legged at the reception desk. Elder Lu took Zhang Yuhe away from the reception desk and soon arrived at the door of a hall. A monk in green clothes hurriedly walked out of the hall and shouted respectfully. Disciple Cheng Sujing greets Elder Lu. The old man in white robe nodded, then pointed at Zhang Yuhe next to him and spoke. Apply for him to have an inner sect status. Inner gate. Cheng Sujing asked in a low voice to confirm. If the person speaking was not an elder, he would have wanted to slap him. Judging from Zhang Yuhe's aura, it is obvious that he is only at the qi refining stage. How can Daosheng sect have inner disciples at the qi refining stage? What's more, Zhang Yuhe is not even an outer sect disciple at the moment, and he joined the inner sect directly upon arrival. Isn't this too much of a joke? Even if they are descendants of the sect's ancestors, they cannot use the back door to this extent. Also, I haven't heard that any descendant of the ancestor is planning to join the sect recently. Who is this deity? Yes, from now on, he is an inner disciple of Daosheng sect. I will report this matter to the sect master. You just need to do as I say. The old man in white robe obviously had no intention of explaining. Cheng Sujing couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Yuhe quickly eased the atmosphere and bowed to Cheng Sujing. Senior brother Cheng. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Just call me Cheng Sujing or Cheng Junior brother. Cheng Sujing waved his hands quickly. He was just an outer disciple of Daosheng sect. As a deacon of the sect, he works in the deacon hall. In the Daosheng sect, outer disciples are required to perform various chores. For example, he was in the deacon hall and Zhao Qingqing was at the reception desk outside the mountain gate. The inner disciples, however, do not need to do these. They either stay in the sect to practice, or go out to guard a place. It can be said that they are very free and easy. Zhang Yuhe will soon become a formal inner disciple, so Cheng Sujing dare not act arrogantly. Although he has entered the gold core realm, his strength is much stronger than Zhang Yuhe. But in many things in the immortal cultivation world, besides strength, identity is also very important. Even though Zhang Yuhe was only an outer qi refining cultivator, no one dared to look down on him as he had the status of an inner sect disciple of the Daosheng sect. Cheng Sujing was very curious about how Zhang Yuhe, a small qi refining stage cultivator, could enter the inner gate in one step. However, Elder Lu had no intention of explaining, so he could only suppress his curiosity for the time being and focus on his business first. He asked Zhang Yuhe respectfully. "I wonder what your name is, senior brother." Cheng Sujing took out a book-like law weapon and prepared to record information. Zhang Yuhe. Age. After the identity record was completed, Cheng Sujing took out another jade slip and handed it over. "Brother Zhang, inner disciples can choose an independent mountain as their own training cave mansion. Please choose the mountain you want here." Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but look happy. Is there such a good thing? The independent mountain is used as a training cave mansion, which sounds very high-end. He took the jade slip and looked at it, and a vast map appeared in his vision. This is the mountain gate map of the Daosheng sect, which not only depicts countless mountains, but also rivers and lakes. The size of the Daosheng sect's mountain gate was beyond his imagination. However, there are so many colors marked on the map, and some are blank. What does this mean? Zhang Yuhe was confused and couldn't help but scratch his head and asked. "Junior brother Cheng, how should I read this map? If you don't understand, just ask. There is no shame in seeking advice humbly. The cyan part is the outer gate area, the purple part is the inner gate area, and the red part is where the elders practice. Then where are these black areas?" The map is marked with 4 colors in total, but Cheng Sujing only mentioned 3 of them and did not mention the other one. So Zhang Yuhe could only ask again to avoid going to the wrong place and committing taboos in the future. "I don't know either, but the sect has a rule that all disciples are not allowed to enter the black area." "Well, maybe it's some secret place." Zhang Yuhe is not too curious about it. He just needs to avoid going to those places in the future. He then asked. "Junior brother Cheng, please give me some advice on how to choose this mountain cave mansion." There were no instructions on the map, so he didn't know where to start. The blank areas in the purple area indicate that no one is currently living there. Senior brother Zhang can choose a mountain of his choice from these areas. Zhang Yuhe nodded to show that he understood. He took out the map again and checked it. There were quite a few blank spots in the red area. A rough count showed that there were hundreds of them. Which location should I choose? Let's choose this one. Zhang Yuhe made a choice quickly. He found a relatively remote mountain with a small lake at the foot of the mountain. With mountains and water, it looks very comfortable. Cheng Sujing took the map back, saw the location chosen by Zhang Yuhe, marked it, and asked him. "I wonder what name you plan to give your mountain." "Galaxy Peak." Zhang Yuhe answered without even thinking. He is a player from Blue Star. It is the dream of every Blue Star player to reach the Sea of Stars. "Okay." Cheng Sujing put away the map and walked into the hall. After a while, he came out with a ring. He handed the ring to Zhang Yuhe and said. "Brother Zhang, this is your stuff, please keep it." Zhang Yuhe took the ring and probed it with his spiritual sense. There was only a jade slip, a few clothes and a jade token in the ring. Seeing that they had finally finished the job, Elder Lu next to them spoke up. "I'm leaving first. Practice hard. It's not easy to stay in the inner sect of Daosheng sect. This is a responsibility." After saying this, he disappeared into the distance like a streak of light. Seeing Elder Lu leave, Cheng Sujing breathed a sigh of relief. The elder's aura was too strong, making him a little nervous. He said to Zhang Yuhe with a smile. "Brother Zhang, Yunhe Peak is quite far from here. How about I take you there? Then I'll trouble you, junior brother." Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude. To be honest, the mountain gate of this holy sect is indeed a bit absurdly large. With his qi refining stage cultivation, it would probably take him most of the day to fly to his own territory. It is embarrassing to be weak, you have to practice quickly. Otherwise, when walking around in the sect, you might have to hitchhike with others, which would be a bit degrading. You're welcome, senior brother. Cheng Sujing waved his right hand, and an exquisite flying boat appeared before him. The two of them boarded the flying boat and flew quickly into the distance. May I ask, how did you join the sect? Standing on the flying boat, Cheng Sujing finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked Zhang Yuhe. I was lucky enough to get a token by accident. With the token, I was fortunate enough to join the Daosheng sect. Zhang Yuhe did not hide it, this was not something that could be exposed. Moreover, he believed that this matter would soon spread throughout the entire sect. After all, an inner disciple suddenly appeared for no reason, so it would be strange if the other disciples didn't gossip about it. Brother, what a great opportunity! After a long time, Cheng Sujing couldn't help but sigh. He knew about the Taoist Saint Sect's token, but he didn't expect that after nearly 100,000 years, it was still circulating outside, and it happened to be obtained by Zhang Yuhe. He really envied such luck. Zhang Yuhe, who was standing next to him, had no idea what Zhang Sujing was thinking. If he knew, he might say, it's just a matter of killing a tiger monster, it's a benefit for the players, you natives don't understand. Hey hey! Chapter 14. The Fiyun boat passed quickly through the mountain gate. Along the way, Cheng Sujing explained the situation in the sect to Zhang Yuhe from time to time, which gave him a refreshing experience. According to Cheng Sujing, the Daosheng sect has been passed down in Yufan Tian for millions of years, and almost every tens of thousands of years, there is a transcending tribulation ascension of a powerful person. Even now, the Daosheng sect still has Mahayana ancestors. As for how many Mahayana ancestors there are, Zhang Sujing can't say for sure. These Mahayana ancestors have basically been practicing deep in the mountain gate and have not appeared for thousands of years. Who knows, one day or another, some of the ancestors will be able to survive the great calamity, open the ladder to heaven, and embark on the path of immortality. The flying boat flew quickly, passing by the fairy mountains and pavilions, and occasionally unknown fairy birds would pass by them. However, what surprised Zhang Yuhe was that they hardly saw any other fellow disciples on the road. It seems like there are only a few people in such a huge Daosheng sect. However, Zhang Sujing quickly explained to him that Daosheng sect had a large number of disciples, including 100,000 outer disciples and 3,000 inner disciples. However, the other disciples were either carrying out missions or practicing in the cave mansion. No matter if they are inner disciples or outer disciples, cultivating immortals and moving forward is everyone's belief. When they have nothing to do, they rarely wander around the sect. That's why they can't see other people. Listening to Cheng Sujing's words, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but nodded silently. At this moment, his perception of Daosheng sect instantly rose to a higher level. Originally, he thought that since the Daosheng sect dominated Yufan Tian, all the disciples in the sect might be extremely arrogant. There might even be some second-generation rich people who come out and show off and get slapped in the face. After all, I am the best in the world, so it is normal for me to be a little arrogant. However, this is not the case. After some contact, whether it was Zhao Qianqian at the reception desk or Cheng Sujing from the Deacon Hall, they all gave him the feeling of being humble and friendly. As the number one and only sect in the world, the 100,000 disciples within the sect have no intention of slacking off and are all concentrating on their hard training. What kind of belief is this? What a terrifying power! Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe sincerely admired that there was a reason why Daosheng sect had been able to rule Yufan Tian for millions of years. With such a cultivation atmosphere, who in the world can rival it? However, this kind of sect training environment is exactly what he likes. When everyone has nothing to do, they all immerse themselves in training. If something happens, we'll just rush over together and do something stupid. Zhang Yuhe feels that this is how cultivating immortals should be, with less intrigue and more down-to-earthness. The flying boat flew quickly all the way and suddenly stopped in front of a mountain. Cheng Jingxiu pointed to the mountain in front of him and spoke. Brother Zhang, we're here. This is the Yunhe Peak you chose. Use your identity token to unlock the mountain's restrictions. Zhang Yuhe took out his jade identity card, and as he input his spirit qi, the full view of the mountain appeared before his eyes. Looking at the mountain in front of him, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel excited. This would be his territory from now on. Junior brother Cheng, do you want to come in and sit with me? Zhang Yuhe did not rush to Yunhe Peak to check, but turned to Cheng Sujing and invited him. Cheng Sujing waved his hand. No, there are still things to be dealt with in the Deacon Hall. Brother, you have just arrived at the sect, so you should first get familiar with the environment and settle down and have a good rest. That's fine. Junior brother, when you are free in the future, you are welcome to visit Yunhe Peak. Must. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Cheng Sujing took control of the flying boat and disappeared into the distance in a flash of light. After watching Cheng Sujing leave, Zhang Yuhe took a step and flew up to Yunhe Peak. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking at everything around him, he couldn't help but feel excited. I hope that one day, I can realize the great Dao, Ascension Immortal World here. Zhang Yuhe patrolled around the Yunhe Peak, and from time to time he saw small animals jumping on the mountain. At first he was shocked, thinking there was a monster on the mountain. But soon Zhang Yuhe breathed a sigh of relief because he found that these small animals were ordinary beasts and had not evolved into monsters. Ordinary beasts will not affect his cultivation. On the contrary, they can add some vitality to the galaxy peak, so it is just right to keep them. The Yunhe Peak is not very large, about a dozen miles in radius, with only one mountain and one lake. But for him, it was enough. After all, he was alone and didn't need such a big place. After an inspection, Zhang Yuhe was very satisfied with the environment of Yunhe Peak, but he soon discovered a problem. There are no buildings on Galaxy Peak. Thinking of this, he couldn't help scratching his head. There's not even a house, where am I going to stay at night? Do all the disciples of Daosheng Sect sleep in the open air? That's impossible. Forget it, do it yourself. Zhang Yuhe summoned his flying sword and pointed it casually, and large groups of trees in the distance fell to the ground. Carve wood into pillars and cut stones into bricks. Zhang Yuhe was alone on the Yunhe Peak, busy all the time. It was not until the evening that a pavilion with beautiful scenery appeared on the top of the mountain. In front of the pavilion, there is a huge stone with 4 big characters Yunhe Biwen engraved on it. Not bad, not bad, this is much more impressive than the garden mansion on Blue Star. Looking at the pavilion he had built, Zhang Yuhe nodded with satisfaction. If a monk builds a house, it will naturally be good. Get something to eat and have a good sleep. Go to the sutra building tomorrow to choose a technique. Elder Lu said at the beginning that he could also choose any martial arts technique in the sutra building. The skills that can be collected in the sutra tower are all heavenly grade skills. The heavenly grade technique is absolutely unique in the entire Yufan Tian world, and only the Daosheng sect has it. As for other forces, let alone heavenly grade techniques, the fact that they have a better Xian grade technique is all due to the good deeds of their ancestors. Apart from the qi-inducing technique given by the system, Zhang Yuhe has not come into contact with any other real skills. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to his trip to Jinglu tomorrow. The silver moon was shining in the sky, and the soft moonlight quietly spread throughout the Daosheng sect. Under the moonlight, Zhang Yuhe sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, eating barbecue in silence. Yes, it was still barbecue. He couldn't find any better food for the time being. Although he entered the Daosheng sect, his living conditions did not improve. The Daosheng sect provides its disciples with an excellent training environment and apex-level training techniques, but does not provide any support in terms of daily life, as disciples have to rely entirely on themselves. Perhaps eating and drinking dew is a normal part of cultivating immortals. Look at the other players, what are they doing? Zhang Yuhe opened the chat channel while eating barbecue. Another night has fallen. Although I have been in Yufan Tian for more than a month, why am I still a little scared when night comes? What are you afraid of? Just practice without worry. If wild monsters come to you, just kill them and eat their meat. If ghosts come in, just push her down. Zhao, you are cruel. Are there any brothers in Quicksand City? Let's team up and kill monsters together tomorrow. Once again I envy the big guys who have walked out of the wilderness. I envy you the same. Excuse me, where is Lia Sha City? I stay in this dilapidated temple every day. Except for occasionally going out to pick some wild fruits to eat, I dare not go anywhere else. I don't know where the outside world is. Brother, you have to be brave and go out. I don't dare. I'm afraid. Don't be afraid of the base wave. Just choose the right direction and go straight out. If you see powerful wild monsters, just go around them. There will be no problem getting out of the wilderness. Indeed, I am still immortal now, and I have also left the wilderness. No way, are you guys that fierce? Don't underestimate yourself. As long as you practice for a period of time, even if you haven't upgraded yet, your strength will still increase a lot. It will be no problem to deal with some small monsters. Yes, I can break a tree as thick as a bowl with one punch. And I haven't upgraded yet. I'm still immortal. Speaking of which, how many big guys have entered the first level of chi refining now? I don't know. The big guys usually don't show up. Haha, I've already reached the first level of chi refining, and I've also learned a fireball technique. After I log off, I'll give you a live show. Big Boss is awesome. I'm really envious. Chapter 15. Looking at the messages on the chat channel, Zhang Yuhe felt that he was somewhat out of tune with other players. Not to mention those players who have already logged off, let's just talk about those who are still persisting. The one with the highest level of cultivation had only just reached the first level of chi refining, but he himself had already reached chi refining grade completion several days ago. The huge gap feels unreal. Zhang Yuhe felt that he was gradually becoming an NPC. Once he appears, who would regard him as a player, because at this stage, only NPCs can be so strong. After closing the chat channel, Zhang Yuhe took another look at the trading market. Unlike the beginning, there are already players listing items on the trading market. Of course there are no good things, just a lot of messy junk. For example, the price of steamed buns, clothes and the like is the smallest unit, a spirit stone. It is simply child's play to sell these sundries for a spirit stone. There is no chance that anyone will buy them. He is totally crazy about money. Although the current trading market seems unreliable, in his opinion, in the entire game system, perhaps it is this trading market that will be helpful to him in the future. He believed that after a period of time, when the player's strength grew a little, with the business acumen of the Blue Star people, some profiteers would definitely emerge. At that time, if he wants to buy or sell items, he may be able to go through the trading market, which would be much more convenient. After finishing the barbecue, Zhang Yuhe walked into the inner hall of the pavilion and lay down on a stone bed to rest. The next morning, a streak of light passed through the Milky Way peak and flew into the distance. Zhang Yuhe quickly passed by mountains and lakes. When he passed by a small pavilion on the water, he found several purple-robed disciples sitting there and discussing Taoism. However, he ignored it and continued on his way. Zhang Yuhe was not a social person and had no interest in greeting people he didn't know. When those people saw him flying by, they all showed surprised expressions. After all, it was unreasonable for a cultivator at the chi refining stage to appear in Daosheng sect. One of them asked. Brother He, who is this person? Do you know him? I heard that a Qi refining stage monk joined the inner sect yesterday, holding a token. This should be him. No way, there is such a thing. It is true. I have heard of it. Hey, I think there are some old rules that the sect doesn't need to follow anymore. Just like this time, a young cultivator at the Qi refining stage was able to join the inner sect with just a token. This is really unfair to the 100,000 outer sect disciples. Yet, not to mention those outer disciples, even I feel a little unhappy. I, Lu Ziming, have practiced Taoism for hundreds of years and finally achieved the nascent soul Great Dao and was promoted to an inner disciple. This kid is on the same level as me with just a token. It's simply outrageous. Who said it wasn't? It's really unpleasant. Just as several people were complaining about Zhang Yuhe's entry into the sect, a scolding voice suddenly came from a distance. You guys shouldn't be like the nagging women in the mortal world, complaining all the time. You might as well practice more if you have time. When several people heard the voice, they immediately stood up and shouted respectfully towards the distance. Meet Brother Great Master. A young man in purple clothes and a golden crown was seen flying quickly with a long sword on his back, and he appeared in front of them in an instant. The young man with the golden crown swept his sharp eyes over everyone and spoke sternly. The Daosheng sect has been in this world for millions of years, relying on rules. Don't let me hear such words again in the future, hum. As soon as the golden crown young man finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of everyone. He was just passing by and heard a few people discussing the sect's rules, so he spoke out to stop them. The young man with the golden crown flew away, leaving a few people at the scene looking at each other in bewilderment. After a long time, one of them said enviously. Great Master's aura has become stronger again. Is he about to advance to the realm of void refining? It is very likely. Great Master has a heavenly grade spirit root and a fire spirit body. He is totally incomparable to the likes of us. Great Master's training speed is really too fast. Yes, it has only been 1,000 years since he started practicing Taoism, and he has already broken through soul formation and advanced to void refining. Great Master may be the first person in the history of Daosheng sect. Well, that's true. It depends on when he breaks through void refining. I won't say any more. I also need to go back to practice. I will not come out until I enter soul formation this time. Several people bowed to each other and said goodbye, then left in a flash. Zhang Yuhe was unaware of the episode. At this moment, he found himself in front of a magnificent attic. On the plaque right above the attic, the two big characters book building are written. Yes, he did not go directly to the sutra building to exchange for the skills, but came to the book building first. Zhang Yuhe plans to go to the library first to enrich his basic knowledge. To be honest, at present, he can only be regarded as a semi-illiterate cultivator. All his knowledge of cultivating immortals came from the storage bag of Jie, a guard from the Wu family in Feiyun City. But Guard Jie was just a junior cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining, and he did not have much knowledge. Now that I have entered the Daosheng sect and have the conditions, I naturally need to enrich myself first. As for going to the sutra building to exchange for martial arts skills, there is no rush for the time being. He won't be short of money anyway, so he can go anytime. Moreover, knowing more about cultivating immortals will definitely be of great help to him in choosing a technique next time. Otherwise, with all the skills in front of him, he wouldn't know how to choose. The Daoshenzong library is divided into 4 floors. The first floor is open to all disciples free of charge. It is filled with all kinds of common sense about cultivating immortals, travel notes of celebrities, anecdotes, some basic techniques and various kinds of miscellaneous knowledge about cultivating immortals, including myriad manifestations. It contains all kinds of knowledge about cultivating immortals. It can be said that as long as you read through the entire library, you can basically be considered a know-it-all in the immortal cultivation world. The second to fourth floors house the yellow, black, and earth rank skills and divine ability, respectively, and require corresponding merits to enter. Zhang Yuhe had just entered the sect, and his merit value was 0. Even though he was an inner sect disciple, he was not qualified to go up. However, he is not interested in those divine ability techniques now, he just wants to read quietly. Zhang Yuhe showed his jade identity card and entered the first floor of the library. There were rows of bookshelves as far as the eye could see, with all kinds of jade slips neatly placed on them, and even some paper books among them. He released his spiritual sense and looked over slowly. There are so many jade slips and books in the library that it would take a very long time to read them all, but Zhang Yuhe is not in a hurry. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, and a towering building rises from the ground. He felt that if he wanted to practice successfully in the future, he must first get rid of the label of being illiterate in cultivating immortals. Illiteracy has no future. As time went by, Zhang Yuhe was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Yufan Tian Chronicle. Spirit Root Analysis. What is Spirit Body? 5 Elements Basic Spells. Alchemy Dao Basics. The Beginning of the Way of Talismans. Artifact Refining Basics. Introduction to the Formation Manual. So that's how it is. As I finish reading one book after another, things that I didn't understand before become clear and simple. I don't know if it's because of his extraordinary comprehension, but Zhang Yuhe reads very quickly. And as long as you have read it, you can remember it all and integrate it. You can really learn it at a glance. Although many things have not been put into practice yet, Zhang Yuhe feels that he has really learned them. More than a month passed, and Zhang Yuhe walked out of the library looking a little tired. Finally finished watching it. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Most people couldn't stand reading for more than a month. Fortunately, he is a monk. If a mortal reads like this, he would probably die suddenly. I didn't work so hard when I was in school. Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but complain silently. Although he was physically and mentally exhausted, he was very happy in his heart. Perhaps he truly enjoys cultivation, so he can endure loneliness and devote himself to it wholeheartedly. Go to the sutra building. Zhang Yuhe stood up and flew towards the sutra building next to him. Chapter 16. After flying over several mountains, a magnificent 9-story tower appeared before our eyes. Zhang Yuhe flew down quickly and saw an old man with a long beard dancing with ink wildly in front of the tower door, completely unaware of the arrival of someone. This senior is really elegant. Seeing the senior on duty in the sutra building concentrating on calligraphy, Zhang Yuhe did not dare to disturb him, but stood beside him and waited silently. After a long time, the old man with a long beard was still waving his hands without stopping, which made him curious and sneak a glance at him. This. Seeing the calligraphy of the old man with a long beard, Zhang Yuhe was speechless. The old man's calligraphy cannot be said to be ugly, it can only be said to be completely unsightly. When Zhang Yuhe saw the old man so focused before, he thought he must be a calligraphy master from the immortal cultivation world. However, the reality was completely beyond his expectations. The old man could only be said to be writing, which had nothing to do with calligraphy. Judging from the handwriting, it is probably several levels worse than that of the kids in the Blue Star kindergarten. It made him want to shake his head. It's amazing that he can be so focused even when writing in such a dog-like handwriting. What kind of evil taste is this? After a while, the old man with a long beard waved his hand and gently put down the wolf hair brush in his hand. He picked up his masterpiece and looked at it carefully, nodding frequently as he read, looking quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have just noticed Zhang Yuhe's existence. He picked up the scroll in his hand, instantly came in front of Zhang Yuhe, and asked proudly. "Young man, please open your eyes and take a look at this calligraphy." Zhang Yuhe felt that he was an upright person and did not want to say anything against his will, so he could only remain silent. Silence was his last resort. Hey, what an ignorant boy! The old man obviously saw what he was thinking and seemed a little unhappy. Which mountain are you from? What brings you here? The old man was obviously still angry, and he didn't look happy with Zhang Yuhe when he spoke. Of course he came here to exchange for martial arts. Jinglu is an important place in Daosheng sect. If it wasn't for exchanging for martial arts, who would dare to have nothing better to do and wander around here? Isn't this just looking for trouble? Hearing the old man's words, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I would have complimented him against my will. Look how things turned out. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine or magic box in this world that can take him back to a few seconds ago. Zhang Yuhe had no choice but to answer in a low voice. I am Zhang Yuhe from Yunhe Peak, and I am here to exchange for skills. After saying this, he handed over his identity jade token. The old man took the jade token, took a look at it, and said with some disdain. Oh, you are the guy who got lucky enough to pick up a token and just joined the sect. The old man's words made Zhang Yuhe even more uneasy. I didn't praise him a few words just now and offended the elder on duty in the Sutra Tower. Is the matter of the martial arts going to be ruined? Just when Zhang Yuhe was feeling nervous, the old man waved his hand, threw a thin booklet to him, and said lightly. Look for yourself and tell me when you've made your choice. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. He happily took the booklet and quickly opened it to take a look. The booklet is not a set of exercises, but rather an introduction to the Jinglu exercises. Opening the first page of the booklet, lines of tiny handwriting come into view. The fiery scripture, a fire-attributed technique, heavenly rank high grade. This is an apex-level technique that leads directly to the Wonderland. With this technique, one can practice all the way to the Mahayana Ascension. Moreover, the divine ability that comes with this technique is also very powerful. Divine ability, the blazing flames burn the sky, with the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Once a powerful person exerts his full strength, he can even burn through the void. This technique is so powerful, how about learning this? After seeing the introduction in the fiery scripture, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel moved. He is fully capable of learning fire-attributed techniques, as he has all 8 types of spirit roots, and they are all the most apex-level spirit roots. According to common sense, he would have no difficulty learning any kind of skills. Let's take a look at other techniques first. Although he was somewhat tempted, Zhang Yuhe decided to take a look first. He then turned to the next page. Sea Covering Sutra, Water Attribute Technique, Heavenly Rank High Grade. As the pages turned, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but marvel at the depth of Daosheng sect. It's really strong. I flipped through 8 pages in a row, and all of them recorded heavenly rank high grade exercises. There happened to be a corresponding exercise for each of the 8 attributes. Which technique should I choose? According to the introduction in the booklet, each of the techniques mentioned above was extremely powerful, making it difficult for him to make a choice. He subconsciously flipped through the book in his hand again. Hey, there's another page at the end. Oh my god! When Zhang Yuhe turned to page 9, he was shocked. Primordial origin, immortal grade, suspected, divine ability, ominous, can only be known after fully understanding the skills. Advice: this technique requires all 8 spirit roots to be practiced, and it is extremely difficult to practice. There may be other special requirements. In the Daosheng sect's millions of years, no one has ever succeeded in foundation building using this technique. Please think carefully before choosing this practice. Zhang Yuhe held the booklet in his hand for a long time without saying a word, he was so confused. There is no doubt that each of the previous 8 techniques is a great Dao. No matter which door you choose, you can reach the top of Yufan Tian world, even Ascension Immortal World is not a problem. However, the temptation of the last book, Primordial Origin, is too great. The immortal grade technique, even if it was only suspected, would definitely have incredible effects. Otherwise, why are other skills clearly marked with grades, while this primordial origin is suspected to be immortal grade? This set of skills obviously has a great origin. Even though no one has ever successfully practiced it, the Daosheng sect still carefully keeps it in the Sutra Tower. Zhang Yuhe's mind was spinning rapidly. Why has no one been able to complete the primordial origin scripture for so many years? Is it because of lack of talent? Or lack of understanding? Or is there another reason? Zhang Yuhe was thinking while looking at the contents of the booklet. There was very little description about the primordial origin in the booklet, but soon one sentence in it caught his attention. The difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, maybe there are other special requirements. Any special requests? Is that because of this? Those who have tried to practice this technique have failed to meet certain requirements, so they were unable to succeed? Seeing this sentence, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but guess. But what is this special request? A technique that looked like immortal grade was in front of him, and he didn't want to give it up. But if he doesn't figure out the problem, he won't dare to make a rash choice. If he can't practice, it will be a big trouble. Although he felt that he was a transcendent level cultivation genius, it was obvious that to complete the primordial origin heavenly scripture was not a simple matter of talent. The Daosheng sect has been in this world for millions of years, so there is definitely no shortage of geniuses. Zhang Yuhe doesn't think that he can do things that others can't do. He is not that arrogant yet. There should be a certain degree of fit here. Only when it meets the requirements of this technique can one succeed in practicing it. Suddenly, Zhang Yuhe had an idea. Primordial origin Dao body. Does practicing this technique require a special physique, such as the primordial origin Dao body? In an instant, Zhang Yuhe felt that he had thought of the key. Chapter 17. Zhang Yuhe quickly called up his personal attribute panel, and when he saw the column for special physique, he became more determined in his thoughts. Primordial Origin Sutra paired with Primordial Origin Sacred Body, isn't this just perfect? This is by no means meant literally. According to the introduction in the booklet, if you want to practice the Primordial Origin Scripture, you must have all 8 roots, that is, all 8 spirit roots. He also had a bold guess as to why he possessed 8 apex-level spirit roots at the same time. It is because of his special physique, Primordial Origin Dao body. After spending more than a month in the library, Zhang Yuhe is no longer a newbie in Immortal Cultivation World. Although I didn't find any information about Primordial Origin Dao body in the library. But he saw an introduction to special physiques in one of the books. According to the book, in the Immortal Cultivation World, people with special physiques occasionally appear. They are naturally close to certain attributes, born with heavenly grade spirit root, and when they cultivate to a certain level, they will awaken special divine ability. The book calls this special physique the spirit body. Heavenly grade spirit root is not necessarily the spirit body, but the spirit body is definitely the heavenly grade spirit root. Zhang Yuhe speculated, since there is a spirit body, then are there also sacred body and Dao body? Sacred body corresponds to saint grade spirit root, and Tao grade corresponds to Tao grade spirit root? If this is the case, then it completely explains why he has 8 kinds of spirit root. Choose this primordial origin scripture. After some serious consideration, Zhang Yuhe finally made up his mind. If he doesn't dare to gamble even with such an opportunity, then what's the point of becoming an immortal? He said respectfully to the old man with a long beard. Senior, I choose the primordial origin. Are you sure? Young people should not be too ambitious. Have you read the introduction above carefully? No one in the Daosheng sect has succeeded in cultivation in millions of years. Do you think you can do it? After hearing Zhang Yuhe's choice, the old man with long beard persuaded him seriously. At this time, the old man seemed to have forgotten his previous unhappiness, perhaps because he didn't want Zhang Yuhe to go astray. Sure. Zhang Yuhe answered firmly that there was nothing to worry about and just take some time to try it out. If it really doesn't work, just find an opportunity to change your technique later. Hearing Zhang Yuhe's answer, the old man couldn't help but shake his head. Almost every once in a while, there would be such stubborn disciples who thought that what others couldn't do, they might be able to do. Only when you get hurt will you know how to repent. He had been guarding the Sutra Tower for countless years and was no longer surprised by such things, so he did not try to persuade him again. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. The old man waved his hand to take back the booklet, then spoke lightly. Since you are so determined, go ahead. After finishing speaking, the old man waved his sleeves, and Zhang Yuhe disappeared instantly. At the same time, a soft light lit up on the 9th floor of the Sutra building. Zhang Yuhe looked around and saw a tall stone tablet standing in front of him. The stone tablet was as black as ink, and no words could be seen, but upon careful sensing, it seemed that an incomparably vast aura was emanating from it. Could this be the primordial origin scripture? There is not a single word on it. How can I learn it? Could this stone tablet be a large jade slip? Zhang Yuhe sat cross-legged, released his spiritual sense, and silently sensed the aura on the stone tablet. Boom! When spiritual sense touched the stone tablet, countless contents instantly flooded into his mind, like divine insight. Zhang Yuhe was immersed in it, and he didn't know how long it had passed before he found himself outside the Sutra building. Since you have seen the technique, what are you still doing here? Seeing Zhang Yuhe standing there in a daze, the old man with a long beard shouted in annoyance. Zhang Yuhe finally came back to his senses. He bowed to the old man and said goodbye, then released his flying sword and flew towards Yunhe Peak. This time I made a lot of money. Along the way, Zhang Yuhe couldn't hide the joy on his face. Returning to the Milky Way Peak, he quickly entered the pavilion and sat cross-legged on the training platform. Call up the game system to check the properties, and a virtual panel appears in front of you. Name, Zhang Yuhe. Sect, Daosheng Sect. Realm, Qi Refining Grade Completion. Spirit Root, Gold, Tao Pin, Wood, Tao Pin, Water, Tao Pin, Fire, Tao Pin, Earth, Tao Pin, Wind, Tao Pin, Thunder, Tao Pin, Ice, Tao Pin. Special Physique, Primordial Origin Dao Body. Luck, Good Fortune. Comprehension. Practice, Primordial Origin, Volume 1. Divine Ability, Fireball, Ancient Gold Sword, Wood Prison, Water Arrow Technique. 100 Arts, Introduction to Pill Refining, Introduction to Artifact Refining, Introduction to Formation, Apprentice of Talismans. After spending more than a month in the library, in addition to enriching himself with the common sense of cultivating immortals and various basic techniques, he also took a general look at them, and then he could master them, and it felt very simple. He even read a lot of the knowledge of various arts in the library and quickly learned the basics. Now all he needed to do was to put it into practice. For people with extremely high comprehension ability, learning things is so easy. But what made me happiest was the technique. The original Qi-inducing technique had disappeared, and was replaced by the Primordial Origin, Volume 1. It turns out that only the first volume is kept in the Sutra building. Zhang Yuhe silently recalled the contents on the stone tablet and followed the instructions. The Primordial Origin is a special technique from the Immortal World, divided into 2 volumes. Normal techniques can only cultivate a single attribute, but the Primordial Origin scripture can cultivate all 8 attributes. The spirit Qi in the world is mixed with various attributes. When practicing, cultivators need to exclude the spirit Qi of other attributes and can only absorb the spirit Qi of corresponding attributes according to the exercises. This is actually a very strenuous task, so whenever practicing, everyone has to be careful and not be disturbed. If you accidentally inhale spirit Qi of other attributes, it is easy to damage your meridians. However, the primordial origin heavenly scripture is completely different. This practice can absorb all types of spirit chi at the same time, which means primordial origin unified harmony. Of course, this sounds great, but it is actually impossible to do. This kind of practice goes against the normal rules of cultivating immortals, and no one has ever succeeded in practicing it. This doesn't seem like a technique created by humans, nor does it seem like a technique for humans to practice. It's extremely different. Am I not a human being? Looking at the four big characters primordial origin clearly displayed on the personal attribute skill item, Zhang Yuhe didn't know what to feel. If it is displayed on the attribute panel, it means that he has indeed learned it, and the next step is to practice step by step. Give it a try. Zhang Yuhe sat cross-legged on the training platform, slowly practicing his skills according to the guidance of the primordial origin scripture. In an instant, the surrounding spirit chi quickly rushed towards him and gathered in his danshan through his meridians. Since he had already reached the chi refining great completion, his danshan was already extremely full, and if he did not break through the realm, it would not be able to accommodate more spirit chi. However, as the primordial origin sutra continued to operate, spirit chi was still flowing into his danshan. Boom! Suddenly, a silent roar sounded in Zhang Yuhe's mind. His danshan seemed to have broken through some kind of restriction, expanding rapidly, and then being filled with the influx of spirit chi. Zhang Yuhe practiced his skills non-stop, and his danshan was in a state of expanding, filling, and then expanding and filling again. I don't know how much time had passed, but the spirit chi that flowed into the danshan suddenly turned into fine rain, slowly dripping into the danshan. At the same time, the spirit chi originally in the danshan was also rapidly liquefying. Zhang Yuhe did not dare to be careless at all. He concentrated on practicing the exercises and paid close attention to the changes in his danshan. Now he is no longer a novice in cultivating immortals, and he knows that he is in the process of foundation building. Foundation building is an important stage in cultivation. Only by building a good foundation can you go further on the path of cultivation. Normally, every monk would make various preparations in advance before foundation building. Not only do you need to adjust your own condition, but you also need to prepare the foundation building pill and various pills that replenish spirit chi in advance. However, Zhang Yuhe had not prepared anything. He just wanted to verify whether the primordial origin scripture could really be practiced. However, this verification will directly enter the foundation building state, which makes it difficult to back out. Now I can only grit my teeth and persevere. The surrounding spirit chi swarmed in, then turned into drizzle and fell into danshan. Time passed slowly, and as the spirit chi continued to liquefy, the originally grey danshan had turned into a vast ocean. Danshan is like the sea. Zhang Yuhe checked his own condition, then opened his eyes with a look of joy. Haha, it's done. The foundation of immortality has been established, and the road ahead will be smooth. Chapter 18. Feeling the breath in his danshan that was like the vast ocean, Zhang Yuhe was extremely excited, but at the same time he had some doubts. According to his understanding, when a cultivator first started foundation building, the liquefied spirit chi in danshan would vary according to the technique practiced and personal talent. It was only about half an acre to 2 or 3 acres, but his danshan now was like a boundless ocean. It's just exaggerated. Is it because of the primordial origin, or is it because my talent is too extraordinary? Or is it both factors? Zhang Yuhe guessed silently. Forget it, let's not think about the things that we can't figure out for now, and try our current strength. Although he had read countless books in the library, his situation had never been recorded in any of the books. Zhang Yuhe did not hesitate. Having a strong foundation is undoubtedly a good thing. Walking out of the pavilion, Zhang Yuhe stood on the top of Yunhe Peak and pointed forward. Boom! A huge rock in the distance was instantly cut into two. Ancient gold sword pointing. This was the basic magic he had learned in the library, and the power it displayed for the first time was much stronger than he had imagined. If I had learned the magic when I was in the Padao temple, then killing monsters would be just like cutting vegetables, right? Thinking about the time when he was holding a long knife and killing monsters in the barren mountains, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but want to laugh. Now is the real time of cultivating immortality. Before, I was just a reckless man, so low. Next, Zhang Yuhe tried several other basic techniques and was very satisfied with the results. Although it was only the most basic technique in the immortal cultivation world, the power he displayed was still considerable. Zhang Yuhe has now successfully completed foundation building, so he should be able to learn higher level divine abilities. However, he had no merits, and the higher level divine ability spells required merits to learn. But he was not in a hurry. He had no plans to go out and kill monsters anyway, so he did not need the powerful divine ability for the time being. Zhang Yuhe had planned it long ago. He would first practice on the Yunhe Peak for 100 years, and when it was his turn to go out to guard the place, he would go to the library to exchange for 2 divine abilities. As an inner sect disciple, although he does not have to carry out missions on a normal basis, he needs to go out to guard the place every 100 years. The Daosheng sect divided the entire Yufan Tian into 99 states, each state had about a dozen prefectures, and each prefecture needed an inner sect disciple to be stationed there, with a rotation every 100 years. In other words, Zhang Yuhe currently only has 100 years to practice. After 100 years, the sect will assign him a guarding position. Being outside on guard is not as safe as being in the sect, and you might encounter danger. Zhang Yuhe planned to practice quietly for 100 years to improve his strength, and then learn divine ability and prepare for law treasure. Continue practicing. Just as he returned to the pavilion and prepared to continue practicing, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. The immortal platform is running low on spiritual energy. Please log off immediately. There is also a 5-minute countdown reminder. Has it been only 100 days? He almost forgot that he was a player and could only stay in Yufan Tian for 100 days each time he went online. Offline. Zhang Yuhe called out the game system and chose to log off. After a transition in time and space, he found himself back in the room. Looking at the familiar environment in front of him, Zhang Yuhe felt as if he was in another world. He pulled out his cell phone to check, and indeed only 12 hours had passed. It's been a wonderful journey. Recalling his experience in Yufan Tian for the past 100 years, Zhang Yuhe sighed silently. He waved his right hand, and an exquisite flying sword floated quietly before his eyes. Then he looked at his left hand again, and saw the storage ring on it. Shit, the abilities and items in the game can really be brought into the real world. The immortals coming to this world won't cause any trouble, right? At this moment, Zhang Yuhe didn't know what to feel. I silently felt myself and found that the Danshan was still emitting a surging breath like the sea. Forget it, why think so much? Anyway, no one can cultivate faster than me. Even if the world is in chaos, it won't affect me. Zhang Yuhe turned his head to look at the flying immortal platform on the desk, and suddenly found that a trace of spirit chi was slowly gathering towards the flying immortal platform. This made him shocked. Blue Star also has spirit chi. Zhang Yuhe quickly circulated the primordial origin scripture, and sure enough, spirit chi began to gather towards him. However, compared to the Yufan Tian world, the spirit chi of Blue Star is very thin, and the effect of cultivation is very poor. Zhang Yuhe stopped practicing and looked carefully at the flying immortal platform on the desk. He had some understanding of the general principle of this thing. In his opinion, flying immortal platform is equivalent to an alternative teleportation array. By absorbing the spirit chi of the Blue Star, the player is teleported to the Yufan Tian world. It charges for 12 hours and runs for 12 hours, which is amazing. See what's going on outside. Zhang Yuhe quickly picked up his phone and logged into the game forum. The fastest way to understand the current situation is, of course, to go online. At this time, the Yufan Tian forum was extremely popular, and the number of posts on the page had already exceeded 999 plus. The first post has a large title. Spirit Chi is revived, immortals are coming, and the establishment of the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance is a top priority. Zhang Yuhe clicked on the post to view it. According to the poster's description, the Spirit Chi of Blue Star has fully recovered. Although the Spirit Chi is far inferior to that of Yufan Tian's world, it is strong enough to support cultivation. Since humans can practice cultivation, can the various beasts on the blue planet also evolve? Will they become ferocious monsters? The poster called on all players to unite and form the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance. While everyone is improving their strength in Yufan Tian, they will also monitor the conditions of the wild beasts in the wilderness of Blue Star. Prevent wild animals from evolving rapidly and invading human habitats. The poster also specifically mentioned that he is an 8th grade water spirit root and has cultivated to the first level of Qi refining. After posting this, there were countless spam replies. Spirit Qi is revived? Doesn't that mean everyone can practice it? You wish. To cultivate immortals, one needs to have spirit root qualifications. Even in Yufan Tian world, mortals are the majority, and the number of cultivators is less than 1 in 10,000. It's over, it's over. Will there be monsters attacking our city in the future? Don't worry, I will take action when that day comes. You are such a weakling, you are not going to use the keyboard to attack me. Haha, the key master is invincible. I'm not too worried about the wild monsters on Blue Star. After all, the wild beasts started out the same as us, and their evolution speed shouldn't be faster than our cultivation. I'm only worried about whether the monsters and natives from Yufan Tian will invade Blue Star. You're overthinking. Blue Star is a tiny place, not even as good as Yufan Tian Prefecture. How could anyone be interested in it? That's right. It's just groundless worry. Why think so much? If that day really comes, just lie down and don't struggle. Haha, the guy above is right. The power of immortal cultivation world is far beyond our imagination. Yufan Tian can easily defeat us all with a nascent soul boss. So don't think about it. Just practice hard. I support the poster. Let's unite and cultivate, create an immortal cultivation alliance, and jointly protect the blue planet. Support +1. After closing the post, Zhang Yuhe seemed to be thinking about something. He also felt that some of what the poster said made sense. Now that Spirit Qi has revived and humans can practice, the beasts in the wilderness can naturally evolve as well. Maybe it is just the beginning now, and the evolution of beasts does not pose any harm. But as time goes by, the wild beasts that evolve into monsters will inevitably impact the living place of human beings. It is obviously necessary to prepare early. However, this kind of matter should be led by the Blue Star federal government. I don't know what the poster was thinking when he spread this information. In Zhang Yuhe's view, as Spirit Qi gradually recovers and Blue Star World is experiencing major changes, it is normal for some ambitious people to jump out and want to become the trendsetters of the times. This poster should be one of them. But these have nothing to do with him. His goal has long been to achieve immortality. The Blue Star is just a small pond and he does not need to care about the disputes within it. As long as it doesn't interfere with his practice, he can let these people do whatever they want. Chapter 19. Zhang Yuhe quickly browsed other posts, most of which introduced players' experiences in Yufan Tian. Many players who logged off early posted on the forum to express their regret, saying they should have persisted a little longer. Even if I can't enter the Qi refining level, I can't waste time like this. If you keep wasting time like this, you will soon be left behind by other players. They plan tonight to make full preparations and try to stay for the full 100 days. Some people also share tips on wilderness survival on the forum for everyone's reference. Zhang Yuhe even saw someone recommending items brought out from Yufan Tian world on the forum. But most of them are animal meat and wild fruits, there are no spirit pills or spirit medicine. Suddenly a video post caught Zhang Yuhe's attention. He clicked on the video and saw a young man sitting cross-legged, making hand gestures. After a while, a tiny fireball flew out from the man's fingertips. There were a lot of surprised replies below the post. FK, that boss is awesome. Is this a fireball spell? How powerful is it? Let me put it this way. The monk's fireball technique is more powerful than Blue Star's cannon. Zhao, this must be fake. How can such a small fireball be compared with a cannon? Ignorance, you don't understand the methods of cultivating immortals. These people know how to have fun. Should I also take a video and upload it to the forum? Zhang Yuhe touched his chin and thought with some amusement. If he took a video of flying with a sword and uploaded it to the forum, would the effect charm countless cute girls? Forget it, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Cultivate immortality in a low-key manner and have no self in this world. This is what Zhang Yuhe really thinks. Whether on Blue Star or in Yufan Tian, he intends to be a hidden person. He wanted other people not to be able to sense his presence, so that they could practice with peace of mind and not be affected by the disturbances in the outside world. After closing the forum, Zhang Yuhe went downstairs and ordered a bowl of noodles. He was really sick of eating barbecue for 100 days, so he decided to have some vegetarian food to relax. Nihutai Mountain is an urban forest park spanning several districts. Every weekend, a large number of citizens come here to check in and climb the mountain. Walking on the mountain path, Zhang Yuhe silently practiced the primordial origin scripture and felt the spirit qi around him. The spirit qi here seems to be stronger than in the room. Zhang Yuhe seemed to be thinking about something. Through observation, he felt that the spirit qi in the mountains, although still thin, was much more abundant than at home. The main purpose of his coming here was to truly feel the changes brought about by the revival of spirit qi. No matter how much you read on the forum, it is not as real as your own personal experience. Just as Zhang Yuhe was lost in thought, a girl's scream came from the mountain road in front of Kongran. He quickly scanned with his spiritual sense and saw a group of people running down the mountain path. Behind this group of people, a huge rat was squatting in the middle of the mountain path with its teeth bared. Oh my god, such a big rat! Looking at the big rat in the middle of the mountain path, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but be a little shocked. This is on Blue Planet, can mice grow this big? The mouse's eyes are red and it is bigger than a rabbit. Is it still a mouse? The big rat squatted in the middle of the mountain path, its eyes flashing constantly, and suddenly pounced on a fat girl who was running. Seeing the huge rat rushing towards them, everyone was instantly frightened to the point of their legs going limp, and they scrambled to both sides of the mountain path. The fat girl had no idea that she had been targeted by the giant rat and continued running along the mountain path. Why? Seeing this, Zhang Yuhe had no choice but to take action. He couldn't just watch a young girl fall under the claws of a rat. He just flicked his finger and a faint sword light flashed past that no one noticed. The sword light leaped across a distance of hundreds of meters and instantly knocked the big rat jumping in the air to the ground. Zhang Yuhe quickly turned around and left, he didn't want to be discovered. Whether others thank him, admire him, or envy him, he doesn't want that. When the work is done, I will leave. He just wanted to practice quietly. Zhang Yuhe was not in the mood to go shopping anymore, so he quickly walked to the parking lot and drove home. Although the spirit qi has been revived, it is better not to do such an awesome thing as flying with a sword on Blue Star for the time being. Driving is the normal choice for people to travel. People who like to show off never have good results in the end, and he is not a person who likes to show off. The news of a rat attack on a person at Nihutai Mountain spread quickly on the internet, and the forest park subsequently announced its closure. An insider revealed that managers discovered a tiny hole on the rat during inspection. The news spread and instantly caused a bigger sensation. FK, is there any big guy taking action? It must be fake. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the park. How can we not see someone taking action? It's not surprising that a Xiaoxian player can kill a giant rat, but it's impossible to kill it so silently. A cultivator at the first level of Qi refining cannot even cast the most basic spells smoothly. If you want to kill the giant rat silently, you must at least reach a high level of Qi refining. So, it can't be a Xiaoxian player. Indeed, it's only been one night. Even if you practice on a rocket, it's impossible to be so fast. It should be an air gun. Air gun bullets are very small and make no sound. It's possible. I heard that park rangers are equipped with air guns to deal with emergencies. By the way, is this big rat a monster? Of course not. Monster is much more powerful than a big rat. Oh, Blue Star is really unsafe now. We can't even go to the park. I really envy those who are qualified and can practice. Yeah, it's so unfair, why can't everyone practice? Let's go to the Yufan Tian website and file a complaint. We also want to practice. A funny guy. Zhang Yuhe did not pay attention to the follow-up of the giant rat attack on people in Nihutai Mountain. To him, this was just a very small matter. A rat that is not even a rank 1 monster and is weaker than the first wild monster he killed in Yufan Tian. What is there to pay attention to? However, the impact of spirit key revival is indeed gradually increasing, and it has only been a day. Rats in city parks have begun attacking humans. Are the wild beasts in the mountains evolving faster? Zhang Yuhe felt a sense of crisis and decided to speed up his cultivation. He doesn't want to find himself surrounded by monsters when he logs off one day. A person was practicing in Yufan Tian, but when he came back his home was gone. That feeling is terrible. You must not relax in your practice. Zhang Yuhe thought silently. As long as he practices fast enough and is strong enough, he can nip all crises in the bud. If he could kill the evolved monsters with a wave of his hand, then the blue planet would naturally be peaceful. The world would still be a beautiful place, and it wouldn't affect him. After returning home, Zhang Yuhe sat on the sofa and closed his eyes in deep thought. It is impossible to practice now. Without sufficient spirit qi, cultivation would be completely ineffective. Practicing for a whole day on Blue Star may not be as effective as practicing for a breath in Daosheng Sect. Although I cannot practice, I can recall my previous practice experiences and find various deficiencies. Zhang Yuhe sat on the sofa, recalling the various knowledge he had learned from the library. Chapter 20. Night fell. When the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yuhe quickly entered Yufan Tian. As time passed, the news that Daosheng Sect had a new inner disciple slowly spread among the disciples. But no one has ever seen him and no one knows where he came from. From time to time, when disciples pass by Yunhe Peak, they can't help but look up the mountain. However, the Galaxy Peak formation was activated and nothing could be seen from the outside. A week passed in Blue Star time, and Zhang Yuhe had been practicing in Daosheng Sect for almost 2 years. On this day, countless spirit qi flowed toward Yunhe Peak. Zhang Yuhe sat cross-legged on the training platform, looking a little nervous. He kept guiding the spirit qi and injecting it into Danshan. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the gathered spirit qi slowly dissipated, and Zhang Yuhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we have reached the Gold Core realm. After nearly 2 years of training, he had never gone out and had been practicing at the Galaxy Peak, all the way from the construction stage to the Gold Core stage. This kind of cultivation speed is absolutely unique in the entire Yufan Tian. Zhang Yuhe took 2 years to complete the journey that most monks would take a lifetime to complete. FK, what's going on? When he checked the situation in his Danshan, his expression became a little dull. I saw a golden round bead floating above the sea of spirit qi in Danshan, like a golden sun. Is this my gold core realm? Is this golden bead my gold core? Looking at the situation in his Danshan, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. According to his understanding, the process of a cultivator condensing a gold core should be to solidify all the liquid spirit qi in the Danshan into a gold core. But his spirit Qi still existed, and now there was a golden sun. This should be considered the gold core. Zhang Yuhe felt his own aura and found it was obviously much stronger than before. It is the gold core realm for sure. After repeated confirmation, Zhang Yuhe finally got the answer. After all, aura cannot lie. He stood up and left the pavilion, and came to the top of the mountain outside. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and a purple flying sword floated in front of him. Go! The flying sword leaped across the sky and instantly struck the lake at the foot of the mountain. The sword flashed down, splitting the entire lake into two, and countless dead fish floated up. After a long time, the lake returned to calm. Times. Zhang Yuhe made a move with his hand, and the purple flying sword instantly returned to his front. Good. Looking at the effect of the flying sword, Zhang Yuhe nodded with satisfaction. After breaking through the gold core, his strength has obviously improved by leaps and bounds. With his current strength, if he were to walk down the mountain, he would definitely be considered a master. After all, a gold core monk is never a weakling no matter where he is. And Zhang Yuhe, the gold core monk, is obviously a little special. Although he had never formally fought with anyone, he felt that he was many times stronger than the gold core monks of the same level. Why think about these things? I'm not fighting with anyone anyway. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but shook his head. He is a geek who pursues immortality. Combat power and the like are not what he pursues. He just wanted to practice quietly and set a small goal first, transcending tribulation ascension. Zhang Yuhe made a casual move and the purple flying sword fell into his hand. High-grade law weapon, Galaxy. This flying sword was made by him himself. The flying sword of the sixth son of the Wu family had long been thrown into the trash by him. In the past 2 years, in addition to cultivation, Zhang Yuhe also took time to study alchemy arrays and talismans, and has achieved basic accomplishments in all of them. He also doesn't have to go out to look for materials, as they can be bought in the game system's trading market. During this period of time, the strength of other players has also gradually improved, and most players have already established a firm foothold in Yufan Tian. Some of the players with fast cultivation speed have already reached the 4th or 5th level of Qi refining. Such cultivation is enough to support them to walk in small places. As players' strength increases, the items in the trading market gradually become more abundant. Some items are dropped by players when they kill monsters, but more are resold by players from the natives. Doing business and trade is the genetic instinct of the people of Blue Star, and this is true even for Yufan Tian. Zhang Yuhe bought materials from the trading market, and then refined some low-end elixirs and law weapons for sale. He would occasionally draw talisman crafting paper and make formation plates. In the eyes of other players, Zhang Yuhe is a big businessman in Immortal Cultivation world. No one would believe that he made these things by himself. Everyone thought that he had clung to some indigenous force and was helping them to carry out business activities. It's time to refine my own law treasure. Zhang Yuhe put away the galaxy flying sword and came to the artifact refining room in the pavilion. After entering the gold core realm, the monk can refine a law treasure into his life law treasure. The natal law treasure can be gradually improved as the cultivator's realm improves. Moreover, compared to ordinary law treasure, the natal law treasure is more powerful and consumes less energy. Every cultivator above the gold core realm has his or her own law treasure. Zhang Yuhe naturally had to get one for himself. The natal law treasure he planned to refine was called the Yuentian Primordial Origin Sword. This is the method for refining the law treasure that comes with the Primordial Origin scripture. In fact, most techniques have methods for refining divine ability and innate law treasure. It's just that the Yuentian Primordial Origin Sword is a little special, because it is a set of 9 flying swords that form a complete set of the nascent law treasure. All 9 swords can be used to form the 9 heavens Primordial Origin Sword formation, which combines offense and defense and is extremely powerful. Zhang Yuhe was looking forward to it. After he refined the 9 heavens Primordial Origin Sword, he would see if it was as powerful as described in the technique. Walking into the artifact refining room, a tall four-legged tripod stands quietly in it. High-grade law weapon, 4-beast cauldron. Zhang Yuhe sat cross-legged and took out the materials for refining the Yuentian primordial origin sword one by one. It took him a long time to collect these materials. For some of the materials, he entrusted other players to purchase them on his behalf. Because those materials are too precious, no players would sell them on the trading market. In the past 2 years, he refined elixirs, law weapons, drew talismans, and made array plates, and all the spirit stones he earned were basically turned into these materials. There is only one copy of the materials, and if you fail, it will take a lot of time to collect them. However, Zhang Yuhe was not worried. Since the first time he practiced artifact refining, he had no idea what failure was. It's always a success, without exception. Throwing the materials into the 4-beast cauldron one by one, Zhang Yuhe pinched his hands in a magical hand gesture, and a scorching flame ignited under the cauldron. While practicing the primordial origin scripture, he also used his spiritual sense to observe the changes in the cauldron at all times. After all the materials were melted, Zhang Yuhe kept making hand gestures and used spiritual sense to shape the melted materials into 9 tiny flying swords. After a long time, Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, the lid of the tripod flew up, and 9 flying swords slowly emerged. These 9 flying swords are different, but the aura they emit is connected. Zhang Yuhe extinguished the flame, took out the flying swords, picked up one of them and examined it carefully. The flying sword is crystal clear as a whole, and its surface looks like flowing water. It is a flying sword with water attributes. On the hilt of the flying sword, 3 small characters Milky Way. Water were carved in cursive script. Good. Looking at the flying sword in his hand, Zhang Yuhe nodded with satisfaction. After leaving marks on the flying sword, Zhang Yuhe collected them into his danshan one by one. By looking inward at danshan, I saw 9 flying swords slowly rotating around a golden round bead above the sea of spirit qi. The natal law treasure needs to be nurtured in the cultivator's danshan before it can slowly show its power. Done. Zhang Yuhe walked out of the artifact refining room and sat cross-legged on the practice platform. Continue practicing. Artifact refining, the life law treasure, is just a small episode, and cultivation is the norm. If you don't practice regularly, when will you achieve ascension? Chapter 21. As time goes by, the situation on Blue Star becomes more and more serious. Wild animal attacks appear in the news from time to time, especially in remote villages close to mountains, where wild animals often come down the mountain to destroy crops and attack villagers. In response, the federal government quickly relocated villagers living near the mountains and forests and merged villages into towns. At the same time, patrols will be strengthened, and once any ferocious beasts are found coming down the mountain, forces will be immediately organized to eliminate them. Compared to the evolution of ferocious beasts, more chaos actually comes from the immortal cultivation players. As the saying goes, when you have a sharp weapon, you will naturally have the desire to kill. In particular, some Blue Star people who were originally unsuccessful, after obtaining the qualifications to enter Yufan Tian to practice immortal cultivation, they quickly lost themselves. They rely on their powerful strength to hurt people at any time. The federal government is ruthless in dealing with such situations and suppresses them as soon as they are discovered. To be honest, the Xiaoxian players may seem superior, but most of them have just entered the early stages of qi refining. When faced with the orderly federal forces, they are completely inadequate. Zhang Yuhe never felt sympathy for such people who were seeking death. They deserved to be suppressed. However, in his opinion, suppression alone is obviously not a long-term solution. Once the strength of the immortal cultivation players grows to a certain level, the pressure on the federal government will become greater and greater, and the situation will be out of control. Facing the new situation, the correct way out is to establish a new order. Sure enough, 1 month after Yufan Tian's opening, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance was established under the leadership of the Federal Security Bureau II. The Immortal Cultivation Alliance issued an announcement. All players who enter Yufan Tian should register their information with the Xiaoxian Alliance. As long as you register your information, you don't have to do anything and you can receive a subsidy of 10,000 blue coins every month. If you are willing to join the Immortal Cultivation Alliance and obey orders, you can receive a monthly subsidy of 50,000 yuan and housing will also be arranged. In addition, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance will also provide some other conveniences. At the same time, the Xiaoxian Alliance also issued a code of conduct, calling on all players to abide by it. The general content of the covenant is: 1. Please resolve personal grudges between players in Yufan Tian and avoid causing conflicts in densely populated areas of Blue Star. 2. Players are not allowed to attack ordinary people. If a dispute occurs between players and ordinary people, they can report it to the Xiaoxian Alliance, and the Alliance will give priority to helping solve the problem. 3. As the threat of the evolution of wild beasts intensifies, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance calls on everyone to voluntarily help once a crisis occurs. Players will receive generous rewards every time they help. 4. Players in Yufan Tian should unite, help each other and make progress together. In addition to issuing the convention, the Xiaoxian Alliance also established Skynet, where all registered players can exchange information. With the establishment of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance, a large number of players joined the alliance, the illegal behavior of a few players was brought under certain control, and the Order of Blue Star gradually returned to normal. Zhang Yuhe also took the time to register his information at the Yujiang City branch of the Xiaoxian Alliance. As a good citizen of Blue Planet, consciously obeying management is a basic quality. Moreover, after registration, there is a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan, which would be a waste if you don't take it. Although he was not short of money, why not take it for free? Of course, as for joining the alliance and obeying orders, he had no interest at all. Nothing major has happened, so don't let it affect his cultivation. If a situation arises that others cannot handle, he will naturally take action. Chapter 22. Daosheng Sect, Yunhe Peak. Zhang Yuhe woke up from his practice. The speed of cultivation after soul formation is really getting slower and slower. At this time, a whole year has passed since Yufan Tian was opened. Zhang Yuhe has also practiced in the Daosheng Sect for hundreds of years. 2 years for Gold Core, 10 years for Nascent Soul, and 50 years for a breakthrough to the soul formation realm. Zhang Yuhe made rapid breakthroughs all the way, as if he was riding a rocket. However, after entering soul formation, the speed of cultivation began to slow down. It took him 50 years to reach the late stage of soul formation, and he was still a little short of perfection. Soul formation is an important stage in the monk's transformation, and it is also an extremely difficult level. Even in Daosheng Sect, among the 3,000 inner disciples, there are only 100 or so soul formation disciples, and the rest are in the nascent soul stage. Once an inner disciple breaks through soul formation and enters the realm of void refining, he or she will automatically leave the status of a disciple and become a sect elder. During these 100 years, Zhang Yuhe never left Yunhe Peak, but stayed in the pavilion to practice. The attention that the other disciples originally had for him had long since disappeared. How could anyone pay attention to someone who hasn't appeared for hundreds of years? If his name had not been seen in the registration information of the Taoist inner disciples, the other disciples might have thought that he was gone. After all, when Zhang Yuhe first entered the sect, he only had qi refining skills. If there is no breakthrough, it is possible that one will die of old age after 100 years. It's time to go out for a walk. Zhang Yuhe stood up and muttered something. I don't know what kind of divine ability I can exchange for with my current merit points. He took out his identity jade card and checked it. The merit value was 100. The merit points of inner disciples are somewhat special because they do not have to complete any tasks. The only source of merit for most inner disciples is merit based on years of service. When you are on a garrison duty, you will get 2 points of merit each year. When you are not on a garrison duty, you will only get 1 point of merit each year. If inner disciples want to gain more merits, it depends on the opportunity. For example, suppressing unrest, eliminating the demon race, or other tasks assigned by the elders. It's just that Yufan Tian has been at peace for a long time, and there are not many opportunities like this. Everyone is scrambling to do it, and if you don't have some ability, you won't even get a chance. Zhang Yuhe stayed in Daosheng sect for hundreds of years and did nothing except practicing, so he only had 100 merits. I just don't know what kind of divine ability spell these 100 merits can be exchanged for. Go to the library and have a look. Zhang Yuhe walked out of the pavilion, turned into a stream of light and flew away from Yunhe Peak. After a while, he appeared in front of the library. The speed of the soul formation monks is no joke. In other words, Yufan Tian has a vast territory, if it were on Blue Star. At his current speed, he could appear anywhere in minutes. Brother Zhang. Well, when he heard someone calling him, Zhang Yuhe turned around quickly. Junior brother Cheng, you have also entered the inner gate. The person who came was Cheng Sujing, the deacon disciple who had helped him with the initiation procedures. Seeing him dressed in purple and emitting the aura of the nascent soul, Zhang Yuhe asked uncertainly. Yes. At this moment, Cheng Sujing could not hide his shocked expression. When Zhang Yuhe entered the inner gate of Daosheng sect with the token, it was only the qi refining stage. However, now he can no longer see through Zhang Yuhe's cultivation. Is his current cultivation level higher than mine? That's impossible. It is impossible to go from qi refining to surpassing nascent soul in 100 years. Maybe it is to learn some hidden divine ability. Cheng Sujing guessed silently that this kind of thing was obviously not easy to inquire directly, so he did not ask. Brother Zhang, are you here to exchange for divine ability? Zhang Yuhe nodded and replied. Yes, I have been training in the sect for many years, but I have not learned any divine abilities. It will soon be my turn to take up a position, and I need to learn some divine abilities to accompany me. Hearing this, Cheng Sujing was speechless. Damn it, you can't cram at the last minute like this. You only remember to learn divine ability when you are about to use it. What were you doing before? How could it be too late to learn now? It takes several years to master any ordinary divine ability. As for those high-level divine abilities, the time required to fully comprehend them is even more outrageous. Don't even think about it for 100 or 80 years. However, in Cheng Sujing's opinion, Zhang Yuhe's current cultivation level is at most Gold Core realm, and the highest possibility is only Foundation Building realm. With such a level of cultivation, the post assigned to him by the elders must be a peaceful place. To put it simply, he went out as an inner disciple of Daosheng sect just to show off his abilities, and no one expected him to be able to really guard an area. It doesn't matter whether you have powerful divine ability or not. Of course, although he thought so, Cheng Sujing said it humbly. Then you must choose carefully, senior brother. Merit is hard-earned, and every time you spend a bit of merit, you need to be careful. Zhang Yuhe nodded in agreement. The main reason is that there are too few ways to obtain merits, and there is no way to earn more merits. The more you spend, the less you have. If you choose the wrong divine ability, you will have to wait several years before you can redeem it again. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe asked Cheng Sujing. Junior brother Cheng, I want to learn some divine abilities to accompany me. I wonder if you have any suggestions. He felt that Cheng Sujing was a very enthusiastic person and might be able to give him some advice. Cheng Sujing thought for a moment and said. Divine ability is not the stronger the better. It mainly depends on the needs and the characteristics of one's own practice. Divine ability that matches the characteristics of the practice is not only easier to comprehend, but the actual effect it exerts is often stronger. Of course, it also depends on how much merit you plan to spend. After hearing what Cheng Sujing said, Zhang Yuhe thought quietly. There is no need to consider the characteristics of the exercises. The 8 systems of primordial origin are practiced together, and they are inclusive of all things. As for being easier to understand, don't worry about this at all. Zhang Yuhe felt that in terms of comprehension, he was a complete idiot. Any new knowledge can really be learned at a glance. What we really need to consider is the issue of demand, to see what kind of divine ability he needs. Zhang Yuhe looked at himself. As a soul formation late-stage monk, he currently only has one divine ability, which is the primordial origin sword formation that comes with the primordial origin sutra, which needs to be used in conjunction with his natal law treasure. Apart from that, he only knows some basic spells. I have to say, it is very inconsistent with my identity. Zhang Yuhe thought about it carefully. First of all, he needed a divine ability. After all, running fast was the most important thing. Although his current speed is not bad, that is relative to people who are weaker than him. Compared with people of the same level, he is obviously far behind in terms of speed. In his opinion, if you can beat the opponent, you should catch up. If you can't beat the opponent, you should run fast. Therefore, the speed divine ability is a must. I don't know what 100 merits means, so I'll ask first. Junior brother Cheng, I now have 100 merits. I want to change to a stronger speed divine ability. If there are any left, I will consider other options. 100 merits can be exchanged for 2 Earth rank high grade divine abilities, Earth rank middle grade can be exchanged for 5, and low grade can be ignored. Also, what are your thoughts on speed? If you want to be flexible, I suggest you exchange it for the Earth rank high grade divine ability Dragon Step. Flexibility? Zhang Yuhe doesn't consider it. He thinks that in a fight you have to use force, and if you can't win then run away. What's the point of being flexible? If you really encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, no matter how flexible you are, it will be useless. At most you can only delay time and die slower. What about the divine ability in terms of pure speed? What suggestions do you have, junior brother? Among the pure speed divine abilities in the sect, the one with the highest apex level is the Tianhuang Fixian technique in the Jinglu, a heavenly rank low-grade escape technique divine ability. Once this divine ability is used, it is as graceful as a flying fairy, and the speed is extremely fast. However, to exchange for Tianhuang Fixian technique, 100 merits are required. If you choose to exchange for this divine ability, you will not be able to exchange for other divine abilities. Moreover, as a heavenly rank divine ability, Tianhuang Fixian technique is extremely difficult to comprehend, so you need to choose carefully. There are 2 next level divine abilities in the library, one is sky breaking and the other is cloud escape. Both of them are earth rank high grade divine abilities and require 50 merits. There are also quite a few earth rank middle grade divine abilities in the library. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your advice, I will think about it seriously. Seeing Zhang Yuhe standing there thinking, Cheng Sujing bowed and left. Chapter 23. After Cheng Sujing left, Zhang Yuhe still stood there thinking. Without considering whether one can learn it or not, the stronger the divine ability is, the better. Especially the speed-related divine ability, which is more important to him. Zhang Yuhe originally thought that since he didn't have many merits, he could just find 2 divine abilities in the library and learn them. He would just use them as he pleased, and when he had accumulated enough merits, he would consider switching to other divine abilities. But Cheng Sujing told him that Jinglu had a powerful escape technique called Divine Ability, which only required 100 merits. This made him very conflicted. After changing to this Tianhuang Fixian technique, he no longer had time to switch to other divine abilities. In this way, he only knows 1 sword formation and 1 divine ability for running away. Wouldn't that be insufficient? Forget it, I'll just choose Tianhuang Fixian Chu. After careful consideration, Zhang Yuhe finally made up his mind, mainly because he felt speed was too important. As for attack and defense, the Nine Heavens primordial origin sword formation is both offensive and defensive, which should be enough for the time being. Besides, doesn't he have many skills? He can refine more law treasures, draw more talisman papers, and make some formation plates for self-defense. After making up his mind, Zhang Yuhe quickly came to the sutra building. The person guarding outside the sutra building at this time was still the old man with the long beard. But this time, the old man with a long beard was not writing. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat quietly on the bench. Zhang Yuhe quickly stepped forward and called out softly. "Senior, I want to exchange for a divine ability." The old man opened his cloudy eyes impatiently, and after seeing clearly that it was Zhang Yuhe, he suddenly shouted. "It's you again, kid." 100 years have passed, but he still remembers Zhang Yuhe, the honest boy who refused to praise his calligraphy. And he was so stubborn as to choose the primordial origin. Is it possible for a human to learn this? Suddenly, the old man sensed that Zhang Yuhe was emitting the aura of soul formation late stage, and he was stunned. How long has it been? 100 years? It only took 100 years to go from the chi refining stage to the soul formation late stage. What the hell is this? Isn't it possible that I saw it wrong? The old man stood up from the bench instantly and looked at Zhang Yuhe seriously, which made Zhang Yuhe feel a little scared. After making sure he was not mistaken, the old man took a deep breath and asked calmly. "You can choose which divine ability you want to switch to." After saying that, he threw out a booklet. Compared to the booklet used to choose the exercises last time, this one was thicker. Zhang Yuhe quickly picked up the booklet and looked at it. It recorded the introduction of various divine abilities. Without exception, they were all heavenly ranked divine abilities. There were attack and defense divine abilities of various attributes, and even quite a few heavenly rank high-grade divine abilities. Judging from the descriptions, these divine abilities were extremely powerful, and he felt a little jealous. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough merits. A heavenly rank high-grade divine ability required 500 merits, and a heavenly rank middle grade required 200 merits. He only had 100 merits, which was just enough to exchange for a heavenly rank low-grade divine ability. Zhang Yuhe flipped to the end and found only one divine ability in the art of escape, which was the Tianhuang Fixian technique. The others were basically attack-type divine abilities. There were also some defensive ones, but not many. No choice but to choose it. Zhang Yuhe handed the booklet back and said respectfully. "Senior, I want to exchange for this Tianhuang Fixian technique." Hearing Zhang Yuhe's choice, the old man stretched out his hand and saw a stream of light flying out from the sutra building, and then the old man's hand. "It is a golden jade slip." The old man handed over the jade slip and said lightly. "Just look here, and then leave. Bring me your jade identity token." Zhang Yuhe took the jade slip and immediately handed over the jade identity card. His spiritual sense probed into the jade slip, and he saw a picture of an immortal about to fly. The immortal in the picture seems to be still, but a closer look will reveal that the immortal's position is constantly changing. Is this an escape technique? This is teleportation. Zhang Yuhe was a little surprised when he saw the images of immortals in the jade slip. The scene flashed by, followed by the method of practicing the Tianhuang Fixian technique. It's like this. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Zhang Yuhe had some understanding. No wonder the immortals in the picture seem to be still, yet they appear in different places. This is not teleportation, but an extremely fast speed, fast enough to deceive human perception. It's not a loss this time. He was very satisfied with this escape technique. After reading it, Zhang Yuhe handed the jade slip back to the old man with a long beard. "Senior, I've finished reading it." "You're done reading this, why don't you leave now?" The old man handed the identity jade token back to him and said impatiently. Zhang Yuhe bowed to the old man, then turned into a stream of light and flew away into the distance. After he left, the old man quickly took out a jade token, pointed at the token, and then spoke. Old Ghost Lu, do you still remember the boy who entered the inner gate with the token? In a hall deep in the sect, Elder Lu, who was practicing, suddenly felt something. He took out the jade token and examined it. Hey, why is Mr. Fang talking about that kid? Could it be that the kid thinks his handwriting is ugly again? Elder Lu pointed and spoke. Remember, what's wrong, old Ghost Fang? Did that guy say your handwriting is ugly again? Haha, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your handwriting is so ugly that it's hard for gods and ghosts to see it, so don't embarrass yourself by showing it off. Nonsense, I haven't written for 100 years. Oh? Then why did you suddenly mention that kid again? Do you know what realm that kid is in now? It should be the Gold Core realm, or the Foundation building. Oh, I'm having a headache over this. With his weak cultivation, I don't know where to assign him to guard. Weak? Haha, you'll be surprised when you see him. What does this mean? Guess, hee. The old man with a long beard cut off the call directly, looking a little smug. Old Ghost Lu, you also have times when you make mistakes. Such a talented person was not accepted as his personal disciple in the first place, hee. After feeling proud, the old man with a long beard fell into deep thought again. Why is this kid's cultivation speed so ridiculously fast? Even for a spirit body monk, it would take at least several hundred years to cultivate to the soul formation realm. It only took this kid 100 years to not only break through to the soul formation realm, but also cultivate to the soul formation late stage. Could it be because of the primordial origin scripture that he succeeded in cultivating it? Is this technique passed down from the immortal world so powerful? The old man with a long beard looked up at the 9th floor of the tower. Zhang Yuhe was unaware of the conversation between the old man with a long beard and Elder Lu. As soon as he returned to Yunhe Peak, he immediately went to the training platform in the pavilion and silently recalled the contents of the Tianhuang Fixian technique in the jade slip. Suddenly, he stood up and appeared outside the pavilion in an instant. Try this Tianhuang Fixian technique, how fast is it? Zhang Yuhe flew up and stood above the Yunhe Peak, looking as graceful as an immortal. As he used all his strength to perform the Tianhuang Fixian technique, he seemed to be standing still on the top of the mountain, but in fact he had already flown back to the lake at the foot of the mountain. Bullshit! He was extremely satisfied with the effect of using the Tianhuang Fixian technique with all his strength. With this escape technique, he is confident that he can escape even if he encounters a void refining monk who is one realm higher than him, let alone a monk of the same level. 100 merits in exchange for such an awesome escape technique, this is a huge profit. Chapter 24. Seeing the old man with a long beard cut off the communication, Elder Lu put away the jade token and fell into deep thought. What does Fang Logui mean by this? He first asked about Zhang Yuhe's cultivation level, and then said that I would be shocked after seeing it. Could it be that the boy has already broken through the realm of nascent soul? That's impossible. Of course, he was impressed by Zhang Yuhe, the disciple who joined the inner sect with the token. After all, it had been nearly 100,000 years since Daosheng sect sent out the token, and the other tokens had long been taken back. The last token had not been found for many years, and he thought it might have been lost. When Zhang Yuhe took out the token, he was a little surprised. However, what surprised him was not Zhang Yuhe, but the fact that the last token could be found. He didn't pay much attention to Zhang Yuhe. A refining stage kid in his 20s must have ordinary qualifications. What is there to pay attention to? Anyway, according to the sect's rules, anyone holding a token can be accepted into the inner sect, regardless of their talent or background, as long as they are not a lackey of the demon race. Since Zhang Yuhe can produce the token, he just needs to follow the rules. Elder Lu's name is Lu Mingfang. As the deacon elder of Daosheng sect, he is responsible for the management of disciples within the sect. He has dealt with many such matters and believes that he will not make a mistake. Elder Fang suddenly mentioned Zhang Yuhe, which made him very strange. Could it be that I really misjudged this kid? Is he a cultivation genius? Forget it, I'll just go over and take a look, and I can arrange his position at the same time. Liu Mingfang stood up and turned into a stream of light flying towards Yunhe Peak. Galaxy Peak. Zhang Yuhe is practicing the Tianhuang Fixian technique. Although he has an extremely high level of comprehension, he can understand anything at a glance. But knowing and being proficient are two different things. For life-saving methods like the Tianhuang Fixian technique, it is naturally better to practice more. Suddenly he frowned and stopped practicing the Tianhuang Fixian technique. Why is there still someone looking for me? Zhang Yuhe felt a little strange when he sensed that someone was knocking on the formation outside. He has practiced in the Daosheng sect for hundreds of years, but he only knows a few people, so no one should look for him. Zhang Yuhe took out the jade token and activated the formation of Yunhe Peak. He saw Liu Mingfang hovering outside the mountain. Seeing this, he immediately flew over and shouted respectfully. Disciple Zhang Yuhe greets Elder Liu. Of course he knew the elder who brought him in, and Zhang Yuhe could also guess roughly why Liu Mingfang came. I guess he will be assigned a garrison duty. To be honest, Zhang Yuhe had no interest in going out to serve as a garrison commander. Although being outside to guard a place can earn you twice as much merit as practicing in the sect, and as a representative of the Daosheng sect guarding a place, it is extremely easy to make some money. Despite this, he still had no interest in it, as going out to guard would interfere with his cultivation. It is so nice to stay in the sect. You don't have to worry about anything and no one will disturb you. Moreover, the Daosheng sect is full of spirit qi. It is simply a sacred land for cultivation. If you go out to guard a garrison, you won't have such a good environment for cultivation, and you may have to deal with some troubles in the place from time to time. It's very annoying. However, he had no choice, as that was the rule of Daosheng sect. The inner disciples take turns guarding the post every 100 years, and they have to go there honestly whether they are willing or not. He enjoyed the comfortable training environment provided by Daosheng sect, and naturally he also had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. People who are unwilling to take responsibility will not have a good ending no matter where they are. 100 years later, when Liu Mingfang saw Zhang Yuhe again, he couldn't believe his eyes. Soul formation late stage? How is that possible? He sensed the aura emanating from Zhang Yuhe again. It's soul formation late stage indeed. Could it be that I was wrong at the beginning? This kid was not at the qi refining stage at the beginning, but was already at the foundation building, or even the gold core realm. Thinking of this, Liu Mingfang couldn't help but shook his head. It was impossible that he had made a mistake at the time. It was impossible for a qi refining stage disciple to hide his aura in front of a body integration master like him. So the question is, this guy is now in the soul formation late stage. In other words, this kid took 100 years to cultivate from the qi refining stage to the soul formation late stage. This speed of cultivation completely exceeded his imagination. Liu Chongming opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. After a long while, he finally asked. Have you reached the soul formation late stage? Yes, I practice hard every day and have made some progress by chance. Zhang Yuhe answered carefully. He also felt that his cultivation speed was too fast and he was a little worried that he would be caught by those old monsters from Daosheng sect and sliced into pieces for research. If he didn't have the identity of a player and could be resurrected after death, he would not dare to show up in front of these old monsters. Maybe after exchanging for the skills, he would find a deserted place to practice quietly, and would not dare to come out until he was invincible. Good. Hearing Zhang Yuhe's answer, Liu Mingfang nodded in approval. Before coming here, he looked up Zhang Yuhe's information and found that this kid had never gone out since he entered the sect except for going to receive a martial arts technique once. Not to mention walking out of the mountain gate, this kid has never even left the mountain he is on. Even an old monster like him who has practiced for tens of thousands of years cannot compare to his spirit of hard practice in seclusion. With such a mindset, why worry about not being able to become an immortal? Of course, the more crucial thing is this kid's talent, which may be incredible, perhaps some kind of spirit body. It's just that he didn't give Zhang Yuhe a test qualification when he just started. Now that he has started, it's not right to ask again. Seeing that Liu Mingfang didn't ask any further questions, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that these old monsters would dig into the matter, but now it seems that they haven't done so. In fact, this is how it is in the immortal cultivation world. Everyone has their own secrets, and even closed teachers will not ask in detail. Liu Mingfang looked at Zhang Yuhe with approval and spoke in a gentle tone. Inner sect disciples are required to take up guarding duties every 100 years. You know this, right? No. Zhang Yuhe nodded to show that he understood. Since you have already cultivated to the soul formation late stage, then the guarding position will be easy to arrange. The disciple guarding Hesu Yunzong mansion is close to a breakthrough and applied to return to the sect for retreat last month. You will be the guardian of Yunzong mansion. Okay. Zhang Yuhe nodded in agreement. It didn't matter to him where he went, as he was not familiar with any place anyway. But what is interesting is that Yunzong mansion is where he entered Yufan Tian. As the saying goes, we return to where we came from. Things in this world are so wonderful. Give me your identity jade token. Zhang Yuhe quickly handed over his identity jade card. Liu Mingfang took the jade token, pinched his fingers to make some incantations, and then pointed at the jade token. The jade token changed instantly. The front side had the words Daoist Saint. Yinhe Peak Zhang Yuhe written on it. The back side, which was originally blank, now had the words Yunzong Prefecture Garrison Commander written on it. Chapter 25. After Liu Mingfang reset the identity jade card, he handed it back and reminded Zhang Yuhe at the same time. You must arrive at Central Cloud City within 1 month and complete the handover with the previous garrison disciple. Yes. Zhang Yuhe took the jade identity card and said yes respectfully. Liu Mingfang nodded, took out another jade slip and handed it over and said. These are the things that the disciples who guard the city need to pay attention to. Please take a closer look at them later. Before Zhang Yuhe could respond, Liu Mingfang spoke seriously. Inner sect disciples must not let down the dignity of Dao Sheng Zone when they go out to guard. At the same time, pay attention to patrolling the movements of the demon god cult. Once you find any trace of the demon god cult, report it immediately. If anyone is found colluding with the demon god cult and acting as a lackey of the demon race, they will be killed without mercy. The demon god cult is omnipresent. This is your first time serving as a garrison commander. Be sure not to fall into their trap. If you encounter a problem that you cannot solve, report it to the sect immediately. Zhang Yuhe stood aside, listening to Liu Mingfang's words and nodding from time to time. I'm leaving first. If you need anything, please contact me through the identity jade token. After some nagging instructions, Liu Mingfang turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Zhang Yuhe held the jade slip and stood there, thinking quietly. According to the records in the book, the demon race invaded Yufan Tian 100,000 years ago, and a great war lasted for hundreds of years. Finally, under the leadership of Dao Shenzong, the invading demon race was successfully repelled. But things are not that simple. Although the demon race was repelled, they were not completely eliminated. There are still some demon races hiding in various places in Yufan Tian. The Daosheng sect has spent 100,000 years but has not yet eliminated them all. More importantly, the remaining demon race instigated the natives of Yufan Tian to establish the demon god cult and worship the demon god, which is actually growing stronger. Zhang Yuhe occasionally sees players discussing matters of the demon god cult through the chat channel and the Skynet of the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance. Obviously, these remaining demon race and demon god cults are not hiding honestly, but often come out to make some small moves, seriously threatening the ruling position of Daosheng sect. That was why Liu Ming specifically mentioned this matter to him, in order to prevent the demon god cult from causing trouble in Yunzhong prefecture during his time of guarding. I hope it won't affect my practice. Zhang Yuhe thought silently. For him, going to Yunzhong prefecture to guard it was just a matter of changing the place to practice. If you really encounter someone causing trouble, kill him one at a time, or kill a pair at a time. If you encounter someone you can't beat, run away and call for support. After returning to the pavilion, Zhang Yuhe tidied himself up and then turned into a stream of light and flew towards the mountain gate. While flying, he checked the precautions in the jade slip. The main task of the inner disciples who go out to guard is to monitor the 4 directions. The first is to prevent people from breaking the rules and disrupting the rules and order set by Daosheng sect. The second is related to the demon race and the demon god cult. Once anyone is found colluding with the demon god cult, they will be killed and no leniency will be shown. From this, it can be seen that the Daosheng sect is very wary of the demon race and the demon god cult. Monitoring the movements of the demon god cult and the demon race is almost the top priority for these garrison disciples. As for the local indigenous forces, they are not very important, after all, these people's roots are there. If they did anything out of line, they would not be able to withstand the wrath of Daosheng sect. To put it simply, the garrison disciples usually only need to pay attention to the changes in local forces, and also keep a close eye on the demon race and the demon god cult that may appear at any time. Apart from these 2 things, the garrison disciples do not need to do too much. When they have nothing to do, they can stay in the garrison and practice with peace of mind. Zhang Yuhe used all his strength to activate the Tianhuang Fixian technique. He looked as graceful as an immortal, yet his speed was extremely fast. After a while, it flew out of the mountain gate of Daosheng sect. He flew quickly forward and did not stay in Zhongzhou city. Instead, he showed his identity jade card, took the teleportation array to Hezhu, and then teleport to Yunzhong prefecture city. This time he not only didn't have to pay, but he also didn't have to queue. As an inner disciple of the Daosheng sect, he has countless privileges when traveling. Free delivery is just a small matter. Back here again. Walking out of the central Cloud City teleportation hall and looking at the slightly familiar environment in front of him, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but sigh. 100 years have passed. At first, he just passed through central Cloud City and then left on the teleportation array. When he returned here again, his identity was very different. Let's go to the garrison first to complete the handover. The original garrison disciples probably can't wait any longer. According to Liu Mingfang, the original garrison disciple was close to a breakthrough and needed to return to the sect to practice in seclusion, so he was asked to come here to replace him. When inner disciples go out to guard a place, it doesn't mean they have to stay there for a full 100 years without moving. In fact, they can also leave the base at ordinary times, as long as the time is not too long. If you need to be away for a long time, you must report to the sect, and the sect will arrange for other inner disciples to replace you. Of course, the guarding time they did not complete will need to be made up next time. Zhang Yuhe stood up and flew quickly towards the garrison. There was a no-fly ban in the capital of Yunzhong prefecture, and cultivators were not allowed to fly in the city, but that only applied to ordinary cultivators. As the garrison commander of this place, Zhang Yuhe was naturally not affected by the formation. He flew quickly over Central Cloud City. To the north of Central Cloud City, a mountain stands abruptly, with a stone staircase winding up to the top. The Yunzhong garrison is located right on top of the mountain. When Zhang Yuhe passed the foot of the mountain, a loud shout was heard. Who? I saw a team of golden armored monks running down the mountain road quickly, releasing law weapons at the same time, and looking at Zhang Yuhe in the air vigilantly. Zhang Yuhe picked up the jade identity card and threw it out. The jade card quickly magnified countless times, and several large, shining words instantly appeared in the sky. Guardian of Yunzhong Prefecture. Greetings, Lord Garrison Commander. When the monk in golden armor saw the jade token, he hurriedly saluted and shouted to him. Zhang Yuhe nodded. Is Senior Brother Ming here? The Ming Garrison Commander is in the palace. The former governor of Yunzhong Prefecture was named Ming Fuqian. They have not yet completed the handover. Strictly speaking, the other party is still the governor of this place. Lead the way. Under the guidance of the golden-armored monk, Zhang Yuhe quickly reached the top of the mountain. I saw a magnificent mansion standing quietly on the top of the mountain. On the plaque above the gate of the mansion, the words Yunzhong Town Guard Mansion were solemnly written. At this time, a fat young monk walked out of the mansion. Ah, is this junior brother the new garrison commander? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Meet Senior Brother Ming. Zhang Yuhe bowed and shouted. Brother, please come in. I will introduce you to the situation in Yunzhong Mansion. Ming Fuqian enthusiastically took Zhang Yuhe's hand and walked through the gate into the mansion. The two sat down in the inner hall, and several beautiful maids soon appeared and served them tea, fruits, and desserts. After Ming Fuqian waved his hand to let the maid go out, he asked Zhang Yuhe with a smile. Junior brother, you look unfamiliar. I don't know how to address you. Zhang Yuhe immediately replied politely. Junior brother Zhang Yuhe just entered the inner sect 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Zhang Yuhe. Ming Fuqian tapped the table lightly with his fingers, as if recalling something. Suddenly he remembered. You are the junior fellow who joined the sect 100 years ago with a token of loyalty. That's right, little brother. Zhang Yuhe replied somewhat embarrassedly. He discovered that although these people didn't know him, they all knew his name. It can only be said that compared with other inner disciples, his origin is indeed a bit too special. Chapter 26. Ming Fuqian was secretly surprised to hear that Zhang Yuhe was the junior fellow apprentice who joined the inner sect through a token 100 years ago. To be arranged by the elders to be the garrison commander of Yunzhong Prefecture, one's cultivation must have at least reached the realm of nascent soul. Without the support of one's own strength, relying solely on the appearance of the garrison commander will definitely not work. Wouldn't people be fooled like a fool? Did he break through from Qi refining to the nascent soul realm in just 100 years? That's impossible. Ming Fuqian quietly released his spiritual sense and silently detected Zhang Yuhe's breath. This investigation was of no importance, as he could not sense Zhang Yuhe's breath at all. Ming Fuqian couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that he has already broken through to the soul formation realm? Absolutely not. Ming Fuqian shook his head secretly. 100 years of practice to reach soul formation? Even the reincarnation of a true immortal couldn't do it. Looking at Zhang Yuhe holding a teacup and drinking tea quietly across from him, Ming Fuqian felt a little itchy in his heart. He really wanted to know what Zhang Yuhe's cultivation level was at that moment, but this was obviously not something he could ask in person. I don't know what the current situation in Yunzhong Prefecture is like. How about asking senior brother to introduce it to me? After taking a sip of tea, Zhang Yuhe asked modestly. As he will be staying in Yunzhong Prefecture for a long time in the future, he certainly needs to understand the situation here first. Ming Fuqian has been here for decades, so I think he should know a lot of information. It would be convenient for me to find out more about him in the future. And this is also the normal procedure for the handover of the garrison commander. Of course, whether others are willing to tell you the truth is another matter. Ming Fuqian hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Not to mention forces below 2 stars, there are 5 3-star forces in Central Cloud City, namely Qian, Sun, Li, He, and Fengzhen Tower. Among them, the Qian and Sun families have good relations with the garrison. They both have family members who are training in the outer sect of the Daosheng sect. They should be trustworthy. As for the Li and He families, these 2 families have taken root in Yunzhong Prefecture for tens of thousands of years. Their influence is spread across dozens of cities in Yunzhong Prefecture. Their strength should not be underestimated. However, they are relatively well behaved. They have always wanted to arrange for their children to join Daosheng sect, but they have never succeeded. By the way, I heard that the He family's ancestor had already achieved nascent soul grade completion hundreds of years ago. Now I don't know if he has already passed away or has broken through to the soul formation realm. Junior brother needs to pay attention. As for Fengzhen Tower, although they seem mysterious, they are actually not very strong. The owner of the tower has only just entered nascent soul. Before Mingfu finished speaking, he gave a brief introduction to the major forces in Yunzhong Prefecture. Zhang Yuhe listened quietly and nodded silently. The indigenous forces of Yufan Tian have an unconventional way of dividing. A force with a foundation building monk in charge is called a one-star force, and a force with a gold core monk in charge is called a two-star force. A three-star force must have a nascent soul monk in charge, and a four-star force must have a soul formation monk. The highest level is the five-star force, which is commanded by void refining monks. However, there are not many five-star forces in the entire Yufan Tian, and they are basically distributed in the major state cities. As for those above 5 stars, there are none. The Daosheng sect does not allow such a powerful force to exist. Of course, the Daosheng sect does not count. Rumor has it that there is a Mahayana monk in the holy sect. Strictly speaking, it should be considered a 7-star force. However, Daosheng sect is the maker of the rules, and a few stars are not important to them. There are 5 3-star forces in Yunzhong Prefecture. Even if the ancestor of the He family breaks through to the soul formation realm, Zhang Yuhe doesn't take it seriously. But what Ming Fuqian said are all the forces on the surface. To him, things that are in the open are not a problem. What he fears is that there are some unknown hidden forces. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe continued to ask. Brother Ming, I wonder if there are any hidden forces in Yunzhong Prefecture. Ming Fuqian shook his head and replied. Then I don't know, at least I haven't heard of it. Zhang Yuhe still didn't give up, he continued to ask. Are there any records of the activities of the demon race or the demon god cult in the history of Yunzhong Prefecture? No, not to mention the demon race. As an outsider species, once they show up, they will emit a strong demonic aura. Even if they are hundreds of miles away, they can be sensed. Their whereabouts are almost impossible to hide. As for the demon god cult, I have been here for decades and have not received any relevant information. Even in the past few thousand years, Yunzhong Prefecture has no records of the demon god cult's activities. Zhang Yuhe nodded to show that he understood. He was just asking casually and didn't take it seriously. After all, the demon god cult cannot be seen in public, so whenever they occasionally come out to do some activities, it is a big deal for the Daosheng sect. Yunzhong Prefecture is just a prefecture, so it is normal that it has never appeared. The two chatted for a while, and Ming Fuqian stood up and said. Let's hand over the matter first. I have to go back to the sect to retreat. I sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough before. If I miss this chance, I don't know when I will have the next one. Good. The two men quickly handed over the seal and the city's formation control center and other things. When the work was done, the two men walked out of the house. Ming Fuqian released the flying boat and said to Zhang Yuhe. Junior brother, just stay here and take charge. I will go back to the sect first. Goodbye, senior brother Ming. If you have any questions in the future, please use the Jade token to communicate with me. No problem. After Ming Fuqian finished speaking, he boarded the flying boat with a group of people and left. Ming Fuqian is not alone. As a local, he also has family power. When he first came to Central Cloud City to take up his post, he brought a large group of people with him. Now that he is leaving, he naturally has to take them with him. In fact, most of the inner and outer disciples of Daosheng sect came from various factions, and it was rare to find a lone man like Zhang Yuhe. This is also a means for Daosheng Sect to connect and control various forces. By recruiting disciples, the various forces are tightly bound together. After Ming Fuqian left, the entire garrison became empty in an instant. Looking at the remaining 2 or 3 kittens, Zhang Yuhe was speechless. How the hell is he going to do this? If there is no one to help him, he is like a blind and deaf person, and has no idea of the information outside. You can't just patrol everywhere every day without doing anything, so if you do that, do you still need to practice? Besides, no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't accomplish it by himself. You should know that Yunzhong Prefecture has not only this one capital city, but also manages hundreds of small and medium-sized cities. It doesn't mean that as long as the capital city is fine, the cities below are also within his supervision range. If there is trouble in the city below, the responsibility will also fall on him. We have to think of a way to get some people to help us do the work. Zhang Yuhe's mind was working rapidly, and he was thinking about where to find someone. Asking players for help is one way, but the current strength of the players is not very strong. The highest level of cultivation is only foundation building realm. I have never heard of players from Gold Core realm. More importantly, the players are scattered all over the place, and there are probably not many players in Yunzhong Prefecture. It is definitely not enough to rely on players alone, we need to seek help from some local forces. Chapter 27. On the flying boat, Ming Fuqian looked up at the sky and muttered to himself leisurely. The water in Yunzhong Prefecture is too deep. I hope junior brother Zhang can calm it down, right? An old man who looked like a butler next to him shook his head and said. It's hard to say. Although I can't see through the cultivation level of this new garrison commander, he has been practicing for too short a time, so I don't think he will be too strong. However, the He family is full of weirdness, and there are people backing them up. I'm afraid he can't control it. The aura emanating from this butler was even stronger than before Ming Fu, and he was actually a soul formation monk. When Ming Fuqian was appointed as the governor of Yunzhong, the Ming family specially arranged for the old man to come with him to assist him in handling affairs. Hearing the housekeeper's words, Ming Fuqian nodded, indicating that he also agreed with this view. Forget it, let's not talk about him. As long as we can get out of this mess, that's fine. If we leave like this, will something happen later? The old man who looked like a butler asked with some concern. Then it has nothing to do with us. I have said everything I should say, and I also reminded him to be careful of the He family. The butler stood silently by the side, and after a while he asked tentatively. Sir, do you think the He family is in collusion with the demon god cult? Hearing this, Ming Fuqian was shocked and quickly denied it. Impossible, they don't have the guts to do that. If they collude with the demon god cult and are found out, the whole clan will be wiped out. The He family can't possibly not understand this. In Yufan Tian's world, there is still room for negotiation on other matters, but once it is confirmed that one is colluding with the demon god cult, there is no doubt that one will die. No matter how powerful the force is, it must be eradicated. Daosheng Sect never shows mercy when it comes to such things. The housekeeper said leisurely. I hope I'm wrong. The flying boat arrived at the teleportation hall, and they were quickly teleported away. Zhang Yuhe sat in the inner hall, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. It takes 3 to make a hero. It is obvious that he cannot control the entire Yunzhong prefecture by himself. But who to ask for help is a question worth pondering. According to Ming Fuqian, the Qian and Sun families each have children practicing in the outer sect of Daosheng Sect, so they should be reliable. As for the other 3, that's not good. Zhang Yuhe agrees with this statement. If there are children in the family practicing in the sect, they obviously want to integrate into it and generally will not cause trouble. As for the He and Li families, it's hard to say. According to what Ming Fuqian said, these 2 families also wanted to send disciples to join the sect, but they generally did not have the means and were unsuccessful. Zhang Yuhe totally didn't believe this statement. Although the Daosheng sect has very high standards for recruiting disciples, normal people have no chance at all. However, both the He and Li families are families with a history of tens of thousands of years, but they have never produced a single outer disciple. This is very suspicious. Is it because of lack of talent? Absolutely impossible. These two families are powerful and have countless descendants. It is impossible that there is not a single outstanding one after so many years. Perhaps they don't want to join the Daosheng sect at all, and even want to deliberately keep a distance from the Daosheng sect. If this is true, then there is a big problem. Although the Daosheng sect has dominated Yufan Tian for countless years, they are still fair in their actions. For all forces, sending their children to join the Daosheng sect has only benefits and no disadvantages. But the He and Li families were unwilling to do so. What does this mean? This means that they are doing something wrong, and have been doing it for quite some time. They are afraid that their family members will be exposed if they enter the Daosheng sect. They won't be colluding with the demon god cult, will they? Zhang Yuhe thought about it for a while and suddenly came to this conclusion, which really scared himself. It seems that I really need to be more careful in the future. Zhang Yuhe slowly recalled what Ming Fuqian had said to him. He always felt that there was something else behind Ming Fuqian's words. Now that I think about it, maybe Ming Fuqian had already noticed something, but he had no substantial evidence, so he couldn't report it to the sect and ask them to send support. He thought he couldn't afford to offend, so he found an excuse to leave. What does it mean that you are close to a breakthrough and need to return to the sect for retreat? What nonsense! Although breaking through a great realm requires finding a place with abundant spirit qi, it does not necessarily mean you have to return to the sect. Although the spirit qi in the garrison is not as good as that of the sect, it is not bad either, and is enough to support the breakthrough of the nascent soul monks. Otherwise, the inner disciples who go out to guard the garrison are either nascent soul or soul formation. How can they practice during their tenure? Zhang Yuhe felt that a crisis was looming towards him. Keep calm, don't panic. He comforted himself silently. Suddenly, Zhang Yuhe stood up and shouted. Someone come! A young girl in blue clothes walked in quickly. What do you want, my lord? Zhang Yuhe looked her up and down. Although the girl in green was pretty, her cultivation was only at the 9th level of qi refining. What could she do with such a weak cultivation level? What the hell, is there no one left in the entire garrison? Zhang Yuhe was silent for a while, then asked the girl in blue. May I have your name? The girl in blue thought Zhang Yuhe had some special ideas, so she had to lower her head and reply. My humble self is Qian Lingling. Your last name is Qian? Is it related to Qian family? When Zhang Yuhe heard that the girl in blue was surnamed Qian, he couldn't help but become very interested. I am from the Qian family's side branch, and was arranged by the elders to serve you in the mansion. Zhang Yuhe nodded. As expected, he is from the Qian family. The Qian family arranged him to the garrison, obviously with the intention of getting close to him. As for the purpose of gathering information, Ming Fuqian wasn't that stupid. Would he let someone in if they were not trustworthy? Have all the other people in the mansion left? Looking at the empty garrison, Zhang Yuhe was speechless. Although he likes quietness, he has to sort things out first. Only when things are arranged properly can he practice with peace of mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what would happen if someone came to your door and beat you up one day. Most people have left with Lord Ming, but the servants in the mansion are still here. That means there is no one here. Those who can work have all left, and the rest are just servants. What does he need these servants for? Forget it, let's gather all the families together for a meeting first. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe took out his jade identity card, placed it on the table and said. Take my jade token and notify Qian, Sun, Li, He, and the Fengzhen Tower families to come early tomorrow morning to discuss matters. Ah! When Qian Lingling saw Zhang Yuhe take out his jade identity card, she was completely stunned. How could I easily hand over the garrison commander's identity jade token to others? Ah, what? Go now. The jade identity cards of Daosheng sect disciples all bear the aura of that individual. It is of little use to others, as they cannot use its functions. Moreover, the jade token has a tracking function, so there is no need to worry about it being taken away. Zhang Yuhe really had no one else to use, so he had to ask Qian Lingling to make the trip. It's impossible to ask him, the garrison commander, to go door to door to notify each household to attend the meeting. Doesn't he have any face? Chapter 28. The meeting hall of the Yunzong garrison. Zhang Yuhe sat at the top seat, with Qian Lingling serving carefully behind him. Sitting below were the heads of the various families, namely Qian Weiguang, the head of the Qian family, Sun Pengcheng, the head of the Sun family, Li Jiming, the head of the Li family, He Chifeng, the head of the He family, and Ming Yufei, the owner of Fengzin Tower. Everyone looked at the teacups in front of them in silence, but they carefully checked Zhang Yuhe's breath in private. Now Zhang Yuhe has learned his lesson. He has long concealed his cultivation and kept his aura at the early stage of nascent soul. It is difficult to tell unless you meet someone with higher cultivation than him. Zhang Yuhe glanced at the crowd and set his gaze on Minjiu Yufei, the owner of Fengzin Tower at the back. The woman was stunningly beautiful, but that was not what he was focusing on. Instead, Zhang Yuhe felt that the aura of this woman was a little strange. Although she seemed to be only at the initial stage of nascent soul cultivation, he could clearly sense that there was a powerful aura hidden in this woman. Although the specific name cannot be seen at the moment, it is obviously not the early stage of nascent soul. This woman is not simple. Zhang Yuhe quickly came to a conclusion. Ming Fuqian obviously made a mistake. Ming Fuqian had told him that among the 5 forces, Fengzin Tower was the weakest, with only the owner of the tower having reached the initial stage of nascent soul cultivation. But in Zhang Yuhe's opinion, the most dangerous person is this woman named Minji Yufei. Zhang Wuji's mother was right indeed, beautiful women are the best at deceiving people. Except for Minji Yufei, the owner of Fengzin Tower, there is nothing special about the others. The heads of each family are in the early stage of nascent soul. Of course, as the head of the family, their strength is not necessarily the strongest in the family. In fact, there are quite a few nascent soul monks in each family, and there may even be soul formation monks hidden among them. After looking at each other, Zhang Yuhe cleared his throat and spoke. I have just arrived at Yunzong Prefecture as the garrison commander. Today I mainly want to meet you all so that you can take care of me in the future. You are too polite, sir. You are here to represent the Daosheng sect and stay in Yunzong Prefecture. You are our support. If you need anything, just tell us and we will definitely see to it. Qian Weigang smiled, squinting his eyes, and immediately responded politely. Yes, yes, if the Lord gives an order, each of us will do our best. The other 4 followed suit and responded one by one. Zhang Yuhe looked at everyone's expressions and couldn't tell whether they were true or false. But to him, none of this matters. It doesn't matter if you say nice things 1,000 times, the key is to see actual actions. Zhang Yuhe picked up the teacup, took a sip, and continued. It's like this. As you can see, I don't have many people in my garrison. I would like to borrow some of your helpers to serve as errand boys in the garrison. How about that? Let me make it clear first, you don't have to pay me for doing errands for you. I don't have any money. Zhang Yuhe's tone was deliberately a little domineering and ignorant. He just wanted others to look down on him and relax their attention so that he could do his job more easily. If these people keep an eye on him every day, he will definitely not be able to accomplish anything. Although he originally had no goal, he thought that coming here was just a change of place to practice. But thinking about it is one thing, but whether he can do it is another. This Yunzong mansion is not simple, and he doesn't want to fall into the pit and be unable to get up. Therefore, before practicing, you must sort things out, and it is best to eliminate the threats in advance. Although I don't have any clue now, it doesn't matter. I have to take things one step at a time. As soon as Zhang Yuhe finished speaking, He Chifeng spoke lightly. No problem. I will arrange for someone to come to the garrison tomorrow to serve as an errand boy. However, the cultivation of the children of our He family is not high. Most of them are only at the qi refining stage. Your Excellency will not mind, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe was speechless. You are kidding me, the He family has been in Yunzhong Prefecture for tens of thousands of years, and its influence extends to dozens of cities. There are more than tens of thousands of monks in the family. You told me to send a few qi refining monks over? Who are you looking down on? Zhang Yuhe said lightly. Forget about brother qi refining. I won't force you. I just said it casually. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the other four people, and when he saw Li Jiming immediately stood up and spoke politely. Hey, our Li family has been very weak in recent years. Sir, how about I arrange for a few foundation building disciples to come and do the errands? Never mind. Zhang Yuhe responded indifferently, then glanced at the remaining three people. Qian Weiguang stood up immediately and spoke with a smile on his face. It is our honor to work for you, my lord. Tomorrow I will select 5 gold core disciples from the family to come here. Zhang Yuhe nodded. Sun Pengcheng behind him also responded. 5 gold core realms will be sent over tomorrow. Good. Zhang Yuhe finally turned his gaze to concubine Minjiu in Fengzhen Tower. He couldn't quite figure this woman out, so he needed to be careful with her. Concubine Minjiu stood up slowly and spoke in a soft voice. We don't have many people in Fengzhen Tower. If you don't mind, how about I serve as an errand boy in the garrison? Forget it, let's stop here today. Zhang Yuhe brought the tea and waved his hand. The 5 people below looked at each other and then walked out of the meeting hall one after another. After everyone left, Zhang Yuhe tapped the table lightly with his fingers. He called them here today not only to ask for help, but also because he was indeed short of manpower. But that's not the main purpose. If he really wanted to find someone, he could just post a notice outside the town guard and a lot of people would come to apply. He didn't have to look for these local tyrants for people. Zhang Yuhe asked for people just to gauge the attitudes of all parties. Ming Fuqian was right, there was indeed something wrong between the He and Li families. It stands to reason that when the inner sect disciples of Daosheng sect go out to guard a place, the local forces should at least behave respectfully, even if they don't come over to kowtow to them. After all, there is no future in going against the Daosheng sect. As the garrison commander, Zhang Yuhe will stay in Yunzhong Prefecture for over 100 years. As long as he wants, he can always flatter the He and Li families. Don't these two families worry? But looking at the arrogance of the He and Li families, it was obvious that they did not take him seriously and were not afraid that he would cause trouble in the future. He just wanted to borrow some manpower, but these two companies refused so firmly. If someone wants to be arrogant, he must have some capital. The apparent strength of these two companies is just so-so, not enough for them to be arrogant. In other words, there are people behind these two companies, or there are forces supporting them, so they dare to be arrogant in front of him. Could it be that there is an elder from the Daosheng sect backing them up? Or something else? This is a bit difficult to handle. Zhang Yuhe fell into deep thought. Chapter 29. The 5 family heads walked out of the tutelary fort and returned to their homes. In a secret place somewhere in Fengzhen Tower in central Cloud City, concubine Minjiu sat at the top, with 4 men and 1 woman sitting quietly below. The 4 men among them exuded a powerful aura, and they were all soul formation monks. If such a scene were to be spread, it would surely shock everyone. You should know that in Fengzhen Tower, there is only one person in the early stage of nascent soul, the owner Minjai Yuhe, who has hidden her cultivation level. However, there are 4 soul formation realms gathered here at once, not counting the unknown concubine Minjai. Once this powerful force takes action, it will definitely cause huge waves in Yunzhong Prefecture. The hidden strength of Fengzhen Tower is completely beyond everyone's imagination. Seeing that everyone was present, concubine Minjai, who was sitting at the top, elegantly took out a portrait and then spoke slowly. Look everyone, this is the new garrison commander. When you act next time, be careful to avoid him and don't bump into him. Everyone took the portrait in turn and looked at it. When it was passed to the woman in the green dress at the end, she only let out a soft exclamation. Hey, why is it him? Hearing the green-dressed woman's soft cry, the 4 people nearby, including concubine Minjai at the top, all turned their eyes to the woman in the green dress. Lue, have you seen this person? Concubine Minjai couldn't help but ask curiously. Most of the inner disciples of Daosheng sect practiced in the mountain gate before they were appointed as guards, and it was difficult for outsiders to know their identities. Concubine Minjai was a little surprised that the woman in green skirt actually knew the new garrison commander. However, the woman in green skirt is in charge of external affairs in Fengzhen Tower, and comes into contact with more people than other people. It is possible that she had seen Zhang Yuhe somewhere. At present, they are in urgent need of knowing more information about the garrison commander to facilitate their future actions. Upon hearing that the woman in green skirt had seen Zhang Yuhe, concubine Minjai couldn't help but ask. The woman in the green dress recalled carefully for a while, then slowly shook her head and said, I have never seen this person, but I have seen his portrait before. The words of the woman in the green dress made the other 5 people present even more puzzled. If she had met Zhang Yuhe before, that would be possible. Perhaps Zhang Yuhe had been to Central Cloud City before. But after seeing the portrait, it's really strange. Who has a portrait of Zhang Yuhe? Concubine Minjai asked her quickly. Where have you seen his portrait? The woman in the green dress sorted out her thoughts and spoke slowly. About 100 years ago, Wu Wei, the head of the Wu family in Feiyun City, came to Fengzhen Tower with this man's portrait. Feiyun City Wu family. Concubine Minjai frowned and thought silently. To be honest, there are too many forces in Yufan Tian's world. She has no impression of the almost mainstream forces like the Wu family of Feiyun City. Why did Feiyun City's Wu family look for this person in the first place? The woman in the green dress thought for a moment and said. If I'm not mistaken, it was revenge. I asked someone to inquire about this matter later. At that time, Wu Wei's 6th son died unexpectedly. Then he took this man's portrait and chased him to Central Cloud City. I think he was killed by this town guard. Concubine Minjai was silent for a while, then she glanced at the 5 people below and asked in a slightly serious voice. Is the Wu family of Feiyun City involved with us? Upon hearing that the new garrison commander had a grudge against the Wu family of Feiyun City, concubine Minjai felt a little worried. Fengzhen Tower's influence spreads throughout Yunzhong Prefecture, and it has also developed many secret agents in various places. If Wu is involved with them, it must be cut off quickly. It would be troublesome if Zhang Yuhe went to the Wu family to seek revenge, and then followed the clues to find Fengzhen Tower, affecting the big things they were doing. A scarred man at the bottom stood up and replied. Reporting to the owner, we have a hidden player who is serving as a worshipper in the Wu family in Feiyun City. Get rid of Wu as soon as possible and don't leave any clues. Upon hearing that Wu was indeed involved with Fengzhen Tower, concubine Minjai ordered without hesitation that their entire group should disappear. The 5 people below couldn't help but look at each other. They felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the host today. It's just a hidden chess piece, and that hidden chess piece doesn't know the details of Fengzhen Tower. Is it necessary to eliminate the entire Wu family? Would it be an exaggeration? If you are really worried, why not just recall the hidden player or get rid of him secretly? Why do they want to get rid of the entire Wu family? Isn't this a bit too much? The 5 people looked at each other, and the woman in green skirt asked concubine Minjiu. Master, how strong is the new garrison commander? Do we need to be so cautious? Concubine Minjiu combed her hair with her left hand and spoke seriously while looking at everyone. It's hard to say how strong he is, and I can't see through him either, but this new garrison commander is obviously a powerful character, so we must not be careless. If Zhang Yuhe heard concubine Minjiu's evaluation of him, he would be shocked. He just wanted a quiet environment to practice, it's not that important. The scarred man stood up again and spoke. In that case, I will set off tonight, and there will be no more Wu family in Feiyun City tomorrow. Everyone probably understood why the host was acting so strange today. It should be that the new garrison commander was extremely unusual and brought her a lot of pressure. That's why the OP is so cautious. Concubine Minjiu nodded and then warned everyone. Our event is entering a critical moment. You must not let your guard down. Yes, host. After everyone left, concubine Minjiu stood up silently, muttering to herself. How come such a powerful garrison commander came to the small Yunzong prefecture? Could it be that those old monsters of the Daosheng sect discovered something? It seems that we must speed up our actions. Concubine Minjiu could tell at a glance that Zhang Yuhe was not easy to deal with. As for his childish tricks of hiding his abilities, they were totally unacceptable. Not to mention her, the other 4 family heads must have seen it long ago. Yunzong Prefecture, Feiyun City. When night fell, a Taoist figure quietly appeared above the Wu family mansion. The black shadow just waved his right hand, and boundless black fog instantly enveloped the entire mansion. After a while, the black shadow disappeared. Early the next morning, a sensational piece of news spread in Feiyun City. The Wu family, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, suddenly disappeared. There were no signs of fighting at the scene, and the items in the house were still neatly arranged. However, the entire Wu family mansion was empty, without a single person in sight. Not only that, even the Wu family members who originally lived outside the mansion disappeared as well. Such strange news instantly set Feiyun City off a tirade. Where are all the people in the Wu family? Did they offend some powerful person, so the whole family quietly ran away? What are you running for? When your family is running away, can the items still be arranged so neatly? That's strange. This person wouldn't just disappear out of thin air. I guess the Wu family must have committed some serious crime, and some senior just wiped it out. It's what they deserve. The Wu family has been so arrogant in Feiyun City for many years. It would be better if they were all dead. Yes, it would be better if they were all dead. Chapter 30. Yunzong Garrison, Meeting Hall. Looking at the 10 people standing below, Zhang Yuhe nodded with satisfaction. The Qian and Sun families were very sensible. They sent people over early in the morning, with 5 gold core monks from each family. It was obvious that these 10 people were not ordinary people, they were the elite children of the 2 families. It seems that these 2 families have really put a lot of thought into it, especially the Qian family. Qian Weigang actually sent his son to the garrison, which was a show of loyalty. Zhang Yuhe looked at the crowd. The leader among them was thin, with a faint sword light surrounding him. At first glance, he is obviously an accomplished swordsman. This person is none other than Qian Weiguang's son, Qian Zongshu, who has reached the gold core grade completion level and is only a step away from a breakthrough to the nascent soul. It is obvious that Qian Weigang wanted to curry favor with him by sending such a person over here. Good. He was very satisfied with the Qian and Sun family's tactful behavior, and he didn't mind being someone else's right hand. It's a mutually beneficial thing, it's good for you, it's good for me, and it's good for everyone. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and 10 flying swords with shining light slowly flew towards the crowd. These flying swords are a welcome gift to you all. Although you don't get paid for working for me, I can't let you work for nothing. Seeing the flying sword in front of them, everyone's eyes lit up, their faces showed joy, and they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Lord Guardian. The flying sword given by Zhang Yuhe is not some rubbish. These flying swords were made casually by him, and they were all middle-grade law treasures. With his current level of artifact refining some middle-grade law treasures is extremely easy. But for the children of the Qian and Sun families, the middle-grade law treasure is already the best law treasure. Even in their own families, middle-grade law treasure is very precious, and may even be regarded as the family's law treasure and will not be used easily. Above law weapon is law treasure, and monks below foundation building generally use law weapon. Only monks above gold core can use law treasure. However, law treasure is precious. Not only is it extremely difficult to refine, but the materials are also hard to find. For an ordinary gold core monk, it is already very good to have a low-grade law treasure. Only those children of apex level forces can possess middle-grade law treasure when they reach the gold core realm. As for the high-grade law treasure, it is exclusive to nascent soul monks, so it is given to gold core monks, who cannot activate it. It's not that Zhang Yuhe looked down on them, but it is estimated that the entire Yunzhong prefecture can't produce a few high-grade law treasures. Alright, the 10 of you will be divided into 2 teams. One team will stay in the mansion to practice, and the other team will patrol the city. The 2 teams will take turns. As for how to arrange it, you can decide for yourselves. Disperse. After Zhang Yuhe finished speaking, he waved his hand and asked everyone to disperse. He wanted people to come over, not to ask them to help him charge into battle. There is absolutely no need. If you want to fight, just do it yourself. With his current strength, what can the gold core monks do to help him? For gold core monks like this, he could wipe out a large group with just one move. His purpose of asking for people from all parties was, on the one hand, to test the attitudes of all parties, and on the other hand, to find some people to help him run errands. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to find someone to pass the message, which would really damage his reputation as the garrison commander. After everyone left, Zhang Yuhe waved to Jian Lingling behind him. Help me find some people to walk around the city and get some information, no matter what kind of gossip or rumors, and then organize them into a book. After saying this, Zhang Yuhe took out a jade bottle and threw it over. Practice hard. Your cultivation is still too low and you can't do anything. Jian Lingling took the jade bottle with a flushed face and said. Thank you, sir. After everyone left, Zhang Yuhe sat quietly in the hall and fell into deep thought. Asking Jian Lingling to find someone to get information was naturally not because she really had any idea. It just lets others see that he is not idle, but is working. Likewise, those with bad intentions should restrain their actions and not cause trouble. We must solve the problem as soon as possible and find out what Feng Xinlu and the He and Li families are up to. He was a little annoyed. He had things on his mind and couldn't concentrate on his cultivation. Zhang Yuhe summoned the game system and opened the chat channel. Compared to the lively chat at the beginning, the chat channel now seems a bit quiet, with only occasional players communicating on it. This is because the number of players in Yufan Tian has dropped too drastically. Compared to the nearly 10 million people at the beginning, the number of players still active in Yufan Tian will not exceed 500,000. It's not that they don't want to cultivate immortality, it's just that the speed of time flow in Yufan Tian is very different from that on Blue Star. 1 day on Blue Star is equivalent to 100 days on Yufan Tian. If he had been active in Yufan Tian for a long time, wouldn't he have died of old age? Those players who have already completed foundation building are fine, as their lifespan will be greatly increased after foundation building, so there is no need to worry about lifespan for the time being. However, most players only have low-grade spirit root qualifications, and unless there is a great encounter, there is almost no chance of foundation building. Therefore, after the initial enthusiasm, most players rarely enter Yufan Tian again. Anyway, they can practice on Blue Star as well. Although Blue Star's spirit chi is not as rich as Yufan Tian's, it is still strong enough for chi refining monks. Most of the players currently active in Immortal Transformation have already reached the foundation building stage. Players in the refining stage only come in occasionally to play around and will soon log off and leave. Seeing that the chat channel was silent, Zhang Yuhe put down his raised finger. Forget it, let's just go to Skynet to send a message. It's almost time to go offline anyway. Originally, he planned to post information on the chat channel and offer a reward for collecting intelligence on Yunzhong Prefecture. Now I think it's better to forget it. Most of the players staying in Yufan Tian are very busy. He is either busy practicing or out fighting monsters to make money. Even if he sends a message, probably not many people will respond. As night falls, a log-off reminder appears in my mind. Offline. Standing on the balcony, breathing the familiar air of the blue star, Zhang Yuhe looked at the sky outside, where occasional streaks of light flashed by. It has been more than a year since Immortal Transformation was launched, and the players' abilities have greatly improved. Everyone is already accustomed to flying with swords. Lying on the bench, Zhang Yuhe took out his mobile phone and logged into Skynet. After the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance was established, Skynet was also opened, and all Immortal Cultivation players can exchange information on Skynet. Compared to the quiet game chat channel, Skynet is extremely lively. After all, Blue Star is where everyone lives, and Yufan Tian is more of a place to fight monsters and gain experience. Zhang Yuhe quickly edited a post on Tian Wang. Help, high reward for information from all parties in Yunzhong Prefecture, especially information about the demon god cult. He also edited some content below the post. I am fortunate to join the Yunzhong garrison and am currently collecting all kinds of information within the garrison. If you have any information related to the demon god cult, the price is negotiable and I will not let you down. After sending the message, Zhang Yuhe lay quietly on the bench with his eyes closed, nurturing spirit. Chapter 31. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. What a great sleep! Zhang Yuhe stood up from the bench and stretched. See if anyone has responded. Log in to Skynet. Well, here's what happened. Zhang Yuhe had just logged into the Skynet interface and had not had time to check the posts he had posted when he saw a large red title announcement at the very top of Skynet. See ban announcement. Zhang Yuhe clicked on the announcement to view it. Recently, a huge 8-clawed ocean monster appeared in the East Daxia Sea. The monster has frequently attacked passing people and ships. The Alliance has organized hunting operations many times, but none of them have been successful. In order to completely eliminate this sea monster and maintain the peaceful life of Blue Planet, it has been decided to use missiles to attack. Before the operation is over, please do not go to the relevant sea area. At the end of the announcement, there is a nautical chart that details the restricted sea area. After reading the announcement, Zhang Yuhe subconsciously touched his chin. The Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance is too weak. They can't even deal with a small sea monster. They actually have to use the war bullet. It's a bit exaggerated. According to his understanding, the player with the fastest progress in cultivation should have reached the Gold Core realm. The monsters that appear on the Blue Planet are basically rank 1 monsters. After Zhang Yuhe went offline, he would occasionally patrol the main mountains of Blue Star, but he didn't find any particularly powerful monsters. Logically speaking, with the strength of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance, there should be no problem in dealing with the monsters on Blue Star. Why did a monster appear that they couldn't deal with? Actually have to use an bullet? The power of the bullet is indeed enough, unless you encounter a rank 4 monster equivalent to a nascent soul monk. Monsters below rank 4 will surely die if they are hit directly by the bullet. Let me do it. I hope the distance isn't too far. Zhang Yuhe closed his eyes and used all his strength to activate his spiritual sense to sweep towards the sea. Here it is. Turns out it's a rank 3 top siren. No wonder these people can't handle it. A rank 3 peak monster, equivalent to a gold core grade completion, and it was in the ocean, so it was indeed difficult for the Immortal Cultivation Alliance to handle it. Zhang Yuhe slowly stretched out a finger, and a sword light cut through the sky, instantly appearing on the sea thousands of miles away. The sword light chopped down quickly, splitting the sea surface in two like thunder. The fierce sword light even drew a deep trench on the seabed. After a long time, the sea surface slowly returned to calm, and the body of a huge octopus mermaid, cut in half, slowly floated on the sea. Let's go check out this siren. Why is it evolving so fast? It's only been a year, and it's already almost evolved to rank 4. Zhang Yuhe stood up, his figure as graceful as a fairy, and flew quickly towards the sea. After a while, he saw the huge corpse of the mermaid, which was more than 10 miles long. Zhang Yuhe stretched out his right hand, and a crystal-clear bead flew out of the mermaid's body. So it's a spirit bead. No wonder this sea monster evolves so quickly. The Lingzhu, also known as the Spirit Chi Pearl, is formed by the spirit vein and is an extremely rare treasure for cultivation. If you carry the spirit bead with you, it will be like spirit chi is infusing your body, and your cultivation speed will be extremely fast. Of course, the spirit beads are only effective against low-level cultivators, such as soul formation cultivators like Zhang Yuhe. The Lingzhu is just a useless thing to him, it is dispensable. But this octopus is also lucky, just like the protagonist in the book. Spirit Chi revived to obtain a treasure, and then practiced quickly all the way to be at the forefront of the world. However, there is always a mountain higher than the other, and Blue Star has an extraordinary person like Zhang Yuhe. Otherwise, perhaps a wave of monster chaos would break out on Blue Star. After putting away the spirit bead, Zhang Yuhe quickly returned home. In the meeting room of the Wangjing Xiaoxian Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn. In front of a huge map of the blue planet, everyone was discussing something in a low voice. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a determined look walked in. He took a look at the map and then spoke to everyone. Has the base confirmed whether they have locked onto the target? A young man in a neat uniform quickly stood up and answered. President, the base has just replied that they have locked onto the target and are just waiting for the order to launch missiles at the siren. The middle-aged man nodded after hearing this, and then spoke loudly to everyone. Let's go. Monsters are extremely sensitive to danger, and the chances of a direct hit with the missiles are slim. We can probably only injure the monster at best, and will probably have to take action in the end. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he was about to leave the meeting room with everyone. At this time, a technician in white suddenly shouted loudly. Wait, what do you see there? The technician in white quickly switched the screen, and the blue planet map on the screen soon turned into a satellite photo. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment as they looked at the satellite photos. The satellite photos clearly showed a huge octopus-like creature split into two and lying quietly on the sea. What happened? The sea monster is dead. Who killed this person? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. The middle-aged man looked at the satellite photos carefully, and after a while he turned to the technician in white and asked. Are there any other satellite photos? Yes, in order to track the sea monster, we mobilized a large number of satellites, and the entire process was recorded. After the technician finished speaking, he quickly tapped on the keyboard, and a large number of satellite photos were quickly stitched together to restore the entire process. Everyone was completely stunned when they saw the images restored through satellite photos. I saw a sword coming from the east, and it instantly struck the sea, splitting the sea monster into two halves. After a while, another figure appeared on the sea. The man only stayed on the sea for a short while, as if he took something from the mermaid, and then slipped away. However, the human figure looks very blurry. No matter how many times the technicians enlarge the satellite photo, they cannot see the specific appearance of the human figure. What is this person's cultivation level? Have no idea. I have seen a nascent soul monk take action in Yufan Tian, but his momentum was far inferior to this man. Could it be a soul formation monk? That's impossible. It's only been a year since Yufan Tian was opened. How could anyone cultivate to the soul formation realm? So what do you think is going on? Are there really ancient immortals on Blue Planet? Nonsense. Since the spirit chi was revived, everyone has already searched the Blue Planet thoroughly, and there is absolutely no trace of any immortal gods. The middle-aged man listened to the discussion of the crowd and stared blankly at the satellite photos in front of him. After a while, he slowly said, "Soul formation monks are not that strong. I have seen soul formation monks in action before. Could it be above soul formation? This is impossible." Everyone was talking about it, but no one could explain it. Although everyone has been in Yufan Tian for hundreds of years, they have never seen such a scene. Especially such a scene, which actually appeared on the ocean of Blue Star, felt very unreal. Who could this person be? Since ancient immortals don't exist, could it be a player? Absolutely impossible. Players can't cultivate that fast. Suddenly someone whispered. Do you think this person is a powerful indigenous person from Yufan Tian? When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Chapter 32. After returning home, Zhang Yuhe logged into Tianwang again, but he didn't even have time to take a look at his post. He also wanted to see if he could get some useful information from the players. We can't just waste time fighting the He and Li families, as well as Fengzhen Tower. We must find a breakthrough as soon as possible. Zhang Yuhe had a vague intuition that there must be something wrong with these three forces. As for what the problem is, it is not clear yet, but if he doesn't find out clearly, he will definitely not be able to practice with peace of mind. I found the post I had posted and saw that the number of replies had already exceeded 99 plus. FK, Big Boss is awesome, is the garrison still hiring? Master, you are so powerful, take me with you. The Lu family of Qing Shui City is arrogant and domineering. It's obvious that they are not good people. Is this information useful? Zhang Yuhe took a quick look and saw that the replies were mostly meaningless. Either they are trying to curry favor with someone, or they are complaining about the arrogance and domineering of the local indigenous forces. It is completely worthless for reference. Isn't it normal for the indigenous forces to be more arrogant? Not to mention that strength is respected in the immortal cultivation world, even on the former Blue Star, the younger brothers were the same. For example, my father is Zhang Yuhe, my dad is Li Gang and so on. There are people like this everywhere, but in Yufan Tian, this is not against the law. Even if it is illegal, it is not his turn to take care of it. As the governor of a prefecture, he has no time to deal with such trivial matters. As long as it does not violate the taboos of the Daosheng sect, it is all a small matter. What Zhang Yuhe wanted was substantive news, but unfortunately he looked through all the replies and didn't see any useful information. Hey, there seems to be another private message. Although Zhang Yuhe often logged into Skynet, he had never shown his face before, and no one had ever sent him a private message. This private message should be sent along with the post. I hope there is something in it. Zhang Yuhe clicked on the private message to check. I know there is a place in Yunzhong Prefecture that may be the secret base of the demon god cult. Can we talk about it in person? He glanced at the sender's name, Wang Guofeng. After seeing this private message, Zhang Yuhe fell into deep thought. He knew Wang Guofeng, who was the president of the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance. It is rumored that Wang Guofeng was born into a military family and activated the 9th grade spirit root after Yufan Tian was opened. Later, under the leadership of the Federal Security Bureau II, he founded the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance and served as its president. Wang Guofeng's identity is special, but Zhang Yuhe doesn't care much about it. He is just thinking about the content of the private message. Is it true? There is a secret base of the demon god cult in Yunzhong Prefecture? This news is really scary. If the news is true, it will definitely shock the entire Yuentian. Whether it's true or not, let's meet first. Zhang Yuhe thought about it for a while and then replied in private message. Wait until noon of the first day in Yuentian, private room 101 of Fixian Tea House in Central Cloud City. The meeting place would naturally be Yuentian. As for whether Wang Guofeng was in Central Cloud City or how to get to Central Cloud City, that was not something he could control. After replying to the private message, Zhang Yuhe continued to lie on the bench, quietly closing his eyes and nurturing spirit. At the Wangjing Xiaoxian Alliance headquarters, the conference room was silent. Everyone knows what it means once the natives of Yuentian appear on Blue Star. Compared with Yufan Tian, Blue Star is as fragile as a piece of thin paper. If Yufan Tian's true power appeared, it would not be a problem for him to blow up the Blue Star with one punch. No one dared to speak. This guess was really scary. Suddenly, President Wang Guofeng's cell phone screen lit up. He glanced at the phone, then took a deep breath and said, "Don't speculate on this matter. Just pretend it didn't happen. Keep it confidential and don't let it get out and cause trouble. Also, remove the announcement on Skynet. Everyone, go back and practice hard. Strength is the most important thing." After Wang Guofeng finished speaking, he walked out of the meeting room. He opened his phone and saw the reply to the private message, frowning slightly. "I saw a message on Tianwang before, saying that someone had joined the Yunzhong garrison and was offering a reward for information about the local demon cult in Yunzhong Prefecture." He didn't quite believe this post at first. Although the players have been in Yuentian for hundreds of years, most of them have joined various indigenous forces. But as far as he knew, not a single one had joined the garrison. What is the garrison? That is the highest authority representing Dao's Hung sect that suppresses an area. If you want to join the garrison, it is not enough to have strength, your background is also very important. The players are all people of unknown origin, how could they possibly enter the garrison? At that time, he sent a private message with the mentality of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, he received a reply now, and even arranged a meeting place. It's just that the other party set the meeting place at Yunzhong Prefecture. This is a bit difficult to deal with. His location in Yuentian was far away from Central Cloud City, and he had to go through several teleportation arrays to get there. The teleportation fee is very expensive and costs a bit of spirit stone. If the other party is just joking, then the spirit stone is wasted. Do you want to go and have a look? Wang Guofeng was a little conflicted. He was not lying, he did know a place that was suspected to be the secret base of the demon cult. Of course, he was just guessing, and it was hard to say whether it was true or not. If he had any solid evidence, he would have reported it to the local garrison long ago. Unfortunately, he had no evidence and was just guessing. After it goes online, go check it out. Wang Guofeng secretly made a decision that at worst the spirit stone would be thrown away. Mainly because of what happened today, it had a profound impact on him. The sword that flew from outer space, whether it came from the illusory ancient immortal or from the natives of Yuentian. This is not good news for him. Because these are uncontrollable factors, they will bring unpredictable unrest and even disasters to the blue planet. As for the possibility that it was a player who took action, he had never thought of this possibility. With his 9th grade spirit root talent, he has only cultivated to the gold core realm. No matter how talented other players are, it is impossible for them to be so exaggerated. Wang Guofeng felt a huge crisis. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. If the person who posted the message is not lying, then he can try to use the message to exchange for a great opportunity. For example, joining the naval base? If he could join the garrison, he would have an easier time in Yuentian in the future. Night fell. When the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Guofeng entered Yuentian. He quickly arrived at a prefectural city, and then made 3 teleportation arrays to reach Central Cloud City. I arrived at the private room 101 of Fixian Tea House and knocked on the door gently. I saw a handsome young man sitting in the room drinking tea quietly. The young man's cultivation level was not very high, judging from his aura, he was only at the middle stage of foundation building. Wang Guofeng looked him up and down for a while and confirmed that he had never seen this person before. As the president of the Blue Star Alliance, he knows all the players who enter Yufan Tian. But he basically has an impression of most of the players who have already started foundation building. Even if you haven't seen perfected being, there will be corresponding information. But he had no impression of the young man in front of him at all. If he hadn't made an appointment with Skynet in advance, he would have thought that this was a native of Yufan Tian. Chapter 33. Seeing Wang Guofeng coming in, Zhang Yuhe greeted him warmly. Come, come, sit down and have a cup of tea. The tea here is good. It has the effect of calming the mind and has a certain benefit to cultivation. After saying that, Zhang Yuhe took the teacup and poured it for Wang Guofeng. To be honest, Zhang Yuhe was a little surprised when he first saw Wang Guofeng, the president of the Blue Star Alliance. He had only seen photos of Wang Guofeng before, and had never seen perfected being. Judging from his aura, Wang Guofeng has already reached the gold correlate stage. It has only been more than a year since Yufan Tian was opened. Even if one does not miss a day and enters Yufan Tian on time, it will only take 100 years to practice. It took only 100 years to break through to the gold correlate stage, which can be said to be an extremely fast speed. The cultivation speed of most of the inner disciples of Daosheng sect is just like this. You know, when the Blue Star players entered Yufan Tian, they had no foundation at all. They have no skills, no divine abilities, no law, weapon, law, or treasure. Everything started from scratch, and Zhang Yuhe had a deep understanding of how difficult the situation was. Apart from the fact that they can be resurrected after death and that monsters may occasionally drop some spirit stones or junk items, they have no advantages over the natives of Yufan Tian. To be precise, players' starting point is lower and the path of cultivation is more difficult. Players need to spend a lot of time to obtain resources, and cannot stay and practice peacefully like the disciples of the major forces. Under such conditions, Wang Guofeng actually cultivated to the gold correlate stage in just 100 years, which had to surprise him. However, thinking of Wang Guofeng's 9th grade spirit root talent, Zhang Yuhe felt relieved. 9th grade spirit root is definitely an apex level cultivation qualification in the entire Yufan Tian. Even the inner disciples of Daosheng sect do not necessarily have 9th grade spirit root. After the two of them sat down, Wang Guofeng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Putting down the teacup, he looked at Zhang Yuhe and asked with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What do you call me, brother? Are you a player too? Yes, my name is Zhang Yuhe. Zhang Yuhe nodded. Zhang Yuhe. Wang Guofeng recalled silently, but after thinking for a long time, he still had no impression. You are so low-key that I have never heard of you. After confirming that Zhang Yuhe was also a Blue Star player, Wang Guofeng was quite impressed. Zhang Yuhe's mid-stage foundation building cultivation, although not the best among the large number of players, is definitely not ordinary. He had actually been practicing in Yufan Tian in a low-key manner, and other players were unaware of his existence. Young people like this are rare on Blue Star. Nowadays, most of the young people on Blue Star are arrogant and domineering. After they succeed in cultivating immortals, even if they don't show off everywhere, they will generally show their presence. There is no one like Zhang Yuhe. I have never seen anyone like him. I like quietness and am not interested in things that make a fuss. Zhang Yuhe took a sip and said lightly. Wang Guofeng nodded to show his understanding. After all, people have many different personalities. He was just a little curious and didn't dwell on it. I traveled all the way to Central Cloud City today, but I had some important business to attend to. Thinking of this, Wang Guofeng took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. You said you were working at the Cloud Tutelary Fort. Are you lying to me? I do work at the Tutelary Fort. That's true. Seeing that Wang Guofeng had some doubts, Zhang Yuhe gave a definite answer. He did not lie. As the governor of Yunzhong Prefecture, he was naturally working in the prefecture. There was no falsehood at all. It could not be more true. Hearing Zhang Yuhe's confirmation, Wang Guofeng nodded. He thought that as long as he could get in touch with Zhang Yuhe, he would have a chance to get in touch with the Yunzhong garrison. With the information he had, maybe he could use it to join the garrison. Thinking of this, Wang Guofeng carefully organized his words and spoke solemnly. I have the information you want, but the conditions I need are very high. I guess you can't make the decision. Could you please introduce me to the person in charge of the garrison? Zhang Yuhe did not feel strange about Wang Guofeng's words. After all, the cultivation level he has shown now is only the middle stage of foundation building. In Wang Guofeng's opinion, with such cultivation level, he might just be a handyman in the garrison. Since it is a major matter concerning the demon god cult, I naturally cannot tell him easily. I have to tell it to someone of importance in the garrison. However, Zhang Yuhe did not mind. In the entire Yunzhong prefecture, who had a greater influence than him? He just said it lightly. Oh, what do you want? Can you tell me? I still say the same thing, as long as the information is reliable, you can set any conditions. Wang Guofeng looked at Zhang Yuhe's expression and felt helpless. Originally, he wanted to bypass Zhang Yuhe and contact the Yunzhong garrison directly. But now it seems a bit difficult. Firstly, he didn't know the other people in the garrison, and secondly, his information was entirely speculation without any real evidence. If he ran to the Yunzhong garrison and said that he guessed that a certain place was the secret base of the demon god cult, he would probably be beaten out as a lunatic. It's a bit difficult to handle. Wang Guofeng thought for a while and said, I want to join the Daosheng sect. If that doesn't work, I can join the Yunzhong garrison. Wang Guofeng made a loud request. No matter whether it was feasible or not, he wanted to set higher conditions first. Didn't Zhang Yuhe just say that he could make any conditions? Now that he has made them, can you accept them? If he can't take it, then it would be better to let him meet the person in charge of the garrison. That way he could negotiate the terms seriously, and if someone introduced him, he wouldn't have to worry about being beaten out. Wang Guofeng's original intention was to bypass Zhang Yuhe and contact the garrison directly. He didn't have any other intentions. He just felt that Zhang Yuhe's status and position were too low and some things were not easy to discuss with Zhang Yuhe. Zhang Yuhe felt a little surprised when he heard the conditions offered by Wang Guofeng. He originally thought that Wang Guofeng might ask for some martial arts techniques or the law treasure. After all, these resources are basically controlled by major indigenous forces. If players want to obtain it, they often have to pay a huge price. But after thinking about it, Zhang Yuhe felt that the conditions offered by Wang Guofeng just now were more brilliant. If I could join the Daosheng sect, or even just join the garrison, would I still be lacking in skills and law treasure? Of course, this is just an exorbitant request. Wang Guofeng only set high conditions and you don't necessarily have to take them seriously. Zhang Yuhe tapped the table with his fingers and fell into deep thought. It is naturally impossible for Wang Guofeng to join the Daosheng sect. Although as an inner disciple, Zhang Yuhe has the right to recommend others to join the sect. But not everyone can be recommended. The recommended person needs to meet certain conditions. For example, spirit root qualifications, origin, and the time of cultivation cannot be too long. Daosheng sect will obviously not accept people who have practiced for too long. The reason is simple, they are not tamed. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yuhe said seriously. Joining the Daosheng sect is not possible at the moment. If you want to join the Yunzhong garrison, that's no problem at all. Currently, he is unable to bring Wang Guofeng into Daosheng sect, but once he breaks through to the void refining realm and becomes an elder of Daosheng sect, there will be no problem at all. Elders can bring people into Daosheng sect, but they are not disciples of the sect, but personal followers of the elders. Daosheng sect has no other requirements for the elders' personal followers, as long as they are not people with bad intentions. As for joining the naval base, that was no problem at all. The Yuentian garrison was short of people, and he was looking for some help. But before this, Zhang Yuhe had no plan to recruit players into the garrison. In his opinion, players are people who cannot stand loneliness and like to stir up trouble. If there is really a mess, he will have to step in to calm it down. He doesn't have time to clean up after these people. However, after seeing Wang Guofeng, Zhang Yuhe changed his mind. Not only because Wang Guofeng looks steady and reliable, and doesn't seem like someone who likes to stir up trouble. More importantly, the octopus-shaped sea monster today gave him a deep shock. Zhang Yuhe originally thought that players could obtain resources in Yufan Tian and have a relatively good training environment. Then the player's training speed will definitely be much faster than the monster evolution speed on Blue Star. As a result, a sea monster appeared today that the players couldn't deal with. If there was a first time, there might be a second time. Although Zhang Yuhe rarely takes action on Blue Star, it does not mean that he does not care about the stability of Blue Star. Putting aside the feelings, those who practice Taoism believe in cause and effect. He was born on Blue Star and achieved enlightenment through cultivation in Yufan Tian. In other words, he has a great causal relationship with Lansing and Yufan Tian. In simple terms, he owed a debt to Lansing and Yufan Tian. To the best of his ability, he has the obligation to do his best to quell unrest in these two worlds. This is also his responsibility. Zhang Yuhe had never taken action on Blue Star before, but he thought that other people could handle it and there was no need for him to do it. Now it seems that the strength of the Blue Star players is still a little bit lacking. Maybe we can improve the players' strength appropriately. Zhang Yuhe thought. Once he flies to the Immortal World one day, if there is any unrest on Blue Star again, the players will be able to deal with it better with their improved strength. Wang Guofeng was surprised to hear that Zhang Yuhe could allow him to join the Yuentian garrison. He said with a frown. You'll let me join the tutelary fort? You're kidding, brother. Come with me. Zhang Yuhe didn't waste any words. After he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and instantly flew towards the garrison with Wang Guofeng. Chapter 34. Being carried by Zhang Yuhe and flying quickly over Central Cloud City, Wang Guofeng was so shocked that he was speechless. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but saw that they had arrived in front of a magnificent mansion. The two guards at the gate of the mansion saw Zhang Yuhe coming and hurriedly called out respectfully. Greetings, Lord Town Guard. Zhang Yuhe nodded and walked through the gate into the mansion. Wang Guofeng was completely numb. He didn't know when he had followed Zhang Yuhe to a lobby. Zhang Yuhe said to him with a smile. Sit down and talk. Wang Guofeng sat down blankly and asked Zhang Yuhe with an incredible look on his face. Are you the garrison commander? Zhang Yuhe smiled and nodded gently. How is that possible? Looking at Zhang Yuhe sitting at the top, he exuded an aura as deep as the ocean. Wang Guofeng murmured to himself. He couldn't believe that this was true. As a Blue Star player, how could Zhang Yuhe cultivate so quickly? Moreover, he became the garrison commander of Yuentian Prefecture, which is simply unimaginable. Is he really a player? Wang Guofeng expressed some doubt. Could it be that a native was pretending to be a player and wanted to inquire from him about possible passages to the Blue Planet? Thinking of this, Wang Guofeng asked hurriedly. Are you really a player? Right. After hearing Zhang Yuhe's answer, Wang Guofeng was still reluctant to believe it. The actual situation of Zhang Yuhe now completely shattered his cognition. Wang Guofeng thought quietly for a while, then asked. What is Blue Star's national treasure? After asking, he stared at Zhang Yuhe to see if he would hide anything. Seeing Wang Guofeng asking questions non-stop, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but shake his head. But he could understand it. After all, his situation is somewhat special, and it is indeed difficult for others to accept it after knowing it. Zhang Yuhe replied with a smile. The national treasure of Blue Planet is the giant panda, a species unique to Blue Planet that Yufan Tian does not have. After answering, Zhang Yuhe continued. Don't think too much. I was just lucky. Not long after I entered Yufan Tian, I joined the Daosheng sect. I practiced in the Daosheng sect for hundreds of years, and then came to Yunzhong Prefecture to serve as the garrison commander. After hearing Zhang Yuhe's explanation, Wang Guofeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Originally on Blue Star, a strong man who looked like a native had taken action. Now seeing Zhang Yuhe's terrifying cultivation level, he couldn't help but think of the worst. I thought he was a native of Yufan Tian and had some ill intentions towards Blue Star. Now it seems that he was indeed overthinking. Players cannot exchange information about the Blue Planet with the natives of Yufan Tian, as if there are some rules restricting this. Since Zhang Yuhe knows the situation on Blue Star, it can be basically judged that he is indeed a player. However, Zhang Yuhe's cultivation speed was so fast that it was a little scary, and he couldn't accept it for a while. However, Wang Guofeng quickly changed his mind and realized that with such a powerful person like Zhang Yuhe around, there would be no need to worry about the safety of Blue Star anymore. Many people used to worry that some bad things would appear on the Blue Planet as Spirit Chi revived. What are you still worried about now? With Zhang Yuhe here, what can block his sword? Thinking of this, Wang Guofeng couldn't help but smile. He asked Zhang Yuhe. You were the one who killed the octopus monster on Blue Star, right? Zhang Yuhe nodded. I saw the news on Skynet, so I solved it right away to save you from making too much noise. Let's talk about the demon cult. Where did you find their traces? Zhang Yuhe knew that Wang Guofeng might find it difficult to accept it for a while, so he brought the topic back to the demon god cult. After all, this is what he needs to consider. If there really is a secret base of the demon god cult in Yunzhong Prefecture, we need to find out as soon as possible. Then report it to the sect and wipe it out. Wang Guofeng scratched his head and said embarrassedly. I don't know where to start with this. I just have some guesses and I don't know if they are true. It's okay. Just take your time and tell me what you know. Zhang Yuhe didn't expect Wang Guofeng to really see the base of the demon god cult. Because this is simply impossible given the demon god cult's style of doing things. Once discovered, they would have been killed to silence them. Even if the player had the attribute of immortality, he might not have a chance to escape. After all, after a player dies, he will appear at the original location when he goes online the next day, and he will still be killed when he goes online. Wang Guofeng was standing right in front of him, so it was impossible for him to have seen the base of the demon god cult. Wang Guofeng carefully organized his thoughts and then spoke slowly. I have a friend who saw a city when he first walked out of the wilderness after Yufan Tian was first opened. However, he was inexplicably killed by the natives as soon as he entered the city. After logging on the next day, he was killed very quickly as well. This made him very angry, and he thought the natives were very hostile to us players. But you also know that the natives don't know our identities at all. Even if we wanted to say it ourselves, we couldn't say it in front of the natives. After being killed repeatedly, he still didn't give up and insisted on going online every day, even if he was killed right after going online. After going online one time, he accidentally saw a huge platform in the middle of the city. The platform was shrouded in black fog, and there seemed to be a monster with horns in the black fog. Having said that, Wang Guofeng looked at Zhang Yuhe and spoke with a somewhat uncertain tone. I suspect that the platform is an altar, and the monster with horns may be a member of the demon race or the demon cult. Zhang Yuhe tapped the table lightly with his fingers and listened slowly to Wang Guofeng's narration. He was considering the authenticity of this matter. If it was true, it would be a big deal. The monster with horns, according to his understanding, might be a horned demon race. But he also found it a little unbelievable. Are the demon race and the demon god cult so bold? Dare to set up an altar directly in the city? And there is also the demon race, which appears in the city in a grand manner. This sounds very weird. You know, demon race's demonic aura cannot be concealed at all and can be seen from hundreds of miles away. How could he just appear in the city like that? Could it be that the city is located in some secret space and not a city currently under the jurisdiction of Dao's Hung sect? And Wang Guofeng's friend is also a ruthless person. He will be killed as soon as he comes online, but he still insists on entering Yufan Tian every day. Such a ruthless character is really rare. But this is also due to the player's mechanism. After the players are killed by the natives will just think they are really dead. When they are resurrected the next day and enter Yufan Tian again, the natives will forget that they have killed this person before. But is this true? Could it be that Wang Guofeng's friend saw it wrongly, or was he hallucinating? Does your friend know the location of that city? Or the name of the city? Zhang Yuhe thought for a while, and asked Wang Guofeng tentatively. In his opinion, if there really is such a city, the most likely possibility is that it is a secret base built by the demon god cult in some hidden place. It would take a lot of effort to find it, and it might not even be found. If he couldn't find the exact location, he wouldn't be able to report it to the sect. He couldn't say that it was someone who died countless times before he saw it, right? There is no way I could say this. They couldn't tell the natives anything about the players. It seems like there is a supreme rule that restricts all of this. Yes, although my friend is killed very quickly every time he goes online, he can still survive for a few minutes occasionally. He has heard people in the city talking and knows that the place is called Jingkong City. What? Jingkong City? Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Jingkong City is a city under the jurisdiction of Yunzhong Prefecture, and is about the same size as Feiyun City. It's not a big city. But one thing is very special, Jingkong City is the ancestral home of the He family. Before the He family became rich, they settled in Jingkong City, but later they moved the family to Yunzhong City. Despite this, the He family did not give up the management of Jingkong City. On the contrary, after the He family became prosperous, they slowly expelled other forces from the city. It can be said that the current Jingkong City is controlled by the He family alone, and other people have no say in it. Chapter 35. Hearing that the secret base of the demon god cult was located in Jingkong City, Zhang Yuhe found it incredible. Jingkong City is a regular city under the jurisdiction of Yunzhong Prefecture. Logically, it should have a dense flow of people. How could the demon god cult choose such a place? Shouldn't they be hiding in the mountains and forests? How could they appear in the city so openly? Zhang Yuhe asked Wang Guofeng with some doubt. Could your friend have heard it wrongly? Are you sure it's Jingkong City? You must have heard it right. Before going online today, I specifically talked to him about it. It is indeed Jingkong City. Hearing Wang Guofeng's affirmative answer, Zhang Yuhe became even more confused. Is it true? Zhang Yuhe fell into deep thought, wondering how likely this matter was. The first thing Zhang Yuhe thought of was the attitude of the He and Li families towards him when he first arrived in Yunzhong Prefecture. As for Fengzhen Tower, Zhang Yuhe had no idea because he had already classified Fengzhen Tower as suspicious. There was no reason for him to doubt the motive behind Fengzhen Tower's existence just because concubine Minjiu had hidden her strength so deeply. Not everyone is like him, hiding away just for the sake of cultivation. In addition to Fengzhen Tower, the attitudes of the He and Li families are also very clear. These two families are not very fond of him as the new garrison commander. To put it bluntly, it means not giving face. Although it can't be said that she is directly confronting him, it is certain that she has no intention of cooperating with him. After all, he originally just wanted to borrow some people from various parties to maintain the operation of the garrison, but neither the He nor the Li family was willing. What was supporting these two forces? What made them so confident that they dared not to respect him, the garrison commander? Is it because the demon god cult is behind them? They want to rely on the power of the demon god cult to fight against him. If this is true, Zhang Yuhe feels that the He and Li families are a bit too low. The power of the demon cult is only reflected in its concealment and destructiveness. If we really want to fight against the Daosheng sect, the demon god sect is totally unqualified. Is it because of demon race? Zhang Yuhe quickly thought of another key issue. Could it be that there is a new demon race that has already invaded Yufan Tian, or is about to invade Yufan Tian? Only with the support of demon race can the He and Li families avoid giving him a hard time. Because the demon race is indeed strong enough, even stronger than the Daosheng sect. The turmoil 100,000 years ago would have been unstoppable if the Daosheng sect had not used a special method to close the invasion channel of the demon race, leaving the invading demon race without any follow-up power. Then the outcome of that war is hard to predict. If that were true, perhaps Yufan Tian might have become demon race's territory now. Could it be that there really is a new demon race that has invaded Yufan Tian? If this is true, then something big is probably going to happen in Yunzhong Prefecture. Zhang Yuhe also thought of another problem. He has been checking the information about Yunzhong Prefecture these 2 days. He found that in these materials, there was almost no information about Jingkong City. This is very unscientific. Jingkong City, as a city under the jurisdiction of Yunzhong Prefecture, should have a constant flow of people. Where there is personnel exchange, incidents will naturally arise. As long as something happens, there should be some record in the data of these garrisons. But it didn't. Zhang Yuhe did not see any information about Jingkong City in the data. Apart from knowing that it was the He family's ancestral home, he knew nothing about Jingkong City. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. After some thought, Zhang Yuhe could basically conclude that there must be something wrong with Jingkong City. As for whether there really is a demon race there, and whether it is the secret base of the demon cult, we have to investigate it to find out. Maybe I should go to Jingkong City. Zhang Yuhe secretly made a decision and he planned to go to Jingkong City to take a look. As for reporting directly to the sect, Zhang Yuhe doesn't have this idea for the time being. How can he report something that has no trace? If something goes wrong in the end, the elders of the sect will beat him to death. I'll leave after I've arranged everything for Wang Guofeng. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe shouted to the outside. Come in, everyone. Qian Zongshu and his group, who were waiting outside, immediately entered the hall. They glanced at Zhang Yuhe secretly, and then kept looking at Wang Guofeng next to him. The town commander suddenly brought someone back, which made them a little curious. Zhang Yuhe ignored these people's thoughts. He pointed at Wang Guofeng and spoke to everyone. His name is Wang Guofeng. He will be the manager of the garrison from now on. You two must cooperate well with each other. Yes. Everyone responded quickly. As for Wang Guofeng, he was even more excited. Now that he had Zhang Yuhe as his supporter, he would no longer have to worry about his cultivation in Yufan Tian. Wang Guofeng bowed politely to Qian Zongshu and others. My name is Wang Guofeng, nice to meet you fellow Daoists. Meet fellow Daoist Wang, Steward Wang. Looking at everyone's polite expressions, Zhang Yuhe waved his hand and said. Okay, you guys can talk later. Qian Zongshu, I have something I want to ask you. Have you ever been to Jingkong City? When Qian Zongshu heard Zhang Yuhe asking about Jingkong City, he was stunned. Why did the garrison commander suddenly ask this? Qian Zongshu replied subconsciously. My lord, I have never been to Jingkong City. So how much do you know about Jingkong City? Zhang Yuhe continued to ask. Hearing Zhang Yuhe's continuous questioning about Jingkong City, Qian Zongshu couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He had also heard about the last time when the He and Li families were unwilling to send anyone. Could it be that the garrison commander wants to cause trouble for the He family? This new garrison commander really cannot tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. Jingkong City is the ancestral land of the He family. The governor has been asking about the affairs of Jingkong City. Isn't his purpose obvious? Of course, if the town governor wanted to crack down on the He family, he would fully support it. After all, they are all in Yunzhong Prefecture, and the fall of the He family will only bring benefits to the Qian family without any harm. However, Qian Zhongshu racked his brains for a long time and realized that he knew nothing about Jingkong City. This left him unable to answer for a moment. After thinking for a while, Qian Zhongshu shook his head awkwardly. Sir, I don't know much about Jingkong City. If you need any information about Jingkong City, I can go back to the family and ask for it. Never mind. After listening to Qian Zhongshu's words, Zhang Yuhe waved his hand to interrupt him. Ask other members of the Qian family? There is absolutely no need. He had no intention of hearing any truly useful information from Qian Zhongshu. Zhang Yuhe just felt that Qian Zhongshu was the local boss of Yunzhong Prefecture and the legitimate son of the head of the Qian family. Logically speaking, one should know everything about the entire Yunzhong Prefecture. If even Qian Zhongshu doesn't understand the situation in Jingkong City, that's very telling. This means that someone is deliberately trying to cut off Jingkong City's connection with the outside world. Even at this time, Jingkong City may have been closed for a long time, and outsiders cannot enter or exit at all. In the entire Jingkong City, perhaps only the He family and the people from the demon god cult are left. Oh, and maybe demon race. Apart from this, there are no outsiders. Only in this way would even Qian Zhongshu not know any information about Jingkong City. Asking other members of the Qian family probably wouldn't yield more information. If the news leaked out to the Qian family, it would alert the enemy. If you want to understand the situation in Jingkong City, it is best to go there in person. It seems that I have to go to Jingkong City to investigate as soon as possible. Zhang Yuhe thought quietly for a while and decided to leave immediately as this matter could not be delayed. He glanced at everyone and said, "You guys go down first, I have something to go out for." After Zhang Yuhe finished speaking, he instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the hall. Chapter 36. Jingkong City is located in the foothills of the Great Python Mountain, 80,000 miles southwest of Central Cloud City. It is said that many years ago, a rank 9 cloud python wreaked havoc in the Great Python Mountain. Rank 9 cloud python is extremely arrogant and has a powerful divine ability. He often attacks nearby human cities. Later, several Mahayana ancestors of the Dao Sheng sect took action and finally wiped it out. I heard that the name of Jingkong City was taken from the divine ability of the cloud python. The cloud python's divine ability is called mirror transformation. Once this divine ability is used, a large area of the sky can be transformed into a mirror, and all living creatures nearby will be sucked into the mirror. Once the mirror breaks, the creature inside will die. Zhang Yuhe used all his strength to activate the Tianhuang flying immortal technique and flew quickly all the way. For an ordinary cultivator, a journey of 80,000 miles might require several days of continuous flying, or even longer. But for an apex-level soul formation cultivator like Zhang Yuhe, 80,000 miles is not too far. Coupled with the extreme speed of the imperial sky-riding art, less than an hour later, he could already see the endless mountains in the distance. It is the Yunmeng Mountains. When they were almost 1,000 miles away from Jingkong City, Zhang Yuhe suddenly stopped. Why is there a warning formation here? Zhang Yuhe's spiritual sense probed forward, and a faint light screen appeared before his eyes. He discovered that this was a warning formation. As long as he continues to move forward, he will inevitably trigger the formation alarm, and the person who set up the formation will know that someone is coming. Fortunately, in addition to his cultivation, he also studied the various arts of immortal cultivation. With his extraordinary comprehension, he achieved great success. Now Zhang Yuhe has comprehended the elixir, weapon, and talisman array to rank 6. As long as his cultivation level improves, all his arts will improve as well. It's like cheating, so unreasonably strong. As a rank 6 formation master, he could naturally recognize these simple demonstration formations at a glance. But Zhang Yuhe was a little puzzled. How could someone set up a warning formation in such a remote place? Go look somewhere else. Zhang Yuhe did not rush forward rashly. No matter who set up the formation, it was obvious that it had a purpose. He came to investigate the situation in Jingkong City and didn't want to be discovered. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe quickly restrained his breath and quietly moved to the side. However, a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Yuhe returned to his original place. They actually set up so many warning formations. What does Jingkong City want to do? Zhang Yuhe originally planned to bypass these warning formations and quietly reach Jingkong City. But he went around in a big circle and ended up back to square one. Because Zhang Yuhe discovered that with Jingkong City as the center, warning formations were set up everywhere within a radius of 1,000 miles. He simply couldn't get around it. If you want to go to Jingkong City, you must pass through these warning formations. Zhang Yuhe hid aside and fell into deep thought. There is a problem with Jingkong City, and we can now give a conclusion. If Jingkong City is not doing anything shameful, there is no need to set up so many warning arrays thousands of miles away from the city. Although the warning formation is not of high level, with so many formations running at the same time, the number of spirit stones consumed is not small. A normal 3-star force simply cannot sustain such consumption. There must be something wrong with the He family, and it's definitely not just the He family. They alone can't pull off such a scene. I must find a way to go over and take a look. Zhang Yuhe thought to himself. However, the distance was too far and there was a formation in place, so he couldn't fully activate his spiritual sense to investigate the situation in Jingkong City. If he wanted to know what was going on over there, he had to sneak over there. But because there was a warning formation, he couldn't get through. What do we do now? This made Zhang Yuhe a little conflicted. The level of the warning formation is not high. If he wants to dismantle it, he can break it all in an instant. But in this way, the person who set up the formation has achieved the purpose of warning. Whether you rush over directly or dismantle the formation before going over, the other party will know. The existence of the warning formation is meant to play this role. This is a bit difficult. How can we sneak into Jingkong City without being discovered? Hey, someone's coming. Just when Zhang Yuhe was struggling, he suddenly saw a group of blue-robed monks flying towards him from the direction of Jingkong City. Zhang Yuhe quickly restrained his breath and hid his figure. He quietly looked at the green-robed monks in the distance, and saw a golden python embroidered on the cuffs of this group of people. Zhang Yuhe was startled. It's a cultivator from the He family. The He family's emblem is a golden python. Zhang Yuhe quietly observed this group of green-robed monks. When these people flew not far from him, they suddenly stopped. One of them took out a formation plate and looked around, then said something to the people around him. Zhang Yuhe listened attentively. There's no problem here. The warning formation has not been triggered. Third brother, you must watch carefully and make sure no one sneaks into Jingkong City. Don't worry, there are warning formations everywhere around Jingkong City. Even a fly can't fly in. That's right. After nearly 100 years of cleansing by the family, there are almost no cultivators within a radius of thousands of miles. The monks definitely can't come to Jingkong City, but the monsters in the Great Python Mountain are not necessarily the same, hehe. The last time the formation was triggered, everyone was shocked, but it turned out to be just an iron-backed pig, haha. Everyone should be careful. If we anger the devil, we will suffer the consequences. When talking about the devil, everyone couldn't help but reveal reverence on their faces. Third brother, do you think the devil can really make us immortal? Of course, the ancestor was about to pass away, but after receiving the magic energy, not only did his cultivation level break through to the soul formation stage, but his lifespan also doubled. This blue-robed monk named Third Brother revealed infinite enthusiasm in his expression when he talked about the plight of the He family's ancestor. Third Brother is right. The path of the demon god is the true path to immortality. As long as we lead the demon god to come, we will have the opportunity to gain immortality. The blue-robed monk discussed in a low voice while quickly flying to the next warning formation. At this time, Zhang Yuhe looked solemn. He quickly hid his figure and quietly followed the green-robed monk. The words of these blue-robed monks have revealed a lot. Demonic energy filling the body? The road to the devil? Lead the devil to come? The He family of Jingkong City, or the demon god cult, seems to be planning to open a passage here to lead the demon race to Yufan Tian. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with Jingkong City. I just don't know what the specific situation is. Let's see first. The cultivation base of these blue-robed monks is too low, they have too little experience, and what they say may not be true. Zhang Yuhe planned to investigate first and then send a message to the sect. He took out a piece of talisman paper and waved it gently. The talisman paper instantly turned into a faint shadow and quietly appeared in the shadow of a green-robed monk. The talisman soldiers follow him like a shadow. This is the talisman paper that Zhang Yuhe usually draws, which can be transformed into a talisman soldier. The strength of the talisman soldiers is not high and they are almost useless in a fight. However, this kind of talisman weapon is very effective in tracking people. Talisman soldiers hide in the shadows of others and are almost impossible to be discovered unless they use some special divine ability. Zhang Yuhe thought, since it is not easy for him to force his way through the warning formation, he would let the talisman soldiers explore the way first. This team of blue-robed monks will return to Jingkong City after checking all the warning formations. As long as these people return to Jingcheng, he can use the Fu soldiers to observe the situation inside Jingkong City. This way, you won't alert the demon cult in the city, and you don't have to take any risks yourself. Who knows what the situation is in Jingkong City now? What if there is a large group of high-level demon race inside? If he just rushes in, wouldn't he be asking for death? Even though the player can be resurrected after death, he still doesn't want to die. He didn't want to be like Wang Guofeng's friend, who was guarded and killed for 100 years. When it comes to cultivation, stability is the most important thing. This is Zhang Yuhe's creed for longevity. Chapter 37. Central Cloud City, a secret place somewhere in Fengzhen Tower. Concubine Minjiao was sitting cross-legged practicing, when suddenly her expression changed and a palm-sized mirror appeared in her hand. She made some hand gestures and pointed at the mirror, and an excited voice came out from the mirror. Reporting to the host, Lord Blackhorn has already located the exact location of the demon world and is ready to immediately activate the Heavenly Dipper Breaking World Array to open the passage to welcome the arrival of the demon god. Hearing the voice coming from the mirror, Concubine Minjiao showed a beautiful smile on her face. She murmured to herself. After more than 100 years of preparation, we can finally open the passage. I hope there won't be any accidents this time. As long as the Demon World Army arrives, it will definitely cause unrest in Yufan Tian, which will be enough to keep Daosheng Sect busy for a while. Concubine Minjiao pointed her finger and spoke through the mirror. Pay attention to the movements around the alert mirror empty city, I will be there soon. Yes. After the call ended, Concubine Minjiao shouted loudly to the outside. Someone come. A scarred man quickly came in front of her and called out respectfully. What do you want, sir? The passage will be opened soon. Notify the Li family and we will go to Jingkong City immediately. Yes. Scarface responded excitedly. Soon, Concubine Minjiao took 4 people and quickly rushed out of the city. After leaving the city, the Li family had already been waiting outside the city, but the person leading them was not the head of the family, Li Jiming, but an old man with a ruddy complexion. The aura emanating from the old man clearly showed that he was a soul formation monk. This person is none other than Li Zhongxiang, the ancestor of the Li family. More than 200 years ago, news of Li Jiangxiang's passing away spread from the Li family. However, no one knew that Li Jiangxiang was not only alive, but also broke through to the realm of soul formation. When Li Jiangxiang saw concubine Minjiao coming, he hurried forward and called out respectfully, "Meet the host." Concubine Minjiao nodded, then waved her right hand, and an exquisite flying boat appeared in the air. "Let's go." A group of people quickly boarded the flying boat and flew towards Jingkong City. About 1,000 miles outside Jingkong City, Zhang Yuhe had been quietly following the green-robed monk. The talisman weapon transformed from the talisman paper is hidden in the shadow of a blue-robed monk. This group of blue-robed monks flew slowly all the way, stopping from time to check the operation of the warning formation. Zhang Yuhe was not in a hurry, he just followed slowly and leisurely. After nearly half a day, the group of blue-robed monks finally finished checking the last warning formation. The green-robed monk who was at the head let out a sigh of relief, then said to the others with a smile, "Finally, we have finished checking everything. Let's go back." Seeing the blue-robed monk flying towards Jingkong City, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Are we finally going back? Now we can finally see what's going on in Jingkong City." He controlled the talisman crafting soldiers and followed closely in the shadows. Zhang Yuhe hid his body and separated a wisp of spiritual sense, observing the situation around the green-robed monk through the talisman soldiers. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the blue-robed monk appeared outside a city. Zhang Yuhe looked forward through the Fu soldiers, and saw 3 large characters Jingkong City vaguely visible above the city wall. However, he did not see a single person outside the city. The phenomenon of people coming and going in other cities did not appear in Jingkong City. Not only was there no one to be seen outside the city, even the gates of Jingkong City were tightly closed. The entire Jingkong City exudes an intangible and strange aura. When the leading blue-robed monk took out his identity token and sent out a message, the tightly closed city gate slowly opened. The blue-robed monk passed through the city gate and flew quickly into the city. Zhang Yuhe controlled the talisman crafting soldiers and followed closely in his shadow. At this time, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face suddenly appeared. When the green-robed monk saw the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared, he immediately shouted respectfully, "Meet Uncle Six." The middle-aged man nodded and then asked. "Nothing happened." The leading green-robed monk quickly replied, "Uncle Six, everything is normal outside. All warning formations have not been triggered." "Good." The middle-aged man took out a formation plate, looked at the group of green-clothed monks, and then spoke. "There's nothing for you to do now, go back and rest." "Yes." Seeing the blue-robed monk preparing to leave, Zhang Yuhe suddenly had an idea. He quietly controlled the talisman crafting soldiers and moved to the shadow of the middle-aged man named Uncle Six. Although they were thousands of miles apart, Zhang Yuhe could not detect the man's breath through the talisman weapon. But it is obvious that the status of this 6th uncle in the He family is much higher than those green-robed monks before. Zhang Yuhe thought that if he let Fu Bing follow this person, he might be able to see more information. After the blue-robed monk left, the middle-aged man stood up and flew towards somewhere in the city. Fu Bing followed the middle-aged man's shadow and followed behind him quietly. Zhang Yuhe looked into the city through the Fu soldiers, and saw that there was no single figure on the streets of Jingkong City. The entire Jingkong City is like a dead city. Countless He family cultivators seemed to stay in the cave mansion to practice, and never came out when they had nothing to do. What's that? Suddenly, Zhang Yuhe discovered that the central area of the city was covered by a large area of black fog. He looked carefully through the talisman weapon and saw a huge platform looming in the middle of the black fog. 108 black pillars rising into the sky were arranged around the platform. On top of the high platform, there is a monster with horns, sitting cross-legged. Seeing this, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It is indeed the demon race. The Daoshanzong Library has a rich collection of books, including many introductions to the demon race. Although Fu Bing only saw a rough shadow, Zhang Yuhe could recognize at a glance that the shadow sitting cross-legged on the platform was demon race. According to the book, the overall appearance of the demon race is not much different from that of the human race, except that it has some special parts. For example, this phantom of a monster with horns should be the demon race. Zhang Yuhe quickly took out his jade identity card. Now that the demon race has indeed been discovered, it is natural to inform the sect. Although only one demon race has been seen so far, the imagined scene of the arrival of a large army of demon races did not occur. But he had no intention of rushing over alone to exorcise the demons. The Fu Bing was too far away and couldn't sense the demon race's aura. Who knows what the strength of this demon race is? What if it's a big boss? It is more reliable to send a message to the sect and ask for support. When something happens, everyone should work together. There is no need to stand out alone. Zhang Yuhe pinched the magic formula and stretched out his hand to point at the jade token. After a while, Liu Mingfang's familiar voice came from the jade token. "What's up?" Reporting to the elder, the disciple found a demon race in Yunzhong Prefecture. Hearing this, Liu Mingfang stood up solemnly. "Where did you find the demon race, alive or dead? Are you sure you saw it correctly?" This was Zhang Yuhe's first time walking out of the mountain gate, and Liu Mingfang was a little worried that he lacked experience and might recognize the wrong demon race. It's better to confirm it, otherwise it would be funny if something went wrong. Moreover, the demon race is not necessarily all alive. After all, after 100,000 years, the lifespan of the demon race is not infinite. Even if the original invading demon race was not wiped out, most of them have already died. There are really not many surviving demon race in the entire Yufan Tian. So he needed to confirm with Zhang Yuhe. If it was a dead demon race, he could just bring the body back. Hearing Liu Mingfang's continuous questions, Zhang Yuhe gave clear answers. "Alive, I'm not mistaken, it's a demon race, in Mirror Void City in Yunzhong Prefecture. By the way, in addition to the demon race, someone had set up a strange altar in Jingkong City at some point. There were 108 black pillars erected around the altar. The demon race was sitting cross-legged on the altar. I don't know what his purpose was." Heavenly Dipper's world-breaking formation. After listening to Zhang Yuhe's description, Liu Mingfang's surprised voice came from the jade token. Then, Liu Mingfang said seriously. "Stay where you are and don't act rashly. I'll send someone over for support right away." Chapter 38. After giving Zhang Yuhe some careful instructions, Liu Mingfang once again extended his finger and pointed at the center of the jade token. On a mountain somewhere in the inner gate of Daosheng Sect, a young man wearing a golden crown and with a stern face was sitting cross-legged on the training platform in the cave mansion. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed, and an identity jade token instantly appeared in his hand. The young man made some hand gestures and spoke into the jade token. "Elder Lu. Li Tian, it's me. Just now, Zhang Yuhe, the garrison commander of Yunzhong Prefecture, sent a message to the sect saying that a demon race was found in Jingkong City, where he is located. You should go over and provide support as soon as possible. By the way, there is another altar in Jingkong City. It is probably the Heavenly Dipper sky-breaking formation built by the demon god cult. You must destroy the formation and prevent the demon god cult from opening the interface channel and bringing the demon race over." "Yes." After putting away the jade identity card, the young man with the golden crown did not pack up at all. He instantly stood up and flew quickly out of the mountain gate. After ending the call, Liu Mingfang tapped the table lightly with his fingers and muttered to himself. "What does Zhao Minjiao want to do now? Is she planning some conspiracy again?" The Zhao Minjiao that Liu Mingfang mentioned is none other than the leader of the demon god cult. Ever since this man founded the demon god cult, the Daosheng sect has been in constant trouble. In order to deal with Zhao Minjiao, the elders of Daosheng sect had taken action many times, but in the end they all failed. There is really no way. I don't know what kind of divine ability Zhao Minjiu has cultivated that he can transform into thousands of forms. This person travels around in different places in his avatar form, but his real body never shows up. Every time the Daosheng sect thought that they had finally found out Zhao Minjiu's roots, they discovered in the end that after all their efforts they had only managed to destroy one of her incarnations. From then on, the elders of Daosheng sect no longer acted rashly, and general affairs were left to the inner disciples to handle. If Zhao Minjiu's true body does not appear, the inner disciples of Daosheng sect will be enough to deal with it. Thinking of the demon god cult's leader Zhao Minjiu, Lu Mingfang couldn't help but feel a headache. What is the purpose of the demon god cult's operation? Although the Heavenly Dipper boundary breaking array can open the interface channel, the power of this array is limited. The opened channel not only has many restrictions, but can only allow low-level demon rays to pass through, and the duration is also very short. It will not cause too much trouble to Yufan Tian. It is completely meaningless. Is Zhao Minjiu going through so much trouble just to disgust us? Forget it, let Li Tian go and take a look first. No matter what her purpose is, just destroy her incarnation and dismantle the Heavenly Dipper world-breaking formation. Lu Mingfang thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what the demon god cult's intention was behind this action. However, he did not dwell on it too much as the Daosheng sect was very powerful. No matter what the demon god cult wants to do, they can just counter it and are not afraid of the demon god cult making trouble. As for the black altar described by Zhang Yuhe, Lu Mingfang was only slightly surprised. Because such things have happened many times over the past 100,000 years. At the beginning, they were shocked, thinking that the opening of the channel would allow the demon race to descend in large numbers and recreate the disaster that happened 100,000 years ago. However, they later discovered that the formation set up by the demon god cult actually had natural flaws and could not support the powerful demon race. In this case, Lu Mingfang did not plan to do it himself, but asked his inner sect disciple Li Tian to go over for support. After finishing the communication, Zhang Yuhe hid his body and quietly observed the situation in Jingkong City through the Fu Bing. After a while, the middle-aged man named Sixth Uncle came into a hall. In the hall, there was a white-haired old man sitting at the top seat. Fan. Zhang Yuhe was slightly surprised when he saw the old man in the hall. This person is none other than Fan, the ancestor of the He family, who has not appeared for hundreds of years. Zhang Yuhe had seen this man's portrait in the garrison information. According to Ming Fuqian's previous introduction, Fan was already a nascent soul great completion hundreds of years ago. However, Fan's life was about to end at that time, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive before he passed away. Now it seems that Fan is not only alive and well, but also has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have exhausted his lifespan and passed away long ago. Seeing the middle-aged man come in, Fan said excitedly. Ye Guang, you are here. Lord He Jiao is preparing to open the passage to welcome the arrival of the demon army. As long as the demon army arrives, our He family can take the opportunity to rise. We can even ascend to the demon world as a family. It is possible for everyone to become a real demon. The middle-aged man was called He Yagwang, but Zhang Yuhe did not know him, and there was no information about him in the garrison. Seeing the ancestors so excited, He Yagwang felt a little uneasy. The decision to join the demon god cult was made by the ancestor, and he was powerless to object. He has always been a little worried about the consequences of doing so. Can they really succeed? Can the He family become a demon god? If things were so simple, then why was the invading demon race repelled by the Daosheng sect 100,000 years ago? Wouldn't the demon god church just be using them and then throwing the He family out when they're done using them? Thinking of this, he said to Fan with some hesitation. Grandfather, should we arrange for some of our clansmen to leave first? In case this fails, it will also leave a way out for the family. Humph, what do you know? There is no way back now. All we can do now is wait for the demon god to descend and for the whole clan to rise up. He Daofan was a little unhappy when he heard what He Yagwang said. At this point, the He family has no way out. Now you can only succeed, not fail. If they fail, no one in the He family will be spared. The entire Yufan Tian is the sky of Daosheng sect, where can they hide? After a while, perhaps feeling that the tone of his words just now was not so good, He Daofan spoke again in a soft voice. Don't worry, everything is ready now, just waiting for the demon army to arrive. By the way, how are things arranged? Once the demon army arrives, we must quickly arrange for the family members to lead the army. First, we will break through Central Cloud City, and then use the Central Cloud City's teleportation formation to teleport to Hezhu City, and take over the entire Hezhu in one fell swoop. Everything has been arranged. All the family members are already distributed throughout the city and are ready to lead the demon army at any time. Good. Speaking of the arrival of the demon race army, He Daofan became excited again, and the two began to discuss the subsequent details in a low voice. He Daofan even thought about how to rely on the demon race army to make their He family the #1 force in Yufan Tian and replace Daosheng sect. Hearing the ignorant words of the two people through Fu Bing, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but shake his head. It's like dreaming in broad daylight. The He family, with these ugly guys, actually want to replace the Daosheng sect? Moreover, it was unknown where He Daofan got his confidence from, as if once the demon race arrived, he could rule the entire Yufan Tian. If that were the case, then the demon race would not have been repelled by the Daosheng sect before the 100,000. Besides, with him watching here, can the demon race come? When the critical moment comes, he will definitely rush forward and destroy the altar. He has to hide when he needs to, but that doesn't mean he doesn't dare to fight to the death. It just depends on whether it is necessary. Moreover, he has already sent a message to the sect, so it seems that the support from Daosheng sect may be arriving soon. Once the support arrives, it will be the end of the He family. Enjoy the last good time, your dream will soon end. Zhang Yuhe said to himself with some sarcasm. Chapter 39. Zhang Yuhe hid his body and waited quietly for the sect's support to arrive. As soon as support arrives, they can take action and put an end to the He family's daydreams. Hey, someone else is coming. Suddenly, an exquisite flying boat flew rapidly towards Jingkong City from a distance. Zhang Yuhe quickly took out a piece of talisman paper and slapped it on himself. Invisibility Talisman. Once this special talisman paper is used, it will have an extremely strong stealth effect. Unless they are attacked accidentally or show up on their own initiative, it would be difficult to be discovered. Of course, a talisman paper with such a powerful effect will naturally have some flaws. Not only is the invisibility talisman extremely difficult to draw, but even an average rank 6 talisman crafter may not succeed even once, even after drawing it dozens of times in a row. Moreover, the materials needed to draw the invisibility talisman are extremely precious, and Zhang Yuhe only drew a few in total. The invisibility talisman also has a big disadvantage, which is that it lasts for a very short time and can only make you invisible for 1 minute. Except in some special cases, it generally has little effect. After all, being invisible for a minute won't accomplish anything big. Despite this, Zhang Yuhe decisively used the invisibility talisman because he saw the identity of the person who came. On the flying boat that was coming at high speed from afar were concubine Minjiu and her group. At this moment, Ming Yufei's powerful aura was fully revealed, which was soul formation great completion. In addition to concubine Minjiu, there were more than a dozen cultivators on the flying boat. Among them, there are as many as 5 soul formation monks, and the rest are all nascent soul monks. Among them was Li Jiming, the head of the Li family. Very good, everything that was supposed to come has come, just in one go. When Zhang Yuhe saw concubine Minjiu leading a large group of people flying towards Jingkong City, he felt no wavering in his heart. What's the point of being afraid of having more people? If we compare numbers and strength, can they compare with Daosheng sect? I have just sent a message to Liu Mingfang. I believe that Daosheng sect's large group of troops will come to support us soon. When the flying boat approached Mirror City, the city gate opened instantly and the flying boat flew into the city. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel a little strange. The team of blue-robed monks entered the city through the city gate. Now Minjai Hufei and others are coming and entering the city through the city gate. Couldn't they just fly over the wall? If the blue-robed monk has a low status, he is not qualified to fly in the city. However, concubine Minjiu is not only powerful, but also obviously the superior of both the He and Li families. It was very strange that even she had to enter the city through the city gate. Could it be that the entire Jingkong city has already activated the defense formation, and the formation has been running all the time, so no matter who wants to enter the city, they can only go through the city gate? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If that's the case, things could get a little tricky. There is a large defensive formation in Jingkong city, and it is open all year round. If Minjai Hufei and others do something big in the city next, he will have no chance to stop it in time. After all, there is a large defensive formation, and we still don't know what the defensive formation of Jingkong city is like. What if the formation is of a very high level and he can't break it in a short time? That would be troublesome. Hey, why hasn't the Sect's support arrived yet? This will delay things. At this time, Zhang Yuhe seemed a little anxious and hoped that the support sent by Liu Mingfang would arrive as soon as possible. After the flying boat entered the city, He Daofan and the He family members greeted them at the city gate. The talisman soldiers controlled by Zhang Yuhe were also hidden among them. He Daofan called out to concubine Minjiu respectfully. "Meet the host." Concubine Minjiu nodded and then asked. "How are things getting ready?" "Everything is ready, just waiting for the host to arrive." "Very good, now we will go find Lord Horned Demon so that we can activate the Heavenly Dipper boundary breaking formation." After concubine Minjiu finished speaking, she led everyone to fly towards the altar in the center of the city. After arriving near the altar, Zhang Yuhe was finally able to see the entire place clearly through the talisman soldiers. The altar covered a vast area and was hundreds of meters high. The 108 black pillars around it were towering into the clouds and reaching the sky. If it weren't for the cover of the Jingkong city formation, these tall pillars could be seen from thousands of miles away. On the altar, a tall demon race with two long black horns on his head was holding a formation plate in his hand and constantly practicing magic spells. Seeing the horned demon on the altar, concubine Minjiu shouted respectfully. "Meet Lord Blackhorn." The black-horned demon opened his eyes, glanced at everyone, and then spoke solemnly. "I have located the coordinates of the Holy Realm. I can activate the formation at any time to open the channel connecting the two realms. But once the formation is activated, there will inevitably be a lot of noise, and the cultivators within tens of thousands of miles will be able to sense it. And it will take a certain amount of time for the formation to be activated and the passage to be opened. During this time, I don't want anyone to disturb me. You must guard the perimeter and don't let anyone get close." Seeing that the horned demon was serious, concubine Minjiu didn't seem to care much. A smile appeared on her beautiful face and she spoke in a soft voice. "Master He Jiao, please rest assured. Daosheng sect does not have much power in Yunzhong Prefecture. By the time they get the news and rush over, everything will be too late." "Okay, I'll start then." The black-horned demon didn't waste any time and kept making hand gestures to perform magic. The black demonic energy instantly filled the mirror sky city. Zhang Yuhe felt nervous when he saw the situation in the city through Fu Bing. Why hasn't the Sect's support arrived yet? Do I have to go alone? This is too unreliable. We can't wait any longer. Zhang Yuhe showed up, ready to go right up and start fighting. Although judging from the previous conversation between the horned demon and concubine Minjiu, it will probably take some time for them to open the channel between the two worlds. But Zhang Yuhe could not wait any longer because he also needed time. Once he starts to take action, Minjiu and others will obviously try to stop him. At that time, he would not only have to deal with concubine Minjiu and countless cultivators from the He and Li families, but also have to break the formation of Jingkong City. Only by breaking through the formation of Jingkong City first, will he have the opportunity to approach the altar and destroy the altar and the surrounding heavenly dipper world-breaking formation. This is not an easy thing to do. Just as Zhang Yuhe was about to charge towards Jingkong City, his expression suddenly changed and an identity jade token appeared in his hand. Zhang Yuhe stretched out his hand and a strange voice came from the jade token. "Junior brother Zhang, I am Li Tian, where are you?" Zhang Yuhe was overjoyed when he heard the message from the jade token. Has the support finally arrived? He knew Li Tian. When he talked with Ming Fu about some matters of the sect, he mentioned this person. Li Tian is the great master of the Daosheng sect. He was born with a fire spirit body and his cultivation speed is extremely fast. This person has only been practicing for 900 years, but it is said that he has already reached the great completion of soul formation. Apart from Zhang Yuhe, Li Tian is considered the number one person in Daosheng sect in the past tens of thousands of years. Zhang Yuhe communicated via the jade token, reporting his location, and soon saw a stream of light flying towards him at high speed from a distance. Looking at the stern young man wearing a golden crown in front of him, Zhang Yuhe shouted respectfully. "Meet brother great master." Li Tian nodded and looked at Zhang Yuhe with obvious surprise in his eyes. As far as he knew, Zhang Yuhe had only been practicing for over 100 years, so how come he had already reached the late stage of soul formation? This cultivation speed far exceeded his own. You know, ever since entering Daosheng sect, Li Tian has been extremely confident in his own talents. Now seeing that there were people who were cultivating much faster than him, it was obvious that talent was estimated to be higher than him, and Li Tian couldn't help but feel curious. But now is obviously not the time, although Li Tian cannot see the situation inside Jingkong City. However, according to the description reported by Zhang Yuhe, the demon god cult has arranged the heavenly dipper boundary-breaking formation here, preparing to open the passage between the two worlds and guide the demon race to invade Yufan Tian. Let's solve the problem first. Li Tian asked. Junior brother Zhang, what is the situation in the city now? Zhang Yuhe did not answer directly, but looked around and did not see any other figures. This made him feel very strange. Brother, are you the only one coming to support? Hearing this, Li Tian said confidently. I am enough alone. Chapter 40. Hearing Li Tian's arrogant answer, Zhang Yuhe felt an inexplicable pain. Damn, although your experience in fighting is definitely much richer than mine. But your cultivation is only slightly higher than mine. Where does you get the confidence that you can deal with the He and Li families in the city, plus the monks from Fengzhen Tower, by yourself? Moreover, on the altar, there is a demon named Demon Race whose power is unknown. Shouldn't this be a game where all the Daosheng sect members come together to crush us? How come there is only one person here, and he is such an arrogant and cocky guy at that? How did Liu Mingfang become an elder? Wasn't he afraid of causing trouble? What if they fail to destroy the altar and allow the demon race army to descend? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Zhang Yuhe didn't know that the heavenly dipper world-breaking formation set up by the demon god cult in the Jingkong city in front of him was not as powerful as he imagined. Even if the demon god cult succeeds, the passage opened will only allow low-level demon race to enter and will not pose much threat to Yufan Tian. It's nothing more than causing some unrest. But Zhang Yuhe didn't know. He also thought that as long as the passage was opened, countless demon race armies would pour in and recreate the disaster that happened 100,000 years ago. By then, there might be another war that would last for hundreds of years, and it is uncertain whether the Daosheng sect can win. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe had to remind Li Tian. Brother Great Master, there are many cultivators in the city, and there are at least 7 soul formation cultivators. Among them, the owner of Fengzhen Tower has reached the soul formation great completion. Hearing this, Li Tian was stunned. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he might not be able to deal with so many soul formation monks alone. Not to mention that among them is the owner of Fengzhen Tower, the soul formation great completion. However, he quickly regained his arrogant attitude. The big words had already been spoken, and it was too late to take them back now. Li Tian said calmly with a stern face. Brother, please clear the way for me. I will take care of these demon god cult trash. After saying this, Li Tian swung his hand and punched towards Jingkong City. Boom! The huge flaming fist shadow, with the scorching light, instantly destroyed the surrounding warning formations. Not only that, the flaming fist shadow crossed a distance of thousands of miles and hit directly on the top of Jingkong City. A huge curtain of light rose from Jingkong City, covering the entire city. 9 huge python shadows appeared on the light curtain and moved slowly. The flaming fist shadow hit the light curtain, only causing ripples. Jingkong City was safe and sound, and Li Tian's powerful punch did not produce any practical effect. 9 Python Forbidden Spirit Formation. Seeing the formation of Jingkong City rising, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He recognized this formation. It was a rank 7 formation with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Not to mention ordinary soul formation monks, if they don't know the tricks, even a void refining monk can't easily break through this formation. He can break this formation, but it takes time and cannot be disturbed too much. After Li Tian tried out a punch, he naturally figured out some of the tricks. If he relied on himself alone, he might not be able to break the formation of Jingkong City even if he attacked continuously for half a month. By the time we get to that point, the cucumber dish will have gone cold. I didn't expect that the demon god cult would actually arrange such a powerful defensive formation in advance this time. Li Tian looked solemn. He glanced in the direction of Jingkong City, then turned to Zhang Yuhe and asked. Junior brother, do you recognize this formation? Zhang Yuhe nodded and answered solemnly. This is the 9 Python Forbidden Spirit Formation. Hearing this, Li Tian was frightened. Originally he had some guesses, although he was not proficient in the art of formations. But after all, he has been practicing for nearly 1,000 years, so he still has some experience. 9 Python Forbidden Spirit Formation? This is a bit difficult to handle. Li Tian muttered to himself. The Daosheng sect had left a corresponding introduction to this formation, which he had seen in the library. Knowing that this formation has extremely strong defense, it will take a lot of time to break through it. Obviously, what they lack now is time. However, Li Tian soon thought that since Zhang Yuhe knew this formation, he might know how to break it. Thinking of this, Li Tian asked anxiously. Brother, do you know how to break the formation? Zhang Yuhe nodded. I know, but it will take some time. Li Tian couldn't help but be overjoyed. He almost thought that something was going to go wrong this time. After all, the city was already shrouded in black fog, and it was obvious that the demon god cult had already begun to activate the Heavenly Dipper boundary-breaking formation. Even if they wanted to ask Daosheng sect for help now, it was too late. The Daosheng sect is so far away that even if there is a teleportation array, the elders of the sect will not be able to get here in time. Now they can only rely on the 2 of them to stop the demon cult's attempt. Li Tian said excitedly. Brother, just break the formation. I will deal with the scum of the demon god cult. At this time, several streams of light were flying from the direction of Jingkong City. Okay, brother, be careful, I'll break the formation first. Zhang Yuhe glanced at the flowing light in the distance and didn't say any more nonsense. The most important thing was to break the formation first. He quickly flew to the side, and at the same time, with a wave of his right hand, flags flew towards the surroundings of Jingkong City. The 9 Python Forbidden Spirit formation is extremely complex. If you want to break it, you can only rely on brute force and slowly consume it. But they obviously didn't have the time. So Zhang Yuhe changed his thinking. Break the formation with a formation. He could set up a powerful attack formation around Jingkong City, and then use the power of the formation to break through the 9 Python Forbidden Spirit formation. But in this way, he not only needs to set up the formation constantly, but also has to keep it running. The most important thing is not to let the people of Jingkong City destroy the formation he has set up. Things seem simple, but they are extremely difficult to implement in practice. However, Zhang Yuhe had no other choice but to quickly set up the formation while observing the battle situation on Li Tian's side. When the light curtain of Jingkong City rose, Min Jiahufei and others in the city were shocked. Someone is coming so soon. How could the news from Dao Sheng Sect come out so quickly? The passage has not been opened yet, and no strange phenomena have been reported. Go out and take a look. Those above soul formation level, follow me out of the city to intercept the enemy. The rest of you will guard the altar. No one can disturb Lord Blackhorn. Faced with the sudden attack, although concubine Minjiao was a little surprised, she reacted quickly. The enemy must be intercepted outside the city. Once the enemy enters the city, a melee will break out inside the city. The fluctuations caused by the war will seriously interfere with the demon race magic on the altar. In that case, their idea of opening the channel between the two worlds would fail. Fortunately, Jingkong City had already arranged a powerful defensive formation. Concubine Minjiao was confident that as long as Daosheng Sect did not send out elders at the body integration level or above, there would be no way they could quickly break through Jingkong City's defensive formation. There are not many elders above body integration in Daosheng Sect, and each of them has important tasks to attend to, so they generally do not go out easily. For concubine Minjiao, they just need to delay time. If she can delay until the passage between the two worlds opens, then her goal will be achieved. By then, she will just walk away and the Daosheng Sect won't even be able to catch her shadow. As for what the He and Li families think, that is her concern. Concubine Minjiao, along with the ancestors of the He and Li families, plus 4 soul formation monks from Fengzin Tower, flew quickly towards Li Tian's location. Seeing the figure coming, Li Tian snorted coldly. Humph, Zhao Minjiao, it's you again. The demon god cult is really haunting us. Chapter 41. When concubine Minjiao brought everyone to Li Tian, she did not take action immediately. Her beautiful face was as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom, and she said with a giggle. I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. I didn't expect that great master still remembers me. Hundreds of years ago, when Li Tian first took office as the garrison commander, he discovered traces of the demon god cult's activities in the area. Later, after some investigation, they discovered concubine Minjiao. Of course, that was another concubine Minjiao. Although they looked completely different, their aura was similar. The monks only recognize the breath, not the person. Ordinary changes in appearance are not very effective. If you want to disguise yourself, it is best to manipulate your aura. Concubine Minjiao did not have any disguise, she was just an incarnation of the leader of the demon god cult. There are many incarnations like her. Seeing that concubine Minjiao was not in a hurry to take action, Li Tian glanced towards Zhang Yuhe. He saw Zhang Yuhe waving one battle flag after another, and he roughly understood Zhang Yuhe's thoughts. He had not thought before that Zhang Yuhe not only had an extremely fast cultivation speed, but was also very proficient in the art of formations. Zhang Yuhe actually carried a large number of formation flags with him, which slowly relaxed Li Tian's tense nerves. Everyone understands the principle of using an array to break an enemy's formation, but knowing it alone is useless. You have to know how to do it, and you have to have the tools in your hands. Now it seems that Zhang Yuhe is the kind of person who not only knows how to set up an array but also has weapons in his hands. Li Tian understood that he only needed to delay Minjai Fei and the others so that Zhang Yuhe could focus on breaking the formation. As long as the defense formation of Jingkong City is broken, there will naturally be a way to destroy the altar in the city. Looking at concubine Minjaihu's beautiful smile, Li Tian was happy to chat with her. He said to concubine Minjaihu with a look of disdain. Zhao Minjaihu, you only dare to let your avatar be outside, but you dare not show your real body. He, I really don't dare. It would be bad if I was caught by the old monster of your Daosheng sect. Why, great master, do you want to see my true form? After I break through to Mahayana, I will go to Daosheng sect to see you, okay? You're dreaming. Just by practicing the divine ability that allows you to transform into a myriad of forms, you'll never be able to break through Mahayana in your lifetime. Hearing Li Tian's words, concubine Minjaihu's face immediately became extremely gloomy. Because this sentence touched her pain point. About 10,000 years ago, Zhao Minjaihu accidentally obtained this external incarnation divine ability, and it was like a treasure at that time. Because this divine ability is so powerful that it can transform into countless incarnations. Moreover, these incarnations all have certain strength, only 2 major realms lower than their real bodies. Such a powerful divine ability completely overturns the common knowledge of cultivating immortals. However, what she didn't know at the time was that this external incarnation divine ability actually had a fatal flaw. Practicing this external incarnation divine ability not only requires a lot of time. The most important thing is that each incarnation needs to be attached with its own spirit partitioning soul aura. Once the clone is destroyed, the spirit partitioning soul will be lost forever. The consequence of losing your soul is that you will never be able to make any breakthroughs again. She didn't know this at the time. It was not until her first incarnation was killed by Daosheng sect that she suddenly discovered the huge flaw of this divine ability. More than 10,000 years ago, Zhao Minjaihu had already achieved perfect body integration. But more than 10,000 years have passed, and she is still standing still, with no improvement in her cultivation at all. Zhao Minjaihu had thought of various solutions, but none of them could solve her problem of being distracted. From then on, Zhao Minjaihu became even crazier. She used her incarnation to stir up wind and rain in various places in Yufan Tian from time to time. Because she understood that she would never be able to solve this difficult problem on her own. She could only pin her hopes on the demon race, and it had to be those demons comparable to the true immortals, who might be able to solve the problem of her incomplete soul. She took action again and again just to divert Daosheng sect's attention. Once Dao Shengzong is attracted by the incarnation, she will send out her true body to completely open the passage between the 2 worlds and attract the arrival of the devil. Although the demon race that invaded 100,000 years ago was repelled by the Daosheng sect, the passage between the 2 worlds was also closed by the Daosheng sect at that time. However, the closed passage still has a chance to be opened again, and Zhao Minjaihu has been looking for such an opportunity. It was a pity that the passage at that time was located in the back mountain of Daosheng sect, where not only were the elders of Daosheng sect in charge, but also the ancestor Mahayana was guarding it. As long as she could find a way to lure away the Mahayana ancestor of Daosheng sect, she would have the opportunity to sneak into the back mountain and open the passage again. The layout of Jingkong City this time is also for this purpose. What Li Tian said just now was like stabbing a knife into concubine Minjaihu's heart. Her mind has become somewhat distorted due to her lack of progress in cultivation for thousands of years. She looked at Li Tian with a gloomy face, and then glanced at Zhang Yuhe who was making trouble in the distance. Concubine Minjaihu has always been wary of the new garrison commander. Because she couldn't see through this person, he seemed to be shrouded in a fog. Seeing Zhang Yuhe waving the battle flags continuously in his hands, concubine Minjaihu's face changed involuntarily. She pointed at Zhang Yuhe and spoke hurriedly to the other people around her. Go and kill him, and don't let him set up the formation. As for this great master of the Daosheng sect, I will treat him well. Yes, host. The ancestors of the He and Li families, plus 4 soul formation monks from Fengzin Tower, instantly flew into the air, ready to pounce on Zhang Yuhe. Humph, no one can leave. Li Tian was originally willing to waste time with the other party, and he was not in a hurry to take action. Anyway, Zhang Yuhe is preparing to break the formation. Now seeing several soul formation monks wanting to go over and disturb him, he naturally wouldn't agree. As soon as Li Tian finished speaking, he slapped out with his palm. A huge palm phantom, emitting a scorching breath of fire, instantly enveloped all 7 people on the opposite side. Facing the great master of Daosheng sect, no one dared to be careless at all. Concubine Minjia waved her right hand, and a golden bell slowly appeared. She pinched her fingers to perform a magic spell, and the golden bell instantly floated above Li Tian's head. The bell quickly grew larger and moved downwards towards Li Tian, as if to cover him. Li Tian clenched his right fist and swung it at the bell above his head. The huge fist shadow instantly knocked the bell away. The others also used their own methods, and one after another, shining spirit treasures, mixed with various divine abilities, attacked Li Tian. Snort! Li Tian made a hand gesture and a wall of scorching flames appeared, blocking all attacks outside. At the same time, a giant axe emitting a flaming aura appeared in Li Tian's hand at some point. Low-grade heaven connecting spiritual treasure vermilion bird. With a pinch of Li Tian's magic formula, the giant axe shone with endless flames and instantly chopped towards Li Zhongxiang, the ancestor of the Li family. Seeing the giant axe coming, Li Zhongxiang was shocked. He quickly took out a yellow shield to block it in front of him. The giant axe, with burning flames, instantly chopped down the shield. Snap! The shield in Li Jianghe's hand was just a high-grade law treasure. It was completely unable to withstand the full force of the giant axe and was shattered in an instant. After the shield was broken, Li Zhongxiang vomited blood and flew backwards. Li Tian attacked with all his strength and immediately severely injured one of the opponents. The strength of the great master of Daosheng sect was fully revealed. While Zhang Yuhe was arranging the troops, he was also watching the battle situation here. Seeing that Li Tian was fighting against 7 people alone and was not at all at a disadvantage, and even seriously injuring one of the opponents, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As expected of you, Brother Daosheng sect's great master. You are indeed quite capable. Chapter 42. Seeing that Li Tian had successfully held back all the opponents, Zhang Yuhe continued to concentrate on setting up the formation. As the flags were waved, he quickly set up a huge formation outside Jingkong City. Zhang Yuhe's hand-pinching technique set up the formation. In an instant, the situation within a radius of thousands of miles suddenly changed. The sky above Jingkong City was covered with dark clouds, and countless spirit chi rushed towards this side. The dark clouds quickly gathered together to form a huge vortex, and lightning bolts as thick as buckets kept emerging from the vortex. Zhang Yuhe continuously used magic formulas to control the lightning and strike it towards the sky above Jingkong City. Boom boom! As lightning struck quickly, the light curtain above Jingkong City began to shake continuously. Gooey water attracts thunder array. This is a rank 6 large-scale attack formation. When normal cultivators fight, such a formation is not of much use. Because setting up the Gishui lightning array takes a lot of time. More importantly, this formation has no ceiling effect. In other words, when others see the formation being activated, they can just run outside. As long as you run out of the coverage of the formation, this formation is just a decoration. However, when dealing with fixed targets, the Kuishui lightning array is very effective. Just like now, Jingkong City is a dead target and can only rely on the defense formation to withstand it. However, facing the Kuishui lightning array and the constantly generated lightning, the 9 Python Forbidden Spirit array of Jingkong City probably won't be able to hold out for long. Zhang Yuhe kept making hand gestures, and lightning struck Jingkong City quickly like a violent storm. Each of these lightning attacks was much stronger than the flaming fist shadow that Li Tian had used before. As for the frequency of attacks, these lightning strikes are countless times faster. Since the lightning is generated by the formation, its duration and continuity are completely incomparable to the attacks of monks. Most importantly, the lightning generated by these formations will not consume Zhang Yuhe's mana. He only needs to replenish the spirit stone to the formation from time to time. Seeing the sky changing around them, concubine Minjiu and the others were shocked. They had just seen Zhang Yuhe messing around and were already feeling a little uneasy. It was just because Li Tian was there that they couldn't take care of Zhang Yuhe for a while. In their eyes, Li Tian, as the great master of Daosheng sect, must be much more difficult to deal with than Zhang Yuhe. So they thought, since they couldn't spare any time for the time being, they might as well concentrate all their efforts and get rid of Li Tian first. Once Li Tian is dealt with, Zhang Yuhe will be the only one left and will be at their mercy. Who would have thought that in just a short while, Zhang Yuhe would set up such a sharp formation? Not only were Minjiu and others surprised, even Li Tian felt very surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. He had never imagined that Zhang Yuhe's attainments in formation would be so high. Setting up a formation requires more than just a formation plate or formation flags. That kind of foolproof small formation is usually only effective for one individual. A large-scale formation like the one Zhang Yuhe had set up could only be set up by a great master who was extremely proficient in the art of formations. Looking at the lightning continuously striking the light curtain of Jingkong City, Minjiu and others couldn't help but become anxious. Once the defensive formation of Jingkong City is breached, Zhang Yuhe can completely control the lightning and directly strike the altar in the city. When that time really comes, all their previous assumptions will become like the moon in the water and the flower in the mirror. Thinking of this, concubine Minjiu shouted loudly to the others. I will hold Li Tian back. You guys find a chance to rush over and kill that guy, or break the formation first. At least, you can't let him control the formation to attack Jingkong City. After concubine Minjiu finished speaking, she took out a small knife that was shining brightly. Middle grade heaven connecting spiritual treasure. Concubine Minjiu made some hand gestures and injected all her magical power into the knife frantically. Go! The god-slaying sword instantly grew countless times larger and turned into a huge long sword, spanning the sky and slashing straight towards Li Tian. Feeling the huge spiritual pressure in the sword light, Li Tian was frightened. He quickly took out a shield with shining spiritual light to face the sword light. Fei Yanli Fire Shield. This is also a middle-grade spirit treasure, and is Li Tian's life-saving trump card. Under normal circumstances, soul formation monks can only use low-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure at best. Middle-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure, which can be activated by a monk at least in the void-refining realm. However, Li Tian and Ming Yufei are not ordinary people. They either have special skills or powerful talents. Although the consumption is huge, they can still forcefully activate the middle-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure. Boom! The knife light instantly slashed on the shield, leaving a shallow scratch on it. After a flash of inspiration, the shield returned to normal. Facing the attack of the middle-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure, although Li Tian was also protected by the middle-grade spirit treasure, he was still hit and knocked back hundreds of miles. When the others saw Li Tian being repelled by concubine Minjiu, they quickly turned around and rushed towards Zhang Yuhe. FK, this is too weak. Zhang Yuhe was concentrating on controlling the formation to attack Jingkong City when he saw 6 soul formation monks rushing towards him. Countless curse words came to his mind. This great master brother is too unreliable. He said he would leave everything to you so that I can set up the formation with peace of mind. What the hell, there were 7 people in total, and 6 of them came towards me. Of course, he also knew that Li Tian had tried his best. How does the sentence go? Don't blame the national army for being incompetent. Seeing 6 soul formation monks rushing towards him, Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and 9 flying swords shining with various colors of spiritual light instantly appeared around him and flowed slowly. The Natal Law Treasure, the 9 Sky Primordial Origin Sword. There are 9 flying swords in total, all of which are low-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasures. Every time he breaks through a realm, Zhang Yuhe will upgrade the 9 heavens primordial origin formation. With his current cultivation level, he can only refine a low-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure at best. He used to think that as a soul formation monk, having a low-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure should be enough. Zhang Yuhe made some hand gestures and the flying sword spun rapidly. Soon a dense circle of sword shadows formed around him. It wasn't that he didn't want to draw lightning to attack the 6 soul formation monks. However, when setting up the formation just now, Zhang Yuhe only considered how to maximize the destructive power of the formation on Jingkong City. Therefore, he compressed the attack range of the Kuishui lightning array to the area of Jingkong City. Now that's awkward. He had to use the formation to attack Jingkong City, and also deal with the attacks of 6 soul formation monks. Are you asking me to do a double FK? Zhang Yuhe felt a little numb. The attack on Jingkong City cannot stop. Once it stops, the defensive formation of Jingkong City will be restored immediately. All previous efforts were in vain. After releasing the 9-day primordial origin sword, Zhang Yuhe looked towards the soul formation monks. Among these 6 people, there is a scarred man who has also reached the soul formation late stage. Among the remaining 5 people, 3 are in the middle stage of soul formation, and the ancestors of the He and Li families are in the early stage of soul formation. It's a bit difficult. Fortunately, the Jushin primordial origin sword formation is both offensive and defensive. Now let's see how powerful the divine ability that comes with this technique is. Although he has practiced Taoism for hundreds of years, Zhang Yuhe has never really fought with anyone. This was his first time facing a cultivator of the same level head-on. 6 soul formation monks came in front of Zhang Yuhe. They looked at the sword shadow light curtain around Zhang Yuhe and couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, they did not have much time to worry about it, because concubine Minjia was not sure that she could hold Li Tian back forever. Once Li Tian escapes, it will be even more troublesome. The scarred man yelled. I'll do it. He quickly took out a small hammer that was shining with spiritual power and injected it with magic power. The small hammer turned into a huge hammer shadow and smashed towards Zhang Yuhe. Chapter 43. Seeing the hammer shadow falling, Zhang Yuhe felt a little nervous, because he was really unsure about the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation. The description of this divine ability sounds awesome, but what is its actual effect? He's never really experienced it. What if the description of the technique is a lie? After all, many martial arts techniques are somewhat exaggerated, and are often said to have the power to overturn the world. Zhang Yuhe devoted most of his mind to controlling the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation. If you can't bear it, run away. First create some distance, then do it. Fortunately, his escape speed is quite good, and he has experienced the extreme speed of Tianhuang Fixianchu. This is indeed a divine ability suitable for running away. Boom! The huge hammer shadow hit the sword shadow light curtain, but the light curtain didn't even tremble. Haha, the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation is awesome. Zhang Yuhe was overjoyed to see that the defensive effect of the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation was as solid as a rock. Damn! Since we have such a great defense, I'd rather not bother with these people. First concentrate on pulling the lightning to attack Jingkong City. The scarred man and the other 5 were completely stunned. You know, the small hammer in his hand is a heaven-connecting spiritual treasure. Even though it's only low grade, it's still a heaven-connecting spiritual treasure, not a piece of tofu. The full force of heaven-connecting spiritual treasure's attack may not destroy the heavens and the earth, but it can certainly flatten mountains and overturn seas. However, such a fierce blow did not even cause a tremor when it hit Zhang Yuhe's sword shadow light curtain. What kind of defense is this? The 6 people at the scene were completely dumbfounded. What do we do now? They were totally overwhelmed. I originally thought Zhang Yuhe was a soft persimmon. Now it seems that this is a hard nut, or at least an iron turtle. If you can't even break through the defense, what's the point of fighting? Let's go, let's find the corner of the formation and break the formation he set up first. Scarface had no idea what to do when facing Zhang Yuhe's turtle defense. He was thinking, didn't you use your turtle shell to pull lightning to attack Jingkong City? Then we will break your formation and see how you can still attract lightning. Scar waved his hand, and the 6 people quickly dispersed and flew towards Zhou Si, preparing to look for the battle flags arranged by Zhang Yuhe. Damn it, we can't let them find the battle flag. Seeing the 6 soul formation monks disperse, Zhang Yuhe became a little anxious. If the other party were to find the locations of several formation flags, all his efforts would be in vain. The Geshui lightning array is a purely offensive array. Once the location of the array flag is found, it can be easily broken. Zhang Yuhe looked at Li Tian in the distance, only to see that Li Tian was still entangled by Minjai Hefei and couldn't get away at all. Damn it, do it yourself. He quickly performed some magic incantations, and the surrounding sword shadows and light curtains instantly dissipated. Go! Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and one of the golden flying swords quickly slashed towards a soul formation monk on the other side. Li Zhongxiang was flying forward quickly, and they had to find the location of the battle flag as soon as possible. If Zhang Yuhe were allowed to control the formation attack again, the defense of Jingkong City would soon collapse. Suddenly, Li Zhongxiang felt a huge crisis coming, as if a disaster was about to happen. Li Zhongxiang looked back and saw a golden sword light coming straight towards him. Without even thinking twice, he quickly pulled out a brick-shaped law treasure. Injecting magic power, the brick law treasure quickly grew larger and headed towards the golden sword light. The golden sword light was like cutting tofu, instantly cutting the brick law treasure into 2. The brick law treasure had no defensive effect at all, and the golden flying sword did not stop at all and continued to slash towards Li Zhongxiang. At this moment, Li Zhongxiang had no time to react. The flying sword slashed down and instantly split him in 2. A mini nascent soul, shaped like Li Zhongxiang, quickly flew out of the body. This is Li Zhongxiang's nascent soul. When a cultivator reaches the nascent soul realm, nascent soul will accumulate in his danshan. As long as the nascent soul is not destroyed, the cultivator will have the opportunity to take over another body and start cultivating again. However, as soon as nascent soul flew out of the body, the golden flying sword flashed a dazzling light and directly annihilated nascent soul. Li Zhongxiang, the ancestor of the Li family who had practiced for thousands of years, died completely. Am I that strong? Zhang Yuhe himself was shocked. Until now, he had no intuitive understanding of his own strength. There is no other way. I stay in the mountain gate to practice every day and I don't know how to fight with others. How can I know what my real strength is? I didn't expect that I would kill a soul formation monk on my first attack today, and it seemed so easy. Although Li Zhongxiang was only in the early stage of soul formation and had been seriously injured by Li Tian before, he was still a soul formation cultivator. The other people at the scene were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. Even Li Tian, who was always arrogant, had an incredible expression on his face. In his opinion, since Zhang Yuhe's cultivation progress was so fast, he must not have put too much energy into divine ability. Moreover, Zhang Yuhe lacked experience in fighting. When he saw the 6 soul formation monks passing by just now, he was extremely anxious. But there was no way, concubine Minjiu had entangled him tightly and he couldn't get away at all. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuhe only needed to lightly swing out a flash of sword light and kill a soul formation monk? Are soul formation monks so easy to kill? I just spent a lot of time trying but couldn't kill anyone. Li Tian was a little dumbfounded. Compared to Li Tian, who was a little slow, concubine Minjiu reacted quickly. She shouted loudly to the remaining 5 people. Hurry, attack together, don't let him defeat us one by one. The 5 people who had originally scattered and were about to look for the formation flag quickly gathered together again. However, compared to their previous arrogance, these 5 people have now become extremely cautious. They released the defensive law treasures one by one, surrounded them, and flew towards Zhang Yuhe carefully. They were really frightened by Zhang Yuhe's sword just now. They were wondering if they could block the sword if it was aimed at them. The answer is hard to say. The sword light just now was so fast that they only saw the sword light cut through the law treasure and then killed Li Zhangxiang. When Zhang Yuhe saw the 5 people returning, he quickly made a hand gesture and the 9 Heavens primordial origin sword was integrated into the sword formation again, turning into a large sword shadow light curtain, guarding the surroundings. Although he had just killed someone and it seemed very easy, Zhang Yuhe was not careless. Let's defend for now. Anyway, the defense formation of Jingkong City is about to be broken. He will wait for him to break through Jingkong City and destroy the altar first. The scarred man took the remaining 4 people and carefully flew to a place not far from Zhang Yuhe, then slowly dispersed. Kill. The man with the scar looked at Jingkong's defensive formation in the distance, which was already beginning to crumble, and he became ruthless. The small hammer in his hand turned into a huge hammer shadow again, attacking the sword shadow light curtain around Zhang Yuhe. The other 4 also released their law treasures and attacked cautiously. Various attacks kept falling on the sword shadow light curtain, and the light curtain just shook slightly twice. The opponent's attack did not have much effect. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel relieved and continued to concentrate on drawing lightning to attack Jingkong City. Chapter 44. While Zhang Yuhe was withstanding the attacks of 5 people, he concentrated on controlling the formation and directed lightning to bombard the defenses of Jingkong City. The defensive light curtain above Jingkong City looked a little shaky. But he roughly estimated the current attack intensity. It will probably take another half an hour or so to completely break the city's defenses. No rush, take your time. Zhang Yuhe was not panicked at all. After all, he was facing the 9-day primordial origin formation, this iron turtle shell. The 5 soul formation monks on the other side were completely unable to do anything to him. Zhang Yuhe would even occasionally shoot out a flash of sword light, making the opponent panic. Of course, the formless sword light alone cannot kill a soul formation monk. But in this way, the opponent's attack becomes even more obviously weaker. Because they have to be extremely alert to deal with possible counterattacks from Zhang Yuhe. They didn't want to be like Li Zhangxiang, who was killed by a sword for no apparent reason. After practicing Taoism for thousands of years, they finally achieved such a level of cultivation. They don't want to die. When you die, everything is gone. They all cherish their lives very much. Zhang Yuhe looked towards Li Tian from time to time. At this time, Li Tian and Minjiu were still fighting to a standstill. One of these 2 men is extremely talented, and the other is the incarnation of the leader of the demon god cult. Their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary soul formation monks. The 2 men fought in a group, using all kinds of law treasure divine abilities, and fought back and forth, and both suffered minor injuries. In Zhang Yuhe's opinion, if there was no backup plan, the 2 would probably fight for 10 days or half a month and it would be difficult to determine the winner. The bladder is in trouble. Hey, Great Master isn't very helpful. Looks like you still have to rely on me. Zhang Yuhe observed the situation silently. He found that if he wanted to break the impasse, he still had to rely on himself. I don't know if Great Master asked the sect for help later. Zhang Yuhe took out his jade identity card and wanted to contact Liu Mingfang again. After all, the current situation seems to be in their favor. But who knows if there will be more accidents as time goes on. Anyway, there is still such a powerful force left behind in the Taoist Saint Sect's mountain gate. Wouldn't it be better to transfer some people over and have a steady and crushing victory? However, after thinking about it, Zhang Yuhe took back the identity jade card. Since Li Tian is here, let him be the decision maker here. After all, Li Tian is the great master of Daosheng sect. He must have much more experience than a semi-newbie like him, so Li Tian will naturally have the corresponding judgment on the current situation. Snap! Suddenly, a crack seemed to appear in the sky above Jingkong City in the distance, and boundless demonic energy quickly poured in. Great Master, brother! Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but get anxious, and he shouted loudly to Li Tian in the distance. Damn it, brother, you don't have any trump cards at all. If you do, use them quickly. If we delay any further, what if a large group of high-level demon race comes out? Wouldn't that mean everything will be over? Minjiaofei and the others couldn't help but show joy on their faces when they saw the sky crack open and a large amount of demonic energy pouring in. Hundreds of years of planning were about to succeed. But Li Tian remained calm, and he whispered to Zhang Yuhe. Don't panic, junior brother. The Heavenly Dipper boundary-breaking formation set up by the demon god cult is not actually very powerful. Even if they are allowed to open a passage, at most they can only allow the demon race of the nascent soul realm to come through. Our main purpose this time is to keep this woman in front of us. She is the incarnation of Zhao Minjiao, the leader of the demon god cult. Destroying this incarnation will have an irreversible impact on Zhao Minjiao's real body. Grass. Hearing Li Tian's voice transmission, Zhang Yuhe complained silently. Damn, why didn't you tell me such important information earlier? It made me nervous for a long time. It turns out that Li Tian's target has always been Minjiaofei, the incarnation of the leader of the demon god cult. Zhang Yuhe subconsciously looked towards concubine Minjiao. Is this an avatar? It's no different from a normal person. What kind of divine ability is so amazing that it can create such a realistic avatar? Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel a little envious. This incarnation of divine ability was really awesome. Others sit in the middle and transform into walking around to do work. This is simply the world's #1 life-saving divine ability. If he had this kind of divine ability, he would never have to leave the mountain gate and could stay in Daosheng sect to practice forever. Of course, Zhang Yuhe didn't know that Zhao Minjiao's divine ability had a fatal flaw. After all, they were still fighting, so Li Tian didn't tell him in detail. After hearing Li Tian's explanation, he looked in the direction of Jingkong City again. As demonic energy poured in, the cracks on Jingkong City were slowly expanding. Zhang Yuhe was thinking about something silently. The passage opened by the altar can only allow demon races below nascent soul to enter Yufan Tian. Such harm may seem insignificant, but if too many demon races pour in, it will still be troublesome. The best way is to prevent the other party from succeeding. However, Li Tian set his target on Minjiaofei. Perhaps in Li Tian's opinion, compared to those low-level demon races, killing Minjiaofei, the incarnation of the leader of the demon god cult, is more important. Is there any way to have the best of both worlds? It can not only keep concubine Minjiao, but also prevent the other party from opening the passage. Zhang Yuhe looked around, looking at the 5 soul formation monks in front of him, who were still carefully attacking him. However, the opponent's attacks seemed to be becoming increasingly weaker. Are these people's mana almost exhausted? Zhang Yuhe guessed silently. After all, we have been fighting for so long. Not everyone is like him, with his danshan as vast as the sea and an endless supply of magical power. The combat burst capacity of most monks is limited. Maybe it's time to launch a counterattack. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe silently became angry. After being beaten for so long, it's time for me to show my power. Zhang Yuhe just made some hand gestures and the sword shadows and light curtains surrounding him instantly dissipated. 9 flying swords flew out quickly and headed straight down into the distance. Seeing Zhang Yuhe withdraw his defense, the 5 opponents not only did not continue to attack, but fled in all directions. They were really scared. In their opinion, Zhang Yuhe's defense is as solid as a rock, so once they launch an attack, it will definitely be 10,000 tons of thunder. They had no confidence that they could withstand Zhang Yuhe's thundering attack. Seeing the other party running away like frightened rabbits, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but laugh. If you are so timid, don't join the demon god cult. It's shameful. Although he complained in his heart, Zhang Yuhe did not slow down his movements. He chanted random spells continuously, and 9 flying swords fell quickly, emitting bursts of light. The light quickly gathered together to form a large sword formation light curtain. The light curtain enveloped them, trapping all 5 opponents. Not good, rush out. Finding themselves trapped in a sword formation, the scarred man couldn't help but shout anxiously. At the same time, he swung the small hammer in his hand, injected magic power madly, and the huge hammer shadow slammed down towards the sword shadow light curtain. The other 4 no longer held back, and used all kinds of powerful divine abilities to attack the sword formation light curtain. They all understood that if they didn't rush out quickly, once Zhang Yuhe launched a sword formation attack, they would probably follow in Li Jiangxiang's footsteps. Although they were not familiar with this sword formation, just by looking at its power, they knew they could not stop it. We must rush out. Chapter 45. I saw the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation, which surrounded all 5 opponents. Zhang Yuhe breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid of the opponent just now, so I took advantage of the moment when he withdrew his defense and gave him a hard blow. Although the sword formation changes very quickly, it only takes a blink of an eye. But for a soul formation monk, as long as the other party is willing, he can take the opportunity to attack him. Unfortunately, the other party had already been frightened and was very timid. Now let me see the attack power of the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation. I've just tested the defensive power, and it's indeed as described in the skills, very awesome. Truly as stable as a rock. However, he had not yet tried out the attack power of this sword formation. It's just right, let's use these 5 people as guinea pigs for a try. Zhang Yuhe continued to make incantations, and a dazzling light instantly lit up on the sword formation's light curtain. The dense formless sword energy swept towards the 5 people in the sword formation. Not good. Seeing this, the 5 soul formation monks panicked and used all their best life-saving methods. The scarred man shouted. The indestructible body of diamond. Almost in the blink of an eye, the scarred man's figure instantly grew taller from 1.8 meters to 8.1 meters. Not only that, after the scarred man grew bigger, bursts of golden light emanated from his body, making him look like a golden giant. The other 4 also used their own methods. Some took out shields to protect their bodies, while others used their divine ability to transform into a light curtain for defense. Well. However, all efforts were in vain. When the dense formless sword energy swept through, the scarred man was the only one left in the field. The remaining 4 were instantly blasted away by the formless sword and turned into ashes, even nascent soul couldn't escape. The scarred man wasn't feeling well either. The formless sword swept across his tall golden body, leaving bloody marks. Although he was not fatally injured, there was no trace of joy on the scarred man's face. Because he found that after the other 4 died, he had fallen into a sea of swords. Endless sword energy quickly passed through his body. He couldn't hold off such a sword attack for long. At this time, the man with the scar was as panicked as an old dog. He swung his fist and punched hard at the sword energy in front of him. The fist shadow broke through a piece of formless sword chi. But that's all. Soon, more formless sword chi swept towards him, and the fierce sword energy cut the scarred man into ashes. I'm not willing to give up. Before he died, the scarred man let out a roar of unwillingness. We are all going to die, so why should we be unwilling to accept it? Zhang Yuhe made some hand gestures and the 9 flying swords instantly returned to him. He waved his hand and collected the items left behind by the 5 people. Touching corpses is a good habit that should not be forgotten. The only thing that made him feel regretful was that killing people would not result in any extra items being dropped. It doesn't feel like a game at all. 100 years have passed, and Zhang Yuhe finds it hard to believe that he is now in a game. Looking at the 9 flying swords slowly rotating around him, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Yuhe's face. As expected of the divine ability that comes with the immortal grade technique, this 9 Heavens primordial origin sword formation is truly amazing. After today's test, Zhang Yuhe finally had a certain understanding of his own strength. With this 9-day primordial origin sword formation, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible at the same level. The sword formation combines offense and defense. Defense is as strong as Mount Tai, attack is as fierce as fire. If gods stand in the way, gods will be killed. If Buddha stands in the way, Buddha will be killed. The 5 soul formation monks were trapped in the sword formation and couldn't even hold on for a blink of an eye before they were swept into ashes by the formless sword chi. The scarred man was at the soul formation late stage, the same realm as him. Furthermore, this scarred man can be considered an apex level being in his class, whether it is law treasure or divine ability. However, facing Zhang Yuhe's 9 Heavens primordial origin sword formation, such a strong man still couldn't hold on even for a short while. From the time Zhang Yuhe changed the sword formation to the time these 5 people all fell, it was just a blink of an eye. Because these 5 people died so quickly, concubine Minjiahu didn't have time to react. When concubine Minjiahu saw that all the helpers she brought with her had turned into ashes, she immediately felt something was wrong. Concubine Minjiahu controlled the god-slaying sword, slashed at Li Tian, then quickly took off into the air, ready to run away. As for the arrangements she had made in Jingkong City for hundreds of years, they had long been forgotten. Compared with the failure to open the channel, the harm caused by losing the incarnation is something she cannot afford. And it doesn't necessarily mean failure. Isn't there that horn called demon race on the altar? Let them fight the demon race on the altar. Seeing Zhang Yuhe's powerful strength, concubine Minjiahu had no idea at all. Fighting against Li Tian alone, she could still hold her own, but with the addition of Zhang Yuhe, then there will definitely be no chance to escape. We must get away quickly before Zhang Yuhe comes over. Still want to run? Stay with me. Li Tian couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw Zhang Yuhe eliminate all his opponents in the blink of an eye. He really didn't expect that this junior brother who had just entered the sect 100 years ago would be so powerful. But he didn't have time to think too much now, as he saw concubine Minjiahu preparing to run away. Li Tian produced a bead-shaped law treasure. Certainly. A black bead instantly appeared above concubine Minjiahu's head, freezing her in place and unable to move. However, concubine Minjiahu also has many tricks. She took out a bowl-shaped law treasure. As magic power was injected into it, the bowl-shaped law treasure quickly flew towards the black beads and covered them. The power of the black bead to restrain her dissipated instantly. However, at this time Li Tian had already attacked her again. Li Tian swung his fist, and the fierce flaming fist shadow, emitting a scorching breath, instantly enveloped concubine Minjiahu. At the same time, Li Tian shouted loudly to Zhang Yuhe in the distance. Junior brother Zhang, quickly join forces to kill her. Zhang Yuhe did not dare to delay and turned into a stream of light and flew quickly over there. Li Tian had said before that concubine Minjiahu was very important and killing her would affect the true body of the demon god cult's leader. In that case, what else is there to say? Just do it. Zhang Yuhe flew quickly while chanting some magic spells, and 9 flying swords quickly fell around Minjiahu Fei. Seeing this, concubine Minjiahu couldn't help but become very anxious. Just now, the scarred man and others died soon after being trapped in the sword formation. Although she was confident that she was much stronger than those 5 people, she did not dare to let herself fall into the sword formation. Thinking of this, concubine Minjiao bit her silver teeth lightly, and a long sword as black as ink appeared in her hand. Magic weapon. Seeing the black sword in concubine Minjiao's hand, Li Tian was frightened. But he did not retreat. He knew that he only needed to delay concubine Minjiao for a while and wait for Zhang Yuhe to set up the sword formation. Then the incarnation of Zhao Minjiao, the leader of the demon god cult, would be completely finished. Concubine Minjiao held a black long sword and slashed towards Li Tian quickly. After the sword was slashed, a pale color appeared on her beautiful face. Although the magic weapon is powerful, it costs a huge price every time it is activated. But now she can't care about so much. She only hoped that this blow would be able to chop Li Tian back, and then she could take the opportunity to escape. However, Li Tian did not retreat. He summoned a cocky shield and quickly blocked in front of him. Puff! The black long sword, carrying endless demonic energy, instantly chopped on the shield. Li Tian vomited blood and retreated hundreds of miles. At this time, Zhang Yuhe had already arrived, and the 9 flying swords turned into a huge light curtain, covering concubine Minjiao. Chapter 46. Seeing the sword formation being formed and the sword shadow light curtain encircling her, concubine Minjiao could not help but be shocked. She quickly pulled out a handkerchief-shaped heaven-connecting spiritual treasure and held it on her head. As the mana was infused, the handkerchief spirit treasure began to emit bursts of blue light. A blue light enveloped her. But concubine Minjiao was still worried, so she took out a golden shield again. The shield shone with golden light, forming a cover that was turned upside down. Her entire body was protected by the hood. After releasing 2 defensive heaven-connecting spiritual treasures in succession, concubine Minjiao was still somewhat worried. But there was only so much she could do. The monk's mana is limited, and it is difficult to activate multiple law treasures at the same time. Concubine Minjiao had been entangled with Li Tian for a long time and most of her magic power had been consumed. Activating 2 defensive heaven-connecting spiritual treasures at the same time was already her maximum limit. Seeing that the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation had already trapped concubine Minjiao, Zhang Yuhe had no intention of showing any mercy to her. He even felt a little disgusted when he thought that this beautiful woman was just an incarnation of someone else. Zhang Yuhe made continuous hand gestures, and the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation instantly lit up with dazzling light. In the middle of the sword formation, a large amount of formless sword chi rose out of thin air, like a vast ocean of sword chi. Go! As Zhang Yuhe chanted his magic formula, the formless sword energy in the sky quickly swept towards Minjiao Fei in the middle of the sword formation. The light shield formed by the golden shield could not hold up and was quickly shattered by the formless sword. When I saw one of the defenses, I couldn't even hold it for a blink. Concubine Minjiao was completely desperate. She used all her strength to activate the remaining handkerchief spirit treasure, and the blue light emitted by the spirit treasure seemed to be getting stronger. However, it still doesn't work. The 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation mobilized a massive amount of formless sword energy, continuously sweeping towards Minjiao Fei. The sword energy was rising one wave after another, stretching endlessly. Almost at the moment the shield shattered, the handkerchief spirit treasure also shattered. Concubine Minjiao let out a scream, and was then cut into ash by the massive amount of formless sword energy. Zhang Yuhe stretched out his hand and took away an exquisite ring. As for the handkerchief and shield spirit treasure, they had already been shattered by the sword energy. However, he also looked down upon items like the law treasure and the spirit treasure. He can refine these things himself, and the quality may be even better. For Zhang Yuhe, only rare materials and some special divine abilities or books can arouse his interest. When we're done, let's go back and see if we've gained anything. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and 9 flying swords instantly returned to him. At this time, Li Tian, who had just been chopped back by concubine Minjiao, rushed over from a distance. He glanced around and did not see concubine Minjiao, so Li Tian asked uncertainly. Junior brother, where is that woman? Dead. Zhang Yuhe replied with a smile. Although he had some guesses, Li Tian was still reluctant to believe it when he heard Zhang Yuhe's affirmative answer. Of course, he was aware of concubine Minjiahu's strength. As an incarnation of the leader of the demon god cult, concubine Minjiahu not only has countless law treasures, but also has divine abilities, which are also extremely powerful. Just now he fought with concubine Minjiahu for a long time but couldn't do anything to her. Unexpectedly, he was easily wiped out by Zhang Yuhe. This made Li Tian, who was always arrogant, a little difficult to accept. However, the facts were before him and he had no choice but to believe it. Li Tian has always been extremely confident in his own strength. Especially after he cultivated to the soul formation great completion, he felt that apart from the elders of the sect, there were few people in the world who could be his rivals. However, he fought for a long time but was unable to defeat concubine Minjiahu. If it proves that concubine Yu is powerful, we can still find some excuses. However, such a powerful concubine Minjiahu was killed instantly by Zhang Yuhe. This made Li Tian feel a little uncomfortable. Doesn't this mean that he can't even last a blink of an eye in Zhang Yuhe's hands? No, after this matter is settled, I will go back and do retreat immediately. I must break through to the void refining realm as soon as possible. I felt that my identity as the Great Master was about to be lost. Li Tianxia was determined to break through the realm as soon as possible. Once he broke through to the void refining realm, he would become an elder of the Daosheng sect. In this case, the identity of Great Master may be unnecessary. Yes, it's decided. Zhang Yuhe didn't know that because he killed concubine Minjiahu, Li Tian, the Great Master of Daosheng sect, was greatly stimulated. While he was pulling the lightning and continuing to bombard the light curtain on Jingkong City, he asked with some confusion. Brother Great Master, that woman just now, is she an incarnation of the leader of the demon god cult? Zhang Yuhe's call of Great Master made Li Tian feel a little embarrassed. His strength is not as good as his junior brother, so his identity as Great Master is somewhat mismatched. However, Li Tian still answered Zhang Yuhe's question seriously. Yes, the leader of the demon god cult, Zhao Minjiahu, has a divine ability that allows her to transform into thousands of bodies. Hundreds of years ago, I once saw another of her incarnations, and the aura was almost exactly the same. I am not mistaken. The avatars have thousands of forms? And all of them have the power of the soul formation realm. How can they have such a powerful divine ability? Zhang Yuhe has a great interest in this divine ability. If he can obtain this divine ability, wouldn't he be able to form an army of his own? Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Li Tian saw Zhang Yuhe's longing expression and obviously knew what he was thinking. Li Tian spoke. Junior brother, forget it. Zhao Minjiahu's divine ability has a huge flaw. Her spirit partitioning soul is attached to those incarnations. Once the incarnation dies, this spirit partitioning soul will be lost forever. Junior brother, you know the consequences of losing your soul. Your cultivation will never improve. Zhao Minjiahu is like this now. Including that woman before, 3 incarnations have been killed. As long as we kill a few more of her incarnations, we probably won't have to look for her anymore. Zhao Minjiahu might go crazy and die. After listening to Li Tian's description, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It turns out that this divine ability is a huge pitfall, and Zhao Minjiahu just happened to fall into it. The leader of the demon god cult is probably almost useless. His cultivation will never make any progress, which is the worst blow to a cultivator. Let's go to Jingkong City and take a look. The two quickly arrived near Jingkong City. A huge curtain of light enveloped the entire city. However, as the lightning continued to strike, the 9 giant python shadows on the light curtain were no longer so agile. Once these 9 giant python phantoms are gone, the defensive formation on Jingkong City will dissipate. Li Tian and Zhang Yuhe stood in the distance, looking towards Jingkong City. The city was filled with demonic energy and screams could be heard from time to time. As for the altar in the city, it was completely shrouded in demonic energy and could no longer be seen. Brother Great Master, why are there screams coming from the city? Are they killing each other? According to Zhang Yuhe's understanding, most of the people in the city are from the He family, and there are also a few nascent soul monks from the Li family. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like they would kill each other. Are we fighting each other? That's FG weird. Chapter 47. Zhang Yuhe felt strange when he heard faint screams coming from Jingkong City. This doesn't make sense at all. How could family members fight each other? He was very puzzled, so he asked Li Tian. Li Tian replied calmly. Brother, you forgot that in addition to the monks, there is also a demon race in the city. Brother, are you saying that the famous demon race is slaughtering the monks from the He and Li families in the city? Massacre? Eating might be a more accurate description. Eating people. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe was shocked. Although it is recorded in the classics that the demon race does sometimes eat humans, especially powerful monks, who are the favorites of the demon race. But he always thought that this was for propaganda purposes, to publicize the evil of the demon race and to arouse the hatred of the Yufan Tian monks towards the demon race. Who would have thought that it actually happened? Zhang Yuhe really couldn't imagine that, except for some extra parts, the demon race looked basically the same as the human race. In his opinion, the difference between demon race and human race is just the difference between white people and black people. How could it eat people? It's so scary. Li Tian glanced at Zhang Yuhe, knowing that he couldn't understand for the moment, he explained. The demon race on the altar needs to consume a lot of magic power to open the interface channel, and the human race monk is the best supplement for the demon race. It would be strange if he didn't eat it. After listening to Li Tian's explanation, Zhang Yuhe finally understood the general idea. The demon race on the altar felt that his magic power was about to run out, so he took the monks from the He and Li families in the city as supplies. After all, the demon race had been trapped in Yufan Tian for 100,000 years, and all of its supplies had long been consumed. If the demon race on the altar wants to replenish his magic power, he can only turn to the monks from the He and Li families in the city. Moreover, Zhang Yuhe now understands that the demon race and the human race belong to different races. Just like humans and cattle and sheep. People may think it is normal to eat beef and mutton, but cattle and sheep would definitely find it difficult to accept. By the same token, Zhang Yuhe felt a chill when he heard the screams coming from the city. No, we have to speed up. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe made some hand gestures and the 9 flying swords around him flew quickly into the distance and landed in all directions of Jingkong City. Brother, what are you going to do? Seeing Zhang Yuhe's actions, Li Tian felt a little strange and asked. Wouldn't it be enough to just pull the lightning and attack slowly? Anyway, the defensive formation of Jingkong City is about to be breached. I want to speed it up. After hearing Zhang Yuhe's answer, Li Tian was speechless. Why bother? The 9 Python Forbidden Spirit formation has extremely strong defenses. It will take a lot of time for them to break through it with their own strength. Since Zhang Yuhe has set up the Gishui lightning array, wouldn't it be enough to just use the array to break it? Why bother doing it yourself? It's a complete waste of effort. Li Tian had tried it before, punching Jingkong City's defense, but it was just a tickle. It's impossible to defeat it. However, since Zhang Yuhe wanted to take action, he did not object, and Li Tian also punched Jingkong. He felt that Zhang Yuhe was right about one thing. It would be good to speed up a bit so that the problem can be solved early to avoid unnecessary complications. Boom! Li Tian punched towards the light curtain above Jingkong City one after another, but Zhang Yuhe ignored him. When the 9 flying swords were in place, he quickly performed some magic spells. Sword formation, start! Outside Jingkong City, a large area of sword light suddenly lit up, and the sword light turned into formless sword qi, quickly sweeping across the light curtain. Seeing this scene, Li Tian was completely stunned. What kind of divine ability is this? It's too strong. How could the sword formation set up by soul formation monks have such a large range? The entire Jingkong city was actually shrouded in sword formation. The Jushan primordial origin sword formation is both offensive and defensive. As for the control range of the sword formation, it can be said that there is no limit. As long as Zhang Yuhe has enough magic power and is within the control of his spiritual sense, it will be fine. Jingkong city is not a big city, and with his soul formation late stages spiritual sense, he can completely cover it. As for the power of the Dharma, there is even less to worry about. Zhang Yuhe's Danshan, which is like the sea, is enough to supply the consumption. Of course, the larger the range of the sword formation, the lower the attack density of the formless sword will naturally be. But it doesn't matter. No matter how much it was reduced, there was still a large amount of formless sword energy sweeping across the light curtain above Jingkong Castle. Seeing the effect of the sword formation, Li Tian put away his fist awkwardly and stepped aside. It's a bit embarrassing. Compared to Zhang Yuhe, he felt like a younger brother. The attack he launched was indeed a waste of effort, but the sword formation controlled by Zhang Yuhe and the formless sword energy swept out were very effective. As the formless sword qi continued to sweep across the light curtain, the defense formation of Jingkong city was finally about to collapse. Boom! After a bolt of lightning struck, the light curtain above Jingkong city exploded instantly. Without the defensive formation, the scene inside the city was completely revealed before the two of them. The city was filled with boundless demonic energy and a pungent smell of blood. Zhang Yuhe frowned slightly, he looked up at the sky, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. On the other side of the vortex, one can even vaguely see countless demonic shadows surging. Has the passage been opened? Zhang Yuhe had never seen such a scene before, and he was just about to ask Li Tian about it. However, when he turned around, he found that Li Tian had already swung his fist and pounced on the demon race on the altar. Great Master Brother Meiyu! Zhang Yuhe praised silently. But before he could finish his praise, almost in an instant, Li Tian was beaten by the horned demon like a broken sack, and flew backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth. Li Tian, who kept retreating, did not forget to remind him. Brother, be careful. This is a demon race in the void refining realm. Grass. Zhang Yuhe was shocked. How could a demon race from the void refining realm appear? The void refining realm is a huge threshold for cultivators. It can be said that only one cultivator in a billion can reach the void refining realm. Compared to soul formation monks, the power of the void refining realm is completely unimaginable. Otherwise, why in Daosheng Sect, once one cultivates to the void refining realm, one can automatically become a sect elder? Because the gap in strength between the two is simply incalculable. Normally, even if a void refining cultivator faces 10 soul formations at the same time, he can just hang them up and beat them like a son. There are only 2 of them here, and both of them have only soul formation cultivation. How to fight this? But Zhang Yuhe did not run away. Although the demon race in the void refining realm is definitely very strong, he has already set up a large formation here. Not only is there the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation, but there is also the Geshui lightning formation. With these 2 large formations, they are fully capable of fighting. And even if he wanted to run now, he might not be able to escape, even though Tianhuang Fixianchu's escape speed was extremely fast. But when facing the horned demon in the void refining realm, it is not certain that it can outrun it. In that case, why not just do it? Chapter 48. The void refining horned demon on the altar knocked Li Tian away with one punch, then laughed wildly as he watched the vortex channel in the sky gradually stabilize. Ha ha ha, the passage is finally open. Warriors of the demon race, come down. This is our paradise. Zhao, so arrogant. Zhang Yuhe couldn't stand it at all. He could see that although the passage between the two worlds had been opened, it was also gradually becoming more stable. But it hasn't really formed yet, and the demon race on the opposite side can't get over for the time being. The most important thing is that the horned demon on the altar still holds a formation plate in his hand and keeps practicing magic spells. In other words, this horned demon cannot move for the time being. It's just a dead target. If we don't do it now, when will we do it? Zhang Yuhe quickly made some hand gestures, and the air filled with formless sword energy, sweeping towards the horned demon on the altar. At the same time, he did not forget to draw the gooey water to attract the lightning array, and lightning bolts quickly struck the horned demon. The horned demon stood on the altar, emitting violent demonic energy. At this time, Li Tian had already come to Zhang Yuhe, but his face was pale. It was obvious that he felt very uncomfortable when the horned demon hit him just now. The horned demon stood on the altar, enduring the attacks of the formless sword's energy and lightning. The evil spirit around him was completely dispersed by the lightning and sword energy, and some shallow blood marks were left on his body. The demon race is already physically strong, and the horned demon is the best among them. Not to mention that this is a horned demon in the void refining realm. The horned demon endured a huge amount of formless sword energy and continuous thunder and lightning attacks, but did not suffer much damage. Isn't this Iron King Kong? Zhang Yuhe complained silently, but his hands showed no sign of stopping. If we don't take advantage of the fact that the horned demon can't move and seriously injure it first, how will we fight it later? It's so difficult to hit a dead target, so if the horned demon starts moving, won't they have no chance of survival? Li Tian, who was standing next to him, also released a heaven-connecting spiritual treasure flying sword and slashed straight at the horned demon. Bug, you're looking for death. The horned demon on the altar was completely enraged. He turned his head to look at the two of them, then threw a punch. The huge fist shadow leaped across the sky and rushed straight towards the two of them. However, the formless sword energy aroused by the Nine Heavens primordial origin sword formation blocked the way ahead. The huge fist shadow shattered pieces of formless sword chi, and when it was half the distance away from them, it slowly dissipated. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but laugh. That's it. The void refining realm horned demon is no more than that. Hold on tight, kill this horned demon right away before the passage opens. The horned demon on the altar, after throwing a punch, realized that it could not do anything to the two men for the time being. Unless he is willing to step down from the altar. But in that case, his idea of opening the passage would be completely shattered. Before the passage was stabilized, he had to withstand the attacks of the two people. Snort! The horned demon activated the demonic energy to form layers of defensive shields, and then continued to focus on the formation plate in his hand. It's just a simple magic shield and doesn't have much defensive effect. In other words, the attack power of the two formations controlled by Zhang Yuhe was too strong and the attack frequency was too fast. The defensive shield that had just been formed was instantly shattered. The horned demon lay completely flat. Facing the attacks from the two people, he ignored them and the bloodstains on his body became more and more numerous and deeper. However, these injuries are not fatal for the time being. Brother Great Master, do you have any other killer moves? Zhang Yuhe turned around and asked Li Tian beside him. It won't work if the two of them just scrape the horned demon like this, otherwise they won't be able to seriously injure the horned demon. If the equilateral demons had their hands free, wouldn't they have to be pinned to the ground and hammered? Li Tian shook his head and said. Of course I have a killer move, but this horned demon is too strong. He is not an ordinary void refining realm, at least in the middle stage of void refining. I don't think I can do anything to him. Why worry so much? If you have a killer move, just use it first. Zhang Yuhe was speechless. Why was he still hiding it at this time? Regardless of whether you can kill the horned demon or not, use all the killing moves you can. Is it still kept for the new year? Good. Li Tian didn't waste any words. He just took out a piece of talisman paper, on which was engraved a small knife with a glowing light. This is a rank 7 talisman paper. Li Tian waved the talisman paper in his hand, and it turned into a huge long sword shadow, flashing a dazzling light. The shadow of a long sword swept across the sky, as if to split the sky in half. The flash of a knife instantly appeared on the altar. When the horned demon saw the knife coming, he didn't dare to be careless at all. He swung his fist and punched at the shadow of the long sword. Boom! The fist shadow and the sword light collided, bursting into dazzling light. When the light dispersed, the horned demon's right arm had disappeared. Haha, I finally managed to seriously injure him. Seeing that the horned demon was missing his right arm, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but be overjoyed. Li Tian was still awesome, he actually carried a rank 7 talisman paper with him. This thing is extremely precious. As far as he knew, there were only a few talisman crafting masters above rank 7 in the entire Daosheng sect. Due to the limitation of his cultivation, he was unable to draw the rank 7 talisman paper. Zhang Yuhe's various skills are currently at the rank 6 level. It is necessary to wait until the cultivation level breaks through before the skills can be improved accordingly. The talisman paper that Li Tian took out was very unusual. It was not an ordinary rank 7 attack talisman paper. The blade light transformed from the talisman paper severely injured the powerful horned demon with one strike. Seeing that the horned demon was seriously injured, Zhang Yuhe controlled the sword energy and lightning and intensified his attack on the horned demon. Not only that, he also slowly narrowed the range of the 9 Heavens Chaos Sword Formation. The sword formation was previously set up around the city in order to break the defensive formation of Jingkong City. Now the city's defensive formation is gone. Not only that, all the cultivators from the He and Li families in the city had already died. Even the buildings within the city, except for the altar in the center of the city, were razed to the ground by the aftermath of the battle between the two sides. In the entire Jingkong City, apart from the two of them, the only living being left was the horned demon. Naturally, he had to compress the sword formation. The smaller the range of the 9 Heavens primordial origin sword formation, the denser the formless sword energy that can be stimulated. And the more powerful it is. Ah! The dense formless sword chi swept across the horned demon frantically, and the effect of the powerful scraping was significantly improved. The horned demon, who had lost his right arm, let out a wild roar. His body was covered with wounds so deep that the bones could be seen. Zhang Yuhe believed that if this dead target still didn't move, he could kill it immediately. Suddenly, roars were heard from the sky, and teams of demon race emerged from the vortex. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuhe was frightened. It's finally here. But what he was worried about was not these newly emerged demon races. He glanced at these demon races and found that most of them were only at the foundation building level. There were not many demon races from the Gold Core realm, and there were a few demon races from the Nascent Soul realm. As for the demon race above Nascent Soul, there is none. Li Tian's information is very accurate. The passage opened by Heavenly Dipper's boundary-breaking formation can only allow demon races below Nascent Soul to pass through. Facing these demon races, he didn't even need to attack deliberately. With the residual power of the formation, he could wipe out a large number of them. To be honest, these demon races are just here to get killed. I don't know why, but demon race likes it so much and rushes to Yufan Tian. Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the demon world? The newly emerged demon race is not scary. But as the passage was completely stabilized, the horned demon on the altar finally freed his hands. His cold eyes swept over the two of them, and then he pounced on them, shouting loudly. Die, bug! Chapter 49. See the horned demon coming. Li Tian and Zhang Yuhe both knew that now was the most critical moment. But neither of them had any intention of backing off. Zhang Yuhe continued to attack with thunder and lightning. At the same time, control the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation to narrow its range, so that the formless sword energy will be denser and more lethal. The horned demon rushed forward quickly, and the dense formless sword energy kept cutting his body. But he still didn't care, and looked like he would not give up until he beat Zhang Yuhe and the other man to death. Suddenly, Li Tianchong stood up, swung his fist and pounced on the rushing horned demon. Facing the horned demon in the void refining realm, even though he was seriously injured, Li Tian showed no fear. Because he knew that although the horned demon looked ferocious, it was actually a spent force. The horned demon not only lost his right arm, but also had numerous bloody cuts on his body from the formless sword. Some of these bloodstains are so deep that the bones can be seen. Thunder and lightning struck the horned demon, and there was even a smell of meat wafting out. No matter how strong the horned demon's body is, it will not be able to hold out for long in the face of such serious injuries. As long as he could hold off the horned demon for even a little while, then the two formations controlled by Zhang Yuhe would have a good chance of turning the horned demon into ashes. Boom! The two huge fist shadows soon collided with each other, instantly emitting a scorching light. The aftermath of the collision between the two even spread beyond Jingkong City. The demon races that had just come out of the passage near the altar were instantly crushed into ashes by the aftermath. Li Tian vomited blood again and flew backwards, while the horned demon stood still. In that fierce collision just now, it was obvious that the horned demon had the upper hand. No matter how badly he was injured, he was at the void refining realm after all, and Li Tian couldn't gain any advantage in his hands. However, the effect of Li Tian's attack was still very obvious. Because the momentum of the horned demon's charge had been interrupted by him. Zhang Yuhe took the opportunity to take out a piece of talisman paper, pinched the talisman between his fingers and waved it at the horned demon. Go! The talisman paper instantly burned and disappeared. Around the horned demon, countless vines rose out of thin air and trapped the horned demon tightly. Rank 6 Talisman Paper, Yiwood Confinement Talisman. This kind of talisman paper has only one function, which is to temporarily restrict the target. Taking advantage of the moment when the horned demon was trapped, Zhang Yuhe pinched the magic formula and the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation quickly narrowed its range. The entire sword formation was compressed within a 10-foot radius around the horned demon. The dense formless sword energy, like a raging ocean, violently swept towards the horned demon. Ah! The horned demon swung his fist and broke the tang-tang that was trapping him. However, he swung his fist again and punched at the outer sword formation. Boom! The black fist shadow instantly fell on the sword formation light curtain, causing the light curtain to shake violently. After a while, everything returned to normal. The horned demon punched with all his strength, but failed to break through the 9 heavens mixed sword formation. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuhe's tense nerves finally relaxed. He stared at the horned demon in the sword formation and said fiercely, "You're dead." The horned demon was completely trapped in the sword formation and was seriously injured. Its strength was no longer what it used to be. Now even if the horned demon attacks with all his strength, he can't break the sword formation, so he can only wait for death. Zhang Yuhe kept practicing magic spells, and the sword shadows became more and more dense. A large amount of formless sword energy quickly cut into the body of the horned demon. Despite this, the horned demon was still struggling in his death throes. He was unwilling to die like this. No one wants to die, not even the horned demon. The horned demon kept swinging his fists, hitting the light curtain of the sword formation. However, no matter how the horned demon struggled, the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation remained motionless. As his injuries became more serious, the horned demon's fists became weaker and weaker. Ah! Suddenly, dense formless sword energy cut through the horned demon's tough body. The horned demon only had time to let out a scream before it was cut into ashes by the dense sword energy. Only a pair of strange long black horns were left at the scene. Seeing the horned demon dead, Zhang Yuhe breathed a sigh of relief. Today is really a bit scary. How could he know that in this mirror void city, there would be a horned demon in the void refining realm? Originally, he thought that the one with the highest cultivation level was Minjia Fei of Fengzhen Tower. He had never imagined that the demon race on the altar was actually a transcendent level boss. It almost went wrong. It's Liu Mingfeng's fault that he is unreliable. He had clearly reported Jing Kong's situation truthfully, but Liu Mingfeng did not arrange for stronger support. Although Li Tian's strength is quite good, he is completely not enough when facing the horned demon in the void refining realm. Zhang Yuhe had no experience in this area and didn't know what kind of hidden power the other party had. But this is definitely not the first time that Dao's Hung sect has dealt with a similar situation. I guess he must have experience. It was so unreliable that it almost got him killed. Fortunately, the Jushan primordial origin sword formation is really powerful, otherwise, he and Li Tian would really be in trouble. Zhang Yuhe stretched out his hand and picked up the two longhorns on the ground. Although he didn't know what the two longhorns were used for. But clearly, this is good stuff. The entire body of the horned demon turned into ashes, but the two longhorns were surprisingly intact. Apart from anything else, the hardness of these two longhorns is incomparable to that of ordinary materials. Save it for later artifact refining, it should have good results. Putting away his longhorns, Zhang Yuhe made some hand gestures and 9 flying swords quickly fell towards the outskirts of Jingkong City. Although the horned demon died, the passage was not closed. At this time, there are still a large number of demon races pouring in from the passage. The flying sword fell, and the 9 sky primordial origin sword formation rose again, and boundless sword energy quickly swept across Jingkong City. The sword energy was like cutting wheat, quickly chopping the demon race that had just come out of the passage. The highest level of cultivation among these demon races is only the nascent soul realm, which is not as powerful as the horned demon. Any swipe of the formless sword chi can cut down a large area. But these demon races are also strange. Even though coming here meant death, they still kept pouring in from the passage. It's as if there is a dog chasing in demon world, while there is money to pick up in Yufan Tian's side. Even if they come here to die, these demon races remain fearless. Demon race is terrifying. Seeing these demon races' fearless appearance, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but shudder. Who wouldn't be afraid when seeing someone who doesn't care about his life? Not to mention that this is an entire race. How terrible is it that an entire race is not afraid of death? After a while, Li Tian came back dragging his weak body. Zhang Yuhe asked with concern. "Brother Great Master, are you okay?" "Fine." Li Tian replied in a weak voice, no longer showing his previous arrogance. "I really can't be proud of myself." Li Tian glanced around and didn't see any trace of the horned demon, so he asked excitedly. "Junior brother Zhang, is that horned demon dead?" "Well, I can't die anymore." Zhang Yuhe answered with a smile, looking slightly excited. How could he not be happy? This was his first real fight, and he killed a demon race in the void refining realm. Killing an enemy across a major realm for the first time is definitely something to be proud of. Chapter 50. While Zhang Yuhe was casually controlling the sword formation to wipe out the demon race that entered the city of Jingkong, he looked up at the vortex in the air. This passage won't always be there, right? Looking at the passage in the air and the demon race pouring in continuously, he had a headache. Although these demon races are not very strong, it is not a problem if they keep coming over like this. They can't just keep Jingkong City guarding this passage forever, right? It would be better to find a way to close the channel. Obviously, this touched upon Zhang Yuhe's blind spot in knowledge. He really didn't know much about this channel that connected the two worlds. But Li Tian should have some knowledge about this, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe asked Li Tian beside him. "Brother Great Master, is there no way to close this passage?" Li Tian was about to answer. Suddenly, a faint voice came from a distance. Don't worry. The temporary passage opened by Heavenly Dipper's world-breaking formation can only last for half an hour, and then the passage will automatically close. Zhang Yuhe looked in the direction where the sound came from. I saw the void fluctuating in the distance, and a white-robed figure slowly emerged from the void. It was the elder of Daosheng Sect, Lu Mingfang. Disciple Li Tian greets Elder Lu. Disciple Zhang Yuhe. Seeing Lu Mingfang show up, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but wonder, did this old man just arrive, or had he been here a long time ago? Isn't it such a coincidence? Compared to Zhang Yuhe's puzzled expression, Li Tian next to him had a calm look on his face. It was obvious that Li Tian knew what was going on. Lu Mingfang glanced at the two of them, and he naturally saw Zhang Yuhe's confusion. I arrived a long time ago. I wanted to see if Zhao Minjia would show up, so I stayed aside to observe. I didn't expect that she was still as cautious as ever. Her real body never showed up, and she only let her avatar come out to stir up trouble. After Lu Mingfang finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yuhe with a smile on his face and said, "Yes, I was wrong at first. I didn't expect that you not only have outstanding cultivation talent, but also have extraordinary attainments in divine ability. Does your divine ability of the array sword come from the technique you practiced?" Lu Mingfang had been hiding nearby and observing. When he saw the horned demon appear, he wanted to take action. It turned out that he didn't need to take any action at all. Zhang Yuhe relied on the Nine Heavens primordial origin sword formation and the Geshui lightning formation to deal with the horned demon in the void refining realm. In the immortal cultivation world, it is not uncommon for geniuses to leapfrog into challenges. Such geniuses appear almost every once in a while. However, a cultivator who could kill a void refining realm cultivator head-on with soul formation cultivation had never appeared in Yufan Tian. Not to mention, that horned demon was not at the ordinary void refining realm, but had the cultivation base of mid-stage void refining. Moreover, the strength of the demon race is inherently stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. He didn't expect that Zhang Yuhe could kill the horned demon. Lu Mingfang was very curious about Zhang Yuhe's sword formation. In his impression, Daosheng Sect does not have this divine ability. Thinking that the martial arts practiced by Zhang Yuhe was the primordial origin scripture that no one had ever mastered, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask this question. Yes. Zhang Yuhe nodded silently. The things left by the ancestors are indeed extraordinary. Lu Mingfang expressed his sincere emotion, then turned to ask Zhang Yuhe. Do you know the origin of the primordial origin? Have no idea. Zhang Yuhe shook his head. How would he know that? Over the past 100 years, he has been practicing at Yunhe Peak, and all his knowledge about cultivating immortals basically came from the library of Daosheng Sect. As long as something was not recorded in the library's books, he had no way of knowing it. Lu Mingfang glanced at Zhang Yuhe, then looked up at the sky and said slowly. A long time ago, Yufan Tian was still a wild world. About 1,000,000 years ago, a powerful incarnation of the immortal world descended on Yufan Tian, spread the immortal Dao civilization in this world, and established the Daosheng Sect. This is the founder of our Daosheng Sect. However, when Yufan Tian's immortal Dao civilization began to prosper, the ancestor's incarnation left this world. Before leaving, the ancestor left a stone tablet in the sutra building, which recorded a set of exercises. This technique is divided into 2 volumes. The lower volume is kept in the Immortal World sect, and the upper volume is the primordial origin scripture that you are practicing. After hearing what Lu Mingfang said, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Although he knew that the primordial origin scripture, as an immortal grade technique, was most likely from the immortal world. But he didn't expect that Daosheng Sect had such a great origin. The Daosheng Sect was actually founded by the incarnation of a powerful being from the immortal world, and there is also a Daosheng Sect in the immortal world. Strictly speaking, Yufan Tian's Daosheng Sect can only be considered a branch. No wonder the Daosheng sect was able to dominate Yufan Tian for countless years. Isn't it normal for everyone in the immortal world to have a backer and dominate the Yufan Tian? When you encounter a problem, just ask Immortal World for help. Who in Yufan Tian can handle it? Daosheng sect should be able to connect with Immortal World. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe asked curiously. Elder Lu, can we contact the Immortal World sect? It would be so cool if you could keep in touch with the Immortal World at any time. If you encounter a problem, consult Immortal World, and if you encounter difficulties, ask for help. It feels so good to hug such thick thighs. However, when he heard Zhang Yuhe's question, Lu Mingfang's face was full of worry. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Although it is difficult to contact, we were able to contact the sect before. But hundreds of years ago, something unexpected happened and we suddenly couldn't contact them anymore. I wonder if there was any accident in the Immortal World. Having said this, Lu Mingfang's face became even more worried. I don't know whether he is worried about the loss of his big brother or the sect in the Immortal World. Well, Zhang Yuhe was a little dumbfounded. I originally thought it was just a big thick leg, but it turned out that something seemed to have happened to this big thick leg. But isn't Lu Mingfang's expression too much? What are you worried about in the Immortal World? Could it be possible that you could fly up and find out? In fact, it is possible. As long as you cultivate to the Mahayana realm and survive the great heavenly tribulation, you can indeed ascend to the Immortal World. Of course, for people like Lu Mingfang, transcending tribulation ascension is just something they can think about. Over the millions of years of Daosheng sect, the number of Mahayana monks who have successfully ascended is no more than 5 fingers. The rest of the Mahayana monks basically all fell under the great catastrophe. The great calamity that monk ascension has to face is truly extraordinary. Zhang Yuhe had seen relevant records in the library. According to records, once a Mahayana monk triggers a great calamity, the entire Yufan Tian can feel the terrifying pressure brought by the great calamity. How big is Yufan Tian? I don't know how many billions of miles it is. The entire Yufan Tian can feel the pressure of the heavenly tribulation, so how terrible must the pressure faced by the people in transcending tribulation be? Chapter 51. After hearing Lu Mingfang's words, Li Tian and Zhang Yuhe fell into deep thought. As the great master of Daosheng sect, it was also the first time that Li Tian knew the origin of Dao sect. It turns out that there is another superior in Immortal World, but something may have happened recently and we can no longer contact him. Seeing that the two were silent, Lu Mingfang said with a smile. You don't have to worry too much. Maybe there's just something wrong with the communication formation. Once the Immortal World sect repairs the communication formation, we'll be able to get in touch. After saying this, Lu Mingfang encouraged the two of them. You two are both rare cultivation geniuses that are rare in billions of years. With your talents, one day in the future you will definitely be able to survive the great heavenly tribulation and reach the Ascension wonderland. Li Tian looked determined and clenched his fists secretly. Zhang Yuhe, on the other hand, was indifferent. He was not worried about the transcending tribulation ascension. With his extraordinary talent, if he cannot cultivate to Mahayana and survive the great calamity, there is no need to think about other people. Moreover, there is a precedent of ascension among Daosheng sect monks, so he can definitely do it too. How do you say that? If others can do it, I can definitely do it too. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this statement when applied to Zhang Yuhe. Half an hour later, the vortex in the sky began to slowly close. During this period, the influx of demon race has never stopped. Zhang Yuhe was so tired of controlling the sword formation. Seeing that the passage was finally closed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After a while, the vortex disappeared completely and the sky became clear again. The evil energy that originally shrouded the sky above Jingkong City quickly dissipated. Okay, this matter is over, let's go back. After Lu Mingfang finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the location of Jingkong City. Boom! As the slap was delivered, smoke and dust filled the air. After a while, the smoke and dust gradually disappeared. Zhang Yuhe looked down and saw that Jingkong City had completely disappeared. There was no trace of the existence of a city at the scene, only a bottomless palm print pit. There is even a spring gushing out from the bottom of the huge pit. FK, this elder Lu is so fierce. Zhang Yuhe was secretly shocked. Is this the strength of the Daosheng Sect's elder? It's really scary. I guess the horned demon before couldn't even take a slap? After Lu Mingfang slapped out his palm, Zhang Yuhe said with a calm face. After you return, have someone thoroughly investigate all the forces involved in this matter. Anyone involved in this matter, no matter who they are, will be exterminated. Yes. Zhang Yuhe was startled and answered respectfully, yes. After Lu Mingfang finished speaking, he took Li Tian and turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. They don't need to go to Yunzong Mansion to take the teleportation array, as this place is located on the edge of Yunzong Mansion. If they go to the Tiangong Mansion next door and teleport to the provincial capital, it will be much closer. It is obvious that Lu Mingfang and Li Tian will no longer be involved in subsequent events. As the garrison commander here, that is his duty. Seeing Lu Mingfang and Li Tianyuan, Zhang Yuhe did not stay any longer, but turned into a stream of light and flew towards Central Cloud City. In a secret place somewhere in Yufan Tian, a woman who looked like Minjai Hefei was sitting quietly on a training platform. The woman's face was pale and she mumbled to herself. We failed again this time, and lost an incarnation. It seems we need to be more cautious in the future. After the woman finished speaking, she closed her eyes and practiced quietly. Zhang Yuhe used all his strength to display the Tianhuang flying immortal technique and flew quickly all the way. Half an hour later, he turned into a stream of light and flew into Central Cloud City. As soon as he entered the city, Zhang Yuhe took out his jade identity card and threw it into the air. At the same time, he pinched the magic formula and the jade token quickly grew larger, emitting a dazzling light. Yunzong Prefecture Garrison Commander, 6 large golden characters were hung in the air. The writing shone brightly in the sky, and everyone in the city could see it clearly. Not only that, a blue light curtain slowly rose up from the outskirts of the city. The light curtain completely enveloped the entire city. It was the defensive formation of Central Cloud City. Once the formation is activated, it can isolate the inside and the outside. At this time, Zhang Yuhe activated all the formations in the city. Seeing this huge change, the monks in the city quickly took to the streets. They looked at Zhang Yuhe who was floating in the air, wondering what big thing had happened. Why did the city's defense formation suddenly activate? Is there a monster attacking the city? I don't know, that shouldn't be the case. I didn't hear any noise before. Who is that person? He looks very young. Why can he fly in the city? You are blind, that is the new governor. Zhang Yuhe swept his eyes across the city, then stood in the air and spoke loudly. It has been found that Fengzhen Tower is the demon god cult's secret base in Central Cloud City. In addition, the He and Li families are colluding with the demon god cult to do things that go against the will of heaven. According to Daosheng Sect's order, all those involved in this matter will be exterminated. After saying this, 9 flying swords quickly fell towards the He family mansion. The flying swords quickly gathered together and connected into a large formation, and boundless sword energy was generated instantly. Master, we are innocent. I am just a servant of the He family and I didn't know that they were colluding with the demon god cult. My lord, I don't know either. Please check it out. Seeing the sword light covering their territory, countless He family cultivators cried and begged for mercy. Zhang Yuhe completely ignored all this. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Regardless of whether these people know it or not, they enjoy the benefits brought by the He family, and naturally they must bear the consequences brought by the He family. Zhang Yuhe made some hand gestures and the sword light quickly swept across the He family mansion. The buildings in the mansion were instantly turned into powder. As for the He family monks in the mansion, they were turned into ashes by the sword light. Most of the He family cultivators who stayed in Central Cloud City were not very powerful, and some were only at the nascent soul level. All the high-level cultivators of the He family had already gathered in Jingkong City. Of course, he died a long time ago. After wiping out the He family, Zhang Yuhe followed suit and wiped out the Li family as well. As for Fengzhen Tower, he just took a look and there was no one there. Let's ignore it for now and let other people from the garrison investigate it slowly later. Seeing Zhang Yuhe use thundering means to wipe out the He and Li families who had dominated Yunzong Prefecture for tens of thousands of years in a blink of an eye. There was a dead silence in the city. All the monks were silent and dared not say a word. Zhang Yuhe swept his eyes across the city. He knew that there must be cultivators from the He and Li families in the city, and there were even more outside Central Cloud City. After all, the He and Li families have been operating in Yunzong Prefecture for tens of thousands of years, in addition to Central Cloud City. They also each controlled a number of small towns in the outlying areas. However, as the garrison commander, he does not need to do these follow-up matters personally. He was a garrison commander in charge of a region, not a constable in the government office. There is no need to look for them one by one, and he doesn't have the energy to do so. He only needs to say a word and someone will naturally rush to do these things. Zhang Yuhe stood in midair and shouted loudly. "Qianwei Guang, where is Sun Pengcheng?" The two Taoist figures quickly ran to Zhang Yuhe's side and replied with trembling voices. "Qianwei Guang greets the garrison commander. Sun Pengcheng greets the garrison commander." Zhang Yuhe glanced at the two of them coldly and said lightly. "Fengzhen Tower is the base of the demon god cult. The He and Li families are colluding with the demon god cult. Are you aware of this?" Hearing this, their legs went weak and they almost fell to their knees. They spoke quickly. "Your Excellency, I have no idea about this." Seeing Zhang Yuhe's thundering methods just now, they were really scared. If this were done to them, they would be accused of colluding with the demon cult. Then their family will soon follow in the footsteps of the He and Li families. It will disappear in the long river of history in a few minutes. Chapter 52. Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng were completely frightened by Zhang Yuhe's words. They didn't know what had happened. Zhang Yuhe suddenly closed off the entire city, and then used thundering means to wipe out the He and Li families. It all happened too fast. Until now, Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng are still confused. As for what Zhang Yuhe said, Fengzhen Tower is the secret base of the demon god cult? Are the He and Li families colluding with the demon god cult? To be honest, Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng didn't quite believe that this was true. It's hard to say about Fengzhen Tower. After all, Fengzhen Tower is based in Yunzong Prefecture, but it has only been a few hundred years, so they may not know much about it. However, Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng knew the He and Li families inside and out. These forces have been in Yunzong Prefecture for tens of thousands of years. Who doesn't know who? As for the He and Li families, it is possible that there are other illegal activities going on. But they really don't want to believe that the He and Li families are colluding with the demon god cult. After all, the demon race and the demon cult are too far away for them. There has never been any record of the demon god cult's activities in Yunzong Prefecture. How can the He and Li families collude with the devil? Even if Fengzhen Tower is really the base of the demon god cult, how could the He and Li families have the courage to collude with Fengzhen Tower? Qian Weigang and Zhang Pengcheng were more willing to believe it. These were just excuses Zhang Yuhe deliberately made up. He just wanted to destroy the He and Li families. Because the He and Li families have indeed been somewhat disrespectful to the Daosheng sect in recent years. Especially when Zhang Yuhe first took office. It can be said that the He and Li families did not give any face at all. So the new garrison commander simply found an excuse to exterminate the He and Li families. Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng were really scared. They were afraid of Zhang Yuhe, so they accused them of colluding with the demon god cult. In Yufan Tian, the demon god cult is an absolute taboo. No matter who it is, once involved in the demon god cult's affairs, it's a death sentence. And it wasn't just one person who died. The whole clan must die together. When it comes to matters concerning the demon god cult, the Dao Sheng sect will never show leniency. Once Zhang Yuhe is found, he will accuse them of colluding with the demon god cult. Then where can they seek justice? Zhang Yuhe's eyes were cold. He didn't know what Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng were thinking at the moment. And he had no interest in knowing. It is a fact that the He and Li families colluded with the demon god cult. But he didn't need to explain to these people. As the representative of Daosheng sect, the garrison commander in charge of a region, he only needs to act in accordance with the sect's rules. As for people outside the sect, don't take them too seriously. When he heard about Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng, he quickly distanced himself from the He and Li families and said he had no knowledge of the matter. Zhang Yuhe didn't dwell too much on this matter. To be honest, Fengzhen Tower has been operating in Yunzhong Prefecture for hundreds of years. The Qian and Sun families are both clean and have nothing to do with Fengzhen Tower. He is an unbeliever. After all, among these two forces, there are hundreds of thousands of cultivators alone, and as for the mortals of the two families, their numbers are countless. It is impossible that among so many people, not a single one has been infiltrated by the demon god cult. However, Zhang Yuhe also understands that there will be no fish in clear water. He didn't want to pursue it too much. If we really investigate this seriously, I'm afraid there won't be many people left alive in the entire Yunzhong Prefecture. Zhang Yuhe still needs someone to help him with his work. Could he really manage such a huge Yunzhong Prefecture by himself? Zhang Yuhe glanced at Qian Weigang and Sun Peng with cold eyes and said lightly. The He and Li families colluded with the demon god cult. According to the order of the Daosheng sect, they should be exterminated. There should still be remnants of the two families in the city. As for the surrounding cities, I think there are countless remnants. We are now recruiting personnel from both of your families to wipe out the remaining He and Li criminals. Do you have any objections? No objection. The He and Li families colluded with the demon god cult and deserved death. As a prominent local family, our Qian family should obey the orders of the governor, suppress the rebellion, and maintain the peace and tranquility of Yunzhong Prefecture. As soon as Zhang Yuhe finished speaking, Qian Weigang immediately nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Sun Pengcheng, who was standing nearby, quickly echoed. He was even a little annoyed because he was really scared just now. He didn't react in time, so Qian Weigang got there first. He should be the one to agree first. If we respond a little later and anger this terrible guardian, we will be doomed. Zhang Yuhe looked at the two men's tactful expressions and nodded with satisfaction. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the garrison, shouting loudly. Where is Wang Guofeng? When something unexpected happened in Central Cloud City, Wang Guofeng quickly walked out of the house. At this time, Wang Guofeng was standing in the open space outside the garrison, looking at Zhang Yuhe who was standing in the air. I saw Zhang Yuhe before. He was so powerful that he could destroy two clans with just a wave of his hand. This made Wang Guofeng feel excited and made him feel that this was what a real man should do. Hearing Zhang Yuhe call his name, Wang Guofeng quickly ran over from the mountain where the garrison was located. I am Wang Guofeng, your subordinate. I am honored to meet the garrison commander. Seeing Wang Guofeng coming, Zhang Yuhe nodded first, then spoke in a loud voice. Wang Guofeng, this garrison commander now appoints you as the inspector of Yunzhong Prefecture. You will temporarily lead the monks of the Qian and Sun families to eliminate all the rebels who are colluding with the demon god cult. Don't let anyone escape, you understand? Yes, I will live up to your trust. Wang Guofeng responded loudly. He thought to himself with secret excitement. This trip to Yunzhong Prefecture was indeed a good decision. As soon as I arrived, I hugged Zhang Yuhe's transcendental big and thick legs. The inspector of the garrison is not an official position. But as long as Zhang Yuhe is still serving as the garrison commander here. As the inspector, he is second only to the emperor and above everyone else in Yunzhong Prefecture. Moreover, as soon as he took office, he was offered a lucrative transcendent level job. Is there any job more lucrative than confiscating property and exterminating the entire clan? For Wang Guofeng, wiping out the remnants of the He and Li families was not a task at all. This is simply an opportunity to make a fortune. Zhang Yuhe didn't care about Wang Guofeng's thoughts, as long as he could do things for him seriously. As for Qianwei Guangneng and Sun Pengcheng standing next to them, they had no idea at all. Even though Wang Guofeng was just a gold core monk, they still politely stepped forward and greeted him. Qianwei Guang greets the Inspector General. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. You two seniors are too polite. We are all cultivated by the garrison commander. We should all do our best to serve him. Facing Qianwei Gang and Sun Pengcheng, the two nascent soul monks, Wang Guofeng did not act arrogantly. Instead, he greeted politely as a junior. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. The blockade in the city will be lifted in a quarter of an hour. After Zhang Yuhe finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the garrison. Chapter 53. After Zhang Yuhe flew into the garrison, he walked into a secret room and sat cross-legged on the training platform. Hey, finally got it done. For Zhang Yuhe, today was a bit too exciting. I originally thought I was just going to Jingkong City to investigate the situation. Who knew they would just start doing it? To be honest, it was really a coincidence. The demon god cult had so many other times to take action, but had to wait until he just arrived as the garrison commander to cause trouble. If Minjai Hufei and others had opened the passage a few days earlier, he would have nothing to do. At that time he was still practicing in Daosheng Sect. I really have to thank Wang Guofeng for this. If it weren't for the information he provided, Zhang Yuhe would definitely still be kept in the dark. Even though he had long had suspicions about the He and Li families, it was impossible for him to reach Jingkong City all at once. If the demon god cult really wants to open the channel smoothly, countless demon races will flood into Yufan Tian. This will keep him busy in the future. So many demon races once poured into Yunzhong Prefecture. After Zhang Yuhe, he probably won't be able to practice peacefully anymore, as he has to clear out demon race every day. Although the demon race that can pass through the channel are not very strong. But that depends on who you compare with. To Zhang Yuhe, any demon race below the nascent soul level was nothing but trash. He could easily wipe out a large group of them with just a single sword strike. But for the local forces in Yunzhong Prefecture, it was a huge disaster. Any demon race from the Gold Core realm would be a formidable enemy for them to deal with. Perhaps it would be necessary for him, the garrison commander, to come forward in person. Fortunately, thanks to the information provided by Wang Guofeng, Zhang Yuhe was able to discover the devil's conspiracy in time. Relying on the powerful strength of the Nine Heavens primordial origin sword formation, he not only wiped out all the forces of the demon god cult in Yunzhong Prefecture in one fell swoop. He also successfully killed a demon race from the void refining realm. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Yuhe successfully destroyed all the demon race that came out of the channel in Jingkong City. Don't let these demon race escape. As for the He and Li families, they are just extras. To be honest, from beginning to end, Zhang Yuhe never took these two local tyrants too seriously. His target has always been the demon cult and the demon race. Now that the matter has come to an end, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Let Wang Guofeng handle the remaining finishing touches. He really doesn't want to bother with it anymore. As for whether Wang Guofeng will take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune, Zhang Yuhe didn't take it to heart at all. If you want to get it, just do it. It's not a big deal. As long as he doesn't get into too much trouble. Zhang Yuhe believes that Wang Guofeng is the president of the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance. He has much more experience in dealing with these matters than he does. Even if he wants to gain some benefits, Wang Guofeng will know the limits. There will definitely be no trouble. Now let's see what we have harvested today. Zhang Yuhe waved his hand, and all kinds of storage rings, storage bracelets, and even storage bags instantly filled the entire secret room. We did kill a lot of people today. Not to mention the demon race. He wiped out the family residences of the He and Li families, but Zhang Yuhe did not forget to loot the things inside. Moreover, he also killed 7 soul formation monks and a demon race from the void refining realm. Killing so many people, there should be some gains. Looking at the storage equipment all over the floor, Zhang Yuhe began to count them happily. A quarter of an hour later, Central Cloud City's defense array was unsealed and the teleportation array was reopened. A shocking piece of news spread throughout Yufan Tian like lightning. The secret base of the demon god cult was discovered in Yunzhong Prefecture. The demon god cult colluded with the local He and Li families in Yunzhong Prefecture and set up the Heavenly Dipper Breaking World Array in Jingkong City, attempting to open the channel between the two worlds and usher in the demon race army. Fortunately, Zhang Yuhe, the garrison commander of Yunzhong Prefecture, discovered the conspiracy of the demon god cult in time. The garrison commander, Lord Zhang Yuhe, displayed his divine power and destroyed all the demon sects in one fell swoop. Not only that, those demon races that poured into Yufan Tian from the passage were also all killed by Zhang Yuhe, the garrison commander of Yunzhong Prefecture. Even the passage between the two worlds opened by the demon god cult was closed again by the Lord Guardian. A disaster that swept the world was eliminated without a trace before it even began because of Zhang Yuhe. As for the ending of the He and Li families, not many people paid attention to it. Because everyone knows what the consequences of colluding with the demon church are. Needless to say, the fate of the He and Li families has long since turned into the dust of history. A mountain somewhere within the inner gate of Daosheng Sect. Ming Fuqian put away his jade identity card and was stunned. He just received news that a big thing happened just a few days after he left Central Cloud City. There is actually a secret plot by the demon god cult in Yunzhong Prefecture, and it has been going on for hundreds of years. The beautiful Fengzhen Tower owner Minjai Hefei was actually an incarnation of the demon god cult's leader. I remembered that he had dealt with concubine Minjai for decades. Ming couldn't help wiping his sweat before paying. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise, if something like this happened, I definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Ming Fuqian secretly felt fortunate for his decision to resign early. How did junior brother Zhang find the demon god cult? It's amazing to think that Zhang Yuhe had only been in office for a few days and yet he had already accurately discovered the conspiracy of the demon cult. I couldn't figure it out before I knew it. As for Zhang Yuhe, he alone destroyed all the demon god sects in Yunzhong Prefecture. At the same time, countless demon races were destroyed and the passage between the two worlds was closed. Ming Fuqian didn't believe a word of this statement. How long has Zhang Yuhe been practicing? How could he be so capable? It should be junior brother Zhang who discovered the demon god cult's conspiracy and reported it to the sect. Finally, the elders of the sect took action and solved the problem of demon race and the demon god cult. Before paying the bill, secretly imagine what happened. Because this is also the normal way for Daosheng Sect to deal with emergencies. Junior brother Zhang is so lucky. Fu Mingqian couldn't help but feel a little envious. In his opinion, because of this incident, Zhang Yuhe can not only gain a lot of merit. Moreover, the Daosheng Sect deliberately portrayed him as a hero who saved the world. Yes. Ming Fuqian believed that the rumors outside were propaganda from the Daosheng Sect. The Daosheng Sect has ruled Yufan Tian for countless years, and almost every once in a while, it will find an opportunity to create individual heroes. This will enhance the public's admiration and belief in Daoshenzong. However, Ming Fuqian was just envious and didn't have any other thoughts. He even felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, Zhang Yuhe is here, otherwise, there would really be a big mess. As an inner sect disciple of Daosheng sect, Ming Fuqian naturally did not want chaos to happen in Yufan Tian. Compared to the natives of Yufan Tian, news spreads faster among players. Because players have chat channels, they can communicate seamlessly anytime and anywhere. When Zhang Yuhe activated the central cloud city formation, the players in the city quickly became excited. Oh my god, why is the formation in central cloud city activated? Are there any monsters coming to attack the city? It's not good to have monsters attacking the city. You can just kill the monsters and make a little fortune. Shocking news, the He and Li families in Yunzhong Prefecture colluded with the demon god cult and have been exterminated by the garrison commander. I saw it too. The town garrison commander is really awesome. He can wipe out an entire clan with just one move. Of course. The garrison commanders of various places are all inner disciples of the Daosheng sect. How can they not be awesome? By the way, what is a demon race? Can anyone explain it to me? Wait, look who that is it our president? Shit, it's really the president. When did the president sneak into the tutelary fort? Which president? Nonsense, of course it's our Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance, President Wang Guofeng. The latest news is that President Wang has been appointed as the inspector of Yunzhong Prefecture. Ah! The world is changing so fast, am I missing something? Chapter 54. The shocking news spread quickly, and the chat channel was almost as lively as when Yufan Tian first opened it. Countless players are swiping the screen on it. However, compared to the natives of Yufan Tian, players are more concerned about when Wang Guofeng suddenly joined the Yunzhong garrison. And now he has been appointed as the inspector of Yunzhong Prefecture. This is the first time that a player has held a position in Yufan Tian's powerful organization. Even though Wang Guofeng's position as inspector is only a temporary one. But this also makes the players excited enough. Many people who are close to Wang Guofeng have been contacting him, wanting to get information from him. I wanted to see if there were any strategies, but Wang Guofeng just dealt with it casually. Didn't tell the truth. There were even some players who asked Wang Guofeng directly whether they could also join the Yunzhong garrison. However, Wang Guofeng politely declined all of them. Wang Guofeng knew that Zhang Yuhe didn't like being disturbed if he brought players into the garrison. It would be bad if Zhang Yuhe was annoyed. As for Zhang Yuhe's identity as a player, Wang Guofeng did not tell anyone about it. Although Zhang Yuhe did not specifically tell him to keep it secret. But Wang Guofeng knew it very well and never told other players about it. Even though we are all players from Blue Star, we have already embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. You have to follow the rules of the immortal cultivation world and don't ask too much about your seniors. In Wang Guofeng's heart, Zhang Yuhe is the predecessor of all Blue Star players. Zhang Yuhe did not pay attention to the turmoil in the outside world. Anyway, the power of the demon god cult in Yunzhong Prefecture has been temporarily eliminated by him. Even if there are still a few remnants, they will not be able to make a difference and he does not need to worry about them at all. He believed that Wang Guofeng, with the help of the monks from the Qian and Sun families, would be able to handle the situation. Killing people and setting fires will earn you a gold belt. The ancients were not deceiving me. After counting all the harvest, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but smile. The He and Li families are indeed great families that have been operating for tens of thousands of years. After Zhang Yuhe took inventory, he found that there were as many as 800 million spirit stones alone. Most of these spirit stones come from the reserves of the He and Li families. As for other items, they are countless. Zhang Yuhe counted out hundreds of such techniques as divine ability. Of course, he totally disdains both the techniques and divine ability. Among the more than 100 divine ability techniques, the highest grade is only profound rank high grade. This level of martial arts is just common stuff in the Daosheng sect. Not to mention him as an inner sect disciple, even the outer sect disciples of Daosheng sect would probably look down on him. Despite this, Zhang Yuhe did not despise it. He plans to build a library on Blue Star in the future, so that these divine abilities can come in handy. With the revival of spirit qi, Blue Star has slowly been approaching the immortal cultivation civilization. Perhaps in a few years, Blue Star will also grow into an immortal cultivation world. Zhang Yuhe thought, what can he do about this? For example, it provides some divine ability, law treasure, law weapon and so on. After picking up the items on the ground, Zhang Yuhe picked up a jade slip and examined it slowly. In his opinion, the biggest gain this time was this jade slip. The jade slip came from concubine Minjiahu's storage ring, and it recorded a special formation. 5 elements spirit gathering array. This formation has no other use. Its only use is to transform the spirit stone into spirit qi and gather the surrounding spirit qi to speed up the practice. It sounds a bit tasteless. After all, even without using formations, cultivators can directly use spirit stone to assist in their practice. However, there will be some impurities in the spirit stone. When using the spirit stone for cultivation, you need to get rid of the impurities first. This would be a bit troublesome. But when using the spirit gathering array, there is no such worry at all. Once the formation is activated, you only need to place the spirit stone in the formation. The 5-shape spirit gathering array will automatically remove impurities, leaving only pure spirit qi. In this way, the cultivator can absorb with confidence and speed up his cultivation. Zhang Yuhe silently checked the contents of the jade slip. The 5 elements spirit gathering formation recorded in the jade slip is divided into 3 levels. A first level 5 element formation requires a rank 6 formation master to set up. Rank 2 requires a rank 7 formation master, and rank 3 requires a rank 8 formation master to set up. According to the description on the jade slip, as long as there are enough spirit stones, the first level 5 elements spirit gathering array can double the speed of cultivation. As for the third level spirit gathering formation, it can even speed up the practice by 5 times. It's a good thing. Looking at the contents on the jade slip, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel happy. This is what he really needs. Like the general law treasure divine ability, he doesn't need it at all. He can refine law treasure himself, but Dao Shengzong has better divine ability. The only thing that Daosheng sect could do was to provide him with more help in terms of improving his cultivation speed. Even though the spirit qi in the sect was very rich, Zhang Yuhe was still somewhat dissatisfied. Not to mention, he is not in the sect yet, and the concentration of spirit qi in the garrison is much lower than that in the sect. Try it first. Zhang Yuhe closed his eyes and silently recalled the contents of the jade slip. After a while, he completely understood the contents of the jade slip. The rank 1 spirit gathering formation requires a rank 6 formation master to set up, and he happened to be a rank 6 formation master. Try it first. Zhang Yuhe took out a huge 4-legged tripod, then took out various materials from the ring and threw them into the tripod. As the magic formula was chanted, a scorching flame ignited under the 4-legged tripod. Time passes slowly. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, the lid of the cauldron flew up, and a formation plate appeared inside the cauldron. Take out the array plate. He pinched his fingers to perform a magic spell and slowly carved runes on the array plate. Done, now let's refine the formation flag. The 5 elements spirit gathering formation is a complex formation that requires a formation plate and 5 formation flags to set up. After a while, the 5 formation flags were refined one by one. Zhang Yuhe placed the formation plate on the training platform, and 5 formation plates were arranged around the training platform. It should be okay, let's try it. Zhang Yuhe placed a large number of spirit stones around the formation plate and the formation flags, and then chanted some magic spells. Set up the formation. As the spell was chanted, spirit qi slowly rose from the spirit stone pile and then gathered towards the training platform. After a while, the entire training platform became a sea of spiritual energy. It feels great. Feeling the rich spirit qi around him, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but groan. The spirit gathering array can not only transform the spirit stone, but also directly transform it into pure spirit qi. It can also gather the surrounding spirit qi and confine it all to a small area. Zhang Yuhe tried to operate the primordial origin heavenly scripture, and the surrounding spirit qi instantly rushed towards him. At least twice as fast as before. After a little trial, he confirmed that the effect of the 5 elements spirit gathering formation was indeed as described in the jade slip. There is a 5 element spirit gathering formation. Zhang Yuhe felt that it would only take him 10 years at most to break through to the void refining realm. He is not like other players who encounter bottlenecks every time they break through a realm. You need to find the corresponding spirit pill spirit medicine to help you get a chance of a breakthrough. Zhang Yuhe is not worried about bottlenecks. As long as he keeps practicing, he can make breakthroughs. Very good, practice quickly. Chapter 55. After experiencing the effect of the practice, Zhang Yuhe was very satisfied with this 5 elements spirit gathering formation. No one knows where Zhao Minjiao got this magical formation. The Daosheng sect should not have a formation like this one that can speed up cultivation. There are rumors that this woman, Zhao Minjiao, seems to have had some special adventure. Her divine ability, which allows her to transform into a myriad of forms, was gained through a fortuitous encounter. This 5 elements spirit gathering formation was perhaps obtained by Zhao Minjiao together with the divine ability of transforming into thousands of bodies. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel a little strange. It feels like they, the Daosheng sect, are a group of villains who have done many evil things. The leader of the demon god cult, Zhao Minjiao, is the real protagonist. Zhao Minjiao was born in a small family. After his family was destroyed, he embarked on the path of an independent cultist. From then on, this woman seemed to have been blessed with a cheat code. She had all kinds of adventures and her cultivation level improved rapidly. Not only that, Zhao Minjiao is like an indestructible cockroach. He started from scratch and founded the demon god cult, and single-handedly fought against the Daosheng sect, which had dominated Yufan Tian for millions of years. It's incredible that he hasn't been beaten to death yet. Isn't this the perfect protagonist? Zhang Yuhe felt that he should try to stay away from this woman in the future. Unless you can kill him directly. Otherwise, it would be best not to let him hear any news about Zhao Minjiao. Let's go back to the sect first. Zhang Yuhe walked out of the secret room, his figure turned into a stream of light, and flew quickly towards the teleportation array. After solving Jing Kong's problem, Liu Mingfang gave him 500 merit points as a reward for his work on this matter. 500 merits are not few. If there are no special events, it only depends on the sect's years of service and merits. I'm afraid it will take 300 or 400 years to get 500 merits. Now that you have merits in hand, you naturally have to spend them. Zhang Yuhe planned to return to the sect first and go to the sutra building to exchange for a divine ability. Exactly 500 merits, enough to redeem a heavenly rank high-grade divine ability. Through today's continuous battles with the monks many times, especially the process of killing the demon race in the end, Zhang Yuhe feels that he still has a lot of shortcomings. His methods of fighting the enemy were really too simple. Apart from a sword formation, there are almost no other means. Although the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation is indeed extremely powerful. The 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation defends like a mountain and attacks like a raging fire, combining offense and defense together. It is indeed a powerful and perfect divine ability. However, as a sword formation, the 9 sky primordial origin sword formation cannot be cast instantly and requires a certain amount of time to set up. Especially now that he lacks experience in fighting enemies, he is not very skilled in the use of sword formations. Every time you set up a sword formation, or when switching between offense and defense, there will be certain gaps. That's not a problem when facing a weak enemy. Once he encounters a strong enemy, it would be easy for him to be caught in this opportunity and attacked. It seems that the Nine Heavens primordial origin sword formation alone is not enough. Therefore, Zhang Yuhe felt that he needed to learn some other divine abilities to strengthen his strength. Zhang Yuhe changed the teleportation array repeatedly and soon arrived at Zhongzhou City. He quickly passed through Zhongzhou City and flew all the way towards Daosheng Sect. In less than half an hour, Zhang Yuhe arrived outside the mountain gate. The speed of Tianhuang Fixian technique is indeed powerful enough. Thinking back, it took him several days to fly from Zhongzhou City to Daosheng Sect. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Yuhe's current strength is far from what it was before. Soon, Zhang Yuhe arrived near the Sutra building. The old man with a long beard who was guarding the Sutra tower was still dozing off with his eyes closed. Zhang Yuhe quickly stepped forward and shouted respectfully. Disciple Zhang Yuhe greets Elder Fang. The old man with a long beard slowly opened his cloudy eyes, and when he saw Zhang Yuhe, he couldn't help but said with some surprise. Hey, it's you again, kid. Didn't you just come here a few days ago? Before Elder Fang finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his head, as if he remembered something. He said sadly. By the way, I heard that you killed a horned demon in the void refining realm in Yunzhong Prefecture. It is all thanks to Elder Lu and Great Master that I was able to succeed by chance. Zhang Yuhe replied modestly. He was speechless, the news spread too quickly. How long has it just been? How come even the old man guarding the Sutra tower knew about it? Haha, what credit can they have? Elder Fang said with some disdain. As for Lu Logui's temper, I don't know him. He won't take action unless you die. As for that reckless man Li Tian, there's no need to mention him. He's not even worthy of carrying shoes for a void refining demon. I heard that you used a powerful sword formation to grind the horned demon to death. Is that sword formation from the divine ability of the primordial origin? Yes. Faced with Elder Fang's continuous questioning, Zhang Yuhe nodded helplessly in response. It looks like it will be hard to survive in the future. He only made a move once, but it seemed as if everyone in the world knew about it. Damn, these people even know what divine ability he is using. Who is this big mouth who is saying this everywhere? Is it Lu Mingfang or Li Tian? It should be Lu Mingfang. Zhang Yuhe guessed silently. Although he had not had contact with Li Tian for a long time, but with Li Tian's arrogant personality, obviously it won't be advertised everywhere. Then it can only be Lu Mingfang. There was no fourth person at the scene. I didn't expect Lu Mingfang, who looks so serious, to be such a big mouth. Zhang Yuhe complained silently. Ah! In a hall somewhere in Daosheng Sect, Lu Mingfang was handling affairs when he suddenly yawned. What's going on? Is someone cursing me? Lu Mingfang quickly calculated with his fingers. Elder Fang looked at Zhang Yuhe with his eyes narrowed with a smile, and he became more and more satisfied the more he looked. He patted Zhang Yuhe's shoulder gently and said with a smile. Yes, the future of Daosheng Sect belongs to you young people. By the way, are you going to redeem divine ability again? Yes. Zhang Yuhe nodded slightly in response. Isn't this nonsense? It's not for exchanging divine ability skills. Whoever has nothing to do after eating comes to the Sutra building. Elder Fang said earnestly. The more divine ability options you have, the better. You should spend more time on cultivation. As for divine ability, it's enough to have enough. Elder, it's okay. Exchange the divine ability first and slowly comprehend it. It won't delay your cultivation. Zhang Yuhe was speechless. Why did Elder Fang suddenly become so enthusiastic? He had come here twice before, but Elder Fang had always ignored him. Why did you suddenly change your personality? Since you insist, I can't persuade you any further. The path of cultivation is up to you. Just keep it in mind. Which divine ability do you want to learn? After Elder Fang finished speaking, he threw a thick booklet over. Zhang Yuhe took the booklet respectfully, but did not open it to read it. Instead, he handed over his identity jade card and said, "Elder, I want to exchange for the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger." Chapter 56. Zhang Yuhe didn't need to look through the booklet when he came to exchange for the Tianhuang Fixian technique last time. He read and memorized all the descriptions of divine ability above. Among all the divine abilities of Jinglu, the one he values most is the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger, this finger technique divine ability. Follow the description in the brochure. The Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger contains a trace of the law of time. It is not only powerful, but can also be used instantly. It was as fast as the sword energy he usually released. Of course, this kind of divine ability, which is both powerful and convenient, is bound to have many limitations when practicing. According to the description, if you want to master this finger technique, you need the divine ability. Not only does it require extremely strong talent, but it also takes a very long time. The Dao Sect had countless ancestors who had practiced this divine ability, but only a few succeeded. Great Wild Prisoner Heaven Finger? Are you sure you want to exchange it for this divine ability? Hearing that Zhang Yuhe chose divine ability, Elder Fang asked with a very surprised expression. Yes. Although the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger is powerful, do you know how difficult it is to practice this divine ability? As far as Dao Sect is concerned, there are no more than 3 people who have successfully practiced this divine ability. As far as I know, none of the elders in the inner sect, including Patriarch Mahayana, have yet to master this divine ability. Elder Fang reminded Zhang Yuhe seriously. It's okay. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I can accumulate merits and switch to a divine ability later. Zhang Yuhe didn't care at all about the difficulty of practicing divine ability. The so-called difficulty in achieving success is only said to other people. For Zhang Yuhe, no matter how difficult the divine ability is to cultivate, it is not a problem. His extraordinary understanding is no joke. Well, that's how young people are. They won't turn back until they hit the wall. Elder Fang did not try to persuade him any further. It is good for young people to encounter more setbacks, as they will gradually become more mature. He stretched out his hand and waved it, and a golden jade slip flew out from the sutra tower and appeared in his hand. Zhang Yuhe took the jade slip and stood quietly by to check it out. The divine ability technique in the sutra tower is the true foundation for the Daosheng sect to rule Yufan Tian. According to the regulations, no one can take the divine ability skills here out of the sutra building. After reading the contents recorded in the jade slip several times, Zhang Yuhe stood there and recalled silently. After making sure that nothing was missed, he handed the jade slip back. Elder, I've finished reading it. Now that you've finished reading it, let's go. Elder Fang put away the jade slip and handed the jade token back to him. Zhang Yuhe took the jade token, took 2 steps back, bowed to Elder Fang, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Deep in the Yunmang mountain, a gigantic moon-gazing rhino was moving slowly through the forest. An adult moon-gazing rhino is a rank 6 monster comparable to a soul formation monk. This monster is not only huge in size and thick in flesh, but also has a powerful stone soul formation skill. Even if a soul formation monk encounters it, he can only choose to run away in a detour. Ordinary soul formation monks are simply unable to do anything to the moon-gazing rhino. Even if the moon-gazing rhino stood still, ordinary soul formation monks would not be able to kill it. Fortunately, this kind of monster usually stays deep in the mountains, and its movement speed is not very fast. If a monk encounters a moon-gazing rhino, he can completely avoid it as long as he discovers it in time. Suddenly, the moon-gazing rhinoceros traveling through the mountains and forests seemed to sense some powerful crisis. A layer of faint white light quickly rose above the huge body of the moon-gazing rhino. The white light formed a huge petrified armor that completely wrapped up the huge body of the moon-gazing rhino. Divine ability petrification. Whenever there is danger, the moon-gazing rhino will give itself a layer of defense in advance. With his super strong body and the blessing of petrification, he is not to mention a soul formation monk. Even the weaker void refining monks have no interest in the moon-gazing rhino. It's really too fleshy. However, just as Wang Jiuexi activated the stone soul formation, a huge golden finger shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. The shadow of the finger pointed at the moon-watching rhino and pressed down slowly. It seems slow, but it is extremely fast. The moon-gazing rhino seemed to be stunned and didn't move at all. The shadow of the finger slowly pressed down. Soon, the moon-gazing rhino was enveloped in a layer of golden light, and the stone soul formation on its body quickly dissipated. Not only that, the huge body of the moon-gazing rhino was weathering rapidly, as if it had suddenly experienced countless years. After a while, the huge moon-gazing rhino turned into ashes and disappeared into the forest. A crystal-clear beast core and 2 blue boxes were left at the scene. A beam of light flew quickly from a distance. Not bad, not bad. The power of the great desolate prisoner Heaven Finger is indeed extraordinary. Looking at the moon-gazing rhino that had turned into ashes, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. The person who came was Zhang Yuhe. After he returned from Daosheng Sect, he quickly came to Yunmeng Mountains, intending to find a monster to try out divine ability. Yes. After reading the Jade Slip, Zhang Yuhe had already learned the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, a divine ability. This is a divine ability that others may have pondered for hundreds or thousands of years but still not be able to find the way to. Zhang Yuhe only needed to take a glance to learn it. It's totally hassle-free. This moon-gazing rhino was the test subject he chose. The results of the experiment made him very satisfied. Even with the moon-gazing rhino's weak defense, it couldn't withstand a blow from the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger. The Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger not only has powerful damage capabilities, but also has a very strong control effect. The moon-gazing rhino was in a daze just now, not because it didn't want to run, but because it had been targeted by the Great Wilderness Prisoner. Once this divine ability is used, the target will be fixed first. Unless one is extremely powerful, or possesses some special divine ability or law treasure that can help one break free. Once attacked by the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Heaven Finger, there is almost no chance of survival. He could only watch helplessly as he was slowly turned into ashes by the golden light transformed by the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger God. What a terrifying divine ability! Seeing the attack effect of the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Yuhe thought to himself that even he could not withstand such a divine ability attack. Even if the Nine Heavens Primordial Origin Sword formation was set up in advance, it would probably be difficult to withstand the attack of the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Sky Finger. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand and put away the beast core. The beast core of the rank 6 moon-watching rhino is still somewhat useful. It can be used for pill refining and can also be used as a material for refining certain spirit treasures. After putting away the beast core, Zhang Yuhe looked at the blue treasure chest in the distance. He hadn't fought monsters for a long time and he almost forgot his identity as a player. When they kill monsters in Yufan Tian, treasure chests will drop. See if there are any surprises. Zhang Yuhe waved his hand, and 2 blue treasure chests opened quickly. Zhang Yuhe stretched out his hand and 2 items fell into his hands. A spirit stone and a piece of King Yun steel. Looking at the items in his hand, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but shake his head. What use can a spirit stone have? It's an insult to him. King Yun steel is slightly better, at least it is a rank 6 material. But this material is not valuable and is a common commodity. Because Yufan Tian has many King Yun steel veins, this stuff can be produced in large quantities. Forget it, let's go back. Zhang Yuhe used the Tianhuang Fixian technique and flew quickly towards Central Cloud City. As for the monster deep in the Yunmeng Mountains, he was not very interested in it. Zhang Yuhe totally disdained the garbage dropped by monsters. The purpose of his trip was not to fight monsters, but just to test the effect of the great wilderness prisoner of Heaven Finger. Now that the experiment is over, it is natural for me to go back and continue my practice in seclusion. Zhang Yuhe is only interested in cultivation. How can one become an immortal without practicing? Chapter 57. After returning to the garrison, Zhang Yuhe walked into a secret room for training. He waved his right hand, and 5 formation flags quickly flew around the training platform. Zhang Yuhe sat cross-legged on the training platform, then took out a formation plate and placed it nearby. Piles of spirit stones were placed around the formation flags and formation plates. After doing all this, Zhang Yuhe performed the magic gestures. Set up the formation. A blue light curtain slowly rose around the training platform. As the 5 elements spirit gathering array was activated, the surrounding spirit chi quickly gathered. Soon, Zhang Yuhe was surrounded by a sea of spiritual energy. Let's start practicing. Zhang Yuhe slowly circulated the primordial origin heavenly scripture, and countless spirit chi quickly poured into his danshan. It feels great. Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of his cultivation effect doubling made him unable to extricate himself. Time passes slowly. Yuenzong Prefecture has never stopped its operations to wipe out the remnants of the He and Li families. Under the leadership of Wang Guofeng, the Qian and Sun families dispatched a large number of people. They quickly took control of dozens of cities controlled by the He and Li families. Then they checked the city one by one. All cultivators belonging to the He and Li families were killed one by one, no matter how long their relationship was. They all heard the orders of the garrison commander clearly. Extermination of the whole race. What does genocide mean? That means not a single one will be left. Even if there are 800 generations between them, as long as they are cultivators from the He and Li families, they will be exterminated. Although the clan territories of the He and Li families had been wiped out by Zhang Yuhe. However, as local tyrants dominating Yuenzong Prefecture, the He and Li families have been flourishing for tens of thousands of years. There are quite a few monks in the family. In order to ensure that no one would escape, Wang Guofeng even found the family tree of the 2 families and searched for the clues. Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng also worked very hard on this matter. They not only mobilized a large number of family monks. Moreover, the 2 of them personally led the team and took the lead in eliminating the gold core monks from the He and Li families. As for the nascent soul monks from the He and Li families, most of them died at the hands of the demon race when they were in Jingkong City. Faced with the danger of genocide, the He and Li families launched fierce resistance in various cities. However, all this was in vain. Without high-level monks in charge, they were completely unable to withstand the attacks of Jianwei Guang and Sun Pengcheng, 2 nascent soul monks. A few days later, the groups of cultivators from the He and Li families were basically completely wiped out. However, there are still many monks from these 2 families scattered everywhere. There are even many cultivators from these 2 families who have already gone to develop outside Yuenzong Prefecture. Wang Guofeng still had no intention of letting these people go. He asked Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng to send people to hunt them down. Not only that, Wang Guofeng also mobilized a large number of players to participate. However, these players can only be regarded as his personal recruits and are not members of the garrison. Wang Guofeng allocated a portion of the harvest from the cleanup as mission rewards for the players. The cleanup operation lasted for a full 10 years before it began to come to an end. A hall somewhere in the garrison. Wang Guofeng was discussing matters with Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng. Over the past 10 years, Wang Guofeng would often gather the 2 together to review the process of the cleanup. Check to see if there are any remaining remnants. The 3 of them were chatting and laughing in the hall, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After 10 years of getting along, Wang Guofeng has already become close friends with the Qian and Sun families. Given his background, he could easily deal with the aristocratic families in Yufan Tian. Moreover, with the identity of the inspector appointed by Zhang Yuhe, who in Yuenzong Prefecture dares not to give him face. In order to complete the orders issued by Zhang Yuhe, they naturally need to cooperate sincerely. Of course, more importantly, we all have common interests. With the fall of He and Li, the biggest beneficiaries were naturally the Qian and Sun families. They took over He and Li's territories and industries respectively, which further advanced the development momentum of the two families. As for Wang Guofeng, he naturally did not suffer any loss. A tacit understanding had already been formed between the three of them. The land and property belong to the Qian and Sun families, but the resources and treasures are distributed by Wang Guofeng. Of course, no one dared to touch the portion belonging to the town governor, so it was kept. Everyone got what they needed and everyone was happy. Qian Weigang asked Wang Guofeng with a smile on his face. Brother Wang, do you know when the garrison commander will leave? Yes, we haven't seen the town guardian for a long time. I don't know when we can hear his teachings again. Sun Pengcheng, who was standing by, quickly followed suit. The three of them discuss matters together, and they can always chat and laugh happily when talking about other things. But when talking about Zhang Yuhe, the garrison commander, everyone's face becomes serious. He didn't even dare to show the slightest joking expression. I really don't dare. They were in awe of Zhang Yuhe's strength and means. When Wang Guofeng heard the two people asking about Zhang Yuhe, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This really stumped him. In the past 10 years, Wang Guofeng, like everyone else, has not seen Zhang Yuhe. Although he was offline, he was able to get in touch with Zhang Yuhe. Zhang Yuhe's contact information is available on the internet. Blue Star is not very big, you can just make a phone call and arrange a place and meet in minutes. But Wang Guofeng did not do so. He has this awareness. As long as Zhang Yuhe doesn't come to him, he won't bother him. There really is no suitable reason. If nothing big happened, he was afraid that if he went to look for him, he would arouse Zhang Yuhe's disgust. 10 years have passed, and all the players on Blue Star still don't know that the governor of Yunzhong Prefecture is also a player. I have to say that Wang Guofeng is indeed a man of his word. Very reliable. For such a long time, he has not revealed Zhang Yuhe's identity to anyone. Wang Guofeng was about to speak. Suddenly a streak of light passed in front of the hall. The three of them hurried out of the hall. Is that the town warden? Qian Weiguang asked in a low voice. Yes, I will definitely not make a mistake in your demeanor, Lord Town Guard. Even though Zhang Yuhe had already flown far away, Sun Pengcheng still did not forget to flatter him. The aura of the town guardian seems to have become stronger again. Of course. With the celestial being of the Zhen Shao Lord, I think he will soon break through to the void refining realm. Once the Guardian Master breaks through to the void refining realm, he will become an elder of the Daosheng sect. It will be difficult for us to see his extraordinary demeanor again. Yeah. Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng slapped Zhang Yuhe hard. Wang Guofeng stood by and seemed to be thinking about something. He had no idea what Zhang Yuhe's aura was like. Although Wang Guofeng's cultivation had not fallen behind in the past 10 years, he had now reached the gold core grade completion. As long as the time is right, it is possible to break through to the nascent soul realm at any time. But Zhang Yuhe was too far away for him. The gap between gold core and soul formation is incomparable. Are you really going to break through to the void refining realm? Wang Guofeng felt a little conflicted. Once Zhang Yuhe breaks through the void refining realm, he will be automatically promoted to the elder of Daosheng sect. Then naturally there is no need for him to continue serving as the garrison commander of Yunzhong Prefecture. Zhang Yuhe is no longer the garrison commander, so what should he do? At this time, Wang Guofeng was a little panicked. The inspector had not yet enjoyed enough of his power and prestige, and it seemed that he was about to lose his job. On the one hand, Wang Guofeng naturally hopes that Zhang Yuhe will become as strong as possible. On the other hand, he was somewhat reluctant to give up his job as inspector. This job is not only lucrative, but also prestigious. At least that's the case in Yunzhong Prefecture. I wonder if Senior Zhang will still need me to do things for him after he becomes the elder of Daosheng Sect. Wang Guofeng really wanted to be able to hold Zhang Yuhe's thighs forever. But he knew that if he wanted to hold on to someone else's thigh, he had to be useful first. Useless people are not worthy of being accessories. So, when he heard Jian Weigang say that Zhang Yuhe might be about to break through to the void refining realm, Wang Guofeng couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Chapter 58. Zhang Yuhe used all his strength to activate the Tianhuang flying immortal technique and flew towards the depths of Yunmang Mountain at a high speed. At this time, he had already cultivated to the soul formation great completion and sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Just breaking through the void refining realm cannot be done in Central Cloud City. Because after soul formation, every time you break through a major realm, a heavenly calamity will come. Not only will there be a heavenly tribulation when breaking through the void refining realm, but one will also have to face a heavenly tribulation when breaking through the body integration and Mahayana realms. Zhang Yuhe cannot be in Central Cloud City transcending tribulation. If he chooses to break through in the city, the resulting catastrophe would probably destroy the entire Central Cloud City. After the soul formation great completion, if the monk senses an opportunity for breakthrough, generally, they would go to sparsely populated places to survive the tribulation, so as to avoid accidental injuries and unnecessary trouble. That's why Zhang Yuhe came to the Yunmang Mountains. He planned to find a place of transcending tribulation here. The Yunmang Mountains are deserted and uninhabited. Apart from some monks who occasionally appear to hunt monsters, there is almost no one active here. Zhang Yuhe quickly flew through the Yunmang Mountains, looking for a suitable location for transcending tribulation. Generally speaking, there is not much particularity about the location of the monks transcending tribulation. As long as he is not disturbed by others, or the monk is seeking death on his own, he can find a place that is particularly prone to attracting lightning. For example, a location containing metal veins. Other normal places can be used as places for monks transcending tribulation. But Zhang Yuhe felt that he should be more stable. After all, this was his first transcending tribulation, and he had never seen other monks perform transcending tribulation before. I have no knowledge or experience in this area. Zhang Yuhe didn't know how powerful the catastrophe would be once he broke through the void refining realm. All of Zhang Yuhe's knowledge about heavenly tribulations came from the classics in the library. What I read in the book is still a little abstract after all. In order to survive the catastrophe safely, Zhang Yuhe felt that he should make the preparations as thorough as possible. In addition to the natal law treasure and the Jushan primordial origin sword, he also prepared several other items, including the defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasure. A lot of recovery pills were also prepared. Despite this, Zhang Yuhe still felt that it was not enough. Maybe we can add some more chips. For example, setting up some formations to deal with natural disasters. He had seen a formation in the Daosheng Sect's library before, which was quite effective in weakening the heavenly tribulation. However, this formation has some special requirements for the environment where it is set up. This formation needs to be set up in a place with abundant water resources to effectively weaken the natural disaster. Yunzhong Prefecture is not near the sea, nor do they have any big rivers, so they want to find a place with abundant water resources. It's really not easy. Zhang Yuhe had no better choice but to look for it in the Yunmang Mountains. See if we can find a bigger lake or something like that here. The Yunmang Mountains stretch for countless miles, there should be a big lake in it, right? Feeling that the opportunity for a breakthrough was becoming stronger and stronger, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but become a little anxious. Others want to wait for a breakthrough opportunity, even if they wait for hundreds or thousands of years, they may never get it. But Zhang Yuhe is different. When he reached soul formation great completion, he felt a strong urge to break through. He almost couldn't hold himself back anymore. Alas, I am so talented, but I still have such troubles. I hope we can find a suitable place soon. Otherwise, we can only find a random place in the mountains for transcending tribulation. Zhang Yuhe was flying quickly, feeling troubled in his heart. Hey, what is that place? Suddenly, a huge lake appeared within the range of Zhang Yuhe's spiritual sense. He flew over quickly in the air. Soon, a large lake with a radius of thousands of miles appeared in Zhang Yuhe's sight. Is there any powerful monster here? Finally he found a suitable location for transcending tribulation, but he was not impulsive. There are many monsters in the Cloud Python Mountains, and even a rank 9 Cloud Python has appeared. Even now, there are still many rank 8 monsters in the Yunmang Mountains. Zhang Yuhe didn't want to dive into the lair of a high-level monster without paying attention. He flew quickly around the lake to see if there were any powerful monsters. If there is, get rid of the monster first. However, after a round of inspection, I found that the surroundings were completely quiet. Not to mention the high-level monsters, Zhang Yuhe didn't even spot an ordinary flying bird. This place is a bit weird. Although he didn't see monster, Zhang Yuhe became even more worried. There is a lake deep in the mountains and there are not even ordinary wild animals. Isn't this strange enough? Is there a very powerful monster overlord here? Zhang Yuhe searched around for several times, but still couldn't find any trace of the monster around the lake. This made him very worried. Do you want to find another place? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. He concluded that there must be a powerful monster here, but it has not been discovered yet. Maybe the monster is hiding deep in the lake. This huge lake is bottomless, and with his spiritual sense of soul formation great completion, it is impossible to cover it completely. If the monster is hiding deep in the lake, he would have to go into the water and look for it slowly. Otherwise, it would be hard to find it in a short time. Zhang Yuhe was in a hurry and he didn't have time to look for it here slowly. However, he didn't find the monster entrenched here, and he didn't dare to perform transcending tribulation here. It would be ridiculous if a monster came out to disrupt him when he was halfway through transcending tribulation. He came here alone, and there was no one to protect him. But don't let yourself be killed by the heavenly calamity and instead be attacked by a monster, that would be a huge joke. Zhang Yuhe turned around and prepared to look for another location for transcending tribulation. If this place doesn't work, let's go to another place. Boom! Just as Zhang Yuhe turned around, suddenly, a huge sound came from the lake. He quickly turned and looked back toward the lake. The lake water was surging rapidly as if it was boiling, causing huge waves. A huge snake head emerged from under the lake. Oh my god, such a big snake! Most of the snake's body was still hidden underwater, with its head raised high. The part that was exposed above the water alone was more than 10 miles long. Nima, this is too exaggerated. Although we know that this is the immortal cultivation world, it is normal for the monsters to be huge. But Zhang Yuhe was still very surprised to see such a big snake. He scanned the giant snake with his spiritual sense and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Rank 7 Monster, Red Moon Python. Rank 7 monster is equivalent to a void refining monk, and its strength is extraordinary. Zhang Yuhe has not yet broken through the void refining realm. Even if he can defeat him, he doesn't want to provoke him. Because he urgently needs transcending tribulation and doesn't want to waste time. Seeing the Red Moon Python appear, Zhang Yuhe planned to hide quietly. There's nothing shameful in being a bit timid. However, when he wanted to leave at this time, the Red Moon Python didn't seem to agree. Hiss! The Red Moon Python that emerged from the water suddenly let out a strange hiss when it saw Zhang Yuhe. Then the huge body of the python rose into the air, revealing its entire shape. The entire python's body is dozens of miles long. Almost at the moment of taking off, the Red Moon Python's thick tail swept towards Zhang Yuhe quickly. Boom! The snake's tail swept through the air, and the air seemed to be torn apart, making a deafening noise. The tall trees around were all knocked to the ground by the air currents created by the snake's tail. Depend on. Zhang Yuhe was angry. I didn't mean to offend you, but you took it upon yourself to do so. I have killed the horned demon in the middle stage of void refining. Why would I be afraid of a mere rank 7 python like you? Chapter 59. Seeing that the Red Moon Python was not giving in, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but get a little angry. He was not really afraid of the Red Moon Python, he just didn't want to waste time. Although rank 7 monster is very strong, it is equivalent to a monk in the void refining realm. But he had even killed a horned demon in the middle stage of void refining, so how could he be afraid of this Red Moon Python? Judging from its aura, the Red Moon Python is obviously not as good as the horned demon in Jingkong City before. This Red Moon Python should only be in the early stage of rank 7. If he wanted to fight, he could easily win with the 9 Heavens Primordial Origin Sword Formation and the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Originally, Zhang Yuhe planned to find another place for transcending tribulation, but now he can't leave even if he wants to. Seeing the Red Moon Python's huge tail sweeping over, Zhang Yuhe used all his strength to activate the Tianhuang flying technique. The whole person was like a fairy god, and he dodged easily. At the same time, Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and a golden flying sword flew out quickly, slashing towards the Red Moon Python. The golden sword light cut a shallow scratch on the 7-inch position of the Red Moon Python. Hiss! The Red Moon Python screamed in pain, and its lantern-like eyes quickly turned red as it stared at Zhang Yuhe. The huge body of the python crossed the sky and swept towards Zhang Yuhe again. Zhang Yuhe slowly stretched out his right hand and pointed at the Red Moon Python. Suddenly, a huge golden finger shadow appeared out of thin air in the sky. The shadow of the finger slowly pressed down towards the Red Moon Python. The Red Moon Python flying in the air seemed to be under a directional spell and was fixed in mid-air, unable to move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and 9 flying swords flew out quickly, falling around the Red Moon Python. As the magic formula was chanted, the 9 flying swords instantly lit up with a scorching light. A blue light curtain quickly rose up, covering the Red Moon Python. 9-day Primordial Origin Sword Formation. Facing the rank 7 Red Moon Python, Zhang Yuhe did not expect that the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger could kill it with one move. Although the Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger is powerful, it is obviously impossible to kill enemies of higher levels with just one move. Rank 7 monster is not that easy to kill, at least for Zhang Yuhe now. Perhaps after he breaks through to the void refining realm, his strength will be qualitatively improved. At that time, it would probably not be a big problem if I could kill the Red Moon Python with just one finger. Therefore, Zhang Yuhe took advantage of the moment when the Red Moon Python was immobilized and quickly deployed the sword formation. As long as it is trapped in the 9-day Primordial Origin Sword Formation, the only fate that awaits the Red Moon Python is death. Even the powerful horned demon in Jingkong City couldn't break through his sword formation, let alone this Red Moon Python. Sure enough, after a while, the golden finger shadow surrounding the Red Moon Python dissipated. The Red Moon Python regained its freedom, but the scales on its body seemed to have gone through countless years. It has turned grayish-white. The Red Moon Python's aura also dropped significantly. The Great Wilderness Prisoner's Sky Finger is worthy of being an apex-level heavenly rank high-grade divine ability. Zhang Yuhe severely injured the Red Moon Python with just one move. At this time, the Red Moon Python became even more crazy, and its huge body kept slapping the surrounding sword formation. Humph, it's just a dying struggle. Zhang Yuhe quickly performed a magic spell, and a huge amount of formless sword energy was generated in the sword formation, which then swept towards the Red Moon Python. Ding ding ding! The formless sword cut into the huge body of the Red Moon Python, making a series of clanging sounds. As a rank 7 monster, the Red Moon Python has an extremely powerful body, and ordinary attacks cannot break its defense. However, due to the previous attack from the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger, the scales on the Red Moon Python seemed to be somewhat weathered. As the formless sword's chi cut quickly, a large number of scales began to shatter and fall. The sword energy shattered the weathered scales and cut directly into the flesh of the red moon python. Hiss! The red moon python struggled violently in pain, and used its huge body to break through the sword formation and escape. Don't you think it's too late to escape now? Zhang Yuhe didn't want to continue to fight, he had to deal with the red moon python as soon as possible, and then prepare to face the heavenly tribulation and break through the void refining realm. He quickly made some hand gestures, and the formless sword energy became more and more powerful, cutting densely on the red moon python. The blood of the red moon python spilled into the sky. A large amount of blood quickly fell on the lake like a torrential rain. The entire lake was dyed red. Hiss! As the formless sword cut quickly, the hissing sound of the red moon python became weaker and weaker. Suddenly, a sharp formless sword chi cut through the 7-inch position of the red moon python. Cut off its entire huge head. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, he withdrew the sword formation, and the 9 flying swords quickly returned to his side. Boom! As the sword formation withdrew, the huge body of the red moon python slammed into the lake, causing a huge wave. After a while, the lake slowly returned to calm. 2 blue treasure chests floated quietly on the lake. Zhang Yuhe waved his hand and grabbed the items in the treasure chest. Good! A spirit stone and a rank 7 spiritual herb. Rank 7 soul-enriching grass is extremely precious and is the main ingredient for refining the void-eliminating pill. Normally, if a cultivator wants to break through to a higher realm, he needs the assistance of corresponding elixirs. Of course, Zhang Yuhe himself is an exception. So far, he has never felt the existence of a bottleneck. He made great progress along the way and did not need any elixir to help him break through the realm. But he doesn't need it, but other monks do. Any kind of spirit medicine that can assist in breaking through realms is invaluable. The void refining pill is an indispensable auxiliary pill for soul formation monks to break through the void refining realm. Many monks who have been trapped in the soul formation great completion for countless years have been seeking a void transformation pill but have been unable to obtain it. Once such a pill is released, it will definitely cause quite a stir in Yufan Tian. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Keep it for now and deal with it later when it is refined into a pill. Zhang Yuhe put away the spiritual grass. This red moon python is quite powerful, and it actually dropped such a rare spirit medicine. I also know if it's because of my good fortune. Rank 7 soul-enriching grass is very precious. After it is refined into void-transforming pill, it becomes even more precious. Although he can't use it himself, he can sell it to others. After putting away the soul ying grass, Zhang Yuhe stretched out his right hand and took out a huge bead from the body of the red moon python. Rank 7 beast core. This is also a good thing, put it away first. After finishing everything, Zhang Yuhe looked towards the lake with some suspicion. Are there any more monsters here? Let's try to alert the enemy by making a move. Boom! Zhang Yuhe punched towards the lake surface one after another. The huge fist shadows quickly landed on the lake surface, stirring up a series of water columns that shot up into the sky. After a long time, the lake returned to calm and no new monsters appeared. It should be gone. After some attempts, Zhang Yuhe finally felt relieved. If there was still a monster in the lake, it would have come out after making such a big noise just now. Since I haven't seen it now, it's probably gone. Zhang Yuhe looked around and then quickly flew to a small island in the center of the lake. Let's go right here, transcending tribulation. Chapter 60. Zhang Yuhe quickly glanced at the small island in the center of the lake and nodded with satisfaction. This is it. He just waved his right hand, and the sword energy quickly swept across the sky above the island, clearing away the trees and weeds. Soon, Zhang Yuhe cleared a large space in the center of the island. In the middle of the open space, there is a raised platform that was cut by sword energy. Zhang Yuhe flew onto the platform, then waved his right hand, and tall pillars quickly flew around the island. Ren Water Lightning Absorption Array. This was a formation he found in the library. This formation has no other use. It can only weaken the power of the tribulation to a certain extent when the cultivator is transcending tribulation. The principle is somewhat similar to the lightning rod on Blue Star. Of course, the actual operating rules of the formation are definitely different from those of a lightning rod. These pillars are called lightning-absorbing pillars. There are 28 of them in total, standing in the shape of stars on the periphery of the island. The lightning-absorbing pillar is also a special heaven-connecting spiritual treasure if used alone. It is not much less powerful than the normal heaven-connecting spiritual treasure. This is Zhang Yuhe, who has a superb level of artifact refining, and after wiping out the He and Li families. We need to collect a large amount of materials, otherwise it would be very difficult to gather the materials for these pillars. For an ordinary soul formation monk, it would be these 28 pillars alone. Even if they struggled their whole lives, they probably wouldn't be able to accomplish it. Cultivating immortals requires not only talent, but mastering a good skill is also very important. Of course, it would be better if you could master a few more skills. Just like Zhang Yuhe, he can do everything by himself, whether it is pill refining, artifact refining, or drawing talismans and carving arrays. No need to ask anyone for help. After the 28 lightning-absorbing pillars were in place, Zhang Yuhe quickly carved formation patterns around the island. After a while, these lightning-absorbing pillars were connected together by array patterns. Zhang Yuhe performed the magic gestures. Set up the formation. A light blue light rose from the lightning-absorbing pillar and then swept towards the lake in the distance. The entire lake was soon covered by a faint blue light. Done. Seeing that the lightning-absorbing array was successfully set up, Zhang Yuhe breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the ordinary rank 6 formation, the lightning absorption formation is indeed quite complicated. Whether it is the 28 lightning-absorbing pillars or the array patterns carved on the spot. These are not things that can be handled by ordinary soul formation monks. The lightning-absorbing array has been activated. Zhang Yuhe came to the platform in the middle of the island and slowly sat down cross-legged. He waved his right hand, and 5 flags fell to the 4 sides of the platform. Then he took out a black array plate and placed it not far in front of him. 5 Elements Spirit Gathering Array. When a cultivator breaks through a realm, he will attract a huge amount of spirit chi from the surrounding areas. Because breaking through a realm requires a large amount of spirit chi support. Normally, the spirit chi gathered from the outside world is usually enough for a breakthrough. But Zhang Yuhe was thinking, wouldn't it be better if we had the blessing of the 5 elements gathering formation? There is no harm in having more spirit chi. After Zhang Yuhe casually carved it, he quickly used the magic formula to activate the 5 elements spirit gathering array. When the formation was ready, he took out a few small jade bottles from the ring and placed them in front of himself. These jade bottles contain various elixirs for restoring mana and healing injuries. Facing a heavenly calamity for the first time, Zhang Yuhe did not dare to be careless at all. Although he had never seen other people's transcendental tribulation. However, according to historical records, the power of any kind of natural disaster is extremely strong and should not be underestimated. The heavenly tribulation that a cultivator needs to face when breaking through the void refining realm is called the 7-9 heavenly tribulation. There are 7 rounds in total, and each round has 9 heavenly tribulations. In other words, he needs to deal with 63 heavenly attacks in total. The power of each of these heavenly tribulations is equivalent to a blow from a void refining monk. And it gets stronger as time goes on. Not only that, according to records in ancient books, the power of heavenly calamity varies from person to person. The more talented a cultivator is, the more powerful the natural disaster he causes will be. In the history of Yufan Tian, there have been countless prodigies who fell under heavenly calamities. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but get a headache. In terms of talent, who in history can compare with Yufan Tian? It is hard to imagine how strong the catastrophe will be when he breaks through void refining. I feel a little scared. Therefore, in order to deal with this natural disaster, Zhang Yuhe made a lot of preparations. I hope there won't be any accidents. As long as he can get through this catastrophe, he will have a plan for the next transcending tribulation. Call. Zhang Yuhe let out a breath. Come on, hang yourself up, dead or alive, and let me see the power of the heavenly tribulation. Zhang Yuhe silently practiced the primordial origin scripture, and the surrounding spirit qi quickly swarmed towards him. As the spirit qi flowed in, the sea of spirit qi in Danshan began to surge into huge waves. A little golden man, emitting dazzling light, was suspended above the sea of spirit qi. Suddenly, the golden man opened his eyes, opened his mouth and sucked a large amount of spirit qi into his mouth. As the little golden man opened his eyes, spirit qi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles began to rush toward the lake. The monsters in the Yunmang Mountains seemed to sense some kind of crisis and fled away from the lake, running wildly into the distance. As spirit qi quickly flowed in, Zhang Yuhe's aura began to slowly increase. Suddenly, the golden little man floating above the sea of Danshan burst into a scorching light. The golden light swept across, illuminating the entire Danshan into a golden ocean. The golden little man slowly became solid. From void to reality is called void refining. Before a cultivator reaches the void refining realm, the nascent soul in his Danshan is originally just an illusory entity, although visible. It can also leave the body, and even use the divine ability law treasure to fight. But at this time, nascent soul is actually just an empty entity. The incorporeal nascent soul can use the divine ability law treasure to participate in the battle. However, the nascent soul itself is extremely fragile and will dissipate immediately once attacked. The disappearance of the nascent soul means death to a monk. Therefore, before reaching the void refining realm, almost no cultivator would allow the nascent soul to leave the body and participate in combat. Unless the physical body is destroyed by the enemy, the monk will let the nascent soul leave the body and escape. As for whether he can escape or not, that is another matter. For a cultivator to break through the void refining realm is actually the process of a nascent soul transforming from virtual to real. At this time, the nascent soul in Zhang Yuhe's Danshan was slowly materializing. The surrounding spirit qi continued to pour in, and the 5 elements spirit gathering array operated rapidly. The spirit qi around Zhang Yuhe had become so dense that it was like raindrops, swarming towards his Danshan. Time passes slowly. The spirit qi surged around the lake for 3 full days. Suddenly, the golden man in Zhang Yuhe's Danshan once again burst into hot golden light. Zhang Yuhe felt his whole body relax, as if he had stepped over a threshold and entered a new world. Nascent soul is thus realized. The realm of void refining is complete. At that moment, the surrounding wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the sky was shrouded in darkness. Chapter 61. As Zhang Yuhe broke through to the void refining realm, the entire Yunmang mountain range suddenly changed color, dark clouds covered the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Countless monsters ran frantically out of the mountain, causing a huge wave of beasts. Zhang Yuhe stood up, and 9 flying swords slowly rotated around him. He looked up at the sky with a serious expression. I saw dark clouds gathering quickly and a huge vortex was forming. There were lightning and thunder in the vortex, and dazzling light could be seen from time to time. Is this the calamity? It is indeed a bit scary. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the heavenly calamity, Zhang Yuhe became a little nervous. However, the heavenly tribulation gave him little time to prepare. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket, shining with 7 colors of light, quickly formed from the vortex and struck straight down towards the center of the island. When the thunder arrived above the island, a faint blue light curtain slowly rose. The Ren Shui lightning absorption array operates rapidly. Thunder passed through the blue light curtain, and a small amount of lightning was pulled by the light curtain, quickly sliding towards the lake. Countless lightning bolts fell into the lake, stirring up waves. The Ren Shui lightning absorption array does have the effect of weakening the natural disaster. After being weakened by the formation, the power of thunder has been reduced slightly. Despite this, Zhang Yuhe still dared not underestimate it. He quickly took out a green bead. Low-grade defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasure, blue mystic jewel. As the magic power was injected, a strong light burst out from the surface of the Qingxian pearl. The Qingxian pearl formed a green barrier above Zhang Yuhe's head. Boom! At this time, the first heavenly tribulation finally arrived. The thunder struck the blue light curtain, making a deafening sound. The blue light curtain suddenly vibrated violently. Countless tiny lightning bolts passed through the light curtain and hit Zhang Yuhe. It gave him a tingling sensation. These tiny lightning bolts seemed to be transforming his body. Zhang Yuhe felt that his physical strength seemed to have improved a little. The heavenly tribulation is both a test and a benefit for cultivators. As long as the cultivator survives the heavenly tribulation, his physical body will be greatly strengthened. This is also an important reason why the strength of void refining monks is far stronger than that of soul formation monks. After the physical body has been strengthened by the heavenly tribulation, it can be strengthened even without any divine ability law treasure. Just relying on physical strength, a void refining monk can lift up a soul formation monk and beat him. Fortunately, the first heavenly tribulation was not too strong. Zhang Yuhe raised his head and looked upward, only to see that the light curtain supported by the Qingxian pearl was still intact. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since the low-grade defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasure can withstand the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation, this is easy now. Although this is only the first heavenly tribulation, there are still 62 to come. Moreover, the power of the subsequent heavenly tribulations will definitely become stronger and stronger. But now Zhang Yuhe has a little more confidence in his heart. He prepared a lot of defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasure. Most importantly, he still has the 9-day primordial origin sword formation as the final guarantee. As long as these defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasures can help him hold on for a little longer, the last few thunderbolts could definitely be withstood thanks to the powerful defense of the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation. As for why the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation was not activated at the beginning, the reason is simple. He can't possibly reveal his cards right from the start. Moreover, the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation has extremely powerful defensive capabilities. But as the foundation of the sword formation, his natal law treasure, the 9 heavens primordial origin sword. At this point, it is still a low-grade heaven connecting spiritual treasure, and may not be able to sustain the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation. He had just broken through to the void refining realm and had no time to upgrade his innate law treasure. If the heavenly calamity shatters his life law treasure, he won't even have a place to cry. Therefore, Zhang Yuhe planned to save the 9-day primordial origin sword formation until the end. He would first use the ordinary defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasure to hold on for a while, since he had prepared a lot of it. When the spirit communication treasure can no longer withstand the heavenly tribulation, then activate the 9-day primordial origin sword formation. As the thunder continued to strike, the green barrier above Zhang Yuhe's head slowly began to collapse. Snap! After the 9th thunder, tiny cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the Qingxian pearl. Zhang Yuhe quickly took back the Qingxian pearl and immediately summoned a yellow shield. Mysterious Jade Shield, also a low-grade defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasure. As magic power was injected, the black Jade Shield formed a cocky light curtain above his head. Time passed slowly, and thunder struck continuously. The vortex in the sky was slowly expanding. The thunder formed from the vortex became more and more powerful. From the very beginning, a low-grade defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasure can block 9 thunder bombardments. Later on, each low-grade heaven connecting spiritual treasure could only block 2 or 3 thunderbolts before being scrapped. Zhang Yuhe looked a little solemn. It was only the 5th round, and the effect of the low-grade defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasure against the heavenly calamity was rapidly weakening. Fortunately, he was well prepared. As long as each piece of heaven-connecting spiritual treasure can completely block a heavenly calamity bombardment, that will be enough. While Zhang Yuhe was in the process of transcending tribulation, the area around Yunzhong Prefecture fell into chaos. A large number of monsters rushed out of the Yunmang Mountains, causing tremendous pressure on the surrounding cities. At the beginning, many people thought that a beast tide had broken out. All the major forces in the city united together and prepared to deal with the monsters' siege. However, not long after, they saw dark clouds covering the sky above the Yunmang Mountains. Listening to the rumbling thunder in the distance, everyone seemed to understand something. Central Cloud City Tutelary Fort. Wang Guofeng and the other two stood outside the mansion. Seeing the strange sight in the distance in the sky, Qian Weigang muttered to himself. Is this a calamity? Sun Pengcheng, who was standing next to him, answered subconsciously. I'm not sure. I've never seen a monk called transcending tribulation, but from the vision in the distance, it looks very similar to the heavenly tribulation recorded in the classics. I just don't know, is this a monk or a monster in transcending tribulation? There are many monsters in the Yunmang Mountains, including rank 7 and rank 8 monsters, and even quite a few rank 6 monsters. When a monster breaks through rank 7, a calamity will befall it. According to historical records, there were records of monster transcending tribulation in the Yunmang Mountains in the past. It's just that Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng have not been practicing Taoism for long, so they have never met. As for Wang Guofeng, he had never seen the scene of the monks transcending tribulation. The three of them stood outside the mansion, all feeling somewhat worried. They just received a report from the city below. Because there are monsters or monks transcending tribulation in the Yunmang Mountains. This caused countless monsters to rush out of the mountain, triggering a huge wave of beasts. The town guard was not in the city, so they could not even activate the defense formation of Central Cloud City. What will we do if the beast tide rushes to Central Cloud City? Suddenly, Qian Weiguang said with a hint of speculation. Do you think the person from transcending tribulation could be the town guardian? No way, if the town guard wants to perform transcending tribulation, he should find someone to protect him. That's hard to say. 3 days ago, the town guardian suddenly went out, and now a heavenly tribulation has just arrived in the Yunmang Mountains. I think it's likely that the town guardian has just broken through the void refining realm and is going through the heavenly tribulation. If the garrison commander survives the calamity, wouldn't he be the elder of the Daosheng sect? Yes, sir, you are a man of great talent. We can only look up to you. Qian Weiguang and Sun Pengcheng stood nearby and discussed in a low voice. Wang Guofeng did not interrupt. To be honest, he still doesn't understand what happened. Things like heavenly tribulation are too far away from him. Moreover, as a player who entered Yufan Tian from Blue Star, he still lacks certain knowledge of many common sense of cultivating immortals. For example, a natural disaster in the distance. If Qian Weigang didn't tell him, he wouldn't know at all. The vision in the distance is that there are monks or monsters, performing transcending tribulation. At first, Wang Guofeng thought it was a sudden natural disaster. Speculations about Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng. Wang Guofeng was both expectant and hesitant. If the person who was undergoing transcending tribulation in the Yunmang Mountains at this time was Zhang Yuhe. As a player who also came from Blue Star, he was naturally very happy. However, Wang Guofeng was a little hesitant. Once Zhang Yuhe breaks through the void refining realm, he will become an elder of Daosheng sect. Can he still hold this big thick leg? It's so confusing. Chapter 62. Boom. Snap. As a thick bolt of lightning fell, a brick-shaped spirit treasure above Zhang Yuhe's head fell. In an instant, it was covered with cracks, and then turned into countless pieces and fell down. This is already the 16th scrapped defensive heaven-connecting spiritual treasure. The power of each heavenly tribulation is stronger than the last. At the 52nd thunder, low-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure can only block one attack. It will be scrapped after blocking it once. Seeing that heaven-connecting spiritual treasure was scrapped again, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel nervous. Now there are only 5 heavenly tribulations left, and I just need to withstand 5 more waves of thunder attacks. Only when he can survive the heavenly tribulation can he be considered a true void-refining monk. However, Zhang Yuhe had a hunch that the 5 thunderbolts behind him would not be able to be withstood by low-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure alone. Now it all depends on how strong the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation's defense is and whether it can block the remaining 5 heavenly tribulations. Zhang Yuhe quickly performed the magic formula. The 9 flying swords spun rapidly, and soon formed a dense sword energy light curtain around him. Boom! The 58th heavenly tribulation fell. The thick thunder quickly swept across the dark sky and struck down towards the center of the island. The lightning passed through a layer of light blue light curtain and then struck the sword formation fiercely. The 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation lit up with a dazzling light. The light curtain trembled slightly, but soon returned to its original state. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel happy. Very good. The sword formation was struggling a bit when facing the attack of the heavenly calamity. But it can still hold on steadily. Immediately afterwards, another bolt of lightning struck. 4 consecutive thunders, one closer and more powerful than the last. However, the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation is worthy of being the divine ability that comes with the immortal grade technique. The defensive capabilities are indeed extremely strong. After withstanding 4 thunder attacks, the sword formation remained safe and sound. There is only one last calamity left. Zhang Yuhe looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, waiting for the final catastrophe to come. The thunder had been continuous before. However, this last heavenly calamity did not come for a long time. Zhang Yuhe looked at the huge vortex in the sky and couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell, is this a big move brewing? Suddenly, there was a deafening roar and the sky turned a dazzling white. Oh my god! Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuhe was completely stunned. I saw the dark clouds in the sky retreat and the vortex disappear. Instead, there was endless thunder. Thunder filled the entire sky, shining with 9 colors of light. Nima, is this the 9-colored divine thunder? Seeing the thunder shining with 9 colors of light, Zhang Yuhe was completely panicked. Only when body integration cultivators are promoted to Mahayana, the heavenly calamity triggered will cause the 9-colored divine thunder to appear. He had just been promoted to the void refining realm, so how could the 9-colored divine thunder appear? Zhang Yuhe couldn't understand it. No matter how talented he is, such an outrageous thing shouldn't happen, right? However, the heavenly tribulation did not give him much time to think. The thunder in the sky quickly gathered together to form an oversized 9-colored divine thunder. As the divine thunder swept past, the void seemed to be torn apart, leaving terrifying black cracks. Whether I live or die depends on this wave. Zhang Yuhe quickly practiced the primordial origin scripture and injected his magic power into the 9 flying swords as if it were free. The formless sword chi stirred up by the sword formation spun rapidly, forming dazzling light curtains. The light curtains were stacked layer upon layer, wrapping him tightly inside. Boom! The 9-colored divine thunder tore through the void, bringing with it an endless breath of destruction. It passed through the Ren Shui lightning absorption array and instantly struck the sword array light curtain. Snap! The sword array light curtain vibrated violently, and layers of formless sword energy were split apart and melted by thunder. Zhang Yuhe didn't dare to look up at all. He just practiced his skills madly, injecting the magic power in his danshan into the flying sword frantically. The light curtain formed by the formless sword chi was constantly dispersed and melted by the 9-colored divine thunder, but it quickly recovered. After a long time, the calamity finally dissipated and the sky became clear again. It's so scary. Looking at the clear sky outside, Zhang Yuhe breathed a long sigh of relief. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a flying sword to examine it. I saw that the surface of the flying sword was covered with fine cracks. Fortunately, I almost destroyed my life law treasure. Although the flying sword is covered with cracks, the innate law treasure only needs to be nurtured in the danshan and will slowly recover. As long as it's not chopped to pieces on the spot, it's fine. The last 9-colored divine thunder was really scary. It was hard to imagine how such a powerful calamity could occur when he had only just broken through the void refining realm. This leaves absolutely no way for people to survive. Fortunately, the Yuentian primordial origin sword formation is powerful. Without this sword formation, even if he prepared more low-grade spirit treasures, it is also impossible to block the bombardment of the 9-colored divine thunder. Zhang Yuhe was suspended in the air, looking around. The small island where he had stood before had long since been struck by the 9-colored divine thunder and disappeared without a trace. That's not all. Even the lake beneath him expanded 2 or 3 times due to the bombardment of the 9-colored divine thunder. Countless tall mountains in the distance had long been razed to the ground by the natural disaster. Looking at the scenes around him, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel a little scared. Even though he tried his best to prepare, he never thought that he would encounter such a strong natural disaster. Think carefully about your previous transcending tribulation experience. Zhang Yuhe felt that apart from the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation, the most effective one was the Ren Shui Thunder Absorption formation. If it weren't for the Ren Shui Thunder Absorbing Array, the power of the 9-colored divine thunder would have been weakened a little. There is a great possibility that he will not be able to withstand the bombardment of the 9-colored divine thunder. Unfortunately, the 28 lightning-absorbing pillars had disappeared without a trace after being bombarded by the 9-colored divine thunder. It seems that we must be more prepared for the next transcending tribulation. Zhang Yuhe was silently alert. He was lucky this time, as the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation was powerful enough. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into ashes by the heavenly calamity. Let's go back first. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, he finally successfully broke through to the void refining realm. Zhang Yuhe used all his strength to activate the Tianhuang flying immortal technique and flew quickly towards Yunzong Mansion. The previous transcending tribulation process was dangerous. But he was not injured at all, and his danshan was still full of magic power. Therefore, there is no need to regulate breathing and rest. The power of the primordial origin was fully demonstrated during this transcending tribulation. Even though he kept activating the heaven-connecting spiritual treasure, Zhang Yuhe never felt that his magic power was exhausted. Even after transcending tribulation, there is still surplus mana in danshan. You know, the reason why many monks failed in transcending tribulation. It's not because they didn't prepare enough defenses. It's because the mana is exhausted. No matter how many defensive measures are prepared, it would be useless if there is no sufficient mana to drive it. Replenishing mana by taking drugs temporarily won't replenish much. In fact, in order to prevent the situation of insufficient mana, Zhang Yuhe also specially prepared some pills to replenish his magic power. Little did I know that these pills were never used at all. The primordial origin scripture endowed him with a danshan as big as the ocean, which could provide him with abundant mana continuously. There is absolutely no need to take drugs. I really don't know where the ancestor of Immortal World got the primordial origin scripture, such a heaven-defying martial art. Zhang Yuhe felt that even in the Immortal World, the primordial origin heavenly scripture was definitely not an ordinary martial art. It would be strange if all the skills in the Immortal World were so powerful. I really want to go to Ascension sooner and see Immortal World. Thinking of this, he was filled with infinite yearning for the Immortal World. Chapter 63. Zhang Yuhe used all his strength to activate the Tianhuang flying immortal technique and flew quickly out of the Yunmeng Mountains. Along the way, I saw countless monsters running wildly outside the mountain. But he didn't care too much and didn't take any action to clear out the monster. The levels of these monsters are not too high. Most of them are rank 1 monsters, with some rank 3 monsters occasionally mixed in. Faced with such a weak monster, Zhang Yuhe had no desire to attack at all. Hey! When he flew over a city, he suddenly discovered that countless monsters were surrounding and attacking the city. This surprised him very much. Is there a beast tide? Why are there monsters attacking the city? Zhang Yuhe was very confused when he saw monsters attacking the city. Although the monsters in the Yunmang Mountains do occasionally rush out of the mountains, causing beast waves to attack nearby human cities. But before every beast tide breaks out, there are corresponding signs. As the garrison commander of Yunzhong Prefecture, Zhang Yuhe did not receive any news in this regard. Could it be because of the catastrophe I triggered before? The monsters were afraid of the catastrophe, so they all rushed out of the mountain, causing the beast tide to break out. He quickly thought of the crux of the problem. Just now, I saw countless monsters along the way, running wildly out of the mountain. Now that I think about it, these monsters must have been scared out of their wits by the heavenly calamity. What a sin! What a sin! Thinking about the beast tide that was caused by his transcending tribulation, Zhang Yuhe felt a little guilty for allowing the surrounding cities to be attacked by monsters. Hey, since I caused the beast tide, let me deal with it. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and countless sword lights emerged, sweeping towards the monster that was attacking the city. The sword light was like cutting wheat, quickly cutting through the tide of beasts outside the city. Countless monsters fell to the ground in an instant, leaving behind a pile of monster corpses and various treasure chests and boxes. Zhang Yuhe waved his hand, collected the items in the treasure chest, and then turned into a stream of light and flew away. The monks who were struggling to resist the monster's siege were completely stunned. They only saw countless sword lights flashing, and countless monsters turned into corpses in an instant. The monks in the city were completely unable to react. They didn't know what had just happened. Which senior just passed by? I don't know. I didn't see any human figures. I just saw the flash of swords, and all the monsters outside the city died. What kind of cultivation is this senior? Even a rank 3 monster can't block a casual sword flash from the senior. Maybe it's an elder from the Daosheng sect who happened to be passing by here. Thank you for your help, senior. Countless monks in the city bowed and saluted towards the empty sky. After dealing with the beast tide outside the city, Zhang Yuhe took out a jade talisman and pointed his finger at it. Soon, Wang Guofeng's excited voice was heard from the jade talisman. Senior Zhang! Just now I passed by a city near the Yunmang Mountains and found that there were monsters attacking the city. Is there a beast tide? Do you know which other cities have been attacked by monsters? There are many cities outside Yunmang Mountain, and Zhang Yuhe doesn't know which cities were attacked by the beast tide. If he wants to deal with the beast tide, he must have a goal. As the inspector of Yunzhong Prefecture, Wang Guofeng must be aware of the situation on all sides. That's why Zhang Yuhe asked Wang Guofeng. Reporting to the senior, I have received a notice from below that the 12 cities under the jurisdiction of Yunzhong Prefecture, including Xiangshan and Feiyun, have been hit by a beast tide. No. Zhang Yuhe put away the jade talisman and flew quickly towards Xiangshan city. Sure enough, when he arrived at Xiangshan city, he saw that the outside of the city was filled with densely packed monsters. He waved his right hand, countless sword lights flashed, and the monsters outside the city instantly turned into corpses on the ground. Zhang Yuhe collected the items in the treasure chest and headed for the next city. In this way, he used all his strength to activate the Tianhuang Fixian technique and ran through 12 cities in succession. The beast tide caused by his transcending tribulation was finally resolved. Zhang Yuhe ignored the monster corpse left at the scene, and regarded it as compensation for the local city. However, he did not miss any of the treasure chests that dropped after killing monsters. Because of the game mechanics, the treasure chest that drops when a player kills a monster can only be seen by the player himself. If he doesn't pick it up, it would be a real waste. We wiped out large swarms of beasts in succession, and I don't know how much garbage we picked up. There are quite a few decent materials and spiritual herbs among them. These things are definitely a huge gain for ordinary players. But for Zhang Yuhe, it was just a drop in the ocean. A little meaty, that's all. Go back. A huge beast tide was quickly wiped out thanks to Zhang Yuhe's intervention. In central Cloud City, a streak of light passed through the sky above the city and landed inside the tutelary fort. Seeing Zhang Yuhe coming back, Wang Guofeng and others immediately stepped forward. Feeling the deep and ocean-like aura coming from Zhang Yuhe, the three of them shouted respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Garrison Commander." Zhang Yuhe waved his hand, glanced at the three people, and then asked Wang Guofeng. "How are the affairs of the He and Li families being handled?" After wiping out the He and Li families' territories, he no longer cared about them. All subsequent matters will be handled by Wang Guofeng. After so many years, I think everything should have been resolved, right? Now that I have been promoted to the Void Refining Realm, I no longer need to stay in Yunzhong Prefecture as the garrison commander. But before leaving, he didn't want to leave any tale undealt with. Wang Guofeng echoed. "Reporting to you, sir, the two masters of the Qian and Sun families, and I have found the He and Li family tree and have wiped out all the members of the two families listed. These are the supplies confiscated from the two families. Please check them, sir." After saying that, Wang Guofeng took out a storage ring and handed it over respectfully. Zhang Yuhe took the storage ring, glanced at it with his spiritual sense, and looked a little surprised. In the storage ring, there were more than 1 billion spirit stones alone. In addition, there are a large number of various materials and spiritual medicine. I have to say that Wang Guofeng is really good at collecting money. The He and Li families had been operating for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, they all became wedding dresses for others. It's a good deal for yourself. Zhang Yuhe put away the ring and nodded with satisfaction. Since it was something that Wang Guofeng handed over, he naturally had to keep it. If he didn't accept it, Wang Guofeng and others would probably not be able to sleep. "I didn't do anything. An inspector was appointed 10 years ago, and 10 years later a large amount of supplies were harvested. It has to be said that strength, identity, and status are really important in the immortal cultivation world. You don't have to do anything yourself, and there will be a steady supply of supplies." Zhang Yuhe looked at the three people with satisfaction, then spoke. "You have all worked hard over the years. You can all go down. Wang Guofeng will stay for a while." Qian Weiguang and Sun Pengcheng spoke quickly. "It's not hard. It's our honor to serve you, my lord." After saying this, the two did not linger any longer, but bowed and left the garrison. Chapter 64. Qian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng left, leaving only him and Wang Guofeng at the scene. Zhang Yuhe looked up at the sky and said lightly, "I'm going back to the section." Hearing this, Wang Guofeng asked excitedly, "Senior, have you broken through to the Void Refining Realm?" Nothing major has happened in Yunzhong Prefecture recently, and there is only one possibility for Zhang Yuhe to return to Daosheng Sect. He has made a breakthrough and is going back to Daosheng Sect to be promoted to Elder. Zhang Yuhe nodded slightly. He has already broken through to the refining realm, so naturally he will no longer serve as the guardian of Yunzhong. Now he just needs to return to the sect to report, and he will soon become an elder of the Daosheng Sect. Different from the inner disciples. The elders of Daosheng Sect do not need to hold official positions, they can just stay in the sect and practice with peace of mind. They can also travel around as they please, as Daosheng Sect has almost no restrictions on the elders. It can be said that you can do whatever you want, just don't rebel. Unless a particularly major incident occurs, the elders will generally not be summoned for action. At this time, Wang Guofeng was both excited and a little melancholy. He asked Zhang Yuhe carefully, "Senior, can I still follow you to do things?" Wang Guofeng understood that since Zhang Yuhe was no longer the garrison commander of Yunzhong Prefecture, Then his term as a temporarily appointed inspector would naturally come to an end. Over the past 10 years, his identity as inspector has brought him many conveniences. Not only did he successfully break through to the gold core grade completion, but he also collected a large amount of immortal cultivation resources. With these resources, his future cultivation journey will be much easier. But Wang Guofeng knew that the road to becoming an immortal was long and endless, and only by holding on tightly to Zhang Yuhe's thigh could he go further on this road. It doesn't matter whether you are an inspector or not. The key is to continue to follow Zhang Yuhe, even if it's just to do odd jobs as a janitor. In Wang Guofeng's view, holding on to Zhang Yuhe's thigh means embarking on the great Dao that reaches the sky. Zhang Yuhe glanced at Wang Guofeng and knew what he was thinking, but he didn't care. He really needs someone to run errands for him. As his cultivation level continued to improve, many of the resources he needed were no longer available in the player's trading market. Even though there are many speculators in the trading market, they cannot resell some high-level goods. Since Wang Guofeng still wants to follow, let him follow. It's a good opportunity to run errands for him. Come with me back to Daosheng Sect first, and we'll see what to do next. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yuhe rolled up his sleeves and flew towards the teleportation array with Wang Guofeng. A main hall somewhere in Daosheng Sect. There was a hint of excitement in Li Tian's cold eyes. Compared with 10 years ago, Li Tian now exudes a stronger aura. It is already the void refining realm. He walked quickly into the hall. In the main hall, Liu Mingfang sat quietly on a chair. Li Tian shouted respectfully to Liu Mingfang. Disciple Li Tian greets Elder Liu. Liu Mingfang looked up at him and felt the void refining aura emanating from Li Tian. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. You've made a breakthrough? As expected of a fire spirit body, your cultivation speed is incomparable to that of ordinary people. It has been less than 1,000 years since Li Tian started practicing Taoism. It took more than 1,000 years to break through to the void refining realm. There are no more than 5 people in the history of Daosheng Sect who have achieved such a speed of cultivation. Liu Mingfang stood up and said happily. Very good. From now on, the sect has one more elder. Come with me, I will take you to meet the sect master. As the deacon elder, Liu Mingfang is in charge of the affairs of inner and outer sect disciples. When it comes to the promotion of elders, the clan leader's approval must be obtained first. Every elder is a pillar of power in Daosheng Sect and needs to be treated with respect. However, when Liu Mingfang was about to leave the hall with Li Tian, suddenly he frowned and a jade token appeared in his hand. Liu Mingfang stretched out his hand and pointed at the jade token. Zhang Yuhe's voice came from the jade plate. Reporting to Elder Liu, I have managed to break through the void refining realm by chance and am returning to the sect. Please arrange for someone to come over and take over the affairs of Yunzong Mansion. Hearing Zhang Yuhe's voice, Liu Mingfang and Li Tian were stunned. 100 years. It only took 100 years to break through to the void refining realm. What kind of perverted talent is this kid? Liu Mingfang couldn't believe it at all. How could someone cultivate so fast? Only 110 years have passed since Zhang Yuhe joined the Daosheng Sect. In such a short period of time, he actually went from being a novice qi refining expert to the void refining realm. What kind of talent can be so abnormal? Could this kid be the reincarnation of the true immortal? Zhang Yuhe's cultivation speed was completely beyond his understanding. Liu Mingfang didn't know what to feel. Li Tian, who was standing nearby, was completely stunned. Originally, he thought that by breaking through to the void refining realm, he had finally gotten rid of his embarrassing identity as a great master. My junior fellow apprentice is much more capable than me, isn't that embarrassing? For a proud person like Li Tian, this is simply unacceptable. Therefore, after returning to the sect last time, he never stepped out of the cave mansion again. He had been practicing diligently until recently when he realized the opportunity for a breakthrough and returned from transcending tribulation. However, before he could be happy for long, Zhang Yuhe also made a breakthrough. This guy, he came here on purpose to slap me in the face. Li Tian complained silently. But he soon came to his senses. It's good that Zhang Yuhe has made a breakthrough. Anyway, everyone will be an elder of the sect in the future and there will be no distinction between high and low. Well, when I think about it this way, it seems acceptable. Liu Mingfang ignored Li Tian's thoughts. He cast a spell, then took a long breath and spoke to the jade token. Since you have already broken through to the void refining realm, please return to the sect first. I will arrange for someone to guard Yunzhong Prefecture. After leaving Zhongzhou City, Zhang Yuhe stood on the flying boat and heard Liu Mingfang's voice coming from the jade tablet. He thought for a while and asked again. Elder Liu, I want to bring someone into the sect. Is this possible? He also brought Wang Guofeng with him. Wang Guofeng is not a disciple of Daosheng sect and cannot enter the mountain gate. Although the elders of the Daosheng sect can recruit followers, the followers can also follow them in and out of the Daosheng sect. But he really didn't know what the specific procedures were. Place them at the reception desk outside the mountain gate first. After you meet the sect master and are officially promoted to a sect elder, you can bring them into the mountain gate. Zhang Yuhe put away his jade identity card and said to Wang Guofeng next to him. Let's go to the reception first. I'll take care of things and then take you into the section. At this moment, Wang Guofeng was extremely excited. Whether or not he could enter Daosheng sect was not the most important thing for him. Although Daosheng sect practices sacred land, what the kingdom values more is Zhang Yuhe's attitude towards him. Hearing that Zhang Yuhe was willing to take him into Daosheng sect, Wang Guofeng finally put his mind at ease. I finally held on to this big thick leg. Chapter 65. The flying boat soon arrived outside the gate of Daosheng sect. After placing Wang Guofeng at the reception desk, Zhang Yuhe turned into a stream of light and flew quickly into the depths of the sect. After a while, he arrived outside a hall. Fengming Palace. This is where Liu Mingfang handles affairs. Zhang Yuhe walked into the hall and found that in addition to Liu Mingfang, Li Tian was also there. Disciple Zhang Yuhe greets Elder Liu. Hey, Great Master is here too. Zhang Yuhe bowed respectfully to Liu Mingfang, then greeted Li Tian enthusiastically. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that Li Tian had actually broken through to the void refining realm. As far as he knew, Li Tian had only been practicing for more than 900 years. It took him more than 900 years to cultivate to the void refining realm. He is indeed worthy of being the great master of Daosheng sect. This talent is not comparable to ordinary people. Brother Great Master, you have made a breakthrough? Congratulations, congratulations! In response to Zhang Yuhe's congratulations, Li Tian forced a smile on his stern face. It was just luck. I can't compare to junior brother Zhang. Junior brother, it only took you 100 years to cultivate to the realm of void refining. This is truly unprecedented, and I'm afraid there won't be anyone like you in the future. You're too polite, senior brother. I'm just a little more hardworking than others. Li Tian was speechless. Is this even human language? Are you the only one who is hardworking? Are other people sleeping all day long? In Daosheng sect, there are countless diligent disciples, but only 1 in 10,000 can finally cultivate to the void refining realm. Not to mention, it only took 100 years to cultivate to the void refining realm. The most fundamental way of cultivation is to rely on talent. People who lack talent cannot go far no matter how hard they work. The so-called going against the will of heaven is nothing but self-hypnosis of mediocre people. Originally, Li Tian was extremely confident in his talent. He possesses a rare fire spirit body that is rare in 10,000 years, and everyone in the Daosheng sect is cultivating him as an ascension seedling. He hoped that one day, he could ascend to the immortal world and re-establish contact with the sect in the upper realm. However, look at Zhang Yuhe now. Li Tian felt that the talent that he once prided himself on was just a younger brother in front of Zhang Yuhe. There is absolutely no comparison. Liu Mingfang stood nearby, feeling the aura of the void refining realm emanating from Zhang Yuhe, and remained silent. As for this disciple who had misjudged him at the beginning, he really didn't know what to say. At first he thought that this boy was just a lucky guy who accidentally picked up the token. He didn't care too much about it at all. He just followed the sect's rules and accepted Zhang Yuhe into the inner sect. But he never imagined that just over 100 years later, this kid had already broken through to the realm of void refining. How long did it take you to break through the void refining realm? Was it 5,000 years or 6,000 years? Thinking of this, Liu Mingfang felt a little sad. People are afraid of comparison. Once you compare yourself with people who are particularly outstanding, you will feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Liu Mingfang and Li Tian were in the hall, and they had this feeling. Okay, let's go meet the sect master first, follow me. Liu Mingfang interrupted the two of them and then turned into a stream of light and flew towards the depths of the sect. Zhang Yuhe and Li Tian quickly flew up to catch up. After a while, they came to the foot of a mountain that towered into the clouds. The mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist, and occasionally some buildings can be seen, looming on the top of the mountain. A stone path winds up from the foot of the mountain, with no end in sight. At the entrance of the path, there stands a tall stone tablet. There are 3 big characters Daos Hung Peak engraved on the stone tablet. The handwriting is elegant and beautiful, as if countless Dao rhymes are hidden in it. Let's go, the sect master is waiting in the Patriarch Hall. Liu Mingfang waved his robe sleeves and quickly walked along the stone steps toward the top of the mountain. Li Tian and Zhang Yuhe followed closely behind. Soon, they came to the end of the path. I saw a magnificent building standing on the top of the mountain. On the plaque at the gate of the building, there are 3 big characters Ancestor Hall written on it. The 3 of them walked into the Patriarch's Hall, where a middle-aged man in white was standing in the center of the hall with a solemn expression. The middle-aged man in white had a dull aura, and Zhang Yuhe had no idea of his cultivation level. After seeing the middle-aged man in white, Liu Mingfang and Li Tian shouted respectfully. Meet the sect master. Zhang Yuhe quickly followed and shouted. Disciple Zhang Yuhe greets the sect master. Feng Xiaotian, the leader of the Daos Hung sect, had only heard of his name before. This was the first time he saw perfected being. Rumor has it that Feng Xiaotian has been gifted since childhood, and after entering the Daos Hung sect, he soared to fame. 300 years of soul formation, 800 years of void refining, and less than 20,000 years to be promoted to the Mahayana realm. Compared with the current Li Tian, he is even stronger. Not only that, Feng Xiaotian is also one of the only 2 Mahayana monks in the Daos Hung sect. In addition to Feng Xiaotian, Daos Hung sect also has another ancestor named Mahayana. However, the Mahayana ancestor has not appeared for thousands of years. Not to mention ordinary disciples of the sect, even most of the sect elders have only heard of it, and not many have seen the perfected being. The path to becoming an immortal becomes increasingly difficult each step. Although the Daos Hung sect dominates the entire Yufan Tian, it is still very difficult to train a Mahayana monk. Fortunately, the lifespan of Mahayana monks is long, and if there are no disasters or misfortunes, they can live for nearly 100,000 years. Such a long time is enough for the Daos Hung sect to have a second Mahayana monk. Therefore, the Mahayana tradition of Daos Hung sect has never been interrupted since its establishment. Feng Xiaotian turned around and looked at the 3 people. When he saw Zhang Yuhe, he said with a smile. Your name is Zhang Yuhe? Very nice. 100 years of void refining, let alone in Yufan Tian, judging from the classics left by the ancestors, even in the immortal world, there are not many such people. Practice well. With your talent, you will definitely be one step ahead of us in time, Ascension Immortal World. I hope that one day, you can lead the Daosheng sect to glory in the immortal world, and let us also benefit from it." Hearing Feng Xiaoshan's words, Zhang Yuhe quickly responded. "Thank you for your encouragement, Sect Master. I will keep it in mind and practice diligently without relaxing for even a moment." "Very good, both of you follow me to worship the ancestors." Feng Xiaotian waved his sleeves and led them to the main hall of the Patriarch's temple. A statue of an immortal in a green robe stands in the center of the hall. The immortal was carrying a long sword on his back, standing on auspicious clouds, with his green robe fluttering in the wind. One could tell at a glance that he was extremely extraordinary. Feng Xiaotian bowed respectfully to the statue of the immortal, then turned around and spoke to Zhang Yuhe and the others. "This is the founder of our Daosheng sect, and also the golden immortal patriarch of the Daosheng sect in the immortal world, Patriarch Liu Yunfei. Come here and pay homage to the ancestors." Zhang Yuhe and Li Tian hurriedly walked up to the statue and saluted respectfully. The form of worshipping ancestors was much simpler than Zhang Yuhe had imagined. They simply bowed to the statue and then walked out of the hall. There was no complicated procedure. Standing outside the hall door, Feng Xiaotian said to the two of them, "Bring me your jade identity cards." They quickly handed over the jade token. Feng Xiaotian took the jade token and stretched out his hand to carve in the air. After a while, he handed the jade token back. "Okay, from now on, you are the elders of Daosheng sect. You must remember the sect's teachings and maintain the stability of Yufan realm." "Yes." Zhang Yuhe and Li Tian responded that it was. Feng Xiaotian turned around and said to Liu Mingfeng, "The two newly promoted elders of Daosheng sect will spread the news to the world. The rest of the matter will be left to you to handle." "Yes." After Feng Xiaotian finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 66. Zhang Yuhe picked up the jade token and examined it carefully. After Feng Xiaotian carved it, the jade token had completely changed its appearance. Not only did the color of the jade pendant change from purple to red, but the pattern and content on it also changed greatly. The inner sect disciples' jade identity card has a picture of the mountains and rivers of the Daosheng sect engraved on it. Now, a tall mountain is engraved on the jade plate. Daosheng Peak. The Great Hall on the top of the mountain can be vaguely seen. That is the Patriarch Hall. The content of the text also changed from an inner sect disciple to the elder of Daosheng sect, Zhang Yuhe. "I've become an elder." Looking at the jade token in his hand, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Zhang Yuhe has not been a member of Daosheng sect for long, and he is also a player from Blue Star. To be honest, he didn't originally have a strong sense of belonging to the Daosheng sect. However, thinking of Feng Xiaoshan's encouragement to him, as well as the skills and divine ability provided by Daosheng sect before, as well as various conveniences for cultivation, Zhang Yuhe suddenly had a strange feeling. He felt that Daosheng sect was his second home. If one day, the Daosheng sect encounters danger, he will fight for it with all his might. Just as Zhang Yuhe was lost in his thoughts, Liu Mingfeng beside him spoke. "Let's go back to Feng Ming Palace first." After saying this, he strode down the mountain. The three of them quickly went down the mountain and returned to Feng Ming Palace after a while. Back in the main hall, Liu Mingfeng waved his hand, and a huge map of the mountain gate appeared in front of the three people. He said with a smile, "Since you are now the elders of the sect, you need to reselect the mountain cave mansion. Look for yourself and tell me when you've chosen." Zhang Yuhe and Li Tian quickly looked at the map. The map was similar to the one he saw for the first time in Chengsujing. It was just magnified several times by Liu Mingfeng. Different colors are used on the map to distinguish different areas. The mountain where the elder is located is the red area. Looking at the large black area on the map, Zhang Yuhe was still a little curious. He asked Cheng Sujing last time, but Cheng Sujing didn't know the answer. Liu Mingfeng should know, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhe pointed to the black area on the map and asked Lu Mingfang curiously. Elder Lu, are there any special things about those black areas? Before Lu Mingfang could say anything, Li Tian next to him explained to him. I heard that there is a passage there that connects to the demon world. It is the passage through which the demon race invaded Yufan Tian 100,000 years ago, but it has been closed now. Yes, the black area is where the space passage is. Ancestor Wu Yuemin has been guarding there all year round to prevent the demon god cult from secretly opening the passage. Unlike other places, the space barrier there is much weaker. Once the passage is opened, the demon race from the Mahayana realm can enter. The sect master has already issued an order that no one is allowed to enter the black area. You must remember not to enter the black area without permission. After Lu Mingfang finished explaining, he gave a serious warning. Yes. Zhang Yuhe was just a little curious, he had no intention of committing suicide. Continue looking at the map, and the mountains are clearly displayed on it. Some of the mountains have names marked on them, which clearly indicate they have owners. Zhang Yuhe roughly counted and marked the names of 186 peaks. In other words, Daosheng sect has a total of 186 elders. Now if we include him and Li Tian, that makes 188 people. The number is quite large indeed. You know, these elders not only have the void refining realm, but some have also reached the body integration realm. 186 void refining body integration elders. This is the confidence of Daosheng sect in suppressing Yufan Tian. Not to mention, above the elders, there are the two Mahayana ancestors, Feng Xiaotian and Wu Yuemin. Faced with this enormous force, no one in Yufan Tian can make any waves. Even the demon god cult can only do small things secretly. As for the demon god cult's leader Zhao Minjiu himself, he never dared to show his true self. If she dared to show up, she would probably be beaten to death immediately. After looking at all the red areas on the map, Zhang Yuhe said politely to Li Tian. Brother Great Master, you choose first. You are too polite, junior brother. You should go first. After the two of them shirked their responsibilities, Zhang Yuhe pointed to a huge lake on the map and said to Lu Mingfang. Elder Lu, I'll choose this place. The lake is not small, with a radius of several thousand miles. In the middle of the lake, there are two tall mountains. The mountains stand tall in the lake, reaching into the sky, looking a bit abrupt. The mountain Zhang Yuhe chose was one of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tian spoke. Then I'll choose the mountain next to it. Zhang Yuhe looked at Li Tian with a slightly strange expression. Brother, what are you doing? You are a fire-type spirit body, why did you choose the center of a lake as your training cave mansion like me? Of course. Being in a lake area doesn't mean that there will be a lack of fire spiritual power, and it certainly won't affect cultivation. But Li Tian's choice always made him feel a little weird. Does this guy have any weird ideas? Zhang Yuhe subconsciously took 2 steps to the side and put some distance between himself and Li Tian. After seeing the two people finish their choices, Lu Mingfang waved his hand, put away the map, and said to the two people. Now that the cave mansion has been chosen, let's all go back and practice hard. The real test comes after void refining. Some elders in the sect have been void refining for thousands of years, but their cultivation has not improved at all. I hope you don't do this. Yes. Zhang Yuhe was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly remembered that Wang Guofeng was still outside the mountain gate. He turned around and asked Lu Mingfang. Elder Lu, I want to bring someone into the sect. What procedures do I need to go through? Lu Mingfang said with a smile. You don't have to do anything. As the elder of the sect, you can just bring him in. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe was very surprised. Is this possible? The Daosheng sect is not a vegetable market, aren't you afraid that people from the demon god cult will sneak in? Lu Mingfang seemed to know what Zhang Yuhe was thinking, and he continued proudly. Don't worry, there are immortal weapons in the sect to monitor the surroundings. Once someone with bad intentions enters the sect, the immortal weapons will sound an alarm. Immortal weapon. Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Does Daosheng sect have such high-level stuff? When you think about how powerful the immortal grade primordial origin is, you can imagine how powerful the immortal weapon is. Not only was he surprised, but Li Tian next to him also had an incredible expression. Seeing their expressions, Lu Mingfang said with a smile. Don't think too much. The immortal weapon left by our ancestor requires immortal energy to activate. No one in the lower realm has immortal energy, so this unmanned immortal weapon can only automatically monitor and warn, and has no attack capability. I see. Now Zhang Yuhe finally understood a little. Just say it. Since the Daosheng sect has immortal weapons, how could it have taken hundreds of years to fight the demon race invasion 100,000 years ago? Who can withstand the attack of immortal weapon? It would make sense if no one had access to immortal weapon. Chapter 67. After walking out of Fengming Palace, Li Tian said to Zhang Yuhe. Junior brother, I'm going to go back and pack up first, and I'll meet you at your place later. Good. After saying that, the two of them left. After a while, Zhang Yuhe came to the mountain gate and welcomed Wang Guofeng into the sect. Then we went to Galaxy Peak to pack up and flew to the new peak, Cave Mansion. This place is really nice. Standing above a huge lake and looking at the two mountains in the distance, Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but feel happy. The surrounding environment looks comfortable at first glance. He likes to live in a place with mountains and water. What Shan Shui Villa? Compared with this place, it's really weak. The two mountains stand side by side, are about the same size, and are separated by a distance of dozens of miles. The small islands where the mountains are located are each hundreds of miles in radius. Compared to the previous Galaxy Peak, this place is much larger, worthy of being the Elder's Cave Mansion. Zhang Yuhe took Wang Guofeng and flew to the small island on the left. This is the mountain he chose, still named Yinhe Peak. As for the small island on the right, it is Lishan's Cave Mansion, called Wangxian Peak. Li Tian may seem arrogant, but he is actually not difficult to get along with, and Zhang Yuhe admires him very much. From the name of the mountain, it can be seen that Li Tian is a cultivator who is truly dedicated to immortal Dao. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the void refining realm within 900 years. Although Li Tian's talent is far beyond that of ordinary people, in the history of Daosheng sect, there are countless disciples with extraordinary talents, but only a few can actually make it to the end. Zhang Yuhe is very optimistic about Li Tian. He felt that this person had a great chance of eventually surviving the great calamity, the Ascension Immortal World. Maybe they will still have dealings with each other in the Immortal World in the future. As for himself, Zhang Yuhe had never worried about it. Transcending tribulation ascension was nothing more than a matter of time. Zhang Yuhe took Wang Guofeng and flew quickly to the top of Yinhe Peak. There were pavilions and terraces on the top of the mountain, all complete. Unlike when he first entered the inner gate, he had to build his own house, otherwise he would have to sleep in the open air. As a sect elder, his treatment is incomparable to that of inner disciples. Although no one lived here before, people still came here from time to time to take care of it. This is also one of the tasks of those outer disciples. Zhang Yuhe looked around for a while, then came to an open space on the top of the mountain. He said to Wang Guofeng beside him. Go find a big stone and erect a monument here. Yes, senior. Wang Guofeng quickly turned into a stream of light and searched for a suitable stone near the mountainside. After a while, he flew to the top of the mountain carrying a huge stone. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand and cut the stone into the shape of a stone tablet. Then the sword light surged out and quickly carved on the stone tablet. Soon, the three big words Yinhe Peak appeared on the stone tablet. There was a glow in the handwriting, as if there was endless sword light about to burst out. Milky Way. Zhang Yuhe muttered to himself, and suddenly turned around and asked Wang Guofeng. Have you ever flown deep into space on Blue Planet? The space is vast and boundless, but the flying speed of the monks is obviously very ordinary. Even a gold core monk like Wang Guofeng has a speed that is not comparable to that of an ordinary rocket. Exploring space in the flesh is no joke. He was just a little unadventurous, apart from a trip to the moon. I didn't explore any deeper. He just wanted to practice quietly and had no intention of exploring the mysteries of the universe. Hearing what Zhang Yuhe said, Wang Guofeng couldn't help but be a little stunned. I haven't tried it, but a fellow deist from Blue Star has tried it. The farthest he has flown was Mars, but he didn't find anything special. Zhang Yuhe nodded. He just asked casually. As his cultivation level improves, he also has his own understanding of the connection between the worlds. For example, the relationship between Blue Star, Yufan Tian, Demon World, and Immortal World. In Zhang Yuhe's opinion, if explained by the science of the Blue Planet, these worlds should not be in the same universe. Or not in the same dimension. The reason is simple. If Demon World and Yufan Tian belong to the same universe. So if the demon race invades, they should be riding in a spaceship, instead of always thinking about opening an interface channel to come over. Just as he was still daydreaming, suddenly a streak of light flashed past from a distance. Soon, an exquisite flying boat arrived at the top of Yunhe Peak. In addition to Li Tian, there were 4 other people on the flying boat. Judging from the way these people are dressed, they are obviously not disciples of the Daosheng sect. It is estimated that like Wang Guofeng, he is a follower brought into the sect by Li Tian. After all, the process of cultivating Taoism is long, and it is impossible for them to do everything by themselves. As an elder of the Daosheng sect, it would be unacceptable if he didn't even have someone to run errands for him. They are considered lucky. I heard that some elders have many wives and concubines in their cave mansion, which is like a small country. The flying boat landed, and Li Tian said to the 4 people around him. This is Elder Zhang, you all come and meet him. The 4 of them, all dressed in blue, shouted to Zhang Yuhe at the same time. Meet Elder Zhang. Zhang Yuhe waved his hand, then gestured to Wang Guofeng and spoke. This is Elder Li Tian Li, you have met him. After everyone met each other, Li Tian took his people away. The main purpose of his coming this time was to say hello and let the followers of both sides get to know each other. In the future, when they travel within the sect, they can take care of each other. After all, Li Tian and Zhang Yuhe definitely spend more time on cultivation. All matters outside are taken care of by the followers. After the followers get to know each other, they can exchange information and take care of each other. The names of Li Tian's 4 followers are easy to remember and very interesting. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Stay away from wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The 4 of them are all descendants of Li Tian's family, and their cultivation is not as good as Wang Guofeng's. They are just foundation building skills. But it's normal to think about it. Gold core monks are not cabbages. In all the cities of Yufan Tian, gold core monks are not the overlords. He is definitely a big shot. To be honest, it's a bit of a waste of Wang Guofeng's talent to be his follower. Of course, Wang Guofeng will not suffer any loss if he follows him. After tidying up everything, Zhang Yuhe said to Wang Guofeng. Just find a place to stay near the mountain. After saying this, he took out a jade bottle and handed it over. This is the infant formation pill. Practice hard and strive to break through to the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. Thank you for your cultivation, senior. Wang Guofeng took the jade bottle and said excitedly. Infant formation pills are important pills that assist gold core monks in breaking through the nascent soul realm. It is usually only in the hands of major forces, and players cannot find a channel to buy it even if they want to spend spirit stone. But for Zhang Yuhe, it was just something he made casually. Okay, go and practice on your own. I'll need you to do something in a few days. After Zhang Yuhe finished speaking, he walked towards the cave mansion in the center of the mountain top. Chapter 68. Wang Guofeng held the jade bottle in his hand, looked at Zhang Yuhe's back, and bowed solemnly. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps for Zhang Yuhe, the infant formation pill is not a precious thing. As long as he has the materials, he can refine a lot of it. But for Wang Guofeng, without the infant formation pill he would not be able to break through his current realm. Will be trapped in the gold core realm for a long time. 3 years ago, he had cultivated to gold core grade completion, and then began to ask around for the whereabouts of the infant formation pill. Unfortunately, after making inquiries from many sources, he was very disappointed with the results. There's nowhere to buy this stuff. Although he did gain a lot of resources when cleaning up the He and Li families. But without a purchasing channel, even if you are extremely wealthy, you cannot buy the infant formation pill. It's very painful if you have money but can't buy what you need. Wang Guofeng once asked Jian Weigang and Sun Pengcheng, and they both had nascent soul monks. And there are more than 1 or 2, they can definitely get the infant formation pill. However, even though the 3 of them were usually on good terms with each other, when it came to the infant formation pill, they just shook their heads and said nothing. Obviously, it is difficult for the Qian and Sun families to obtain the infant formation pill. They will not give up such important resources involving family inheritance. After many attempts, Wang Guofeng almost gave up. He tried to see if he could break through to the nascent soul realm without the infant formation pill. As a result, not only did he fail to break through, but his vitality was severely damaged due to the reverse flow of his meridians. It took him more than half a year of recuperation before he returned to normal. Later Wang Guofeng understood. If you want to go further on the path of cultivation, you must hold on to Zhang Yuhe's thigh. The first layer realm of a monk is vast. What is difficult for him should not be too difficult for Zhang Yuhe. For players like them who have no foundation in Yufan Tian, it is too difficult to rely on themselves. Originally, Wang Guofeng planned that as long as he worked hard, he would wait until the time was right. Then ask Zhang Yuhe about the origin of the infant formation pill. Little did he know that Zhang Yuhe had already prepared everything for him before he said anything. How could he not admire such a person? Wang Guofeng clenched his fists and made up his mind secretly. Hurry up and practice. I hope that one day, I can really help Senior Zhang. After putting away the jade bottle, Wang Guofeng stood up and quickly flew to the foot of Yunhe Peak. Then, a cave mansion was opened up at the entrance of the mountain. Although Zhang Yuhe asked him to find a place on the top of the mountain to practice. But Wang Guofeng still maintains his identity. He is just Zhang Yuhe's follower now. Since you are a follower, you must have the awareness of being a follower. It is inappropriate to live on the top of a mountain. Zhang Yuhe walked into cave mansion. He didn't care about Wang Guofeng's thoughts. As for the president of the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance, he was just trying to train him. If this person is worth training, he will naturally increase his investment. So that after he ascends in the future, there will be suitable people to guard Blue Star. If Wang Guofeng is a hopeless person, then forget it. At worst, he could leave some backup plans on Blue Star before Ascension and still ensure the safety of Blue Star. Go to the artifact refining room in the cave mansion. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and a huge 4-legged tripod fell steadily to the ground. He waved his hand to open the lid of the tripod, and various materials were continuously thrown into the 4-legged tripod. Zhang Yuhe made some hand gestures and a blazing flame ignited under the cauldron. He sat cross-legged beside it, practicing the primordial origin scripture while using his spiritual sense to silently pay attention to the situation inside the cauldron. Although he has been officially promoted to the elder of Daosheng Sect, there are currently no miscellaneous matters that need him to deal with. However, Zhang Yuhe does not plan to enter deep cultivation for the time being. He still has a lot to do. For example, re-refining the flags and plates of the 5 elements spirit gathering formation. In addition, the main law treasure also needs to be promoted. As his cultivation level rose to the void refining realm, Zhang Yuhe's various skills also improved accordingly. With a little practice, you can create a middle-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure. He planned to first refine the second-level spirit-gathering formation, which required the formation flags and formation plates. Then upgrade the 9 Heavens Primordial Origin Sword to middle-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure. Of course. Besides, he had something more important to do. That is to deduce the formation. He planned to give it a try to see if he could improve the Ren Shui Thunder Absorbing Array. Improve the ability of the Ren Shui Lightning Absorption Array and weaken the power of the Heavenly Tribulation. His previous experience of transcending tribulation had deeply touched him. Perhaps it was because his aptitude was too extraordinary, or perhaps it was because the primordial origin technique was somewhat special. When he broke through, the heavenly tribulation he triggered was far more powerful than that of an ordinary cultivator. In the end, it even attracted the 9-colored divine thunder. Zhang Yuhe felt that if he didn't prepare in advance, he would be in trouble when he broke through the body integration realm next time. He may not be able to survive the natural disaster and there is a high possibility that he will fail. There are many ways for monks to increase the success rate of transcending tribulation. Some people strengthen their defensive capabilities by practicing flesh refining divine ability. Some people prepare the defensive heaven-connecting spiritual treasure, while others prepare recovery elixirs. For normal monks, as long as all the preparations are done, then their chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation will be very great. But that only applies to ordinary monks. For Zhang Yuhe, these preparations alone are not enough. He was well prepared before that. For the defense category, heaven-connecting spiritual treasure, I prepared more than 20 items, and various elixirs were also prepared. Except for not cultivating the flesh-refining divine ability, he had already done all the necessary preparations to the utmost. However, it almost flipped over. The main reason was that the natural disaster he caused was too outrageous. This was only his first heavenly tribulation. It was hard to imagine how powerful the future tribulations would be. If he wants to survive future disasters, he will have to think of some other ways. The divine ability of the physical body does not need to be considered for the time being. Because the Daosheng sect does not have a suitable physical body with divine ability. The best one only has an earth rank middle grade ability, and doesn't even have a heavenly rank divine ability. In other words, in the entire Yufan Tian, there is no heavenly rank physical body with divine ability. After all, for cultivators, the physical body is not the main focus of their practice. What monks cultivate is magic power and soul. Aside from the demon race, the bodies of monks are generally not very strong. In order to deal with the next natural disaster, Zhang Yuhe had already given it serious consideration. The best way out is to work hard on the formation. The Ren Shui Thunder Absorbing Formation is indeed a very good formation. By absorbing traction, the power of the natural tribulation can be weakened significantly. However, Zhang Yuhe felt that the Ren Shui Thunder Absorption Array was not enough. The last 9-colored divine thunder directly broke through the Ren Shui Thunder Absorption Array. Even the lightning-absorbing pillars that were set up in the formation were completely turned into ashes. It would be great if we could improve the Ren Shui Thunder Absorption Array. Zhang Yuhe made a secret decision. At the very least, the Ren Shui Thunder Absorbing Array must be developed to the point where it can completely block the 9-colored divine thunder. Chapter 69 Galaxy Peak, Artifact Refining Room. Zhang Yuhe suddenly opened his eyes. He just waved his right hand, the lid of the tripod flew up, and 9 spirit chi intimidating flying swords slowly appeared. He reached out and took one of the golden flying swords, holding it in his hand and examining it carefully. The surface of the flying sword is crystal clear, emitting astonishing pressure. On the hilt of the sword, there are a few small words engraved, Galaxy. Gold. Hey, it's finally done. All 9 of his natal law treasures were promoted to middle-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasures. The middle-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure level of the Destiny Law treasure is not comparable to the low-grade ones. If I encounter the demon race from Jingkong Castle again, I will probably only need a few strikes to chop it into pieces. Instead of relying entirely on massive amounts of sword energy to scrape the horned demon to death like before. After storing the flying sword in his danshan to nourish it, Zhang Yuhe breathed a sigh of relief. During these days, he not only completed the refining of the second level 5 elements spirit gathering array, but also the array plates and flags required. Moreover, the natal law treasure has now been upgraded to the middle grade heaven connecting spiritual treasure. The most important thing is that he has already come up with a rough idea about how to improve the Ren Shui Thunder Absorption Array. To sum up, bigger, more, stronger. Zhang Yuhe plans to upgrade the level of the lightning absorbing pillars and refine them into middle grade heaven connecting spiritual treasure level lightning absorbing pillars to set up the Ren Shui lightning absorbing array. The original Ren Shui lightning absorption array of the Daosheng sect was arranged using low-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure level lightning absorption columns. At the same time, increase the number of lightning absorbing columns. The original Ren Shui lightning absorbing formation required 28 lightning absorbing pillars. He planned to prepare 108 lightning absorbing pillars to set up an enhanced version of the Ren Shui lightning absorbing formation. Of course, things are definitely not that simple and crude. If the Ren Shui lightning absorption array was so easy to improve, someone else would have done it long ago, and there would be no need to wait for him to do it. His most important improvement was the redesign of the formation pattern that connected the lightning absorbing formation. Through redesign, 108 middle grade heaven connecting spiritual treasure level lightning absorbing pillars can be perfectly connected together, forming a huge lightning absorbing formation. Zhang Yuhe has calculated it. Taking the heavenly calamity he caused last time as an example, this is an improved version of the Ren Shui thunder absorbing array. It can probably weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation by half. This effect can be said to be awesome. After the heavenly tribulation was weakened by half, it no longer posed any pressure to him. You don't even need the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation, just 1 or 2 defensive heaven connecting spiritual treasures. It can block the natural calamity that has been weakened by more than half. Well, now that the formation has been improved, should we give it a new name? This was the first time he improved the formation. Although he has a strong understanding, Zhang Yuhe is not a person who likes to delve into things. Be it the divine ability of the technique or the artifact refining drawings of the pill recipe, he had never thought of improving them before. Because there is no need. In his opinion, as long as there is enough, it's enough. No need to bother with improvement. This time I was forced into a corner. If you don't spend more time and effort to improve the Ren Shui thunder absorbing array, then he might be killed by the next heavenly calamity. In order to make transcending tribulation safer in the future, he put a lot of effort into studying the improvements of the lightning absorbing array. Since the lightning absorbing array has been improved by him, should he give this new version of the lightning absorbing array a new name? Forget it, let's just call it the level 2 Ren Shui thunder absorption array. Zhang Yuhe has difficulty in naming. He thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a more appropriate name. Let's just keep it simple and call the improved formation the second level Ren Shui thunder absorption formation. Maybe it will need further improvements in the future, and then we will need level 3 or level 4 Ren Shui lightning absorption array. After packing up his things, Zhang Yuhe walked out of cave mansion. He took out a jade talisman and pointed his hand. Soon, Wang Guofeng flew up from the foot of the mountain. "Senior, what do you want me to do?" He remembered that Zhang Yuhe had said before that there would be something he needed to do in a few days. Therefore, even with the infant formation pill in his hand, Wang Guofeng did not go into seclusion to break through. How could he dare to practice with peace of mind if he didn't do Zhang Yuhe's job well? He was a follower, so Zhang Yuhe's matters had to come first, and his own cultivation could be put aside for the time being. And as long as you get things done, there is no need to rush in your cultivation. Anything that leaks out from between Zhang Yuhe's fingers is more real than the effect of his hard practice. He understood the logic behind this very clearly. Looking at Wang Guofeng, Zhang Yuhe nodded with satisfaction. As the president of the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance, Wang Guofeng can be said to be a big shot. However, Wang Guofeng behaved modestly and prudently. There is absolutely no attitude of a big shot. This shows that this person is very practical. Be able to correctly recognize yourself. In the immortal cultivation world, only such people can live longer and go further. Zhang Yuhe took out a jade slip, which recorded the materials needed to refine a middle-grade lightning-absorbing column. He handed over the jade slip and began to speak. Please help me collect the materials above. After a pause, Zhang Yuhe continued. The materials needed are quite a lot. You have to think of a way. You can mobilize the players to help collect them. Also, ask the people at Wangxian Peak to see if there is a better way to quickly collect all the materials. After saying that, Zhang Yuhe took out another storage ring and handed it over. There are some of the law treasures in here that I made earlier. After I get rid of these, I should have enough spirit stones needed to buy the materials. Yes. Wang Guofeng respectfully took the jade slip and ring, then flew away. Zhang Yuhe stood quietly on the top of Yunhe Peak. Because the formation has been improved, it requires 108 lightning-absorbing pillars. And they are all middle-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasures. Refining these lightning-absorbing pillars is easy, it just takes some time. The key point is that the materials needed to refine so many middle-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure-level lightning-absorbing pillars are not a small number. Moreover, the materials for refining middle-grade spirit treasure are not easy to find. Even when he was improving the formation, he had tried his best to obtain the materials needed to refine the lightning-absorbing pillar. Change it to various ores that are more common in Yufan Tian. Even so, the amount he needed was too much. It would probably be difficult to buy everything just by purchasing them on the player's trading market. If you want to collect all the materials, it will probably take a lot of effort. But fortunately, Wang Guofeng is here. He believed that Wang Guofeng was much better than him at collecting materials. Everyone has their own expertise. Wang Guofeng's ability to become the president of the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation Alliance was not only due to his background. It's not just because he possesses the 9th grade spirit root. More importantly, he is very good at dealing with people and things. In this regard, Wang Guofeng is much better than himself. Now that things have come to an end, it's time to practice properly. I haven't practiced for a few days, and I feel a little uncomfortable all over. Zhang Yuhe turned around and walked into Cave Mansion. Chapter 70. Go up to the training platform in the Cave Mansion. Zhang Yuhe waved his right hand, and 5 mysterious spirit chi flags flew around the training platform. He took out another formation plate and gently placed it not far from him. Take out a large pile of spirit stones and place them around the formation flags and the formation plate. After doing all this, Zhang Yuhe pinched his fingers to perform a magic spell, and the 5 elements spirit gathering array instantly lit up with dots of light. Endless spirit chi quickly gathered around him, and soon formed a sea of spirit chi. Zhang Yuhe sat cross-legged on the training platform. Try to see if you can deduce the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation. I thought about how it only took me a few days to deduce and improve the Ren Shui Thunder Absorption Array. He couldn't help but think of the 9 sky primordial origin sword formation. It would be great if this sword formation could be improved. The 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation is already powerful enough. If it is improved further, wouldn't it be even more amazing? Do it when you think of it. Zhang Yuhe immersed his mind in the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation, and various thoughts kept appearing in his mind. However, he soon opened his eyes and sighed. Oh, I was too naive. After some careful deduction, He then realized that the 9 heavens primordial origin sword formation was already perfect. If we improve it according to his ideas, it will not only fail to enhance the power of the sword formation. Instead, it will weaken the power of the sword formation and even cause chaos, and the sword formation cannot be fully deployed. Try another one, try to deduce the great desolate heaven prisoner heaven finger. Zhang Yuhe put his mind and soul into the great wilderness prisoner finger, hoping to improve this divine ability. However, after a long time, he gave up. This divine ability cannot be improved. After some deduction, Zhang Yuhe had some understanding. Divine abilities above heavenly rank are already perfect and cannot be improved upon. If it is forcibly improved, it will either reduce the power of the divine ability itself, or it could deduce a similar new divine ability. That would not be improvement, but creation. Just practice diligently. After some attempts, Zhang Yuhe quickly gave up and continued to deduce the idea of divine ability. He is not the only genius. Those who can create heavenly rank divine ability are each transcendent level geniuses. Every heavenly rank divine ability has been pushed to the extreme. It can no longer be changed. As primordial origin slowly rotated, the surrounding spiritual energy sea quickly gathered towards Danshan. The sea of spirit chi in Danshan was rolling up waves, and the purity of the magic power was slightly improved. It still seems a little slow. Feeling the spirit chi quickly flowing into Danshan, Zhang Yuhe silently calculated. Even if he practiced every day without interruption, it might take him 20 to 30 years to reach the middle stage of void refining. You know, this is still after the acceleration effect of the 5 elements spirit gathering array is activated. The second level 5 elements spirit gathering array can double the training speed. If there were no 5 elements spirit gathering formation, it might take decades to break through to the middle stage of void refining. No wonder Liu Mingfang said that some elders in the sect have not made any progress in their cultivation for thousands of years. Such slow progress in cultivation can indeed easily make people despair. With his extraordinary talent, his cultivation speed is so slow that it makes people uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be even more difficult for others? Perhaps even after practicing for hundreds of years, there may not be any progress at all. How can I bear this? Ah, the path of cultivation really tests a person's patience. Don't panic, take your time. Zhang Yuhe quickly got rid of all the random thoughts and devoted himself to cultivation. Tianxing Sea, a deserted island. A woman with a beautiful face and graceful figure was walking slowly on the island, holding a formation plate in her hand. The woman walked slowly while making quick hand gestures. Behind her, there were several black shadows with raging demonic flames. One of the black shadows seemed a little impatient and spoke with a slightly complaining tone. Master Minjiu, are you sure? This is a weak spot in space? Can we open a fixed passage connecting to the Holy Realm? Hearing the demon's complaint, the woman turned around with a smile. Her smile was like a blooming peach blossom, intoxicating. However, the dark shadows behind her seemed to turn a blind eye to this. In their eyes, a beautiful woman is not as good as a plate of meat on the table. The beautiful woman said with a smile. Don't worry, Lord Black Demon. Since I came here in person, I must be confident. Some time ago, my avatar passed by here and saw that the space here had experienced violent fluctuations. Your Excellency also knows that Yufan Tian space is stable and will not fluctuate for no reason. From this, I judge that the space here should be even weaker. Perhaps there was a war in the nearby world, and the aftermath of the war was transmitted, shaking the space barrier here. After listening to the beautiful woman's explanation, the black shadow's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, the world near Yufan Tian, then there is only the Holy Realm. So as long as the space is opened here, it is very likely to be a fixed passage. The beautiful woman was the cult leader Zhao Minjiu. In order to seek a solution to the problem of losing one's soul due to transforming into numerous divine abilities, she tried every possible way, but still couldn't solve the problem. Later she heard that the demon palace in the demon world could communicate with the upper world. The demon god from the upper realm is equivalent to a true immortal, so he must have a way to solve her problems. In fact, Daosheng sect was able to communicate with the upper realm before, but it was impossible for her to go to find Daosheng sect. That would just be giving away your life. She had been fighting with Daosheng sect for so many years, and the two sides had already reached a life and death situation. Asking Daosheng sect for help is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Zhao Minjiao was eager to open the space channel. This would allow demon race to enter Yufan Tian, destroy Daosheng sect, and help her settle years of grudges. She can also take this opportunity to enter the demon world and ask the demon palace to help her contact the upper world to seek solutions to the problem. Although she knew that doing so would be courting disaster, she had no other choice. After nearly 10,000 years of struggling for body integration great completion, Zhao Minjiao could no longer wait. If she delays any longer, as her body ages, she will no longer be able to break through to the Mahayana realm. In order to open the channel between the two worlds, Zhao Minjiao actively contacted the demon race remaining in Yufan Tian. With cooperation between the two sides, various actions have been tried. For example, setting up the Heavenly Dipper boundary-breaking formation in Jingkong City is one of the attempts. However, these attempts ended in failure. Yufan Tian's space was stable, and Heavenly Dipper's boundary-breaking formation could only open a temporary passage. Moreover, the channel is not stable and can only support the passage of demon race below nascent soul. In order to let the Mahayana demon race from the demon palace come over, a fixed passage must be opened. Just like the passage opened by the demon race 100,000 years ago. Unfortunately, that passage is located in the back mountain of Daosheng sect and is guarded by Mahayana monks. Even though Zhao Minjiao tried every possible means, she still couldn't find a chance to sneak in. Chapter 71. The passage that the demon race invaded 100,000 years ago was firmly guarded by the Daosheng sect. Zhao Minjiao tried various ways to sneak into Daosheng sect. However, for some unknown reason, the two incarnations she sent out in a row did nothing. But just as he approached the gate of Daosheng sect, he was found beaten to death. After losing two incarnations for no reason, Zhao Minjiao finally figured it out. She didn't need to think about the passage to the back mountain of Daosheng sect and could only find another way. Zhao Minjiao believed that since demon race was able to open the first channel, she could open the second one. As long as you find the right place and make adequate preparations, you can do it. From then on, she sent out her incarnations to travel around Yufan Tian and try their luck. For example, the previous incident in Jingkong City was one of those attempts. Because many years ago, the rank 9 cloud python caused chaos nearby and was later suppressed by the ancestor of the Daosheng sect. According to historical records, the battle that year tore the earth apart and shattered the void. Zhao Minjiao thought that perhaps the space near Jingkong City had been weakened a lot. Opening a channel here may have unexpected effects. But the result disappointed her greatly. There may be errors in the records of the war that year, or it may be that the space barrier has a strong self-repair ability. The originally broken space has long since been restored to its original state. Jingkongchen's attempt this time was a complete failure. Not only did she fail to open a fixed channel, but she also lost an incarnation in vain. Even Demon Race, a character who participated in this operation, was beaten to death by Daosheng sect's people. This caused the remaining demon race to have a lot of complaints about her. After all, there are only a few demon race left in Yufan Tian. If they continue to die like this, they will all be dead soon. Just when she was feeling depressed, another incarnation brought good news. The incarnation was on a small island in the Tianxing Sea, and it was discovered that there was a sudden and violent fluctuation in the space somewhere. Although the spatial fluctuations disappeared quickly, Zhao Minjiao was very excited. Because she knew why. This time, several demon races were summoned here just to confirm this matter. Once they determine that this is a weak spot in space, they will begin to take action. Opening the space channel is not something she can do alone. In particular, locating the coordinates of the demon world requires the demon race to do it personally. Zhao Minjiu held the formation plate in his hand and slowly surveyed the island. Suddenly, stars lit up on the array plate. Her face instantly blossomed like a mountain flower, revealing an alluring smile. It should be here. After Zhao Minjiu finished speaking, he took out a spear-like spirit treasure. High-grade heaven-connecting spiritual treasure. As magic power was injected, the fixed star spear emitted a little light and suddenly stabbed towards a certain place in space. Boom! The sky suddenly fluctuated violently, a dark crack appeared out of nowhere, and then slowly closed. Haha, the space barrier here is indeed weaker than other places. Several demon races standing behind Zhao Minjiu instantly danced with excitement. In a normal place, with Zhao Minjiu's body integration great completion's strength, it is impossible to break through the void. The crack that appeared just now shows that the space barrier here is indeed much weaker than other places. They had waited too long. It's been 100,000 years. How many hundreds of thousands of years can a demon live for? Although compared to the human race monks, the demon race does have a longer lifespan. However, no matter how long one's lifespan is, it cannot withstand the waste of 100,000 years. Among the demon race who stayed in Yufan Tian that year, those who were weak had already exhausted their lifespan and died. Even most of the demon race in the void refining realm could not survive the onslaught of time. Currently, there are only 8 of Yufan Tian's demon race still alive. 3 body integration demon races, and 5 void refining demon races. In Yufan Tian, not only are they unable to practice, but their strength will also slowly decline. There is no demonic energy here, and if it is not transformed, it is not suitable for demon race training at all. But if they want to change the world, it is obviously not possible to rely on just a few of them. Only the Demon Palace has the ability to transform a spirit world into a demon world suitable for the cultivation of the demon race. Moreover, it costs a huge price to transform the world. They really can't bear it any longer if the passage is not opened. Perhaps it won't be long before these people will also pass away in Yufan Tian. Therefore, even though Zhao Minjiu's incarnation failed every time, they still endured their dissatisfaction and sent people to cooperate. Because this is their last straw. Seeing demon race's excitement, the smile on Zhao Minjiu's face became even brighter. After a long time, when the demons had calmed down, Zhao Minjiu spoke slowly. Lord Black Demon, please try and see if you can get in touch with the Demon Palace. Okay, let's set up the cross-border communication array first. The 8 demon races acted quickly. They took out their magic weapons one after another and started to create a sea opening nearby. A huge altar was soon built. The body integration demon race named Black Demon, holding a formation disc in his hand, slowly walked up to the altar. The excitement was clearly visible on the Black Demon's face, and even his hand holding the formation plate was shaking slightly. They had waited too long for this moment. The Black Devil slowly sat down cross-legged in the center of the altar, while the others stood around and watched quietly. Call. The Black Devil sitting cross-legged on the altar exhaled lightly, and then continuously cast spells on the formation plate in his hand. Not long after, a black light appeared on the array plate and shot straight into the sky. Demon World, a secret hall somewhere in the Demon Palace. A tall demon race is practicing with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the demon race seemed to sense something. He quickly stood up and flew out of the hall. After a while, it appeared on a huge altar. The demon race guarding the altar saw this man coming and shouted in unison in respect. Meet the Palace Master. This person is none other than the Palace Master of the Demon God Palace, Yuentian. Yuentian's Mahayana late-stage cultivation level is only one step away from triggering the heavenly tribulation ascension to the upper realm. However, this step is extremely difficult. Fortunately, the demon race has a long lifespan, and the human race Mahayana monks can live about 100,000 years. The demon race Mahayana can live up to more than 300,000 years. 100,000 years ago, Yuentian accidentally discovered a passage leading to Yufan Tian. Without any hesitation, he led the demon race army into Yufan Tian. Unfortunately, the Daosheng sect was at its peak at that time, and there were as many as 5 Mahayana monks in the sect alone. Although the number of Mahayana monks is still less than that of the Demon Palace, the Daosheng sect has the advantage of local territory and the battlefield is close to the Daosheng sect's mountain gate. The two sides fought a war near the passage that lasted for hundreds of years. Eventually, Dao Shengzong forcibly closed the passage at the great cost of sacrificing 3 Mahayana monks. Fortunately, Yuentian saw the opportunity quickly and led most people to retreat in time. Otherwise, all of them would be trapped to death in Yufan Tian. Yuentian has always been unwilling to accept the fact that he was driven out of Yufan Tian by the Daosheng sect. He has been preserving the communication formation between the two worlds, hoping that the demon race left in Yufan Tian will be able to communicate with him. One day a message will be sent so that we can cooperate inside and outside and attack Yufan Tian again. Chapter 72. Yuentian stood on the altar, constantly making hand gestures. Soon, a familiar breath came over, as if it came across endless time and space. He tried to communicate with the other side through the communication array. Dark Devil, is that you? Over here on the deserted island of Tianxing, a faint voice was heard coming from the altar, and the black demon was so excited that he became incoherent. Yes, Palace Master, I am the black demon. After confirming that it was a message sent by the black demon, Yuentian immediately understood what had happened. He immediately gave the order. You stay where you are, I'll locate the passage. Yuentian quickly performed some magic formulas and began to calculate the corresponding spatial position. After a while, I figured out a rough estimate. He quickly stood up and flew away quickly. Half a day later, he came to a deserted mountain range. It should be here. Yuentian waved his right hand, and a pitch-black spear turned into a stream of light and flew into the distant void. Boom! The void shook violently in an instant. A huge black hole appeared before his eyes. Not only that, Yuentian looked through the black hole and looked to the other side. It seems that you can also see a huge altar. However, before he could take a closer look, the black hole quickly healed and disappeared. The black spear flew out again, the black hole appeared again and then quickly disappeared. After trying several times in a row, Yuentian fell into deep thought. He calculated quickly on his fingers. This is indeed a weak space, but it seems that we should open the passage from the opposite side. Although as a demon race of Mahayana late stage, he is only one step away from transcending tribulation ascension. But when it comes to high-level issues like space, he doesn't know much. 100,000 years ago, it was only by chance that they accidentally opened the passage to Yufan Tian. Although the space barrier here is also weak, it seems difficult for them to completely open a stable passage. It may involve higher-level rules, maybe you can let the opponent's black mage try it. Thinking of this, Yuentian quickly returned to the Demon Palace. Back to the altar again. He made some hand gestures and sent a message to the other side. Dark Demon, the passage cannot be opened in the Holy Realm. We need you to take action. Yes, Palace Master, the Black Demon will fulfill his mission. Hearing Yuentian's voice again, Hey Mo responded excitedly. Just now, when we saw huge black holes appearing one after another in the sky, we thought they could return to the demon world. Now it seems that it is not going to work. According to Yuentian, this space channel needs to be completely opened by them. But it doesn't matter. They have experience in setting up a world-breaking formation. Although I have failed before, it was just because I didn't look in the right place. Now that the right location has been found. As long as we are fully prepared, we will definitely succeed this time. Just when the Black Demon was getting excited, the array plate in his hand was suddenly covered with cracks. Not good, the wind chime magic crystal is almost used up. Wind chime magic crystal is a special treasure and an important material to support cross-border communication. They only have this last one left. The main reason was that I had consumed too much energy just now in order to maintain communication with Yuentian. Otherwise, a complete wind chime magic crystal can be used many times. The subpoena can no longer be maintained. Thinking of this, the black demon anxiously sent a message to the other side. Palace Master, the wind chime magic crystal is almost used up, and it will no longer be able to support cross-border communication. Okay, I understand. You guys prepare to set up the boundary-breaking formation. I will lead the army and wait here in 1,000 years. Yes. After the communication ended, the black demon picked up the array plate and examined it carefully. I can only wait 1,000 years before returning to the Holy Realm. Seeing the wind chime magic crystal in the array disk, it was already covered with countless tiny cracks. The black demon felt a little lost. But he soon cheered up. I have waited for 100,000 years, so why should I be afraid of waiting another 1,000 years? The other 7 demon races were also extremely excited at this moment. After waiting for so many years, they finally got the chance. According to Yuentian's instructions, they needed to collect materials immediately and prepare to build the Heavenly Dipper world-breaking formation. So that after 1,000 years, the passage can be officially opened to welcome the arrival of the army of the Demon Palace. As for Yuentian, why should he make them wait another 1,000 years? Because the Demon Palace also needs to make corresponding preparations, which takes time. He didn't want to be beaten back by the Daosheng sect like he did 100,000 years ago. Yuentian had already made up his mind that this time he would gather all the strength of the demon world and try to repel the Daosheng sect in one wave. Then completely occupy Yufan Tian. For black magic and others, it is not difficult to create the Heavenly Dipper boundary-breaking formation. The difficulty lies in how to carry out it quietly without being discovered by Daosheng sect. Once the Taoist saint finds out that they have set up a world-breaking formation here, then the Daosheng sect soon discovered that there was a problem with the space barrier here. If that really happens, Daosheng sect will send more people to guard this place. Where can they find another place with such a weak spatial barrier? Although this place is deserted and there are few people coming and going, the black demon still feels a little unstable. We should think of a more appropriate way. Thinking of this, the black demon asked Zhao Minjiu. Fairy Zhao, I will stay here from now on and seal off the area within a radius of 100,000 miles. Do you have any way to prevent the people of the Daosheng sect from finding this place? Zhao Minjiu thought silently for a while, then spoke slowly. 1,000 years is too long, it's hard to say. Although this place is relatively secretive, some elders of the Daosheng sect like to travel around. If they come here, it will be difficult to keep it secret. If ordinary monks accidentally discovered this place, they would not be worried. They kill anyone they see. Even if they are discovered, they just kill the person so that no message can be transmitted. But the people from Daosheng sect are difficult to deal with. Especially those elders of the Daosheng sect, if they accidentally break into this place. Even if they killed someone, they couldn't keep it secret. Because the Daosheng sect has extremely powerful means of communication. As long as they are in Yufan Tian, they can contact each other at any time. How about we leave this place temporarily and come back 1,000 years later to set up the world-breaking formation? Zhao Minjiu suggested. She thought, since it was impossible to keep it absolutely confidential, she might as well just leave it alone. Just come back after 1,000 years to set up the formation. However, upon hearing Zhao Minjiu's suggestion, Black Demon immediately shook his head and said, "No, I won't feel at ease if no one is guarding here. Then there is only one way left, to divert the attention of Daosheng sect. Since the Black Demon is worried and wants to guard this place, he doesn't want to be discovered. The best way is to keep Daosheng sect busy. As long as the people of Daosheng sect are busy, naturally no one will care about this barren land. Then how can we divert the attention of Daosheng sect? Black Demon was very interested in Zhao Minjiahu's suggestion, and he asked immediately. If we want to divert the attention of Daosheng sect, we can only continue to set up the Heavenly Dipper boundary breaking array in other places. As long as we set it up a few more times and attract a large number of demon races to come, Daosheng sect will have no choice but to be busy. Okay, I'll have someone cooperate with you. After listening to Zhao Minjiahu's suggestion, He Mo immediately agreed. Even though they have failed every time before, it doesn't mean it's not effective. Except for the incident at Mirror Sky City, the other incidents successfully attracted countless demon races to come. Although they were all low-level demon races, they kept Daosheng Zone busy for a long time. After all, once those descending demon races are scattered, it will not be easy for Daosheng sect to eliminate them one by one. It takes decades of hard work to completely resolve the incoming demon race. The Black Demon has made up his mind to open a temporary passage every few decades. As for the materials for setting up the Heavenly Dipper world-breaking formation, he didn't have to worry about that. As the leader of the demon god cult, Zhao Minjiahu should have no problem handling this matter. He only needs to send out a demon race to help determine the coordinates and then activate the boundary-breaking formation. This kind of thing doesn't involve much risk for them. Except for the incident at Jingkong City, there was an accident that resulted in the death of a demon race. The other times they suffered no losses. We'll do it.